Radio 4. It's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Ursula Smith with Stephen MacDonald and Roy Boucher in Mary Stuart's Wildfire at Midnight, adapted for radio by Stuart Hunter. Wildfire at Midnight.
Danger Evers 337.
Mother?
Oh, Janetta. Oh, what a lovely surprise.
How are you both?
Oh, bearing up, thank you. But what about you?
That's really what I'm phoning about.
Well, you're not unwell, are you?
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong that a short holiday won't cure. Hugo thinks I should take myself off to some quiet spot. I dare say I was looking a bit run down.
Well, in that case, the sooner you get away, the better. When had you thought?
The beginning of June, probably.
Oh, good. It's a pity, though. You'll miss all the fun of being in town for the coronation.
I don't think I'll be altogether sorry to escape from the crowds.
You will be coming down here, of course.
Would you mind, dearest, if I went somewhere else for a bit? I thought of the Lake District.
No, that's not far enough. How about Skye?
Skye? That could be just what I need. Do you remember where the Dunhills stayed when they were there?
Yes, it was the Camasoonery Hotel.
The what hotel, Mother?
The Camas as it sounds. Look, have you got a pen? The other part is Fhionnaridh.
Do you know, I think I shall go to the, how do you say it? Camasoonery Hotel?
I know the island like the back of my hand, but they still take my breath away every time.
They?
The Coolins. You couldn't have had your first sight of the hills under better conditions.
You're a climber, I take it.
Well, yes, of sorts. What about you? Have you come for long?
A week, possibly 10 days, depending on the weather.
You're from...
London.
Ah. Well, you've certainly come to the right place if you want to get away from the crowds.
What's that mountain right behind the hotel?
That's Blaven.
It's what?
Blaven. The Blue Mountain in English. What made you come to Skye?
I wanted a complete change. I shall take myself for long walks in the hills. According to the guidebook, there's a loch on the lower slopes of Blaven, is it?
Uh-huh.
I don't see myself going far beyond that. I'm not likely to come to any harm there, am I?
You'll be staying at the hotel, of course.
Forgive me, but haven't we met? I know you, surely.
No, we've never met, Miss Mayling, although, of course, I've often seen you on the stage.
I have a jolly good memory for faces. I still think I've seen you before.
Well, I modelled clothes, if that's any help.
Indeed, that's where. You model for Montefiore, don't you?
More often than not. My name's Drury, Janetta Drury. I saw your last show, and the one before, and the one before that.
Back to the dawn of time, darling, I know. But how nice of you. You must have been in pigtails when we did Wild Bells.
I cut them off early. I had to earn a living.
Ah, enter manservant bearing much-needed drink. Ta.
Thank you.
Slanche.
What?
Slanche, my dear. That seems to be what they say for cheers in these parts.
Oh, I see. Cheers. What? Well, I was about to ask rather rudely, what on earth are you doing here?
Resting, my dear. Really resting, not just out of a job. The show came off a week ago. I just read a perfectly divine book about Skye, so here I am.
And doesn't Skye live up to the book?
In a way. Trouble is you can't really get around. Do you like walking? Rough walking?
I do, rather.
Well, I don't. And Fergus simply refuses to take the car over some of these roads.
Fergus, you're here with your husband, then?
Oh, my dear, no. Fergus is my chauffeur.
Marcia... Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Mayling.
Marcia, my sweet, please.
Who else is staying here?
Well, let's see. There's Colonel and Mrs. Cardre Simpson. They're dim, but rather sweet.
I think I saw them come in. Elderly and with an empty creel.
That's them, all right. Then there's Mr. and Mrs. Corrigan and Mr. Brain.
Not Alistair Brain.
A friend of yours.
I've met him. He's in advertising.
Well, he's with the Corrigan couple. And if ever I could find it in my heart to pity a woman married to a good-looking man, which Hartley Corrigan most certainly is, I'd pity that one.
Why? Fish? Fish? Oh, I get it. You mean fishing.
Exactly. Morning, noon, and night. And she does nothing but moon about miserably.
I believe I may have caught a glimpse of her in the hall when I was registering. She didn't look too happy.
Ah, who else have we?
Well, just before you joined me in here, I noticed two women passing. One was about my own age. The other was much younger.
They teach in the same school.
I met a man on the ferry. He seems to be staying here. Grant, I think.
Ah, that would be Roderick Grant. He practically lives here, I believe. Tallish, nice-looking, with rather gorgeous hair.
That's the one. Blue eyes.
And how he definitely is interesting. If it weren't...
I gathered that this Roderick Grant is a fisherman, too.
Oh, heavens, yes. But I must say he's only spasmodic about it. Most of the time he walks, or something. Anyhow, he's never in the hotel.
He's a climber.
Probably. Oh, there's another climber chap called Beagle.
Ronald Beagle? He's a famous mountaineer.
Oh. Well, he goes around with another man, a strange little creature called Hubert Hay. Oh, I almost forgot there's another man who got here last night. I've a feeling he writes.
Good heavens.
We're a positive galaxy of talent, aren't we? This other chap's all dark and damn your eyes. But believe it or not, he fishes too.
There's only one thing for it, you know. We'll have to take up fishing ourselves. I'm told it's soothing to the nerves.
Does your husband fish?
Possibly the ring misled you. I'm not married.
Oh, sorry.
Divorced.
Oh, so am I. 3 times, darling. Aren't men stinkers?
Mine could be, at times.
What was his name?
Nicholas.
Oh, it's fast. But dinner could be said to be in the offing.
Thank heaven, I'm hungry. I must say the view from here really is spectacular. And Blarden certainly looms.
Not any more of that, please. Do you mind?
I'm sorry if I'm being a bore.
I can't help it, Gianetta. That bloody mountain gets me down. Let's just not talk about it.
Oh, my God.
What's wrong? Is it because...
Oh, no, it's not you at all. It's the man who's just arrived at the front door of the hotel.
Man?
Yes, I dare say he's your nameless, dark, damn-your-eyes writer. Except that he doesn't happen to be nameless to me. His name is Nicholas Drury.
Nicholas Drury?
No.
You can't mean...
Just that. My husband as was. This holiday is going to be fun.
Janet Drury.
Alistair, how nice to see you again. Where have you been all these years?
Oh, well, America, mostly. Well, Nick didn't tell me you were joining him here.
Oh, Lord, Alistair. Don't tell me you don't know.
No, what?
We got a divorce.
When?
Ages ago. You really hadn't heard?
No, not a word. Oh, well, these things happen.
It just didn't work out.
I'm sorry, Janet. But, what are you doing in this part of the world?
I'm on holiday.
Oh. Oh, by the way, have you met the Corrigans?
No, not yet.
Then I must introduce you.
Oh, my name's Brooke, Alistair. Not Drury. Do remember.
Not to worry. Hartley, Alma, this is a friend of mine, Janet Brooke. Janet, Mr. and Mrs. Corrigan.
How do you do?
I gather you and Miss Melling have already introduced yourselves. I'm going to desert you two at dinner. Miss Brooke and I have known each other a longish time, and we've a lot to talk about.
Is this your first visit to Skye, Miss Brooke?
Yes, it is.
I'm sure it won't be your last.
There's Nick at the foot of the stairs.
Oh, yes, Nick. Hi, Nick. Hello. Look who's here. You do remember Janet Brooke?
Janet Brooke? Yes, of course I remember her. Hello, Gianetta. How are you?
Well, thank you. And you?
Very fit, thanks.
Another old friend, darling.
Yes, Marcia. It seems my London life's catching up with me even here. You beg your pardon. I was daydreaming.
I'm sorry if I startled you. Would you like some coffee?
Yes, please.
Black or brown?
Black, please. Why should you wait on me?
Oh, nobody serves the coffee. They bring it all in on a huge tray and we each get our own.
Oh, thanks for telling me. I shall...
No, let me this time. Black, you said.
Please.
I've put a little sugar in. I hope
You
that-
are kind.
You've just come, haven't you?
Yes, this afternoon. Won't you sit down?
I'm Roberta Symes, by the way.
And I'm Gianetta Brooke.
We're walking, Marion and I. That's Marion Bradford over there with the whodunit. Actually, we're sort of climbing.
Are the Sky Hills the kind you sort of climb?
Well, Marion's a climber, and I'm not. Though we're scrambling, which is a halfway solution. But I'm dying to learn. I'd like to climb every peak in the Cullens, including the inaccessible pinnacle.
A thoroughly unworthy ambition.
Unworthy, Mr. Grant?
Yes.
That from you, of all people. Why unworthy? I'm sorry, I forgot you two haven't met.
We have, in fact, on the ferry. Why unworthy, Roberta? I'll tell you. Just look at the hills. They've been there countless ages. But you have lived out a puny 20 years, talking about scaling them as if they were...
Molehill. More of a challenge, surely. Mere men, or worse still, mere women, pitting themselves against the giants of time.
Everest, for example.
Exactly.
How do you rate their chances, Mr. Grant?
I think they're going to make it.
Did I hear someone mention Everest? Any news yet?
No, nothing further. Have you met Beagle?
No.
Oh, in that case. Ronald, come and join us. Well, he really can speak with some authority on climbing. Jeanette Brooke, this is Ronald Beagle.
How did you?
How did I?
I just stuck my neck out by saying that I reckon the Everest chaps are likely to pull it off this time. Would you agree, Ronald?
Depends on the weather. And, going on the last report I heard, they're going to have it better than we look like having.
Oh, no. And I wanted to start really climbing tomorrow.
Quite determined to conquer the Coolins, then.
Quite, Mr. Grant.
Where do you intend to start, Miss Syme?
Marion, what do you think?
The best climbs are Bruach na Banachdick and Bruach na Free, but they're too far away. Guardsman's within easy reach, but of course it's just plain dull.
Oh, Marion, I'm sure Mrs. Corrigan's right. It doesn't look hard, and there must be a wonderful view.
There's a wonderful view from every single peak of the Coolins.
Having climbed them all, Miss Bradford.
If you mean, do I know what I'm talking about? The answer is yes.
As this discussion seems to have become a free-for-all, do you think I might...
My dear Hubert, we are all ears.
If I were you, Miss Symes...
I've already made up my mind where we're going. We're going up Blaven.
You did say Blaven, Miss Bradford.
I did, Mr. Beagle.
Is that, quite wise?
It's easy enough from this end.
Quite. But, well, if the weather is bad...
Oh, a spot of rain won't hurt us. And if the mist threatens, we won't go. Look, isn't it time someone broke the hoodoo on that blasted mountain? Now, I must get some fresh air. It's so stuffy in here. You're coming, Roberta?
Okay, Marion.
I think I'll follow Miss Bradford's example and have a walk. I wonder if you'd care to join me, Mrs. Corrigan.
I'd have liked to very much, Miss Brooke, but I've had all the exercise I need for one day.
If you don't mind, Miss Brooke, I too could do with stretching my legs. Or would you prefer to be alone?
I shall be glad of your company, Mr. Grant.
If you want to climb Unsthrown, we'd better keep to the Blaven side of the glen. There's a bog farther on nearer the river. It isn't too pleasant. Even the deer avoid it. Not walking too fast for you, am I?
No. Is this your home, Mr. Grant?
Oh, no. My father was minister of Auchlechty, a little lost village at the back of the North Wind. Do you know it by any chance?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, you don't have to apologize. That's where I learnt my mountain worship. I'd no mother. My father was a remote kind of man who'd very little time for me. It was miles to school, so as often as not, I just ran wild on the hills.
You must have been a very lonely little boy.
I don't think I felt lonely until an uncle died and left us a lot of money. After that, I was sent to a public school.
Bad luck.
I hated it.
And now you spend your time climbing.
Oh, pretty well. I travel a bit, but I always seem to end up here in May and June. Here, watch your step now.
What? What was it?
A cock grouse. Look.
That's terrific.
Blaven, at its most impressive. I wonder if those two fool women will really go up there tomorrow.
Is it a bad climb?
Well, there's several nasty places, even there.
Miss Bradford said she knew her way about.
Yes, she did, didn't she?
Mr. Grant? What did Miss Bradford mean about a hoodoo on Blaven? What's wrong with it? Why does everyone shy off it as they do? Don't say you haven't noticed it.
You don't know?
Of course I don't know. I've only just arrived.
Murder's what's wrong.
Murder?
2.5 weeks ago. Happened on the 13th of May. A local girl was murdered on...
Blavan? Oh, no.
On Blavan.
Who was the girl? And who did it?
We still don't know who did it. The girl's name was Heather McRae. Her father does some gillying for the hotel folks in the summer season. His croft's 3 or 4 miles up the Strath. It seems that Heather was keeping company with a lad from the village, one James Farland. And so, when she took to staying out a bit later in the long summer evenings, her folks didn't worry about it. They thought she was with Jamesy.
But she wasn't.
Jamesy says not. But then, in the circumstances, he would.
And if it wasn't Jamesy, who could it have been?
Jamesy says that he and Heather had a quarrel. Yes, he admits it quite openly. He says she'd begun to avoid him. And when he tackled her about it, she flared up and said she was going with a better chap than he was. A gentleman, Jamesy says she told him, a gentleman from the hotel.
But that doesn't mean that the man from the hotel was necessarily the murderer.
No, I suppose not. But what we do know is that Heather McRae went out on the evening of May the 13th to meet a man. She told her parents she had a date.
On Blavan, you said?
Yeah. This bit isn't nice, but I'd better tell you. At about midnight that night, some men were out late on Loch Scarveg, poaching sea trout, I expect. Suddenly, they saw what looked like a great blaze of fire halfway up Blavan, and they decided to investigate.
And found?
Well, by the time they reached it, the fire was out, and it was only the tongue of smoke licking around the rock that guided them to it. They found a whitish ledge, easy enough to get to, with the remains of charred driftwood and birch, and heather blackened and, it seemed, deliberately scattered all over the rock. Lying in the middle of the blackened patch was Heather McRae's body, flat on its back.
Oh, could I have one of your cigarettes, please? I don't seem to have any on me.
Yes, of course, here.
Thank you.
A light?
Yes, thanks.
Do you want me to go on?
I might as well know the lot, mightn't I?
She wasn't very much burned, and she'd been murdered before she was laid on the fire. Her throat had been cut.
Oh, dear God.
She was fully clothed, and she was lying, quite peacefully, it seemed, with her hands crossed on her breast. The oddest thing, though, was that she was barefooted, and all her jewellery had been taken off.
Jewellery?
Oh, not stolen. That was all there in a little pile in the corner of the ledge. Her shoes, leather belt, all the ornaments she'd been wearing, a ring, cheap bracelet, even a couple of hair slides, and, oh yes, and a brooch. It's odd, don't you think?
And the police? Do they favour this Jamesy person or the gentleman from the hotel?
God knows. Well, now perhaps you see why the nerves of your fellow guests are a little bit on edge.
Yes, I do. I also understand why, whenever I mentioned Blavan, people reacted so strangely. I'm surprised that Major Persimmon didn't warn you guests of what was going on.
I could hardly expect Persimmon to ruin his season by warning off intending guests.
I suppose not. Just tell me this. Which gentlemen were staying in the hotel on May the 13th?
All those who are here now, with the exception of Miss Mayling's chauffeur.
And which of you has an alibi?
None of us that I know of. Colonel Carter Simpson and Major Persimmon are vouched for by their respective wives, but that doesn't count for all that much, of course. Corrigan and Brain were out fishing on Loch Narton.
At midnight?
Quite a lot of people do just that thing, you know.
Then they were together?
No, they separated to fish different beats of the river after 11, and they made their way back to the hotel separately in their own time. Mrs. Corrigan says her husband got in well before midnight.
Did he let himself into the hotel?
It's open all night.
How convenient. And Mr. Hay, what about him?
In bed. A very difficult alibi to break.
Or to prove.
It is, if one happened to be alone in it. My alibi happens to be the same.
What's that? A cairn?
That? Oh, no, that's a bonfire.
A bonfire?
Yes. It's for the local coronation celebrations. They've been building it for weeks back. Here, let's press on. Those are the lights of the hotel. It isn't as far away as you think.
Good. I've suddenly realized that I'm tired, so I'm going to have a bath and turn in.
Janet.
Oh, Alistair. Please stop shining that torch in my face.
I'm sorry, but what on earth are you doing down here at this time of the night? You're just about startling me out of my wits.
You can imagine how I felt.
Well, I was trying to cause as little disturbance as possible.
I wish this hotel didn't have a blackout from midnight on.
Well, you're in the Highlands, remember. Our host doubtless feels he's doing us proud by having a generator installed. At least it lets us have light at the touch of a switch up to the time when all decent folk should be abed. Don't forget your book when you go upstairs.
You've been fishing, I suppose.
Yes.
Any luck?
Pretty fair. But Hart caught a beauty.
Hart? Oh, Hartley Corrigan. Oh, where's he got to?
To his bed, I should think. He came back a good 2 hours ahead of me. I've just had some good risers, so I decided to stay on. Strictly illegal, you know, so don't give me away.
But that can't be right.
What can't?
But I'm sure I heard him minutes before you came in. Someone was out there in the porch. They messed around for a bit, then went away.
Oh, that would be Jamesy you heard.
Jamesy?
Yes, Jamesy Farlane. He was with us, but I told him not to wait for me. He had the longest way to go, you see.
And then it would be him I caught a glimpse of. I went to the window and I saw someone striding along the road.
Yes, that'd be Jamesy. But did you think it was a burglar? We don't have to worry about such urban horrors here, Janet.
No, only murderers.
Who told you?
Roderick Grant.
I see. Worried?
Naturally.
Well, the police are still working on it, and they don't let up, you know.
Alistair, do you think Jamesy Farland did it? Or do you think it's someone staying here?
I just don't know. When I came in, I asked you a question which you still haven't answered. What brought you down here at this late hour?
I'd remembered I'd left my handbag where I'd been sitting before I went for a walk. By the time we got back, I'd other things on my mind, so I forgot to pick it up.
Well, it would have been perfectly safe till morning.
But I needed it, Alistair.
In the middle of the night?
Yes, my tablets were in it.
Tablets?
I turned in quite early, but I thought I was never going to get to sleep. However, I must have dozed, then bang, I was wide awake again with a thumping headache.
Oh, poor you.
I wasn't really sorry to be awake. I'd had horrible nightmares. Fire seemed to be the theme. Fire at midnight, on Blaven. Then I lay thinking about a gentleman from the hotel.
So you crept down here and was scared stiff by me. Too bad, Janet.
I'd been frightened before that. There was the prowler in the porch. But I was upset anyway.
Understandably. As Grant had
No,
seen
not
fit
just a murder, Alistair. As I was tiptoeing along the corridor, I heard voices coming from one of the bedrooms. Marcia Mailing's. A woman's voice and a man's.
Now, Janet, you're a big girl. You know that sort of thing goes on, especially when there's someone like the Mailing around.
Earlier on, I'd seen her and Nicholas in the corridor, and they weren't just discussing the weather.
Now, that doesn't prove that it was Nick who was in her bedroom. And in any case, Janet...
He's no longer my husband, so what he does is no concern of mine. Is that what you were about to tell me?
I think you should go back to bed, my dear, and try to get some sleep. Take a couple of your tablets.
Know something? I've just realised my headache's vanished.
Oh, Miss Brooke, I believe you said you would like to try your hand at fishing.
Yes, I did. But I think I might wait a day or two.
Oh, just as you like, of course. But you'd maybe care to fix up a time with Dougal McRae here.
What about Wednesday then?
Ah, Wednesday's a free day, so it'll be suiting fine.
Where shall I put you down for, Dougal?
The upper beat, Major, and now if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way or I'll be late for the cure. Good day to you, miss. Good day, Major.
Good day, Dougal.
I wonder if I've time for a breath of air before I go through to the dining room.
There's no hurry, Miss Brooke.
Mr. Brooke? My name's Hay, Hubert Hay.
How do you do, Mr. Hay?
I hope you don't mind my speaking to you, but the fact is, I want to ask a favour.
Yes?
Yes, you see, I'm a writer. I'm a writer of travel books, Miss Brooke. That's why I'm here.
I see, collecting material.
Yes, I go for walks and then write about them.
How very original.
Oh, I don't know.
I shall look out for your books, Mr. Hay.
I'll send you one.
That would be most kind of you.
I've been looking at these, Miss Brooke. I pinched them from the lounge, a couple of glossies. I've a photographic memory, Miss Brooke.
Have you? How extremely...
As soon as I clapped eyes on you last night, I knew I'd seen the face before, in something I'd leafed through recently. So I did a little bit of research. It is your photo that's in these, isn't it?
Full marks, Mr. Hay.
I take photographs for my books. I thought if I took a picture of the Coolins, I'd like to put a lady in the foreground.
Well, of course you may photograph her, Mr. Hay.
That's very kind of you. If it clears up, how about this afternoon on Skirness Tree with the Coolins behind?
It's a date, then.
I can't begin to tell you how grateful
It
I am
was
to
a pleasure. But will the 3 you've taken be enough?
Oh, yes, thank you. Miss Brooke, would you take it amiss if I said something to you?
Of course not.
You're here, on Skye, I mean, solo, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Then don't go out alone with anyone, Miss Brooke. It isn't safe. You don't mind my saying so?
No, I don't mind. Funny, though. Funny peculiar.
What is?
I expect you know that Heather McCrae claimed to have been associating with one of the gentlemen from the hotel. That means, of course, that one of them could have been her murderer.
I know that, Miss Brooke. Oh, the whole thing's damnable. That girl was only 18. It was actually her birthday. It upset me a lot, Miss Brooke. You see, I knew her.
Well?
Oh, not intimately, as you might say. I'd stopped at the McCrae's croft a couple of times, and she'd made me a pot of tea. She was a pretty youngster and full of life.
You didn't get any hint of who it was from the hotel that she was going with? Oh, but that's a silly question. If you'd had any notion of who it was, you'd have told the police.
You're right, but...
But?
Nothing, really.
There's something at the back of your mind, Mr. Hay. She did drop a hint, didn't she?
A very little one. I told her that I was writing a book, of course. And then I asked if there wasn't still a bit of witchcraft going on in the island, like there used to be. Suddenly she shut up like a clam and pretty near hustled me out of the kitchen.
Witchcraft? That's absurd.
Absurd, no doubt. But I can't help having a feeling about this murder. It must all have been carefully planned, you see. There were branches of birchwood and a big chunk of oak, hardly charred, and a lot of that dry fungus, algaric it's called, that you find on birch trees.
Oh, God.
Then, when he was ready, he got the girl up there. There was the fire and the shoes and things in a neat pile, and the girl laid out with her throat cut and her hands crossed on her breast and ash on her face like a sacrifice.
But only a madman.
Whoever did it must be crazy, and yet most of the time seem as sane as you or me. So I wouldn't go for a walk with anyone if I were you.
I won't, I promise. In fact, I'm beginning to think I might go back to London.
It wouldn't be a bad idea at that. And now I'm sure you'll be wanting to get back to the hotel.
I say, we're a bit thin on the ground, aren't we? Climbers not back yet?
They weren't in the dining room.
I hope there's nothing amiss,
Poor
Mrs. Collins.
woman. She shouldn't have gone climbing on a day like
Coffee
this.
up. Do you mind clearing the table, Janet? This tray's heavier than you
If
might
only
think.
that awful woman hasn't gone and done a silliness just to impress
Do you
that
think
poor
she'd do
child
anything
of
rash,
hers.
Mr. Grant?
Miss Bradford doesn't take kindly to advice, but she's actually a very accomplished climber. I'm sure she wouldn't take any chances with a mere beginner like Miss Symes. After all, Ronald Beagle set out to climb Scourton and Geelan, and he certainly wouldn't have gone in unfavourable conditions.
He's not back either, Mr. Grant.
Where's your husband, Mrs. Corrigan?
He? Oh, he went out walking.
Yes, we set out to walk up to the ridge for the view over Loch Slappin. I brought Mrs. Corrigan back, but Hart decided to go a bit further.
Did you see any sign of the two women then, on Blaven?
No, we didn't, but we saw someone. I believe it was you, Nicholas, in the distance.
No, I wasn't on Blaven, so I saw nothing of them either.
I think I'll have a word with Persimmon. They may have told him that they intended being late.
Where did you go today, Marcia?
To Portree, darling. I got some marvellous tweed, sort of purple and... our dear Roderick is returning to our midst. I'll show you later. Roderick, darling, what did the Major say?
That there's no earthly reason for undue anxiety, but...
What?
I don't much like the look of that sky. You're that damn music.
The Colonel's determined not to miss the latest about Everest.
He's really rather a dear. I'd hate him to be disappointed. But, you know, I'd the oddest sort of feeling about Everest. I believe I'd be almost sorry to hear that the summit has been reached.
Really?
I've always thought of it as a sort of remote, white, unattainable vastness.
Immaculate, as it were.
Exactly. I think it'll be rather a pity to see human footprints in the snow.
I didn't know you had this vein of poetry in you, Gianetta.
You appear to have developed quite a flair for overhearing what wasn't intended for your ears. Watch it, Nicholas.
I don't think you know Miss Brooke well enough to make such a personal remark.
You know, Grant, I'm not sure that I'm all that much interested in what you think.
Unless I'm mistaken, our friend Beagle is returning to base. Alone? Yes, alone.
That's strange.
What is, Nicholas?
Well, he's coming down the glen from the loch. I was under the impression that he was going up Scuanangelian. That being so, wouldn't it have been easier for him to come down the west side of the glen?
Well, it's certainly a short cut, but the going's terrible.
Anyhow, he'll be here in a matter of minutes, so we'll know then if you saw any sign of the two women.
We were all pinning our hopes on your having caught a glimpse of them, Beagle. So when you told us you hadn't...
Oh, here's Major Pursuit.
Gentlemen, can I have your attention for a moment? Now, I don't want to be an alarmist, but, well, I think we'd better go out and look for them. Your husband, Mrs. Corrigan, has just returned, and Dougal McCrae is with him. They saw nothing of the two ladies when they were coming through the glen.
Can we be certain they went up, love?
Certain.
Can we be as certain as all that, Major? I mean, we know that that's what Miss Bradford planned to do, but they might have changed their minds.
They went up Blaven, all right. They were seen on it.
Seen? When? Whereabouts?
At the Spootin' Doo.
My God, man. The Black Spout's no place for a beginner. Black Spout, are you sure, Pursuin?
Yes, I'm sure, Mr. Beagle.
Who saw him, though?
Dougal McCrae. He saw them making for the gully at about 4 o'clock, all three of them.
All three?
Well, Dougal is positive there were 3. Yet everybody's back here. Oh, that's odd, isn't it?
Well, perhaps the third member of the party was a local, someone they'd arranged to act as a guide.
They set off without one, Drury.
Gentlemen, could you be ready in 10 minutes? My wife is preparing coffee and sandwiches for us to take with us.
Couldn't we help Mrs. Persimmon?
Oh, that would be very good of you, Mrs. Corrigan.
Gianetta, shall we... Gianetta?
Sorry, Marcia, I was thinking.
And about something distinctly ghastly, to judge by your expression.
About Dougal McCrae's story. 3 climbers, Marcia, 3. I wonder if the third could have been... Oh, James E. Farland.
Why him, Gianetta? What would he have been doing with them?
I don't know. I don't know, Marcia. That's what I find so worrying. Mind if I join you, Marcia? Where are the others?
Gone upstairs.
I thought you'd be in here, so I bought a drink for us both.
Oh, you perfect angel. Oh, isn't it an utterly foul night?
It certainly is.
Oh, thanks. Cheers. Gianetta, do you believe there's a hoodoo on that mountain?
Blaven? Oh, of course not. The women will turn up all right.
But that other climber,
whoever it was, he certainly wasn't a ghost.
That Roberta child's rather sweet. Pathetic, too, in a way.
The other I find pathetic.
Frustrated, my dear. She's in love with Roderick Grant, you know.
Oh, nonsense. I think I shall go to bed shortly.
I do likewise. Gianetta?
Yes?
Would you like to see the piece of tweed I bought?
Yes, I would.
Just a sec, till I find the switch.
Marcia, for God's sake, what's the matter?
The bed! Look! The bed!
But it's just a doll, Marcia.
Its throat's been cut, and there's ash scattered over it. The murderer's been here!
Morning, Miss Brooke.
What news, Major?
Oh, none, I'm afraid. I've just phoned the local rescue team. We should all be out again by 9.
I'd like to help.
Well, you and Mrs. Corrigan could tackle the area of scree and heather bordering the Black Spout.
And we're leaving at 9?
That's right. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've things to see to.
Doesn't the hotel look far away from here?
And Miss Mayling's rolls. I suppose it would have been too much to expect her to come along with us. But surely she could have allowed her chauffeur to join in the search. Every available man is.
She's leaving.
Leaving?
She's returning to London.
I can't pretend that I'm broken-hearted to see her go. You'd understand how I feel about her if you were a married woman, Janetta. Hartley's been following her around like a lapdog ever since she came, and I've been made to feel and look a fool. Why should he be allowed to get away with it?
Do you or do you not wish to keep your husband, Alma?
Of course I want to keep him.
Then let him be. If you want him, then you must shut up.
I can't.
Well, we're getting out of touch with the others. Let's get going.
Give me a hand, Janet. That's right. Over this way, not too near the edge. They'll get to them soon, if Dougal was right.
But, Alistair, they can't still be alive.
Well, they could be if they managed to creep into shelter.
Do you really believe there were 3 of them, Alistair?
Dougal McRae isn't given to flights of fancy.
Are any of the local men missing?
I'm told not.
Then the third climber must be someone from the hotel. Yet no one's missing from there either.
Exactly so.
And if no one from the hotel reported the accident, then it means...
Just that.
Oh, you made it, Miss Brooke. Good for you.
Just. What happens now, Mr. Grant?
If Dougal McRae was right, they're starting to work their way across the spout, and the first move is to do likewise.
Did you get this far last night?
Yes, but it was dark by then.
It makes me dizzy just to look down there. Is it a very bad place to climb?
It's bad enough for anyone with a bit of experience, but for a beginner, sheer lunacy.
Can the men get down into the gully if they have to, Mr. Grant?
Oh, yes. Beagle and Rhodri McDowell are prepared to go.
Look, the others have begun to rope themselves together.
Yeah, I'd better join them. It looks as though someone's had the bright idea of searching the hillside and scree on this side of the gully.
What shall I do?
Wait here, if you don't mind. If they find them injured, you might be able to help.
It looks as though Mr. Beagle's worked round to the far side of that overhang, and Roderick's up onto the ledge he was on. He ain't be moving up any minute now.
Maybe they've seen something down below.
Maybe, but I hope they had sense enough not to let the lassie try that place.
They, Dougal. Wasn't it you who said that there were 3 climbers?
Aye, there were 3, sure enough.
And the third one, was it a man or a woman?
Well, at that distance I couldn't be sure, but I could see that one of them had a red jacket on.
Miss Symes had a red anorak.
Roderick McDowell's pointing. He's seen something.
Oh, God, no, please. Please let them move.
Steady, Miss Snow, steady. It won't be long now till we know.
I can't bear not knowing. I'm going to join the main party.
Put the stretcher down for a minute, lads.
My God! Would you look at that?
I'm looking, Bill. And I wish I didn't see what I see.
What is it, Major? We know she's dead, poor soul. So there can't be anything worse.
She fell from that slab. The rope's still around her body, or at any rate, part of it.
It broke, you mean?
The rope was cut. Cut clean through.
I don't understand, Major.
Oh, it's easily enough understood, Mrs. Corrigan. Someone cut the rope deliberately, and Miss Bradford fell to her death.
Murder? What about Roberta Symes?
She hasn't been found yet, Gianetta.
Miss Brooke. Janet. What on earth are you doing up here alone? You should have gone back to the hotel with the others.
Tomorrow bells will ring out for the coronation, and bonfires will be lit. Bonfires, Roderick. The children have been building for weeks back, prepared for a celebration, not for...
A sacrificial rite. I know how you feel. Oh, you look exhausted. Please take my advice. Go back to the hotel.
But we've got to find Roberta. Another night on the hill.
I doubt if another night's going to make any difference to her, Janet.
She must be alive, Roderick. Don't you see? If she'd fallen into the gully with Miss Bradford, she'd have been found. Dougal McRae said she could have been stuck higher up on a ledge or something. There must be places near the top of the gully.
We've combed the upper gully twice over. There was no sign of her, Janet.
She must be somewhere. She must be hurt. Or she would have answered you. And if she was hurt, she couldn't have gone far unless... Roderick, you saw Marian's climbing rope. It was cut.
Not a shadow of doubt, I'm afraid.
That can only mean one thing, can't it?
Yes.
Murder, again. Yet Dougal swears there was a third climber there.
If he's to be believed.
Oh, I think he is. If anyone in this world's dependable, I'd say it was Dougal McRae. If there wasn't a third person there, then it was Roberta who cut the rope, and that's fantastic.
Oh, but is it?
You can't possibly be...
She was a beginner. If Miss Bradford fell and the girl thought she was pulling her down after her, she could have easily got into a panic and...
I can't accept that, and neither can you.
No, I can't. But it's a possible theory.
So the third climber cut the rope. He was there when Marian Bradford fell. And now Roberta can't be found.
Look, Janet. Beagle and McDowell are coming back up from the hotel. They may have heard something. The others are cutting across to meet them.
Can Can you assure me that each of those caves and fissures was searched by at least 2 of you?
What exactly are you suggesting, Brain?
My question was put to Beagle, not you, Grant.
I, however, have just put one to you. What are you suggesting?
I overheard your Brain, and I think it was a pretty rotten thing to imply.
But he's right, you know. It could quite easily be one of us. But why should it be in the murderer's interest to continue to conceal the second body after the first had been discovered? It would certainly be in the murderer's interest to be the first to find her if she were alive. That he could silence her. But he didn't. Every crevice in that gully was searched, solo and otherwise, by all of us.
All right. Forget it. I suppose I'm a bit on edge.
Couldn't we all?
Gianetta, get back to the hotel at once.
I can't, Nicholas. I can't give up yet. I couldn't bear having nothing to do but wait and listen with the Cowdrey Simpsons for the latest news of the Everest climbers.
Well, Drury's right, Miss Brooke. You should get back to rest. I'm trying to find some way of taking your mind off this unfortunate business. By the way, since your mention of Everest reminds me they've done it. You hear that, you chaps? The news came through a short time ago. They've reached the summit.
Now, see here, Gianetta.
Leave her alone.
What the hell do you mean?
What I said, Drury.
I'm no use here, so I'm going back to the hotel now. I'll pack the flasks and mugs and take them down.
You're quite sure?
Yes, I'll be all right. This picnic basket's not at all heavy. You go and help the others. And, Roderick...
Yes, Janet?
Please find her, won't you? Eyes on ground. Mustn't trip. Break ankle. Leg. A leg like Roberta. Marion. God, no. Oh, please. Not storm again. Roberta lying cold. Just bees. Carrying smell. Smells. Smells of what? Heather. Peat. Bog myrtle. Something else. Wood smoke. Smoke. Bonfire. Yes, bonfire lit, flames rising. Oh, his coronation. No, too soon. Fire. Roberta. Matt! Pull her off! Oh, thank God! Someone here! Help me, please!
Are you all right, miss?
Yes! I'm on fire! It's Roberta!
Steady now, lass. You're safe now. You're safe. Mr. Corrigan.
Is she dead?
It's not Roberta Symes, it's Beagle. And someone has cut his throat.
Miss Brooke, is it not?
Yes.
I'm Inspector Mackenzie, and this is Sergeant Monroe. Draw up a chair for Miss Brooke, Hector.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, Miss Brooke, I've jotted down 1 or 2 wee bits of information. Maybe we can check it.
I'd be glad to help, Inspector.
You are Miss Brooke, of course?
Yes.
You arrived here on Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
Before you came here, had you heard anything about the murder of Heather McCrae?
No.
Not even read about it in the papers?
Not that I recollect.
Now, I understand it was you who found Mr. Beagle's body on the bonfire last night.
I was first on the scene, but I don't know who pulled him off the fire.
When was it you first noticed that the fire was burning?
Not until I was quite near. I'd been aware, subconsciously, of the smell of wood smoke in the air. Then when I looked up, I saw the flames.
And realized someone had lit the bonfire?
That's right, Inspector.
Then?
I saw a shadow like a man's near it.
I take it you didn't recognize him?
No.
Was he carrying or holding a body then?
Oh, no, he was just moving about on the fringe of the smoke. It was billowing here and there, as the breeze caught it. I screamed and ran towards the bonfire. I saw there was something, a body on top of it. I was trying to reach it before the flames did when the murderer attacked me.
In actual fact, it was James E. Farlin who grabbed you.
Well, I know that, surely.
Now, let's get it right. You realize, no doubt, that Mr. Beagle cannot have been killed long before you found him. You met or passed no one at all on your way down.
Not a soul.
So the last time you saw Mr. Beagle alive was when the group split up for the final search last night.
Are you allowed to ask a leading question, Inspector?
Now, did you?
Yes.
Did you see which way he went?
Downhill.
Alone?
Yes.
Sure?
Quite sure.
I see. Now, let's get back to the bonfire, shall we? You ran towards it screaming. There was an answering shout from close behind, I think you said.
Yes.
Did you recognize the voice?
No, not at the time. But later I assumed it was Alistair, Mr. Brain, who'd shouted, because it was he who pulled Jamesy Farlin off me. He must have got there pretty quickly.
Mr. Alistair Brain, then, was the first on the scene. And there was Dougal McCrae, too. Who else, Miss Brooke?
And Mr. Corrigan. He dragged the body off. He and Alistair may have come down the hillside together.
That they didn't. They arrived independently. Who else was there?
So far as I know, Inspector, no one else.
Just so. You booked your room, Miss Brooke, in the name of Drury, Mrs. Nicholas Drury.
That is my name.
Then why did you change it in the visitor's book almost as soon as you got here? And why have you and your husband been at such pains to behave as though you were comparative strangers to one another?
Because he's not my husband. We were divorced some time ago. I didn't know he was here, and when I saw him that evening, I was horribly embarrassed.
I understand.
But to avoid awkwardness all round, I changed to my maiden name.
I'm sorry if I've distressed you, Miss Brooke, but you have been very helpful.
But why all this questioning, Inspector? You've got the murderer.
Got the murderer?
Jamesy Farlin, of course. He was at the bonfire and he attacked me there. What more do you want?
A bit more, Miss Brooke. Farlin's story is that he was near the foot of Aunt's throne when he saw the bonfire go up. He came back up the slope as fast as he could and was just about at the top when he heard you scream. Then you came running and, so he says, flung yourself at the fire. He thought you were going to get burned, so he grabbed you and hauled you back. You struggled like mad and you both fell to the ground. Wasn't that his way of it, Hector?
Aye, that's right, Inspector.
Any comment, miss?
Only that it might be the truth.
Aye, so it might. Especially as Dougal McCrae was with them at the time. Well, that's all for now, Miss Brooke. You'll be about all day, I take it?
I'll be on the hill myself, Inspector. There's still someone missing, you know.
I hadn't forgotten, miss.
Hello, Mr. Hay.
Hello there. Doesn't this sunshine make a difference? Yesterday, under that lowering sky, it seemed the right sort of setting for a tragedy, but today...
And yet Roberta Syme's body is somewhere up here.
We can't be sure that she's dead.
After 2 nights and a day, she must be. But we've still got to find her, if only to help the police hunt down this madman.
You're convinced that he's insane?
Well, only a maniac would go in for 2 elaborate ritual killings. He must be caught, Mr. Hay.
He will be, I'm sure. Looks as though those chaps seem to have abandoned the Black Spout for the time being.
Do you suppose they found her?
Doesn't look like it. I'd better get across. Coming, Miss Brooke?
No, I'll carry on my own.
In which direction?
Up by the Black Spout.
But that area's had a pretty thorough going over.
Have you ever had the feeling that although others have looked and looked for something and failed to find it, you simply must satisfy yourself that it isn't there?
Yes, I have. Well, don't you get lost.
I'll try not to, Mr. Hay. Oh, idiot to come here. I should have joined men. Rest. No, not again. Keep on going. What? Gleaming long roots. Shining like silver. Brooch. I'm sure I've seen one like that before. I saw someone wearing one exactly the same. Of course. Roberta. Now try and think. Think. Be rational. Oh, others have given up, so useless for me research. But must carry on till I drop. Ledge. Can't possibly. It's too narrow. Must. Roberta could... Oh, thank God. Oh, it's so still. Frighteningly still. Roberta? Roberta? A cave. A little cave. Oh, Roberta. Roberta. Child, you're safe now. You're safe now. Who's that?
My God, you found her.
Oh, Roderick. Thank heavens. Oh, what a fright I got when I heard your footsteps. Yes, I found her. And she's alive.
Alive?
Yes, she is. I heard her moaning.
Yes, she's alive, but only just, I'd say.
I'll stay with her, Roderick. You go and get the others. You'll go far faster than I could.
Janet, I left my haversack at the other end of the ledge. My brandy flask's in the pocket. Fetch it, will you?
Okay.
What? Did you catch what she said?
It sounded like Marion killed. It was Roderick. I think she knows who did it.
You're right. And by heaven, she's going to stay alive till she tells us. Get that brandy, please. I'll try and ease her into a less cramped position. Yeah. Once she's had a sip of that brandy, we can get it over her throat. You'll get along to the end of the ledge and yell bloody murder till someone comes. Then if you don't like the look of whoever comes, you just bloody murder for me. Now, hurry.
Okay, just let me tuck her hands in. Roderick, her eyelids, they flickered. She's coming to. It's Jeanette, my dear. Oh, what a pity. She's passed out again.
Poor youngster, she...
Roderick, did you notice the way she looked?
Oh, just now, do you mean?
Yes. She opened her eyes wide for a second or two, and it was as though she saw something that terrified her.
But what?
Roderick, there's someone out there, on the ledge, coming this way. See who it is?
Oh, it's Corrigan and Drury. Oh, yes, and Brain. Mrs. Corrigan's bringing up the rear. We found her, Corrigan. One of you will have the nearest party with a stretcher. She's alive. It won't be long now till we have her back at the hotel.
Thank heaven for that. Roderick,
Hmm?
I've only just realized that Roberta has only to recover enough to speak, and a man staying at the hotel is going to be charged with a double murder.
I'm putting Constable Neil on to guard you, lassie. The district nurse is away to a tricky maternity case on the other side of the island, so we'll not be seeing her before the morning. And that raises a question. Who's going to look after Miss Symes in the meantime? Do you know anything about nursing?
Not much, I'm afraid.
But enough maybe to keep an eye on Miss Symes.
Well,
Would you stay with her tonight and watch her for me?
I'm willing enough to try, but surely there's someone more competent.
Hasn't it struck you, miss, that you are the only woman in the hotel who wasn't here at the time of the first murder?
But, Inspector, you can't suspect a woman, sure.
Maybe not, but Mrs. Corrigan and Mrs. Persimmon have husbands. And I want no one in that room the girl's in who's in any way involved. No one on any pretext whatsoever, you follow me? When I came down from having a look at Miss Symes, Mrs. Persimmon and Mrs. Cowdery Simpson were attending to them.
I understood you said you didn't want anyone near Robert who was in any way involved.
There's no danger with the two women there. Anyhow, Neil's around.
Neil? Oh, the constable who's to be my watchdog.
One of them, anyway. Sergeant Monroe and I will never be far away.
How's Roberta now, Mrs. Cowdery Simpson?
There's not much change. We've made her as comfortable as can be. All we can do now is wait for the doctor.
Does Inspector Mackenzie really expect the murderer to try and get in here?
I wouldn't be knowing what the inspector thinks, ma'am.
Well, what do you think, Constable Neil?
The murderer knows that if she talks, we've got him.
Oh, I've been looking for you, Janet.
I went out for a breath of fresh air.
The doctor's examined her, hasn't he?
Yes.
How does he rate her chances?
He seems to think she has a goodish chance.
She's still unconscious, of course.
I'm afraid so, Roderick. Well, there was nothing really I could usefully do, so I felt I was better out of the way.
She's in your room, isn't she?
Yes.
Oh, where have they put you, Janet?
Oh, I'm not moving rooms. The inspector wants me to stay there tonight.
As a sort of night nurse?
Sort of.
But, Janet, I'm not happy about you having to...
I'll be all right, Roderick.
Oh, does the inspector think there's still a threat to Roberta?
I believe so. But Roberta will be safe enough, and by the same token, so will I, so don't worry.
Very well, then I won't. As a matter of fact, I've a hunch that you're the only person in the hotel who isn't endangered from the murderer.
Roderick, I know how horrible it must be for all of you, this feeling that you're a suspect. I think I'd like a drink. Will you join me?
So long as you let me buy you one. What will you have, Janet?
Sherry, please. Medium.
I'll get them from the bar. It saves time.
Okay. I'll be in the lounge.
As I was about to say, I hope the police can protect that poor girl from the beast that's loose among us. There is a murderer in this room. You can't get away from that fact.
Not necessarily, Mrs. Cowdery Simpson. Grant, Drury, Major Persimmon, not to mention Jamesy Farlane, aren't here. They lengthen the odds more than a little.
I hope this is to your taste, Janet.
Oh, you're back, Roderick. I didn't see you come in.
Perhaps neither did Brain. I am here now. How does that affect the odds? And what odds?
Well, it seems we're beginning to take seriously the idea that someone in this hotel is a murderer.
Drink okay, Janet?
Yes, thanks.
I imagine the police can be relied on to get on with their job.
If they only look after Roberta Sidens properly, she'll do it for them.
A police officer will be watching her all night, and I'm staying with her too. Actually, she's in my room.
Won't you be frightened?
I don't think so, Mrs. Corrigan. By the way, where's Mr. Drury?
Gone to the garage, I think, to fetch a book from his car.
Why so interested, Miss Brooke? Has the inspector asked you to spy on us?
Oh,
Mrs. Corrigan,
it's all right, Roderick. Mrs. Corrigan's suggestion isn't really so outrageous. I'm certainly cooperating with the police, as I hope we all are. And if that means giving the inspector an account of anyone's movements at any time, I'll do so.
Good for you, Miss Brooke.
I second that. Once a man puts his hand to murder, he's automatically an outcast.
That's a strong statement, sir.
All the same, it's absurd that we should all be treated as suspects. The police must have some idea who did it.
If they haven't now, they certainly will have as soon as Roberta Symes can speak.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's you, is it?
Why, it's our little copper's nark.
Don't you dare speak to me like that, Nicholas Drury. You've got no right.
So, my sweet Gianetta, you keep telling me. Where were you going in such a hurry?
It's none of your damned business.
It's anyone's business in this murderous locality to stop you wandering about on your own. And where's your gallant with the golden hair? Why isn't he playing bodyguard?
You always did have a nasty tongue, Nicholas.
Yes, I did, didn't I? But I'm quite serious as it happens. You're altogether too fond of wandering about this place alone. Or with someone you don't really know. Aren't you scared?
I wasn't until now.
So you're afraid I'll kill you, Gianetta mia. Do you really think I'll do it, Gianetta? And all for what?
Do you need a reason?
What's your proof?
I haven't any.
If you had, would you hand me over?
I don't know, Nicholas.
You were my wife.
I know that, but...
You always used to say that you didn't believe in divorce.
It wasn't my fault we got divorced.
Even so, according to what you used to preach, you should still think of yourself as bound to me. Do you still? Now?
Now? I don't follow.
No. I was harking back to the blonde boyfriend.
Damn you, Nicholas.
Oh, you've got a tricky problem, haven't you, Gianetta? Loyalty versus civic duty. Or is it old lad versus the new? It would simplify matters for you emotionally. I mean, if you could hand me over to the law this very minute.
If I were still your wife, legally, I shouldn't help to incriminate you, even if I could. You see, as your wife, I'd feel identified with you in all you did. But I'd leave you. I couldn't stay with you knowing that you were...
Kane?
Yes.
And as things are?
As things are, I don't know, goddamn you. Let me by.
The doctor left instructions, Miss Brooke. I've written them down for you. They're on the bedside table. Mostly it's a matter of keeping the patient in the room warm. The doctor's off to a confinement, but if there are any problems, I have to ring up the Broadford Hospital for advice.
So if I'm worried about anything, I send Constable Neil for you?
No, use the phone there. I'm occupying what was Miss Maring's room. Constable, you know what you have to do, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sergeant Monroe will relieve you at 2 a.m., and I'll be along now and again to make sure everything's in order. Let me see. All right, the window. See, there's a mist coming down, a pity. Anyhow, that's the window snipped. You've a long night ahead of you, but a safe one, I hope. Oh, one thing more. Major Persimmon will keep the generator running all night, so the lighting will be on. Try to get some rest, miss. Neil will let you know right away if Miss Symes stirs.
Very well, Inspector.
I'll say good night, then.
Good night.
Constable Neil.
Sir?
As soon as I go out, you'll lock the door. Understood?
What is it, Sergeant? Roberta, is she...
She's scarcely stepped since you refilled the hot water bottles. But you were having a nightmare. You were muttering, and I thought you'd rather I woke you. I'm worried about the fire, too.
What about the fire?
It's almost out, miss.
So we'd better get it going again. The doctor said the room must be kept warm. We should have asked Mrs. Persimmon for some wood to help us keep the fire going.
Will I go and get some, then? I can't find where it's kept. When I was having a look round earlier on, I saw a pile in a shed at the back.
Should you go, do you think?
Well, either I go or that fire goes out.
Well, if I turn the key in the door and don't open till you get back, there'll be no harm done. But I must be sure that it's you I open it for.
I'll give a knock like this.
Okay, Sergeant. Okay, Sergeant. Oh, Daniel. Go on, burn, confound you. You're all right, my pet. All right. But you must keep covered. That's it, child. Rest's the thing. Oh. Is that you, Sergeant Monroe?
No, it's Inspector Mackenzie. Unlock the door, lad.
Just a minute, Inspector. I must finish remaking Roberta's bed.
Mackenzie here. What is it?
Quickly. He's at the door. Oh, hurry, please. Oh.
What's wrong, Inspector? Where the devil have you been, Sergeant? To get wood, sir? Oh, your hand up, have you?
Now, Miss Brooke, are you there? This is Inspector Mackenzie, and Sergeant Monroe is with me. Go on, man, tell her you're here. I wanted to be sure that there are two of us and that we're who we say we are.
It's me, miss. And I've got the wood. I'll knock.
Okay. I'll unlock now.
Don't you touch that handle, nor this side of the door.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Inspector. He was at the door. The
Now,
murderer.
you sit down there, miss. It's all right. I'll hear all about it in a minute or two. Don't you bother trying to talk just yet. Sergeant, get the fingerprinting equipment from my room and get the outside of that door a good going over.
Right, sir.
Inspector Mackenzie, do you know who the murderer is?
I could make a pretty good guess, but we've no real proof as yet. And if that lassie on the bed there doesn't tell us something soon, I'm afraid of what may happen next. You take tonight, for instance. He took a desperate chance and very nearly got away with it.
He'll tempt his luck once too often.
He's not just lucky, Miss Brooke. He's diabolically cool. Did you feel up to finishing your watch, Miss Brooke?
Yes, of course.
Good. But don't send Sergeant Monroe away again for anything.
I won't, Inspector.
Have you something to help you pass the time, then?
I found a book, Golden Bough.
Golden Bough. Isn't that about primitive religions?
I wouldn't know.
I'll not be on the end of the telephone, miss. I've one or two things to do. But don't worry. Sergeant Monroe will be back in a minute, and I'll not leave you till he comes.
You're sure you'll get him, Inspector?
Oh, yes. We'll get him. What is it, Miss Brooke?
The Golden Bough. The book you saw me with last night. I put a marker in the bit I'd like you to read.
Central Highlands bonfires, 1st of May, human sacrifice, island of sky very combustible. Where did you find this?
In the lounge.
And when did you read this passage?
Last night after you'd gone. I was just browsing through.
Do you know whose book this was?
No.
You had other things to tell me, I believe. Now, Miss Brooke, what was it you thought I ought to know?
The cut climbing rope.
Yes?
On my first night here, I lay awake for hours. I came downstairs to the lounge in search of my handbag. While I was there, I spoke to Alistair Brain. But before that, I'd heard someone in the porch, almost certainly James Farnan. Well, Alistair told me then that Mr. Corrigan had been fishing with them and had already come back to the hotel. Later, his wife said he didn't get in until 3 o'clock, but it was 2:30 when I spoke to Alistair Brain.
What you're really trying to tell me is that each of these three men, Farland, Brain and Corrigan, had the opportunity to tamper with the women's climbing ropes on the night before the climb.
Yes, I suppose so.
Then where does Dougal McRae's third climber come in?
He might be innocent and just be frightened.
Have you anything more to tell me?
Well, there was Miss Mayling's doll. Oh, but maybe you know about it.
Yes, I do, as it happens. Mrs. Corrigan told me about it. She did it to frighten Miss Mailing away from the hotel for reasons of her own.
Well, it appears to have worked.
Quite so. Is there anything else?
No, Inspector.
You're lying to me, aren't you?
No.
Lassie, I think you told me a lie last night, didn't you?
A lie?
You said you hadn't guessed who the murderer was. Do you really believe that a woman of Marion Bradford's experience wouldn't have noticed that the rope was damaged when she put it on? Do you really think that the rope was damaged in the hotel porch that night?
No.
I'll tell you how we think this murder was done. You realize, of course, that Roberta Symes never climbed the Spoutandu at all.
No?
Well, you found her. Was there a rope in her body?
No, there wasn't. Of course, I see it now. If she'd been middleman on the rope, the murderer couldn't have cut it between her and Marion.
We think he contrived to meet Marion Bradford and the girl on Blavan. He suggested doing the climb with Miss Bradford, Roberta being left to spectate. When he got Miss Bradford out of sight...
He could cut the rope then without being seen.
Just so. From where she was watching, Roberta Symes would see what appeared to be an accident, her friend falling. Then she would hear him shout that he was coming back. She, meanwhile, would wait for him in who knows what agony of mind. And in turn, as he planned it, he'd throw her down.
Oh, no,
If a man's a murderer, Lassie, he doesn't deserve to be defended.
But loyalty...
Your loyalty is to the rest of us.
Even if I had guessed who the murderer was, it would only be a guess. What more can I do to help you catch him? I've told you everything.
No, you haven't, Miss Brooke. And if you're holding back the evidence I need, then I must warn you...
I haven't any evidence. I swear I haven't, and if I had... Oh, my God, I must get out of here. I've got to have time to think.
Good morning, ma'am. I was hoping to have a word with you, but if you're in a hurry, then...
Good morning, Dougal. Hurry? No, well, that is...
Well, it was today I was taking you fishing, Miss Brooke. Had you forgotten?
Fishing? I'm sorry, but it seems odd to be thinking about fishing after all this.
Oh, to be sure it does. But you'll be better out in the clean air fishing and taking your mind off things. And take my word for it, ma'am.
What's the weather going to be like?
No, it's fine now, but there could be a bit of mist coming in off the sea later on.
Can I take time for a cigarette, Dougal?
Oh, of course, miss, and I'll have a draw at my pipe. You've no objections.
Heavens, no. Have as many drawers as you like. Now, where's my packet? Too many pockets, that's my trouble. Oh, damn. Roberta's brooch. I meant to hand it over to Inspector Mackenzie. I must...
Where did you get this?
Up near the Spoutandu. Miss Symes must have dropped it.
That brooch belonged to my daughter.
Oh.
I'd just given it to her for her birthday, and she was wearing it for the first time when she went out that night. You give it to the inspector, and you tell him where you found it. God knows it won't help my lassie now, but it might help him. Well, if we don't catch anything now, we won't have the excuse that it was too bright.
I don't think we're in the mood to carry on fishing. Anyway, rotten mist's getting thicker while we're talking.
Don't you worry about it, monsieur. Just you bide where you are till I get our tackle from where we left it.
If you can find it.
No, I'll manage. I'll just have to walk along the bank till I come to it. You bloody murdering bastard!
What is it,
Run, lassie! Run! Run!
Oh, Roderick warned. Sink if you stand still. Must keep moving.
Gianetta!
Only Nicholas calls me that.
Are you there, Gianetta? Don't be afraid.
Don't answer. Not let him know where... Oh, thank God. Thank God I'm out of the mist. Thank heaven.
Janet?
Oh, Roderick.
Oh, Janet.
Oh, Roderick. Oh, you can't imagine.
Oh, Janet, just sit down. Get this boulder. Take off your coat. It's soaked through.
I'll be okay in a minute, Roderick.
Oh, you know, don't you?
Yes, I know. But back there with the mist all round, Nicholas was hunting me down.
I told you you were safe from him. I was wrong, though.
It was wrong of me to try to protect him once I suspected that he was what he is.
Why did you?
Because I'm his wife.
Were his wife, Janet?
Loyalty dies hard.
Why talk about loyalty when you mean love? That's it, isn't it?
I suppose so.
What exactly happened?
The mist closed in. We'd left our rods and other bits and pieces down on the bank, and Dougal had gone to collect them. There was sound of a struggle. I got in a panic and ran. While I was floundering about, I heard him calling Gianetta. He was within yards of me at times.
He must know that you've guessed what he is.
I should think so.
How far away?
Only minutes ago, since he was far too close.
Come on. On your feet. Here, let me give you a pull-up.
We're above the mist now. Shouldn't we wait till it clears all the way down?
We're not going down. We're going up.
What do you mean, Roderick?
I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills. Now, don't ask questions. Do as I say. Are you putting on your coat?
No, I'll carry it. It's really too wet.
Oh, let me have it then. Here.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I must get my handkerchief out of the pocket.
Here, you pulled something else out. What's this, Janet?
Oh, brooch. It was Heather McRae's.
Uh-huh.
I found it yesterday near that dreadful ledge. I thought it was Roberta's, but today Dougal McRae recognised it as his daughter's. Oh, my God.
What's wrong, Janet?
You told me about the little pile of jewellery found on the ledge. You told me about it when you were describing Heather's murder. A bracelet, you said, and a brooch and other things. But the brooch wasn't on the ledge when the body was found. And since she'd only been given it that day for her birthday, you couldn't have known about it unless you'd seen her wearing it. Unless you, yourself, put it on the ledge beside the bonfire.
What a pity you remembered.
So it wasn't Nicholas. You were the killer.
I really am sorry, Janet. I knew when I overheard you talking to Dougal McRae back there by the river that sooner or later you'd remember about the brooch, but I'd no intention of killing you. But of course I'll have to now. No, don't try and make a run for it. And don't scream, Janet, because then I'll have to throttle you and... Well, I always cut their throats if I can. It's the best way.
Why did you kill Heather McRae?
They wanted it.
They?
The mountains. A life a year. That's what they need. They must have the May Day sacrifice they received when the world was young and when men knew that gods lived on the mountains. Now, together we collected the 9 woods, the algoric and the oak to make the wild fire. She helped me to build it. Then I cut her throat.
But why did you kill Marion Bradford?
The little one talked sacrilege, chattering about conquering Everest. Impudence. Bradford was no better. that was quite easy. That dreadful, stupid woman was a little bit in love with me. She was delighted when I met them up by the Spout and Dhu and offered to show her the climb across it.
I suppose you thought they were both dead when you left them.
They should have been. Wasn't it bad luck? I've been along that ledge 3 times already. Never occurred to me that she'd reached that little cave. Anyhow, you found her.
I did.
Yet you nearly gave me the chance I wanted, Janet.
When you asked me to go for your flask?
A little pressure on the throat and... But you came back too soon.
That explains.
What?
While I was trying to make her comfortable, she opened her eyes. She seemed to be looking at someone beyond me and was terrified. For an instant, I thought it might have been Nicholas who'd found his way into the cave, but it was you she saw. She knew that you were the killer.
Of course she knew, Janet. But you were so sure Drury had killed the Bradford creature and Beagle.
Why Beagle?
At night, on the mountainside, he wouldn't stop talking about Everest having been conquered, as he put it. Everest! Snow was defiled and trampled where I'd hoped no human being would ever set his sacrilegious feet. You said that, Janet, do you remember? You spoke about Everest like that, and because you did, I thought I could never hurt you. But Beagle... I followed him downhill, caught him from behind, and killed him. Now, my knife. Where is it? I was sharpening it on a stone. I put it down somewhere.
There it is, Roderick. On the ground, just behind you.
Where? I don't see it. Janet, come back. You won't get away.
That ledge. Must reach that ledge.
Come down here, Janet.
Come down here, Janet. You are trapped. Very well, I shall have to come up.
Keep away! There are plenty of stones here. Big ones. Stay where you are. I'll smash your head in.
That piece of rock would smash my skull. You couldn't do a thing like that, could you?
No, I can't. I can't!
I thought not, Janet.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, Gianetta. I can.
Nicholas, I'm perfectly all right now. Tell me, please, what happened when you caught him?
Well, he put up a pretty desperate struggle, and I shouldn't like to bet on what the outcome might have been if Sergeant Munro and his sidekick hadn't arrived on the scene.
That's a nasty cut on your cheek.
Oh, Olive. Here comes the law in all its majesty. Hello, Inspector.
I'm for off as good as. We're just waiting for transport to take us and the accused back to Inverness. Are you quite recovered, Miss Brooke?
Quite, thank you.
Good. Well, it would seem I was wrong in thinking that you were withholding vital evidence.
But what did you imagine I knew that I hadn't told you?
I thought you'd recognized the man you saw in front of the bonfire.
I hadn't.
I believe you now. Even so, I could have sworn you were lying about something.
I was, but not about that.
Concerning Mr. Drury, I suspect. It doesn't matter now. Take care of her, sir. She's had a rough time.
I will, Inspector.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Drury, I hope you've a license for that gun of yours. Now I'll say goodbye to you both.
Goodbye, Inspector Mackenzie.
Bye, Inspector. My God, you have me worried, Gianetta. The inspector had put Neil on to watch Grant, but the mist came down and Grant gave him the slip. I knew where you and Dougal were fishing, so I made my way upriver. I heard a yell from Dougal, so I ran like blazes. I found your rods, but you'd gone. I started a frantic search for you, which landed me in that damn bog.
I know, I heard you. I was scared out of my wits. I thought you were the murderer. And you didn't help by calling in such a sinister way.
Well, I didn't want him to reach you before I could.
So you knew then that it was Roderick?
So did Inspector Mackenzie, but there was no proof.
What was the information the inspector was waiting for from London?
It concerns Roderick Grant's family. His mother died when he was born, and his grandmother, his father's mother, brought him up. Then she died in an asylum.
Oh, Nicholas, how dreadful. So his father's family...
Exactly. His father had always been a stern, God-fearing Presbyterian. His son only mattered to him as someone to whom he could pour out his cranky theories about customs and legends of the Highlands and Islands. Grant must have spent a large part of his childhood listening to his father's garbled versions of the old folklore, of which the so-called ritual murder of Heather McRae was the eventual spin-off.
I know, I found some of the bits in the Golden Bough.
My Golden Bough, which you handed to the inspector. What, I wonder, would you have done had you known it was mine?
But I did know it was yours, Nicholas. There was an envelope inside it addressed to you in Daddy's handwriting. By the way, how come that Daddy knew you were here?
Well, I remember that he had the book, so I phoned to ask if he'd sent it on to me. You see, Grant had made one or two remarks that struck me as being half-remembered quotes from the Golden Bough. When I saw how the author's details checked with poor Heather McRae's May Day sacrifice...
May Day?
May 13th is May Day, according to the old calendar. Well, everything fitted, in a bizarre sort of way. So I showed the book to Inspector Mackenzie.
When?
Last week.
And he knew the book was yours?
Of course.
Did he never suspect you?
Well, he may have done to begin with, along with Hubert Hay and Grant. You see, Hay and I had both displayed some knowledge of local folklore. Hay, however, had an alibi provided by you in the case of Marion Bradford's murder, and I had indicated my innocence by putting the police on the right track via the Golden Bough. So that left Grant.
Then why did the inspector seem so sorry for me when he was lecturing me about loyalties?
You assume, don't you, that he was lecturing you because he thought you were being loyal to me?
Do you mean he thought it was Roderick I'd seen by the bonfire?
Exactly. He was pretty sure by then that Grant was the murderer, and he suspected you of shielding him because you'd fallen for him. I'm afraid I told him so on the scant evidence of Roderick Grant's marked interest in you.
You told the inspector I was in love with Grant?
I did. Sorry, Jeanette. Sheer dog-in-the-manger stuff. Jealousy exaggerates, you know. So when you seemed to be holding back evidence about Grant, Mackenzie took it that you yourself suspected him, but was loath to give him away.
That's absurd. I thought he had backs of charm. I wasn't in love with him.
Oh, why not?
We'll skip that, if you don't mind. When did the inspector finally decide that Roderick Grant was his man?
Brain, Corrigan, Persimmon or Beagle could have had an unacknowledged interest in folklore, but Marion's murder narrowed the field down appreciably, since it pointed clearly to the fact that the murderer was a first-rate climber. Now, Beagle was the only one of that lot who was, and it wasn't long until he was murdered. So that...
Left Roderick?
Yes. Trouble was to pin anything on him. Roberta, of course, could have provided more than enough evidence. But there was also the chance that she'd have mercifully forgotten all about the whole ugly episode. Mackenzie phoned London asking for information about Grant. He was going to risk pulling him in if they came up with anything that would give him a pretext for doing so. This morning, word came back that Grant's father died in a mental home 2 years ago.
Oh, no.
Well, that, of course, was quite enough to warrant his being detained. But that damned mist rolled in from the sea like curtains. Grant managed to give Constable Neil the slip and go hounding after you. Oh, Gianetta, what a risk you ran.
Dougal didn't hurt him, did he?
No, he arrived on the scene hell-bent on revenge, but he calmed down when he saw Grant.
Why?
Grant had gone to pieces. I'd just hit him on the jaw, hard. Yet there he was, smiling at me like a bewildered child and wiping the blood away. He just stood smiling at us. Dougal said, "Come on, laddie," and he went quite happily with them. Then he started to sing.
Sing?
Well, croon, sort of. "I to the hills will lift mine eyes, from whence doth come mine aid." Oh, the poor crazy devil.
Poor Roderick Grant.
You did see me, didn't you, in the corridor with Marcia Mailing?
Yes.
I want you to know that in this instance I was more kissed than kissing.
All night?
Meaning what, Gianetta?
I passed Marcia Mailing's room during the night. I heard voices, and one was a man's.
I see. Well, I didn't spend the night with her. I merely got myself momentarily, how should I put it, waylaid. I should think the man you heard was Hartley Corrigan. That's why he came back early from fishing that night. Yet Alma Corrigan said he didn't get to bed until 3 o'clock. Well, well. Evidently he'd found his way to another bed before that.
Poor Alma.
Oh, I think the worse ever for them, too. And now, shall we talk about us? No, don't speak. I want you back, Gianetta. I do most damnably want you back. I do love you, my darling. I don't think I ever stopped loving you. Have me back. Please.
I never did have any pride so far as you were concerned, Nicholas.
You know, it wasn't just coincidence that I met you here. When your father told me you were due a holiday...
Don't ever leave me again, Nicholas. I don't think I could bear it.
Never again.
What do you bet? That when we arrive at Tenjabus, Mother will meet us as though nothing had ever happened and show us to the spare room.
Then we better get married again before we get there. Wildfire at Midnight was adapted by Stuart Hunter from the novel by Mary Stuart. The part of Gianetta...
There's nothing wrong that a short holiday won't cure. Hugo thinks I should take myself off to some quiet spot.
was played by Ursula Smith. Roderick Grant...
I'd no intention of killing you, but of course I'll have to now.
by Stephen MacDonald. And Nicholas...
Ah, here comes the law in all its majesty. Hello, Inspector.
by Roy Boucher. Marcia...
His throat's been cut, and there's ash scattered over it. The murderer's been here.
was played by Claire Richards. Dougal...
He was wearing it for the first time when she went out that night.
by Murdo MacDonald. And the Inspector...
The doctor left instructions, Miss Brooke. I've written them down for you. They're on the bedside table.
by John Shedden. Alistair was played by Derek Gilbert. Hubert and Corrigan by Brian Carey. Mrs. Corrigan, Gertrude Bryce. Mrs. Brooke and Marion, Thelma Barlow. Roberta, Sally Farrell. Beagle, Arthur Boland. Persimmon, Clement Ashby. And Police Sergeant, Charles Batiste. Wildfire at Midnight was produced in our Glasgow studios by Stuart Conn.
In Toad of Toad Hall by A.A. Milne, which has been adapted from Kenneth Grahame's classic story, The Wind in the Willows, you can hear Derek Smith as Toad, Bernard Cribbins as Rat, Richard Goulden as Mole, Cyril Luckham as Badger, and Hugh Paddock as the Judge. The Fraser Simpson music has been especially adapted for this radio production by Peter Hope.
the meadow which dreams in the sun, blue overhead and green your bed. Sleep, little people, lullaby, lullaby, lullaby.
The riverbank. A warm morning in spring. Nurse was knitting a sock, but seems to have fallen asleep. This leaves Marigold to amuse herself. She's lying on her front and talking down the telephone. At least she has the trumpet of one daffodil to her ear and of another to her mouth, and has apparently just got on to the exchange.
Hello? Is that the exchange? I want Riverbank 1001. Hello? Is that the Water Rat's house? Is that Mr. Rat speaking? Good morning, Mr. Rat. This is Marigold speaking. Yes, well, almost alone. Nurse is here, but she's asleep. How's Mr. Badger and Mr. Mole? Oh, haven't you seen him? Well, I expect he's very busy spring cleaning. You see, when your house is all basement, there's such a lot of spring cleaning to be done. Yes, I prefer riverside residence too. May I really come one day? How lovely! Oh, no, not tomorrow. I'm having tea with Mr. Toad. Oh, yes, conceited, but so nice. Oh, will you really?
Well,
And if Mr.
I declare, Miss Marigold, you do think of funny things.
Oh, Nurse is awake. Goodbye. Have you been overhearing, Nurse?
I couldn't help it, dearie, you're that funny. With your Mr. Rat and Mr. Toad and Mr. Badger and all, just as if they were human beings.
Oh, but so they are.
Human beings?
Yes, I mean, they're as human to themselves as we are to us.
Well, it's no good, dearie, I can't follow it.
I mean, they must seem quite big and grown up and human to each other. And if we lived in their world, then they'd seem big and grown up to us, just like real people.
Oh, now fancy that. You might almost have seen them, the way you talk.
Well, I have.
Never.
Yes, one morning. I came out here early, or ever so early. Nobody was up. You weren't up, and the birds weren't up, and even the sun wasn't up. And everything was so still that there was no sound in all the world, except just the wind in the willows, whispering ever so gently.
Well, and what happened?
Well, I sat there and waited for everything to wake up. And then, by and by, I heard something. Music, very thin and clear and far off. And then there was the sun, and it was daylight, and it seemed as if I'd just woken up myself. But it was all different. Something had happened. I didn't know what, but I seemed to understand more than I did before, to have been with them.
Oh, yes. I can hear something.
Listen. That's the music again. Quick, hide.
Scrape and stretch and scrabble and Scrooge and scrabble. Scrape and scratch. Up we go, up we go. Pop. Oh, this is fine. This is better than whitewash. Hang spring cleaning. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Blow spring cleaning. Is that a river? Oh my, oh my. Bother spring cleaning. What's that?
Busy in the river. Hello, Mole.
Hello, Walter Rat.
Don't seem to have seen you about before.
Well, I don't go out very much as a rule.
Prefer home life? I know. Very good thing, too, in its way.
Yes, you see, this is a river, isn't it?
The river?
Well, I've never seen a river before.
Never seen a...
No.
You've never...
No.
Well, what have you been doing, then?
Is it as nice as that?
Nice? My dear young friend, believe me, it's the only thing. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, half so much worth doing as simply messing about by a river. Simply messing about by a river. Or in a river, or on a river. It doesn't matter which.
But then, what do you do?
Well, nothing. Just mess about. That's the charm of it. You're always busy, and yet you never do anything in particular. And when you've done it, there's always something else to do.
Yes.
And you can do it if you like, but you'd much better not.
Yeah.
And so you've never even seen a river before? Well.
I'm afraid you must think me very ignorant.
Oh, not at all. Naturally, not being used to it. Look here. What are you doing today?
Well, I was spring cleaning.
On a day like this?
Yes, you see, that's just it. Sometimes I seem to hear a voice within me say, whitewash. And then another voice says, hang whitewash, and I don't quite know which of the voice. I don't...
What?
Hang whitewash.
That's the spirit. Well, what I was about to suggest was a trifle of lunch here on the riverbank. And then I'd take you round and introduce you to a few of my friends. Does that appeal to you at all?
Does it appeal to me? Does it? Oh, my.
There. You don't want to get too excited. It's only just a trifle of lunch. Cold tongue, cold ham, cold chicken, salad, French rolls, cress sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, bloater paste, tin peaches, meringues, ginger beer, lemonade, milk, chocolate, oranges. Nothing special, only just a trifle of lunch.
Oh, my. Oh, what a day.
Well, that's all right. You'll feel better soon. Now, you just sit here on this heap of leaves. Don't go falling into the river or anything like that. And I'll be back in 2 minutes with the luncheon basket.
Oh, my. Oh, what a day. What's that?
Now, the very next time this happens, I shall be exceedingly angry. I've had to speak about it before, and I don't want to speak about it again. But I will not have people sitting down on me just as if I'm a part of the landscape. Now, who is it this time? Speak up.
Oh, please, Mr. Badger, it's only me.
Well, if it's only you, that makes a difference. I don't want to be hard on you, but I put it to you that when an animal is being particularly busy underneath a few leaves, thinking very deeply about things, giving himself up to very serious reflection, he does not want to be disturbed. And it is disturbing, my little fellow, to have somebody sitting down carelessly on your person and stretching his legs in an independent sort of way.
Excuse me, Hello, why, it's Mr. Badger.
Ratty, my dear little man, delighted to see you. I was just telling this little fellow...
Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. My friend, Mr. Mole.
Oh, don't mention it. Any friend of yours, Ratty.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Badger? I'm very proud to meet you, and I'm sure I'm extremely sorry.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Any friend of Ratty's may sit down where he likes and when he likes. Oh, I'll know the reason why. Well, and what are you two little fellows doing?
Oh, just having a trifle of lunch. Stay and join us, won't
you? Oh, Mr. Badger, it's a picnic.
Yes, well, picnics aren't too much in my line. Got company coming?
Well, only Mole and myself, unless Toad happens along.
And there's cold tongue, cold chicken, salad, French rolls, cress sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs.
Well, if you're sure there's no company, I'll just sit here. You know, Ratty, I never did like society.
I can't say I see much in it myself.
Sensible animal. What about your friend, Mr. Mole?
Oh, I lead a very quiet life, Mr. Badger. A field mouse or two drops in from time to time, perhaps half a dozen of them, or come carol singing at Christmas, but beyond that I hardly see anybody.
Oh, well, that's right, Ratty. Your little friend promises well.
Yes, but you're sitting on the lunch
He has
badge
the
and we
right
can't-
ideas. How different from one whom we could mention?
Toad? Oh, Toad is all right.
Ah, me.
Oh, I've heard of the great Mr. Toad. Must be a very nice animal.
So simple, so good-natured, so affectionate. Perhaps he's not very clever. We can't all be geniuses. It may be that he is both boastful and conceited, but he has some great qualities, has Toady?
If it were not for the desire to shine before his acquaintances, what a much more dependable animal Toad would be. I knew his father. I knew his grandfather. I knew his uncle, the Archdeacon. Ah, me.
Cheer up, old Badger. We'll take him in hand one day and make a better animal of him.
Indeed, we must. It is a duty I owe to his father. You and me and our friend the mole here, we'll take him in hand and make a better animal of him. That is, if we have any more of his nonsense.
That's right, Badger. But he's a good fellow, Toady. Doesn't mean any harm, you know, just his way.
What is his way?
You tell him, Rat.
Crazes. He always has crazes. First it's for sailing, and then it's for punting, and then it's for astronomy, and then it's for carriage horses, and whatever it is, he always has the most expensive, and lots of them, and knows all about it, or thinks he does. And, oh, just get up a moment, please, Badger. You're sitting on the luncheon basket.
I knew his father. I knew his uncle.
Whatever it is, he must have the best. And then in a week, he's forgotten all about it and started something else.
Society. That's what's undone him. The craving to shine. Very sad, my young friend. Very sad. I knew his grandfather.
Oh, dear, dear.
What his poor father would have said.
Hello, Toady! I thought he'd come along soon. You see, he likes company.
Ah, me.
Hello, you fellows. This is splendid. Hello, old Badger, dear old Ratty. Hello, and dear old Badger, how are you?
So.
Splendid, indeed.
My friend, Mr. Mole.
Oh, how are you? Splendid day. That's good. And old Ratty, and Badger.
We were talking about you, my young friend.
Ah, well, the penalty of fame, eh, Ratty? One gets talked about, one is discussed, one is a topic of conversation, one is speculated about. There it is, one can't help it. Well, Ratty, old man, and how are you?
I'm all right. We were just going to have a trifle of lunch. You'd better join us. I say, Badger, old man, you're sitting on the luncheon basket.
No. You all come up to my house. Come up to Toad Hall. I'll give you lunch, the finest lunch you ever had.
But there's cold tongue, cold ham, cold chicken, salad, French rolls, hard-boiled sandwiches, and...
You wait till you see mine. Ratty knows, eh, Ratty? They're quite famous, been referred to in books. Another select little luncheon party at Toad Hall.
Now, Toad.
Well, I'll get up and be moving.
Well, thank you very much, old chap.
That's right, we'll all be moving. It's only a step to Toad Hall. Jacobean residence.
Tudor, surely.
With bits of Tudor. That's the finest house on the river. You'll like it.
I'm sure I shall.
Well, goodbye, my young friend. We shall meet again, and before very long, if I'm not mistaken. Goodbye, Ratty.
You sure you won't stay to lunch?
But you're coming to lunch with me, old Badger.
Nobody is coming to lunch with you, Toad. Many a time I have lunched at Toad Hall with your father. An animal of few words, but of what an intellect. Ah, me, how different from... I will not go into that now. Hour after hour, when lunch was cleared away, we would sit there meditating. I knew your grandfather, worthy animal that he was. Many a time have I lunched with him at Toad Hall. Little did he think, as we sat there reflecting, that one day... But I shall refer to that later. Goodbye, my unhappy young friend. Oh, me. Oh.
Isn't Mr. Badger feeling very well?
Poor old Badger, he gets that way sometimes. No fire, no spirit, no, what's the word? Allons. Well, we can't all have him. What about lunch?
Yes, he's coming, Toad, he's coming.
Now, try one of these sandwiches. Got the corkscrew? Good. Let me open you one of these bottles. Sit down, Ratty. Make yourself comfortable.
Have you got everything you want, Moley?
Yes, thank you.
That's right. Well now, Toady, and what have you been doing lately, eh? Boating? Haven't seen you on the river this last day or two.
The river? Boating? Bah! Silly boyish amusement. I've given that up long ago. Sheer waste of time. No, I have discovered the real thing. The only genuine occupation.
And what's that? Help yourself, Mole.
What is it? Come up to Toad Hall and you shall see. Oh, pass the sandwiches, Mole. There's a good fellow. Seen any of the Wild Wooders lately?
No.
Who in the Wild Wooders?
They live over there, in the Wild Wood. We don't go there very much, we riverbankers.
Aren't they very nice people over there?
Well, the squirrels are all right, and the rabbits, of course. But there are others. Weasels and stoats and ferrets and so on.
Well, they daren't show their noses round Toad Hall, that they daren't. Pass the brags, Mel. There's a good fellow.
What is that?
Whoa! Oh, whatever's that?
Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere.
Now, isn't this lucky? Just at the psycho something moment. What's the word?
Encyclopedia. That is if you ask me.
I didn't ask you. Ratty, you know the word.
Introduce me to your friends, won't you? I do get so frightfully left out of it.
My dear friends, Mr. Rat, Mr. Mole, this is my horse, Alfred.
Pleased to meet you. If you're coming my way, you must let me take you. Only I do like a little conversation. Encyclopedia, that was the word you wanted.
So this is the latest?
Absolutely the very latest. There isn't a more beautiful caravan, a more compact one, a more... what's the word?
Heavy.
A more up-to-date one, a more...
So this is the latest craze. I understand now, Moley. Boating's played out. He's tired of it. Done with it.
Don't blame me. I wasn't consulted about this at all. But if I had been, I should have said boats. Stick to boats.
My dear old Ratty, you don't understand. Boating, well, a pleasant amusement for the young. I say nothing against it, but there is real life for you in that little cart. The open road, the dusty highway, the heath, the common, the hedgerows, the rolling down.
And the ups. Nobody consults me. Nobody minds what I think.
Well, what do you think of it, Moley?
I think it's lovely.
Glad you like it. What about starting this afternoon?
I beg your pardon. Did I overhear you say something about starting?
Starting, that's what he said. I'm not even consulted.
Come on, we'll just put the rest of the lunch inside. Come on, Moley. Use a hand.
Ratty.
Come on, Ratty, old fellow. This is the real life for a gentleman. Talk about your old river. Come on, Moley. Give us a hand.
I don't talk about my river. You know I don't, Toad. But I think about it. I think about it all the time.
Well, I'll do whatever you like, Ratty. We won't go. I want to stay with you and learn about your river.
No, we'd better see it out now. It wouldn't be safe for him to go off by himself. It won't take long. His crazies never do.
When I was young,
What?
It was considered bad manners to whisper and leave people out of conversation. My own view, since asked, of the climatic conditions is that the present anticyclonic disturbance...
Now then, are you all ready?
No.
Now you get up there, Mo.
Yes,
You on the
right.
other side, Ratty.
Well,
Or would you rather... Oh, Ratty, are you going to lead him? I will if you like. You sure you don't mind? Right, then I'll get up here. Now then, right away.
You mark my words, no good would come of this, but don't blame me, that's all. Don't blame me afterwards. Psychological, that was the word you wanted, not encyclopedia. I thought it seemed funny somehow. Psychological.
popular successful toad. Oh, may his bathroom cistern spring a leak. On Sunday morning, may his collar squeak.
May all his laces tie themselves in knots.
And may his fountain pen make frequent blots. May he forget to wind his watch at night.
And may his dancing pumps be much too tight.
Every elvish toad in Paris will be welcomed by the ferrets. Down with the toad, down with the toad. Day and night the elder weasels hope that he will have the measles. Down with toad, down with toad.
How the happy little stoats laugh when he is off his oats.
Down with toad, down with toad. Toad, toad, down with toad. Toad, toad, down with toad. Down with the popular successful toad.
That's the word. Always come to me if you want the right word. Road hog.
You road hogs! I'll have the law of you rushing about the country at 50 miles an hour, overturning people's caravans. I'll write to all the papers about you. I'll take you through all the courts. Oh, Toady. How are you feeling now, Toady? Mole, come and give us a hand with poor old Toad. I'm afraid he's pretty bad.
I said that no good would come of it, and now you see. A cataclysm. That's what the old things be.
Speak to us, Toady, old man. How is it?
Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. What's he saying?
I think he thinks he's the motor car.
It's all right, Mr. Toad. All right now.
We'll make 'em sit up, Toad. We'll have the law of 'em. We'll get you another little cart. We'll make 'em pay for it.
Another? Oh, thank you, thank you. Not at all. Don't mention it, only too delighted.
Glorious, stirring sight. The poetry of motion. The real way to travel, the only way to travel. Here today, in the middle of next week tomorrow. Oh, bliss, oh, rapture, oh, boop, boop.
Oh, stop being an ass, Toad.
And to think that I never knew all those wasted years that lie behind me. I never knew. I never even dreamt.
Now, look here, Toad. Pull yourself together.
I've done with carts forever. Odd little carts, common little carts, canary-coloured carts. Poop, poop.
What are we to do with him?
Oh, I see what it is. I recognise the symptoms. He's in the grip of a new craze. Well, come along. Let's get him home.
Come along, Alfred.
One of the most distressing cases which has come under our notice. Very sad. Very sad.
Boop, boop. What's that? What's that? Pa! I said, pa! And, pa! 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 What was that? Silly, only. Just an echo. Something to do with the acoustics. Listen. Rat! Oh, well, perhaps it doesn't work sometimes. Something to do with the direction of the wind. I'll try again. Rat!
timorous toad. Well, come and do it. Come and do it if you dare. Yes, that's all you can do, laugh. Anyone can laugh. It's very funny, isn't it? Well, never you mind where I'm going. I'm going to see Badger. That's where I'm going. My friend, Mr. Badger. I'm calling on my old and valued boon companion, the fierce and terrible Badger.
Badger doesn't live here, Toad.
Yes, he does. Yeah. Here he is. Ah, my dear Badger, how are you? Do you think so? Well, you're looking splendid yourself. I never saw you looking fiercer. I said fiercer. This way, my dear Badger.
Goodbye, Toad. Goodbye, Mouse.
Down with Toad. Chilblains and mops to the miserable Toad. Toad, down with Toad. Toad, down with Toad. Frostbite and hiccups to the miserable Toad.
Oh, what's that? Oh, it's nothing. I'm not frightened. I do wish Ratty was here. He's so comforting, is Ratty. Or the brave Mr. Toad. He'd frighten them all away. Oh, what's that? Ratty always said, don't go into the wild wood. That's what he always said. Oh, Ratty, I do wish you were here. It's so much more friendly with two. So much more friendly. What's that? Who is it? Oh. Who is it? What is it? Oh, no.
Molly, it's me. It's old Rat.
Oh, Rat. Oh, dear, Rat.
Oh,
Rat.
there.
Oh, Ratty.
Oh.
I've been so frightened you can't think.
Oh, poor old Mole. Oh, what a rotten time you've had. Never mind. We'll soon be home now. How would a little mulled ale strike you? After you've got into slippers, of course. I made the fire up specially.
Oh, you think of everything, Ratty.
Well, shall we start?
Yeah. Oh, Ratty, I don't know how to tell you, and I'm afraid you'll never want me for a companion again, but I can't. I simply can't go that way now.
Tired?
Aching all over. Oh, Ratty, do forgive me. I feel as if I must just sit here forever and ever and ever. And ever.
Oh.
I'm not a bit frightened now you're with me, and I think I want to go to sleep.
Well, that's all right. But we can't stop here.
I know.
Suppose we go and dig in that mound there and see if we can't make some sort of a shelter out of the snow and the wind.
Yes.
And have a good rest and then start for home a little bit later on.
Yes.
How's that?
Yeah. What?
How's that?
Oh, just as you like.
Well, come on then.
Yes. Oh! My leg! Oh, my poor shin! Oh, my...
Oh, poor old Mole. You don't seem to be having much luck today, do you? What is it? Hurt your shin? Let's have a look at it.
Oh, I must have tripped over a stump or something. Oh, my, oh, my.
Oh, it's a very clean cut. That was never done by a stump. Looks like the sharp edge of something metal. It's funny.
Well, never mind what done it. It hurts just the same whatever done it.
Wait a moment.
What is it?
I thought so.
What is it?
Come and see.
Hello, a door scraper. How very careless of somebody.
Well, don't you see what it means?
Well, of course I see what it means. It means that some very forgetful person has left his door scraper lying about right in the middle of the wild wood where it's sure to trip everybody up. Somebody ought to write to him about it.
Oh, Mole, how stupid you are. There. Now, what's that?
Well, it looks like a doormat.
It is a doormat. And what does that tell you?
Nothing, Rat. Absolutely nothing. Who ever heard of a doormat telling anybody anything? They simply don't do it. They're not that sort. Well, what have you found now?
There. What do you read there?
Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Badger, do not disturb. until Easter Saturday. Oh, Rat.
What do you think of that?
Rat, you're a wonder, that's what you are. I see it all now. You argued it out step by step from the moment when I fell and cut my shin, and you looked at the cut, and your majestic mind said to itself, door scraper. And did it stop there? No, your powerful brain went on working. It said to itself...
Yes, but now let's...
Your powerful brain said to itself, where there's a scraper, there must be a mat.
Yes, quite so. Now, we must get on. Come on, Mole.
I have noticed before, said the wise Mr. Rat, that where there's a scraper, there must be a mat. And did you stop there? No, your intellect still went on working. It said grandly to itself, where there's a doormat,
yes,
there must be a door.
Exactly. And now that we've found it...
Said the wise Mr. Rat, I have noticed before that where there's a doormat, there must be a door. You know, Rat, you're simply wasted here amongst us fellows. Only I had your head.
Yes, but as you haven't, I suppose you're going to sit on that snow and talk all night. Now wake up a bit and hang on to this bell pull while I hammer.
All right.
Now, come on, Mole.
Said the wise Mr. Rat, I have often heard tell that where there's a bell pull, well, there must be a bell.
You what?
Yes, a bell.
Of course.
Yes, a bell.
Like this?
Yeah.
All right. What is it? Who is it? Speak up.
Hello, Badger. It's me, Rat, and my friend Mole. And we've lost our way in the snow, and Mole's that tired you never did.
Oh, my.
Well, Rat and his friend Mole. Well, come along in, both of you at once. Why, you must be perished.
Yes,
well,
we are.
Never lost in the snow.
Yes.
And your friend that tired.
Yes,
well. And in the wild wood at this time of night? No. What will you do first? Toast your toes a bit? I was just glancing at the paper. Or supper now and toast your toes afterwards. It's all ready. I was expecting one or two friends might drop in.
Oh, I think I should like supper at once, please, Mr. Badger.
That's right, Mole. Sensible animal. What about you, Rat?
Well, just as you like. Fine old place this, isn't it, Mole?
What? Oh, that's grand.
Won't your friend try some of those pickles?
Try a pickle, Mole?
Yes, very nice. Well, thank you.
I've been wanting to see you fellows because I've heard very grave reports of our mutual friend Toad.
Oh, Toad. Tut.
Oh, Toad. Tut.
Is his case as hopeless as one has heard?
Going from bad to worse. That's all you can say about him, isn't it, Mole?
That Paul.
Here's another smash-up only last week, and a bad one.
How many has he had?
Cars or smashes? Oh, well, same thing with Toad, really. The last was the 7th.
Alas. I knew his father. I knew his grandfather. Many's the time. Alas, poor witless animal.
I see you really ought to try some of this beef, Ratty.
Oh, no, thanks, really.
I don't know when I've tasted better.
Look, oughtn't we to do something, Badger? We're his friends.
Yes, you're right. The hour has come.
What hour?
Whose hour, you should say, Mole? Toad's hour, the hour of Toad.
Well done, Badger.
We'll teach him to be a sensible Toad.
We'll rescue the poor unhappy animal. We'll convert him. He'll be the most converted Toad that ever was before we finish with him.
Now, the first step is to get him here and reason with him. You know how it is in the present weather. I don't go about much, naturally.
Of course not.
Oh, no.
But once Toad is here...
But how to get him? That's the problem.
Let us apply our minds to it.
Yes.
Whatever's that?
Oh, hello, Toad. I say you ought to try some of this beef.
Toady, whatever's the matter? Another accident? Well, what's happened? Wild wooders?
An unfortunate breakdown in my car. A loose nut, some trifling mishap, left me stranded at the edge of the wood, far from home. I bethought me of my good friend Badger. He would lend me a sleeping suit and put me up for the night. Well, as I came whistling through the wood...
Yes.
Recking naught of danger, I was suddenly seized upon by a gang of rascally ferrets. I set about them light-heartedly, ching, 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 clang, ching, ching, ching. At the most, there was no more than a dozen of them, when suddenly, to my horror, they were reinforced by a posse of scoundrelly weasels.
Oh, I say.
It was then, Ratty and my dear friend Mole, that I wished I had your assistance. 12 of the rascals, yes, but a dozen of them is a different matter. If only you and Mole could have taken a couple of them off my hands, there might have been a different story to tell. Ching, 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 clang, ching, ching. As it was, a rearguard action was forced upon me. A step by step, ching, ching, clang, clang, step by step, ching, clang, ching, clang, step by step,
Won't you sit down again, Toad?
Oh, thank you.
The moment has come, I think, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
You agree?
Yes.
I say, you fella, what is all this?
Toad? I knew your father were the animal that he was. I knew your grandfather. It was also my privilege to be slightly acquainted with your uncle, the Archdeacon. Of that I shall speak further directly. The question I wish to ask you now is this. At the beginning of the breathless story of adventure to which we have just been listening, you mentioned a motor car. Boop, boop. You implied further that this motor car had suddenly lost its efficiency. Am I right in supposing that just at this moment your narrative hovered for an instant on the confines of truth?
What do you mean?
Oh, really, Toad? He couldn't have put it more plainly.
I asked you, Toad, if it is indeed a fact that your 8th motor car is now in as fragmentary a condition as the previous 7.
I had a little accident.
Thank you. And I think that in that case we may begin the treatment.
Yes, I think so.
You agree?
Yes.
Say, you fellows, what is all this?
Now then, Toad. You've disregarded all the warnings we've given you. You've gone on squandering the money your father left you, and you're getting us animals a bad name in the district by your furious driving and your smashes and your rows with the police. We have decided, my friend Ratty here and Mole and I, that it is time we saved you from yourself. I am going to make one more effort to bring you to reason. You will come with me into my study, and there you will hear some facts about yourself. I say the study because, on second thoughts, I have decided, for the sake of your revered grandfather, to spare you the pain of a public reproof.
Yes, Badger. Thank you, Badger.
Well, that's no good. Talking to Toad will never cure him. He'll say anything.
Yes.
We must do something.
Yes.
What's the matter, old fellow? You seem melancholy. Too much beef?
No, Ratty, it isn't that. It was just... Oh, never mind. I spill right directly.
Why, whatever is it?
Oh, nothing, Ratty, nothing. I was just admiring Badger's great big house and comparing it with my own little home, which I haven't seen lately. I should be better soon. I don't know what you must think of me.
Oh, poor old Mole. Been rather an exciting day, hasn't it? And then the same sort of pickles. Tell me about Mole End. We might go and pay it a visit tomorrow if you've nothing better to do.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't be fine enough for you, Ratty.
Oh.
You're used to great big places and fine houses. I noticed directly we came in how you stood with your back to the fire so grandly and easily, just as though it was nothing to you.
Well, you tucked into the beef, old chap.
Yeah, did I?
Rather. Made yourself quite at home. I said to myself at once, Mole is used to going out, I said.
Ooh.
Weekend parties at big country houses, I said. That's nothing to Mole, I said.
Did you really, Ratty?
Oh, rather. Spotted it at once.
Well, of course, there were features about Mole End which made it rather a
feature.
Yes. Yes, the statues. I picked up some statues here and there. You'd hardly think how it livened up the place. There was Garibaldi and the infant Samuel and Queen Victoria and other Italian heroes dotted about in odd corners. It had a very pleasing effect, my friends used to tell me.
I should like to have seen that, Mole. I should indeed. That must have been very striking.
Yes, and it was just about now that they used to come carol singing.
Garibaldi and the others?
Yes. No, the field mice. Yes.
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
Quite an institution they were. They never passed me over. They always came to Mole End last. And I used to give them hot drinks and supper sometimes. Well, when I could afford it.
Yes. Yes, I remember now hearing about it. And what a fine place Mole End was.
Did you really, Ratty?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't very big.
Well, between ourselves, I don't much care about these big places. Cosy and tasteful. That's what I always heard about Mole End.
Oh, Ratty, you are a good friend. I like being with you.
Good old Mole. Oh.
Sit down there, Toad. My friends, I am pleased to inform you that Toad has at last seen the error of his ways. He is truly sorry for his misguided conduct in the past, and he is undertaken to give up motor cars entirely and forever in the future. I have his solemn promise to that effect.
Oh, Toady, I am glad.
There is only one thing which remains to be done. Toad, I want you solemnly to repeat before your friends here what you fully admitted to me in the study just now. First, you are sorry for what you have done and see the folly of it all.
No, I'm not sorry. But it wasn't folly at all. It was simply glorious.
Oh, I thought so.
You backsliding animal. Didn't you tell me just now in there?
Oh, yes, in there. I'd have said it anything in there. You're so eloquent, dear Badger, and so moving and so convincing, and put all your points so frightfully well. You can do what you like with me in there, but thinking it over out here, I see that I'm not a bit sorry, really, so it's no earthly good saying I am now, is it?
Then you don't promise never to touch a motor car again?
Of course I don't. On the contrary, I faithfully promise the very first motor car I see. Off I go in it. Boop, boop.
Oh, there you are, Moley. I told you so.
Very well, then. Since you won't yield to persuasion, we'll try what force can do.
Oh.
I feared it would come to this all along. You'll stay with me, Toad, until a cure has been effected. My friends, Rat and Mole, will also stay with me and help me to look after you. It's going to be a tedious business, but we will see it out.
Yes, indeed.
Poop, poop. Poop, poop. Poop, poop.
Hello, you fellows. Not off yet?
Just going. Toad's quiet now, but keep an eye on him. Yes. I don't trust him.
That's all right.
I believe he's worse than Badger think. Huh? Look after him well, poor old Toad.
That's all right.
Coming, Mole.
He's coming. Coming. Goodbye. Goodbye, Toad.
Goodbye, dear old Moley.
Oh, what a morning. I don't think I ever remember such a morning.
When I was young, we always had mornings like this.
Now, old boy, we're going to have a jolly morning together. So jump up, and I'll do my best to amuse you.
Oh, dear, kind Rat, how little you realize my condition, and how very far I am from jumping up, now, if ever. But don't trouble about me. I hate being a burden to my friends, and I don't expect to be one much longer.
Well, I hope not, too. You've been a fine bother to us all this time. You have really, Toad. Weeks and weeks. And now in weather like this and the boating season just beginning. It's too bad of you.
I'm a nuisance to my friends. I know.
I was thinking about my river yesterday evening. And I wrote a little poem. Do you think you'd like to hear it?
Well, as you will, my dear Ratty. It may comfort my last hours.
It's about the ducks. I used to have such fun with them, you know. You know when they stand on their heads suddenly? Well, then I dive down and tickle their necks and they come up all spluttering and angry and shaking their feathers at me. Of course, they aren't angry, really, because it's all fun. And then I used to sit on the bank in the sun and pretend I was coming in after them again. Duck's Ditty. All along the backwater through the rushes tall, ducks are a-dabbling up tails all. Ducks' tails, drakes' tails, yellow feet a-quiver, yellow bills all out of sight, busy in the river. Everyone for what he likes, we like to be. Heads down, tails up, dabbling free. High in the blue above, swift swirl and call. We are down a-dabbling up tails all. Up tails all.
Thank you. I'm glad to have heard it. Ratty. Ratty?
Oh, yes?
I wonder if I could bother you, but no, you've been too kind already.
Oh, why, what is it? You know we'd do anything for you, all of us.
Then could I beg you, for the last time, probably, to step round to the village as quickly as possible? Even now it may be too late, and fetch the doctor.
But what do you want a doctor for?
Oh, surely you've noticed. But no, why should you? Forget that I asked. Naturally, you want to go on with your poetry. Have you ever done anything in the way of epitaphs?
Look here, old man, of course I'll fetch a doctor to you if you really want one, but it hasn't come to that yet. You're imagining. Now, let's talk about something more cheerful.
I fear, dear friend, the talk can do little in a case like this, or doctors either, for that matter.
Oh.
And by the way,
yes,
while you're in the village,
yes,
would you mind asking my lawyer to step up?
Your lawyer? Oh, he must be bad. All right, Toad, I'll go.
Thank you.
I'll bring the doctor and the lawyer, and we'll be back as quickly as we can.
You're a good fellow, Rat.
It's goodbye, old boy. Keep your spirits up.
Goodbye.
Smart piece of work, that. Brain against brute force, and brain came out on the top. It's bound to. Poor old Ratty. Won't he catch it when Badger gets back? The world has held great heroes, as history books have shown, but never a name to go down to fame compared with that of Toad. Boop, 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 boop.
One judge.
Yes.
12 jury.
Gobble, gobble.
Quack, quack.
Yes.
One policeman witness. That's you.
Here.
Now, don't you go moving or you'll muddle me. One policeman witness and one prisoner. Hello, that's funny. Where's the prisoner?
Well, I know I brought him in, Mr. Usher. Toad, where are you?
Here I am. What are you doing there? Come down out of it. That's where his lordship sits.
Oh, I thought this was where the prisoners went.
Silence for his lordship.
Silence.
Stop saying silence. Oh, worse than ever. Try them with a hush, Mr. Hasher.
Hush!
Please understand once and for all that unless I have complete and utter hush, it will be impossible for the prisoner to be tried.
I don't want to be tried.
Impossible for him to be tried, but not impossible for him to be severely sentenced.
Alack, oh, hapless Toad.
Well, it was fun anyway.
Oh, yeah, the judge will deliver his usual song to the jury.
If an animal errs or a citizen sins, whether rabbit or weasel or ferret, he is certain as soon as the trial begins that I'll polish him off with celerity. And I always come down like a cartload of bricks. On toads and their tricks.
My methods are quick and my eyes on the clock to avoid the delay which a jury hates, especially so when a toad's in the dock, for there's something in toads which infuriates. So I always come down like a truckload of coal. On toads in a hole, toads in a hole. Friends and fellow citizens, we see before us, cowering in the dock, one of the most notorious and hardened malefactors of our time, the indigenous toad. I'm not indigenous. Well, if you're not, you very soon will be. We see before us, I say, this monster of iniquity. And it is our duty to try him fairly and without prejudice, and to sentence him to the very sharpest term of imprisonment that we can think of, so as to learn him not to do it again. We shall then adjourn for lunch. So, I proceed to the charge. The counts against the prisoner are as follows. That all? By the way, is the jury all present? I particularly want the jury to hear this. Just call them out and see.
Certainly, my lord. Mr. Turkey.
Gobble, gobble.
Mr. Duck. Quack, quack. 4 squirrels. 6 rabbits.
I object!
What's the matter? Who is it? What?
Ratty, my little friend. Is it you? I'm delighted to see you. If you'll just wait until I have got this ruffian off my hands, we can have a little talk. What about lunching with me? Go on, please, Mr. Usher.
6 rabbits.
I object, my lord. Object? One of the rabbits is a weasel.
I'm not. I'm a rabbit.
He is a weasel. Oh, dear, dear. A difference of opinion. Mr. Usher, what are we to do? What does one do?
He says he's a rabbit, my lad, and he ought to know.
Well, there's something in that. You can't make a mistake about a thing of that sort.
He is a weasel. I'm not.
That proves it. Why should you say you aren't if you aren't? But of course he says he aren't if he aren't. I mean, if he aren't, then he aren't. So naturally he says he aren't.
But he wouldn't say he wasn't if he wasn't. The other rabbits didn't say they wasn't. Why didn't they say they wasn't? Because they aren't.
Just make a note that I shall want a glass of iced water if this goes on.
Of course, if you aren't, you don't say you aren't. But if you weren't, you would say you were.
But you wouldn't say you aren't if you weren't. And on the other hand, if you're aren't, think we'd better begin this trial all over again.
Yes, my lord, much the best way.
You can tell me your objections afterwards when we have this desperate ruffian safely lodged in a dungeon.
He's a weasel. I know he's a weasel. You can see he's a weasel. It isn't fair.
There. We'll talk about it calmly at lunch.
I wouldn't.
Nice saddle of mutton and red currant jelly.
It's a shame. That's what it is when everybody knows what the weasels are.
I'm a rabbit. Aren't I a rabbit? Say I'm a rabbit, quick. There you are. Naturally, there are lots of different kinds of rabbit. And I'm one of the different kinds.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
I am.
You ratty. Ratty for my sake. Now then, Mr. Usher, all over again.
Mr. Turkey.
Gobble, gobble.
Mr. Duck. 4 squirrels. 5 ordinary rabbits. 1 different kind of rabbit.
Here.
That's the lot, my lad.
What about me?
What is this?
One Alfred. Here.
Lead it out, Constable.
Very well, sir. All right. I only just look in. No esprit de corps. That's what's the matter with them all. No esprit de corps.
Now then, we haven't too much time. The accounts against the prisoner are as follows. First, that he did maliciously steal a valuable motor car without so much as a with your leave or a by your leave. Second, that being in the said motor car, he did drive recklessly and to the common danger. Third, that on being apprehended, he was guilty of gross impertinence to the rural police. And now then, Toad,
What have you got to say about all that?
I wasn't driving recklessly. I was just going along quietly at about 70 miles an hour. I saw a policeman in front of me. Naturally, I quickened up to see if he wanted anything, same as anyone else would have done who's fond of policemen.
Recklessly and to the common danger.
Oh, rubbish.
And what did you call me, eh?
Now, how can I remember? Officer, constable, sergeant?
No, you didn't.
And now we're getting at it. What did he call you?
Fat face.
This is terrible. This adds years to my life. You mean to tell me that this ruffian, this incorrigible rogue, who I'm about to sentence to a severe term of penal servitude, had the audacity to call a representative of the law fat-face?
Oh, Toady. Lacko, hapless animal.
Fat-face. Did I hear right? Fat-face?
We don't want to make a song about it. I told you what he called me, and that's what he called me.
Fat face.
I didn't mean him any more than anyone else. I just murmured the expression to myself. It's a way I have. I'm that sort of person.
He admits he has passed the expression fat face, me lad, and that's good enough for any ordinary jury.
Speaking as a special kind of rabbit, I say that it's good enough for me.
Weasel!
Shut up.
Very well. We have the prisoner condemned out of his own mouth of using the most frightful trick to a member of the rural police. We shall now sentence him severely.
Wait a bit, my lord. There's that little matter of stealing a valuable motor car without so much as a with your leave or a by your leave.
Well, does it matter? I mean, compared with this unspeakable impertinence to which the prisoner has already confessed.
Well, it adds more to the sentence, like that.
Well, in that case, we must certainly go into the matter. Well, Toad, what have you got to say about that?
Well, I didn't mean to steal it. It was this way. I was just having a bit of lunch at an inn when I heard outside... Boop, 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 boop.
You heard what?
Boop, 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 boop.
Imitation of motor car.
Oh. Poop, poop. Poop, poop. Poop. No, I don't seem to get it.
Well, then, two gentlemen came into lunch, and as soon as I'd finished mine, I went outside to look at their car. I thought there couldn't be any harm only just looking at it, so I looked at it. And then, naturally, I began to say to myself, I wonder if this car starts easily. So I wound it up just to see. And then, naturally, I stepped into the driver's seat just as I always do, and then... I saw a policeman with a very with a very nice expression, a very, very handsome policeman, and he said, "You're going at 170 miles an hour." And I said, "Of course, if you say so, dear Mr. Policeman." And then...
All this makes it worse, doesn't it?
Much worse.
Yes, I thought so. So it means we can give him a stiffer sentence?
A much stiffer one.
Good. You were saying, Toad?
May I say a few words now, my lord?
Who is this?
Mr. Badger, a well-known and highly respected member of the community.
Oh, so it is, so it is. Well, Mr. Badger...
Alack, oh hapless Toad, oh ill-fated animal.
Is it a recitation?
I knew his father, I knew his grandfather, I knew his uncle, the archdeacon.
Oh, this makes it very serious indeed.
Many an afternoon have I spent in communion with his father at Toad Hall, one of the most attractive riverside residences, with carriage sweep.
Dear, dear, with carriage sweep, you say?
Unhappy day. Oh, feckless Toad. Oh, rash and ill-advised animal.
Oh, most interesting. We are all indebted to Mr. Badger for his profound and helpful observations. Now, I think we can proceed to business.
Guilty.
Of course he's guilty!
Mr. Usher, will you please tell us what is the very stiffest penalty we can impose for each of the 3 offences for which the prisoner stands convicted? Without, of course, giving him the benefit of the doubt, because there isn't any.
Well, my lad, some people would consider that stealing a valuable motor car was the worst offence.
Yes, indeed.
And so it is. But cheeking the police carries the severest penalty.
So it should.
And so it ought.
Indeed.
Suppose you were to say,
yes,
a year for the theft, which is mild, 3 years for the furious driving, which is lenient, and 15 years for the cheek, which is purely nominal.
Yes.
Those figures, if added together correctly, tot up to 19 years.
That's right!
So you'd better make it around 20 and be on the safe side.
Yes. But I don't mind if it isn't quite right. Silence! An excellent suggestion, Mr. Usher. Now, prisoner, pull yourself together and try and stand up straight. It's going to be 20 years for you this time. And mind, if you appear before us again on any charge whatever, we shall have to deal with you very seriously.
Shut up.
20 years! Don't forget. Now then, prisoner, before the rest of us adjourn for lunch, is there anything you would like to say in the nature of a farewell speech? Any last words or valedictory utterances?
Well, yes, I had something.
Well, what is it?
Well, I'm very sorry for...
Fat face! Fat face! Me!
All of you! A whole lot of you!
Fat faces! Well, all the ungrateful things to say.
I am the great, the magnificent, the incomprehensible Toad!
Oh, Toady, boasting again.
To call me, after all I've done for him, fat face.
The omnipotent Toad! The world has held great heroes, as history books have showed, but never a name to go down to fame compared with that of Toad.
Cast him into the dungeon!
The queen and her ladies in waiting sat in the window and sewed. She cried, "Look, who's that handsome man?" They answered, "Mr. Toad, Mr. Toad, hat face, Mr. Toad."
Good morning, woman.
Did you sleep well?
Sleep well? How could I sleep well? Immured in a dark and noisome dungeon like this.
Well, some do. Look, I brought your breakfast.
Yeah, but then you'll oblige me by taking it away again.
Oh, cheer up. There's always hope.
Hope? How can I hope ever to be set at large again, who have been imprisoned so justly for stealing so handsome a motor car in such an audacious manner, and for such lurid and imaginative cheek bestowed upon such a red, fat-faced policeman?
Well, there is that, of course.
But stupid animal that I was, now I must languish in this dungeon. Oh, unhappy and forsaken Toad.
Nice hot butter toast.
Oh, despairing. Did you say hot butter toast?
I made it myself, and my father said, "Here's the key of number 87, he said, and you can take him his breakfast. He's the most notoriousest, dangerous animal in the country," said Father. "And how we shall keep him under lock and key, goodness only knows."
Did he say that?
His very words. "And you can take him a couple of old crusts for his breakfast," said my father, "because I must starve and break his indomitable spirit, otherwise he'll get the better of me."
Well, of course, one has one's reputation.
So I said, "Yes, Father," and as soon as his back was turned, I said to myself, "What a shame," and I made this nice hot butter toast.
Any prisoners ever been known to escape from this castle, no?
Never.
Well, I must see what I can do. I must give my mind to it one day. Excellent hot buttered toast this.
I've been giving my mind to it lately.
That's the only way to make really good toast.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant to escaping. I think I see a way in which you might do it.
You're going to help me?
Yes. I have an aunt who's a washerwoman.
There, never mind. Think no more about it. I've several aunts who ought to be washerwomen.
Do be quiet a minute, Toad. You know, you talk too much. That's your trouble. Now, my aunt does the washing for all the prisoners in the castle. Well, naturally, we keep anything like that in the family.
Well, of course.
You know. She brings the washing back of a Friday morning. Well, that's today.
Yes.
Now, you're very rich, or at least you're always telling me so. And for a few pounds, I think I could persuade her to lend you her dress and bonnet and so on, and you could escape as the castle washerwoman. You're very much alike in some ways, particularly about the figure.
We are not. I have a very elegant figure for what I am.
So is my aunt for what she is. You have it your own way. You horrid, proud, ungrateful animal. When I'm trying to help you, I suppose you want to go off in a coach and four.
No. Please, you are a good, kind, clever girl. And I am indeed a proud and stupid Toad. Introduce me to your worthy aunt. If you'll be so kind, it'd be a privilege to meet her.
That's better. With a little trouble, you'd make quite a nice Toad.
Hussy.
This is Mr. Toad, my aunt.
Good morning. Good morning, dear lady. Charming weather we're having, are we not? Blessed darling. Your niece tells me that you attend to that is, you have under your charge the habiliments, the more mutable habiliments of the inhabitants of the castle. Delightful profession, I'm sure.
Is this the one?
Yes.
I wash.
So do I, every other day.
I told you the idea, didn't I, Aunt?
Is that the money?
Well, just a little. I haven't counted it.
I have. Here. Here's the clothes.
My dear lady, I am eternally your debtor. Should you ever find yourself in the neighbourhood of Toad Hall, a visit, whether professional or social... now, how do I get into these?
Oh, here, I'll help you.
You told him the condition.
Oh, condition. My aunt thinks she ought to be gagged and bound so as to look as if she'd been overcome. And you'd like it too, because you wanted to leave the castle in style.
An excellent idea, so much more in keeping with my character.
I brought a bit of rope along, in case like.
Splendid.
Got an handkerchief.
Of course I got an handkerchief.
Then you gags me first. Help.
What?
Help.
Silence, woman, else I gag thee.
Help.
Thou hast brought it on thyself.
A little tighter, I tell you.
A marine on thy cackling tongue. Now then, Phoebe, let us add with this robe.
Oh, how brave you are.
Now, a neat bit of work. Now then, how do I get into this?
Oh, silly, not like that.
No?
Here, give it to me. Give it. Now, apron. Ooh, shawl. Now, the bonnet. Oh, well, upon my word, you're the very living image of her.
What's the matter with her?
She wants to say something, I think.
What? Too ugly.
Here, give me the gag.
Ugly.
Now then, Toad, we must hurry. I'll take you to the end of the corridor, and then you go straight down the stairs. And if any of the jailers stop you and chaff you a bit, because she's very popular, Aunt is.
I shouldn't have thought it.
Now, goodbye and good luck.
Goodbye.
And don't forget, you're a washerwoman.
I remember once when I was hiding a shirt.
What's that? That's funny. That sounded like Toad's voice. Yes, if Toad had been anywhere but where he is, poor unfortunate animal, I should have said... It is! It's Toady outside in the river! I'm about done! Oh, Toad! Toad, but this is... What's the matter? No strength left. I know. But however...
You'll have to pull me in. I'm about done.
Yes, right. Oh! Oh, there. Oh, poor old Toady. And as wet as wet. And am I wrong? Or are you disguised in parts as a washerwoman who's seen better days? That's more like you. Escaped, eh? In disguise. That's much better. We'll soon have you all right.
Oh, my dear Ratty, the times I've been through since I saw you last, you simply can't think.
Yes, well, when you've got those horrible things off and cleaned yourself up a bit...
The times, the trials, such sufferings, and also nobly more.
Yes, you'll find some dry clothes upstairs.
Such escapes, such disguises, such subterfuges, all so cleverly planned and carried out.
Yes, quite so. Well,
both in prison, I got out of it, of course, stole a horse, rode away on it, humbugged everybody, made him do exactly what I wanted. Oh, I am a smart toad and no mistake. Now, what do you think my very last exploit was?
I don't know, Toad. Now, just stop swaggering and be off and change your clothes. Badger and Mole be in directly.
Oh, yes, yes, of course. The Mole and the Badger. Hey, what's become of them? The dear, dear fellows. I'd forgotten all about them.
Well, may you ask.
Why, what?
You'll hear in good time. Badger himself may prefer to break the news to you. Now, be off and prepare yourself. Why, what's the matter?
I say, is this mirror of yours working?
Well, of course. Why?
Well, I'd hoped... You see, it's the first time I've seen myself. No, you're quite right, Ratty. Nobody could carry off a costume like this here. I'll go and change.
Toad was a wallowing. Hello, here you are. I say, what do you think? Toad's back.
Toad back? Where?
Here.
Where?
Cleaning. You ought to have seen him, Mole. He'd have made you laugh.
Unhappy animal.
He escaped.
So he says, but you know what Toad is.
I would speak with him.
He's just having a wash.
This is no time for washing. We have work before us tonight, hard fighting. Washing can wait. Where do you think I should have been if at the crisis of my life I had stopped to wash? Where would my revered father have been if he had put soap before strategy? Where would my beloved grandfather...
Yes, Toad. Hello,
Mole.
Oh, thank you, Mole.
Yes, I heard all about his beloved grandfather this morning. Most interesting.
Hello, you fellows.
Toad.
Welcome home, Toad. Alas, what am I saying? Home, indeed. This is a poor homecoming. Unhappy Toad.
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, Toady, haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Well, the Stoats and the Weasels.
The Wild Wooders.
Have they been and gone?
And taken Toad
been
Hall.
living there ever
yes,
since.
going on simply anyhow.
Lying in bed half the day.
Breakfast at all hours.
Yes, eating your grub and drinking your
Making
drink.
bad jokes about you, singing vulgar songs.
About prisons and magistrates and policemen.
Horrid personal songs and no humour in them.
That's what's happened, Toad. No pretending it hasn't.
And they're all telling everybody that they've come to stay for good.
Oh, have they? I'll jolly soon see about that.
Yes, but how?
Well, what I shall do...
Well, of course, what you ought to do...
No, you don't. Nothing of the sort. What
of course he...
I know the best I've been ordered about. Right enough. It's my house.
Just a moment.
Exactly what to do without it.
Be quiet, all of you. Toad.
Yes, Badger.
When you got into trouble a short time ago and brought disgrace upon your own name and shame and sorrow upon your friends, I resolved that on your return from your enforced seclusion, I would take the first opportunity of pointing out to you the folly of your ways.
Yes, Badger. Thank you, Badger.
I even went so far as to jot down a few rough notes on the subject. Where are they, Rat?
Oh, here you are.
Ah, thank you. To make suet dumplings...
it's the other side.
Yes. Here we are.
I'd rather have that bit about the dumplings if it's all the same to me.
1. Conceit and its consequences. 2. Reverend Uncle grief of. 3. Toad wither tending. But the moment for all this is past.
Oh, well, just as you like, Badger, old man.
Now, I'm going to tell you a great secret. We are too few to attack from the front, but there is an underground passage that leads from the riverbank right up into the middle of Toad Hall.
Oh, nonsense, Badger. I know every inch of Toad Hall, inside and out. You've been listening to gossip, that's what you've been...
Right up into the middle of Toad Hall. When your father, who was a particular friend of mine, told me about it, he said, "Don't tell my son. He means well," he said, "but he's very light and irresponsible in his character," he said, "and simply cannot hold his tongue."
This passage, how shall we use it?
Tonight the Chief Weasel is giving a banquet. It's his birthday. While they are all feasting, careless of the morrow, we four, armed to the teeth, will creep silently by way of the passage into the butler's pantry.
Oh, yes, that squeaky board in the butler's pantry.
Armed to the teeth, you and Rat by one door.
Yes, Badger.
And me and Mole by the other.
Yes, Badger.
Also armed to the teeth, we shall...
Creep out of the pantry.
With our pistols and swords and sticks.
And rush in on them.
And whack 'em and whack 'em and whack 'em and whack 'em.
Exactly. You've caught the spirit of it perfectly. Good, Toad.
I'll learn 'em to steal my house.
Teach 'em, Toad, not learn 'em.
But we don't want to teach 'em. Toad's quite right. We want to learn 'em. And what's more, we're going to.
When night comes on
and the owls are hooting,
and rabbits back to their holes are scooting,
and Weasel's wearing his evening suiting,
a walloping we will go, a walloping we will go, a walloping we will go. We'll take off our braces and take off our coats and learn the weasels and ferrets and stoats.
Who said so?
Rat says so.
Mole says so.
Toad says so. Badger says so.
We'll take off our braces and take off our coats and talk to the weasels and ferrets and stoats.
I haven't got any braces.
Oh, Mole hasn't got any braces.
Toad will lend him a pair of embroidered silk braces.
Oh.
We'll take off our braces and take off our coats and wallop the weasels and ferrets and stoats. We'll take off our braces and take off our coats and wallop the weasels and ferrets and stoats. And wallop the weasels and ferrets and stoats. When night comes on
and the bats are batting,
and rabbits back in their holes are chatting,
and Weasel's wearing his opera hatting,
a walloping we will go, a walloping we will go, a walloping we will go. We'll take off our collars and take off our coats and learn the weasels and ferrets and stoats.
Who says so?
Rat says so.
Mole says so.
Toad says so. Badger says so.
We'll take off our collars and take off our coats and talk to the weasels and ferrets and stoats.
I haven't got any collar.
Mole hasn't got any collar.
No.
Rat will lend him a nice clean,
fairly clean
collar.
Oh.
We'll take off our braces and collars and coats and wallop the weasels and ferrets and stoats. We'll take off our braces and collars and coats and wallop the weasels and ferrets and stoats. And wallop the weasels and ferrets and stoats. Badger, 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 badger says so.
I say so. Now then, to rest, all of you. We start at 9 o'clock for the secret passage, and we must be fresh for it.
Friends and fellow animals, before we part this evening, I have one final toast to propose. It is a toast which on all occasions has something of solemnity in it, something even of sadness, but never more so than on this occasion. Absent friends. Absent friends. With this toast I couple first the name of our kind host, Mr. Toad. It is a personal sorrow to every one of us that he is not among us tonight. Let me sing you a little song which I have composed on the subject. Toad, he went a-pleasuring gaily down the road. They put him in prison for 20 years, poor old Toad. Poor old Toad, poor old Toad. They put him in prison for 20 20 years, poor old Toad. Toad, he had a beautiful house and most refined of it. They put him in prison for 50 years, poor old Toad. Poor old Toad, poor old Toad. They put him in prison for 50 years, poor old Toad. Toad, he had much money and goods carefully bestowed. They put him in prison for 90 years, poor old Toad. Poor old Toad, poor old Toad. They put him in prison for 90 years, poor old Toad. Chorus, please. Poor old Toad. But, while we are thinking of our good host, Mr. Toad, we must not forget our other absent friends, Mr. Badger, Mr. Rat, and Mr. Mole. Fellow animals, I give you the toast, absent friends. Absent friends.
Absent friends.
What's that?
Up the Badger!
A mole!
Stay on to him, boys!
Sorry, we're late, Weasel. Let us thank all the same for that kind invitation.
The other door, quick! The door!
I've come home, Weasel! We went to pleasuring, did he? I'll pleasure you!
Wallop 'em, boys! Keep walloping!
Do you surrender? Yes! Do you? Yes! Right! Get in that corner there.
Good evening, you ferret. Do you sing at all?
No, sir, please, sir.
Not just a little song.
No, sir. I never learned singing.
Not just a funny little song about a poor old toad.
No, sir.
Well, try. Go on, try.
Poor old Toad.
I'll learn you to sing it over there. All prisoners here, Toad. I'm looking after them.
There, that's the lot. Oh, pity, I was just beginning to enjoy it. What about your little party of rats?
They're surrendered. I thought they might come in useful, waiting on us and so on.
Well, if any of them wants to go on for a bit longer...
Now then, Toad, stir your stumps, look lively. I want some grub, I do. We've got your house back for you. You don't offer us so much as a sandwich.
Just a moment, Badger. What about the sentries?
Sentries, yes.
Well, they may still be at their posts.
Sentries! Oh, they've run away far enough by now, haven't they, Moley?
Oh, if they're wise, they
Yes, but I think it would be safer if Mole and I just...
Sensible rat, there spake the voice of wisdom. You and I and Mole...
No, don't you bother, Badger. Mole and I can do it quite easily.
When I go walloping, I go walloping.
So do I! Come on, I'll lead
You do nothing of the sort, Toad! You've asked us to stay to supper, and we're staying to supper. Well, where is the supper? If this isn't your house, say so, and Mole can entertain us.
The prisoners will help you get it ready, Toady.
Oh, all right.
Oh, don't forget the wine, Toad, because we shall want to drink your health.
Yes.
Oh, and you'll have to make a speech.
All right. That's all right. You leave that to me.
Now then, bustle up, you.
Yes, sir. Come on, sir.
Got a pencil in, have you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, I dare say all you young fellows are wondering what I'm writing.
Please, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm just jotting down a few rough notes.
Oh, sir.
Just a few rough notes for a little entertainment I've sketched out, a little informal sing-song or conversazione to celebrate my return.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Something like this. One, speech by Toad. And then I make a note. There'll be other speeches by Toad during the evening, just so as to reassure people.
Yes, sir.
2, address by Toad. 3, imitations of various bird notes. Tweet, tweet, you know, the sort of thing, by a Toad. 4, song by a Toad. Composed by himself. 5, other compositions by a Toad. Sung by the composer. 6, song, for he's a jolly good fellow, sung by Badger and Mole. That's all, just a few rough notes.
Could you give us a song now, sir?
Give it to I.
Please, sir.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Why won't you stand on this, sir?
Perhaps.
Oh, sir.
No, this is just a little song. And it's called When the Toad Came Home.
Yes, sir. Maybe you'll sing it, sir.
Certainly. When the toad came home. When the toad came home, there was panic in the parlour, there was howling in the hall, there was crying in the cowshed and a snotting in the stall, there was smashing in of window, there was crashing in of door, there was bashing of the enemy who fainted on the floor when the toad came home. There was panic in the parlour, there was howling in the hall, there was crying in the cowshed and a snorting in the stall, there was smashing in of window, there was crashing in of door, there was bashing of the enemy who fainted on the floor when the toad came home.
Toad! Get down at once!
Oh, it's no good. I know him. He's practically in a trance. Let him have his evening out.
Talk to him in the morning.
Talking's no good to Toad.
All the same, I'll talk to him.
Let him have his hour first.
Oh, all right.
You know, I say there's something about that tune. Would you tune it? Can I come and dance?
Oh, he's very young still, is
Yes,
Mo.
but if you'll excuse me, Badger, I love dancing as well.
Oh, well.
Come on,
There was welcoming to Badger when he joined the merry throng.
I can do it for a little, but I can't go on for long.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Marigold, Marigold, wake up, dear. You've been dreaming. Nurse, nurse. It's time we went, dear.
In Toad of Toad Hall, by A.A. Milne, Toad was played by Derek Smith, Rat, Bernard Cribbins, Mole, Richard Goulden, Badger, Cyril Luckham, the Judge, Hugh Paddick, Nurse, Diana Bishop, Marigold, Tina Heath, Alfred, Brian Haynes, Weasel, William Fox, Stoat, Fraser Carr, Ferret, William Slay, Phoebe, Kate Binchy, Usher, Terry Scully, Policeman, Ronald Herdman, the Washerwoman, Joe Manning Wilson, James Ferret, Sam Dastor, Henry Weasel, Nigel Graham, the Duck was John Forrest, and the Turkey, Andrew Rivers. The music was especially adapted by Peter Hope, and the play was produced by Martin Jenkins.
We present Rosemary Miller as Molly Regan, Edward Bishop as Stanton Laird, and David Spencer as David Cope in Beyond the Black Stump, the novel by Neville Shute, adapted by Stephen Grenfell. Beyond the Black Stump.
Mrs. Regan, Benefax Joe.
Driving as though the deal himself was behind him, as usual.
And there indeed, Mrs. Regan, he may well be.
As long as he's got my kerosene, he can have all the deals in hell chasing him.
As you say, ma'am.
You got my kerosene, Joe?
2 kilos. Secret deal for petrol, that all right?
Aye, that's right. Let's have the meal.
Okay.
Then you can have a cup of tea. Pat and the boys will be down in a minute to unload.
Here's the mail. I'll sort the letters, shall I?
Aye, David, you do that. And you, Molly, pour a cup of tea for Joe.
Plenty of sugar.
Right.
Letter for you, Judge. And your usual English newspaper. Thank you indeed. My sister's a very regular correspondent, is she not?
Aye, she is that. Oh, here's Pat and the boys, Joe. They'll unload the drums.
Righty-o.
Get the bottle, Molly, and the cold water and glasses.
Right, Ma.
Morning, Mr. Regan.
Morning, David.
What's that you got there, a baby kangaroo?
A long-legged mouse like this. What else would it be? The kindest hopper this side of the black stump.
Here are your letters, Pat.
Thanks. Hey, in the name of God, what would this one be?
The man's too proud to admit he needs glasses.
And what would a man of my age be needing glasses for?
To read, of course. On the envelope it says Bureau of Mineral Resources.
Bureau of what?
Oh, I know. It'll be from those people who were here a while back, fussing about after the oil.
God mend them. They'll not be after coming back here again.
It may say in the letter.
I'll open it then, moment. Let's have some grog in the meantime.
Right, Dad.
It's from that man, Bruce, who was here before.
Here you are, Dad.
Thanks. Well, woman, what does he say?
He says he's coming here in about 6 or 7 weeks' time, and he's bringing half a dozen Americans with him from the Topeka Exploration Company.
What for, in the name of God?
To make a seismic survey.
Huh?
He says there'll be a party of 7 with 3 trucks, and they'll be working on our land about 14 miles west of the homestead.
Oh, did you ever hear the like of that?
Well, that's what he's written here, Pat. And he says at the end that the survey will decide whether they drill a test well here or not.
Well, you can damn well write straight back, woman, and say that they're not wanted here. I'll have no part of them, no part at all.
I doubt if we have any right to refuse them, Mr. Regan.
Is that so now?
We hold this land on a pastoral lease. There's a clause in the agreement that reserves the mineral rights to the state of West Australia. That binds us to give reasonable access to the land for the exploitation of the mineral resources.
And would you call it reasonable that they should send Americans to Lara Station?
Some Americans are very pleasant people. I met a bishop once, an Episcopalian, who was quite charming. A bit mundane, I'm afraid. Very, very mundane.
They'll be working much nearer my fence than yours, Pat. I think it might be rather fun, having some Americans around.
Fun, is it? Would you be after calling it fun the way they carried on in Alice Springs all through the war? Glory be to God. No young girl living in that town that wasn't raped. And no old woman safe. Safe in the house itself, and the door locked and bars on all the windows, and Father O'Connor praying with her on her bended knees, with the damn Yankee soldiers bellowing round the house like raging stallions. Is it fun, you call it?
It wasn't like that at all, Pat, and well you know it. If there's any raping done here on Lara, it'll no be done by Americans.
I hope you don't mean me, Mrs. Regan.
Oh, no, David, I don't mean you. Anyway, there's going to be no raping on Lara Station. Heaven knows the judge here's got enough kids in the school already.
Indeed, that is very true. I shall have 6 more children in the school next month than we have desks for. The Vogue twins, and Mrs. Stockton's Elsie, and little Johnny Six, Palm Olive's little girl, and the Yardley boy. I think we ought to order 8 more desks, Mr. Regan. After all, how can I rebuke these little ones for bad writing when they had to balance their slates on their knees?
Hey, another tatterum, girl.
What, Dad?
Damned Americans, always turning a man's life upside down.
Indeed, Mr. Regan. They belong to a race which possesses the capacity to do that. Mundane, yes, but vital.
7 of them. 3 trucks. Well, we can't have that many in the house.
Where will you put them?
Isn't there the shearers' quarters empty for them to sleep in? There's war beds for their bedding and a stove for them to cook on.
Aye, they might go there.
Oh, you can't put Americans in the shearers' quarters, Ma.
In the name of God, why not, girl?
Oh, because they live differently to their dad. I've seen how they live on the pictures down in Perth.
Well, did you ever hear the like of that? It's a queer thing I'm thinking that the shearers' quarters are good enough for an Australian shearer and not good enough for an American, with all the lechery and evil in the world in his black heart.
Look, Pat, I can put a couple of them up at my place. If they can cope with the gin's cooking, then.
Yeah, they'd be better doing their own cooking in the shearers' quarters. No, leave it, David. Mr. Bruce knows the way things are with us. We can't accommodate that many people. Anyway, they'll have everything they need for camping by their trucks, or they can sleep in the shearer's place. When it comes to that, I might even make shift to feed them myself.
You like the convertible your mother and I got for you, son?
Oh, yeah, you bet, Dad.
She'll pass anything on the highway. except maybe a gas station.
Sure, Dad. I already tested her out, remember?
You want to take it easy with that kind of automobile.
Sure.
Your mother was very touched, son, to notice just now you still have that Bible she gave you 3 years ago before you went out to Arabia. You read it a lot?
Well, now and then. Funny, isn't it, Dad? Whenever you look in the Bible, you seem to find a sentence or a phrase that applies to your own life.
I know.
Take this bit I came across just now. Here it is. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. That means Arabia, I guess. And here. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
He did that, son.
I guess he did. The motor that failed in that plane bringing me back from Arabia might have failed way out over the Atlantic instead of only 30 minutes before we were due to land at Lisbon.
This is my rest forever. Here will I dwell, for I have desired it.
That's true, too, Dad. I'm home again.
Among your own folk, your own friends.
It's really a great feeling. Really great. Say, talking of friends, you don't happen to know when Chuck's due back from Texas, do you, Dad?
Chuck Sheridan? Not for another month, I'd say.
Chuck and Ruthie, how are they making out these days?
Fine, I guess. Except what? Well, son, you know Chuck. He's still a lieutenant in the Air Force and likely to remain just that, I'd say.
But Chuck had a swell combat record when he flew jets in Korea.
Sure, but Chuck's kind of allergic to discipline, you know that.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're right.
He's stationed down at some big air base near Houston as an instructor. Last time he wrote, he said he, Ruthie, and their 4 kids would be coming home to Hazel on vacation in September.
I can't wait to see old Chuck again.
Trouble with Chuck is that every time he rises a mite in the estimation of the Air Force, he gets out of line and they slam him down again.
Yeah, that figures.
One of Chuck's brother officers came here the early summer to do a little fishing. Seems your friend Chuck is now instructing fighter pilots, and he's developed a particular technique which apparently gives him a great deal of pleasure. A technique that can't be found in the Air Force manual.
What is it this time, Dad?
Well, around that part of Texas, the railroads are mostly single track. When Chuck goes night flying, he cruises around till he finds a train rolling along, the single headlight of the locomotive lighting up the track ahead.
I think I can guess the rest.
Correct. Young Chuck retires about 15 miles ahead of the train. Then he brings his aircraft down practically to track level and flies dead straight along the track at the locomotive with only one landing light switched on.
Oh, boy.
So far, apparently, no engineers actually died of fright, but several have come mighty near it.
Yeah. Well, I can understand the way the United States Air Force might feel about antisocial habits like that one.
Oh, sorry I took so long to make the coffee.
Oh, that's all right, Mom. Dad and I were just shooting the breeze.
And you men have the gall to say women gossip. Now take your coffee while it's hot.
Thanks, Mom.
Your mother thinks coffee should be drunk at 90 degrees centigrade.
Yes, I know.
Oh, come now. Junior, you just don't know how much you've changed.
Not as much as all that, surely.
Oh, yes. Those 3 years have made you so brown.
Is that all?
No. You're a deal more adult and self-reliant.
Well, that's something.
Junior, you think maybe it's time you got to tell us about that letter you got from the Topeka Exploration Company in New York?
Oh, yes, I was going to.
Did they say where they want to send you after your vacation?
Well, they've given me a choice. Paraguay or Australia.
There wouldn't be the chance of a job here in the United States.
Not unless I get myself married. My company gives domestic assignments to married men with families.
Paraguay, Australia. You'll want to think it over a bit.
Well, I guess I've done all the thinking I need to, Dad. I'll go to Australia this time.
But it's so much further away if you want to come back home on vacation.
I like the sound of Australia better, Mom. In a way, as I see it, that part of the country I'd be going to would be something like Arabia. Maybe not quite so bad. You couldn't run sheep at Aboukaya.
I don't like the thought of you going back to a place like that.
Oh, it's healthy enough. I'd be more scared of getting sick in a place like Paraguay. Marshes and flies and fevers and all that.
Sure. Dry place is better.
And there's the language, too. By the time you've learned a new language well enough to talk to the inhabitants, it's time to come home again.
Well, I guess you're right. Your mother and I were talking about you today when you were downtown. We were wondering whether your work is always going to take you to countries such a long distance away.
Well, I guess that depends on how I get on, Dad. Maybe the head office in New York one day, if I make the grade.
You'd like a city life if it meant a lot of money?
Oh, I don't know, Dad. I certainly wouldn't like living in New York.
A small town's best for small town people. Your mother and I, we've been mighty happy here in Hazel.
Sure, I know that. But there's nothing I could do in a town like this. I don't know if there's any place in the whole world I'd rather live in. But you've got to be practical. There isn't a single oil rig in 500 miles.
As you say, a man earning his living has to be practical.
You know something?
Huh?
When I go, I'd kind of like to see the Hazel Advertiser now and then. Well, not every week, maybe, just now and then. See what's playing at the movies, things like that.
Sure, I'll have it mailed you from the office. You want a Portland paper, say the Sunday Oregonian as well?
Oh, well, Dad, I don't know that I'd read it. I guess if I have the Saturday Evening Post and Life and the Hazel Advertiser, that's all I want to read.
And your Bible?
Sure, Mom. That'll make my mobile library complete.
That you, Stan?
Chuck?
Who else you expect, man? The president? You have any luck, Stan?
Oh, I hit one, a bit low, one of the bucks. The arrow went right through him.
Good. You bring him down?
No, Chuck. I shot again, but I guess I missed.
Hey, that's the guy I shot at. I saw he'd been wounded. I got him just behind the shoulder.
You and I make a swell pair of hunters. Well, I say we rest up a bit. I'm not used to this kind of terrain.
Okay with me.
Well, I guess this is where we start to take the fat off, if we're going to get that fellow.
Sure. When I get my breath back. I'm a fighter pilot, remember? I don't do this kind of thing every day of the week either.
If some of those kids you teach to fly jets saw you crawling around the woods like this with a bow and arrow, they'd think you were nuts.
They think I'm nuts anyway.
Oh, you blame them? But Chuck, you, Ruthie, and the kids, you like it down in Texas?
We make out okay.
4 kids. Boy, Chuck Sheridan, the perfect coordinated family man.
Cut it out. Stan.
Huh?
What'd you think of young Tony when you saw him yesterday?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that young Tony doesn't look much like his pa or his ma. That kid's getting to look one hell of a lot like me.
Yeah. Ruth and me, we don't say nothing about that.
I guess you're the only people in Hazel that don't.
Ah, so what? There's nothing anybody can do about it now. I reckon we were all a mite hasty when we were youngsters.
Yeah, maybe we were. Anyway, it's all come out okay.
You figuring on getting married, Stan?
Oh, one day, maybe. There aren't too many girls around the places I work.
Ruth and me, we get kind of worried sometimes.
About me?
Sure.
Well, what about?
Well, it seems like you got the tough end of that deal of ours.
Oh, I made out okay. Reckon I got a long ways further than I'd done if I got married in high school.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, you got the book learning and turned into somebody, Stan. Me? I got Ruth and turned into a bum. I can't figure which of us got the better deal.
Okay, you big bum. On your feet. We'll get moving after that buck and shift some of this fat I spoke about.
Roger.
What a big beaut, David, having Americans here at Lara.
Your father doesn't seem to think so.
Oh, you know what Dad is. His back's worse than his bite.
The sheep are going to find the water situation pretty tough soon.
I know. How are you off for water at Lucinda?
Not too good, Molly. We've got a little left in the big dam.
How much?
Oh, enough to last about a month. The bores are running well, though.
Are you going to put down any more bores?
Oh, I'm not sure it's worth it. I just don't think there's any water there. We've got the 2 along the line of Blackman's Creek, and there's no sign of water anywhere else.
Oh, that's bad, David.
I know. We might put one down between them to spread the feed, but it'd probably reduce the flow of the ones we've got.
Yes. You've done well, David, for a man of only 22. Dad was saying only the other day how well you've done since you came out from England.
Well, my last wool check was 9,000 pounds.
Dad respects you. We all do. But 4 other graziers tried their luck at Lucinda and had to give it up.
Oh, there's always got to be a first time.
If we get a good long drought, a real drought, it'll dry up your bores and finish you completely, I'm afraid.
Well, let's hope we don't get a real drought, then. Why do they call him the judge?
Oh, the judge. Oh, we don't know his real name. He's called the judge because he was one.
In England somewhere, ages ago, before I was born. He got the sack.
I didn't know a judge could get the sack.
Yeah, well, here's one that did.
Why was he fired?
Well, I'm not supposed to know, but I think it was for taking a more than professional interest in delinquent girls.
He's a strange old chap.
He's a wonderful teacher. I do know that. He taught me history. And my sister Bridget, he taught her to speak French and German before she was 10.
Molly,
Hmm?
now that you're back from Perth, are you going to stay here for long?
Oh, I don't know, David. I want to be a teacher, but Ma's not getting any younger. I think I'll stay here for a year until my sister Elspeth leaves college, and then let her come home and take a turn. Ma wants me to go to Scotland then, and afterwards to France and Italy. I'd like to do that before I settle down and get a job.
Oh, that'll be a grand trip. You could come back via America.
I never thought of that. Hey, when these Americans come here, David, do you think they'll be like the Americans we see on the movies?
I shouldn't think so for a moment. They don't all live in penthouses or mansions in the deep south, you know.
I'll bet they don't live in places like our shearers' quarters either. When do they arrive, anyway?
Over here.
What?
Came this morning, didn't you know?
Well, nobody told us.
Oh, talking of the movies, are you going to Clem Rogerson's show at Manor Hill on Saturday?
Are you?
Well, I usually do. Makes a change.
Ma likes to go sometimes.
Tell me on the air tomorrow night in the Natter session. I'll call in here and pick you up, if no one else wants to go.
Oh, all right, David. Thanks.
Hello there, Molly.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bruce.
Enjoyed the show?
Yes, it was beautiful.
You, David?
Yes, I did too.
Your mother and father here, Molly?
No, they didn't come. David brought me over to Manor Hill.
Oh.
Ma said they'd better stay at home in case you came over with the Americans.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We got held up on the road. Look, let me introduce you to Stanton Laird. He's the one who'll be in charge of the party on your father's land.
Oh.
Hey, Stan. Stan, come over here a minute, will you? Okay. I want to introduce you to some friends of mine. Oh, swell, Mr. Bruce. Stan, I want you to meet Miss Molly Regan from Lara. Hello, Miss Regan.
Hello.
Certainly glad to know you. I hope we'd get onto your property today, but Don will have told you we're running kind of late.
Yes, I know. What happened?
Guess we just naturally got lost.
What, between here and Malvern Down?
That's right.
But didn't you follow the tracks the mail truck make?
Miss Regan, one wheel rut's just like another wheel rut to me.
Oh, Molly's the name, Mr. Laird. We use Christian names in this country unless you're trying to be very formal.
Oh, fine. I'm Stanton.
Oh, and this is David Cope.
Oh, glad to meet you, David.
How'd you do?
Oh, you're not Australian?
No, I'm English. They call us Pommies out here. I've got Lucinda Station next to Lara.
Oh, that's to the west of Lara, as I recall it. I guess we'll be operating pretty near to your boundary.
Yeah, so if I can help you in any way, I hope you'll come over and tell me.
Oh, that's mighty nice of you.
And I'll start right away by getting you a drink. What's your poison?
Oh, thanks, but I don't believe I'll take anything right now.
Oh, nothing at all. But everybody's groggy enough like fishes around the corner.
Groggy enough?
Aussie for drinking.
Well, maybe something soft.
Oh, what would you like?
Coke, is that okay?
Sorry, we haven't got anything like that. Lime juice, lemon squash?
Lime juice, please. A long one.
Right, won't be a take.
Don't you drink, Stanton?
Not alcohol. Not many people do where I come from.
Oh, I thought all Americans drank terrifically. I suppose I'm going by the movies I've seen in Perth.
Miss Molly, I'd say that the movies aren't a very safe guide to America. Of course, some Americans do live that way, or they wouldn't make movies about them, I guess. They'll do anything in Hollywood. But I come from the West, where we don't live that way at all. It's still kind of frontier where I come from. Ranching and riding horseback over the trails.
You still use horses in America?
Why, certainly. In my part. Where I live, there's nearly 300 square miles right close into town, where you can only go on a horse. No roads at all. It's frontier still. Oregon, in back of the state, close to Idaho.
Do you know how many horses we've got at Lara, Stan?
I'd only be guessing.
About 300, but I'm not really sure.
Heaven's sake.
Lara's just under 1 million acres, you know. It's not big as properties go up in the north. We feel it's just a comfortable size.
Oh, my face is sure red. You know what? I'm going to keep my big mouth shut about America till I learn something about this country.
Oh, no, don't do that. You don't know how much we've all been looking forward to hearing how you live and everything. We seldom get a visitor at Lara, and I don't ever remember anybody coming from abroad, except David. Hey, that reminds me, it's time we went to look for him, if we're ever going to get a drink, that is. He seems to have forgotten all about it.
Should be around about here, shouldn't it, boss? Sure, Hank. Just about. over there, see? That's the big limestone outcrop I showed you on the air photograph.
I get it.
Okay, down this spur, towards the flat country over there seamed by that dry riverbed. Beneath that big limestone spur. Yes, I'd say a camp down there would be as good as anywhere.
There's not much life around, is there, boss?
Oh, Hank, just us. And a few Australian sheep.
Gonna be kind of lonesome.
Sure is. Well, I guess this is it. This is what we've come for.
You run a line of shots across the valley, boss? See where that limestone goes?
Maybe. We'll make our camp down there by the dry riverbed for a start.
Okay.
Let's go then.
I got the gin to make some tea, Stan. As you say, the folk at Lara haven't broken you into rum yet.
No, not yet. Say, do they always drink it that way in this country, Mr. Coke?
David's the name, Stan. They drink their rum like that in the outback. And not down in Perth. It's just like England there.
I can't figure out why they're not all nuts, the way they drink this stuff.
Oh, don't make any mistakes. The Regans are good graziers, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's just another thing I can't figure out. Your own place now. There must be a lot to do in a place like this.
Well, there's a lot to do, all right. I'm at it all the time, from dawn till dusk. It's a bad property, of course.
Bad?
If it was a good one, I wouldn't be running it at my age.
Oh, I get you.
Well, here's your tea.
Oh, thanks.
320,000 acres, but very little water. There's over 100,000 acres up your end we can't use at all.
Can't use?
There's not a single puddle in it. Any rain that falls sinks straight into the ground.
Would that be the area towards our camp?
Yeah, that's right, Stan. Can't run any stock at all between this homestead and your camp.
Oh, maybe you won't be so mad at what I'm going to ask then.
What's that?
Well, the strata on the Lara side are falling to the west as far as I can see. And now I'm working close up to your fence.
Mm-hmm.
The department haven't asked for us to prospect on your property, have they?
Well, not as far as I know. You're quite welcome, though.
Okay, and thanks. So what about some lines of shot holes for a few seismic readings? That would only mean a couple of trucks on the land and a few small explosions.
I can't stop you, Stan, and not that I want to. We've got no sheep there because there's not a drop of water for them. And most of it I've never seen myself. If you go on it, I'd be glad to know what's there.
Well, I'll certainly tell you everything we find, Dave. Well, time I was getting back to work. The boys will be wondering if I managed to get myself lost again.
Is that you, Stan?
It sure is. Where are you?
I'm in the office tent.
Okay.
Hello there.
I just drove over to collect your laundry, and as you weren't here, I thought I'd look through some of your
Oh,
magazines.
fine. See anything that interests you, Molly?
Oh, yes, Stan. You really do have lovely things in America. Tell me, are these pictures real?
Real?
Yes, you know, I mean... Well, do you really have motor cars like this wonderful convertible?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure, I'd say that was about right.
Oh, you do have the loveliest magazines.
Oh, would you like to borrow some of them?
Well, if you really can spare them.
Oh, it's good propaganda. A real two-way stretch. While I'm learning about your country, you can learn a bit about mine, in case you ever visit there.
Oh, I'd love to.
Oh, that's settled then.
Stan, is it very cold where you live?
Well, most winters we have, say, a foot of snow for around 3 months. In a bad winter, or a blizzard, well, it might run to a couple of feet.
Do you know, Stan, I've never seen snow.
Is that right?
When you have snow, do you really use sleighs with horses and bells on the harness?
Only on the farms, I guess.
Lara on the air, boss.
Okay, Hank. Well, it won't take me long, Molly. And when I get back, we'll have dinner. A cookie-made maple ice cream, special for you.
What a lovely night it is, Stan.
Yeah, it sure is.
Let's stop for a while.
Swell. Do you mind if I ask you something, Molly?
No, of course not.
The judge, is he a bit nuts?
Oh, good heavens, no. The judge has got a very clear mind. Mind you, it gets a bit confused sometimes, but that's only the rum.
Well, that's exactly what I can't figure out. Now, back home, if anybody drank like the characters out here drink, he'd be right on the skids.
Oh, the judge doesn't really drink a great deal. Dad drinks twice as much.
It just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Oh, Ma cuts her down when she thinks they'd have enough. She knows about grog. Ma was a barmaid before she married Uncle Tom.
I always thought Mr. Pat Regan was your father.
Oh, yes, Stan, really. Yeah, I suppose we're rather a difficult family for strangers to understand. You see, after Mike and Charlie and Bridget were born, Ma and Uncle Tom didn't get on very well together. So Ma left Uncle Tom and married Dad. Well, Father Ryan says Ma and Dad aren't really married. We're all mixed here, you know, Catholics.
Didn't they get married?
Well, they couldn't, because they couldn't get a divorce.
Not even a civil marriage?
I don't think so. I'll ask Ma sometime.
Sure must make things kind of complicated.
I don't know, Stan. Not here in this part of the outback we call the lunatic.
I'm glad you told me all this, Molly.
Well, it'll help you to understand us. I suppose you think we're a lot of savages.
Why should I? People are much the same all the world over. You know that. We've all got a skeleton of some kind in our cupboards.
Oh, not you, Stan.
Oh, you're dead wrong there. I think maybe I ought to tell you about mine.
Well, only if you really want to, Stanton.
I do. Here goes. You remember that guy I told you about, Chuck Sheridan?
Your friend who's an Air Force pilot?
Yes. Well, about 12 or 13 years ago, a few months after Pearl Harbor, Chuck and I and a couple of girls, we got in a scrape.
Oh, what kind of a scrape?
Oh, a real humdinger. It would have rocked our hometown of Hazel a mighty sight more than it did if it hadn't been for Pearl Harbor. But I guess the honest citizens had more important things in their minds than the misbehavior of its teenage population.
How old were you?
Oh, you're all about 16, I guess. There was Chuck and me, Diana Fawcett, and Ruth Eberhardt.
Your friend Chuck, isn't he married to someone called Ruth?
No, that's right. The same one.
Oh, so Diana Fawcett was your girl, eh?
Well, not exactly. You see, it's kind of difficult.
What happened?
Well, Chuck and I were real friends, and you know how it is with kids at that age. We shared all our belongings.
Including your girls?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'd never have believed it of you, Stan.
I know. That's just what Mom and Dad said after the inquest.
The inquest?
Both Chuck and I owned jalopies, and one night we were playing a rather complicated game of touch in and around the streets of Hazel. Diana was driving with Chuck. Ruth was with me.
And you crashed?
That's what happened. I was coming down 4th Street at 70 to cross Roosevelt Avenue. I hit Chuck's Plymouth broadside on.
At 70? Oh, you must have been crazy.
No, not crazy, Molly. Drunk. I guess we all were. Chuck ended up with a concussion and a fractured shoulder. I was lucky, I guess. Only 3 smashed ribs. Ruth went through the windscreen, and she's got a mess of scars on her face to prove it that'll last her a lifetime.
And Diana Fawcett?
Diana was killed instantly.
What a terrible thing.
Indeed it was. When they had the post-mortem, they found Diana was pregnant.
Oh, the poor kid.
And, well, Ruth was pregnant, too.
What did the police do?
Well, Judge Hadley figured it this way. Diana was dead. Nothing could bring her back to life again. Though Chuck and I had killed her, we were all culpable in some way. I guess it seemed profitless to the old judge to start Chuck and me on the road to the penitentiary. He sentenced both of us to a year in reform school and suspended the sentences indefinitely, subject to the chief of police putting in regular good reports about us.
You were lucky, Stan.
Nobody realizes that better than me, Molly.
You said that Ruth was pregnant, too. So she and Chuck had to get married, eh?
Well, not exactly. Ruth had been my girl, and if she was pregnant, I had a pretty good idea of which out of Chuck and me was probably responsible. The Eberhards were playing the hell with Ruthie, trying to pressurize her to say which of us it was. Well, I guess she finally decided Chuck was more fun than me. Anyhow, she said it was Chuck, and they were married as soon as she came out of the hospital.
Stan?
Yes?
You were telling me the other day about this job your father's offered you in his own firm.
Oh, yes, I guess I'll be joining him next year.
Well, why not now if he needs your help?
We got to make a hole first.
We're here?
Uh-huh. It's just a question now of fixing the exact location. Say, talking about fathers, I guess I'm not anxious to start anything with yours right now.
Oh, it is getting late.
Okay, let's go then.
Your sheep don't look too bad.
Not too bad, David. How's the rain been on Lucinda?
Could have been a lot better. We only got about 9/10 of an inch at the homestead.
Oh, Uncle Tom says we got about 3 inches.
But then, Molly, you always get more than I do.
Oh, it doesn't do us any good. Goes straight into the ground. All the water we've got comes from bores.
I suppose that in America it falls straight into the mouths of the sheep.
Whatever made you say that, David? So far as I can make out, they run their ranches very much the same way we do. Only they seem to have a lot more water than we do and smaller stations.
Better land, in fact. Everything's better in America, isn't it?
Well, if it is, it's because they've worked damned hard to make it so.
And I just sit on my backside and smoke my pipe all day, of course.
Oh, I didn't mean it personally, David. You work harder than anybody here in the lunatic.
Just that I get a bit tired of these supermen.
Well, what have you got against them, David?
I think it's because they're so ignorant.
Oh, I'm going back. You're always on the lookout for any excuse to run them down. They've brought a bit of America into the lunatic, and I think it's done us all good.
Look, perhaps we better change the subject.
Too right.
All right. Will you marry me?
That's a very poor joke, David.
I'm serious.
But you can't be.
I'd have asked you months ago if it weren't for the fact I'm probably going broke this year. I've been in love with you for a long time, you know that.
Yes, I know. Oh, what made you ask me now?
Oh, just to remind you I'm still around.
Because I've been going round with the Americans.
I suppose so, yes.
Look, I suppose someday I'll want to get married and settle down. But not for a while. I'm sorry you ask me now, David, because the answer's got to be no.
I thought you'd say that. Oh, well, let's forget it.
When Elspeth gets through college in a year from now, I want to go to England.
I suppose you'd rather we didn't go on meeting.
Well, David, if that happened, I'd be sorry, but it's up to you, of course. Look, so long as you realise I'm not marrying you or anybody else for the time being, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't keep on meeting. After all, there aren't so many people our age here in the lunatic, but if you think it's not going to work out, we'll have to give it up.
Okay. We'll leave it like that.
Good night, David. I'm terribly sorry.
My dearest Stanton, I'm afraid what I have to write to you in this air letter
will be very bad news indeed. Your friend Chuck Sheraton was killed flying last week. Amy Eberhardt came round last night and told us the news. It has been a terrible shock to them, and indeed to everyone in Hazel. Chuck was stationed at a base called Harrisburg in Texas, and it appears he was instructing the cadets there in night flying. It must have been low test flying, or whatever they call it, because Chuck collided with a train. Amy was all broken up, of course. She never did like flying, so they've gone down by the Limited to arrive Thursday morning. She said it was a terrible accident, because one wing of Chuck's airplane hit the smokestack of the locomotive, and the airplane rolled up in a ball and burned alongside the track, in front of all the people in the coaches looking on. Ruthie, of course, is all broken up. So is everyone in Hazel. I mean, Chuck did so well in Korea, and then to get killed just on a silly training flight. You can't explain it. But God knows best. I am so sorry this news comes to you when you're so far away from us all. But now that you have decided when your work in Australia is done to come home to help your father in the family business, it won't be for long. I am so glad you've decided to come home, because it is at times like this that all Chuck's friends
should be together. All our love, son, and come home soon, Mother. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord.
This Anzac Day, boss, must be quite something then.
Sure is, Spencer. It'd be a heap of trouble if we didn't stop work.
Well, we never stopped to drill for our own Independence Day.
Well, I guess Anzac Day is a sort of holy day, too. You know, Independence Day, Thanksgiving, and Easter all tied up together.
Well, what do you know?
You got the cablegram ready?
Oh, yeah, sure. Right here, boss. The operator at Hastings, Jerry Lee, he's been taking down a number of telegrams from various stations. Should be just about our turn.
Okay, let's try it then.
Okay, I'll switch her on.
I'll tell you, he's cut his bloody throat.
What in hell was that?
The Lord only knows. Turn the volume up.
All stations off the air, please. Some station seems to be passing a medical message. Will that station please come in again and give station identification?
Hello. Hello. The bloody thing ain't working.
Give it him again, Bert. Hey, you've got to turn that switch to hear. Rec means receive.
This is 6 Easy Dog. Hastings Flying Doctor Service. When you want to speak, turn the little switch low down on the left-hand side to trans. Directly you've done speaking, turn the same switch back to rec. Don't touch anything else on your set. It's going fine. Right. Now turn your switch to trans and tell us what station you are. Over.
Hello. This is Bert Hancock at Manor Hill. We got a bloke here who's cut his throat. He's bleeding pretty bad. And young Jim Copeland's gone and marched off into the bush. Hello. Did you get that?
Flying Doctor here. I got your message. In a moment, I'm going to switch you over to the doctor in the hospital. First of all, though, who was it went off into the bush? Now turn your switch to tran. Now. Over.
Jim Copeland, that was. Went off in the middle of the night. Left a note on the cookhouse table. Said he was going back to London. I'll turn the switch now.
Flying Doctor here. Was this man Copeland walking or riding?
Walking. All the trucks are here. He's a young Pommy just out from home, Jackarooey. He got a bit full of the grog last night.
Well, we all got a bit full. Over.
Right, Manor Hill. Hang on, will you, while I switch the radio over to the doctor in the hospital. Won't take a tick.
Dr. Gordon at the Hastings Hospital. How did this man cut his throat?
With a razor, Doc. We got him out in the veranda, sitting up. It didn't seem right to move him.
Tell me how long the cut is, whether it's still bleeding.
I'd say it's about 4 inches, Doc. It's bleeding pretty fast still. Real nasty.
Right. Now look, Mr. Hancock. I'll come out just as soon as I can get an airplane. But first of all, you've got to get that bleeding stopped. Have you got any suitures?
Turn it down a bit,
Over.
Spencer.
Okay.
I don't know what they'd be, Doc.
Maybe some of us should go over with the first aid kit.
Take quite a while. The airplane with the doctor would make it first.
I guess I'll go over and take Tex with me. We're not so far away, and it might look bad if we didn't show up to help.
Okay, I'll turn it up again. See what's happening.
Well, I'll try it if you say so, Doc. I told you, though, I can't stand blood. Makes me sick in the stomach. I've chummed it once today already. This is Lara Station, 6CO. We heard the whole of that. Mr. Pat Regan and Miss Murray Regan are leaving at once for Manor Hill with medical supplies. The journey should take them about an hour and a half in the jeep. I'm afraid those poor boys must have been terribly intoxicated. Over.
Thank you, 6CO. I'll tell Manor Hill when they come on again. Listening out.
Flying Doctor, this is 6QT, Topeka Exploration. We heard all of that. Mr. Laird and one other are leaving right now for Manor Hill. I guess they'll be over there in 2 hours. Over.
Thank you, Topex. I'll tell Manor Hill. Listening out.
I'll say they were terribly intoxicated. I guess that's what happens in this country when the manager goes off to Perth for Anzac Day and takes his family along.
Except at Lara, boss.
Lara's different. I'd say they're kind of pickled. It just doesn't do them any harm anymore. Besides, they've got a Scotch ex-barmaid in the driver's seat. Maybe that's what you want to run a ranch in this kind of country.
Oh, Stan, I'm so glad you've come. They're in a hell of a mess here at Manor Hill.
I know, we heard it on the radio. What goes on with the horses?
Oh, it's this boy Copeland, the jackaroo.
Jackaroo?
Oh, jackarooing is working on a sheep station as an apprentice to learn the work.
Oh,
We've got to find this boy. He's out in the bush somewhere. Dad says he'd probably be dead by sunset. 6 or 7 miles in the heat of the day, and then you're finished.
What can we do to help, Molly?
Oh, the country's too rough for your jeep. Can either of you ride a horse?
Well, certainly I can.
No, I mean really ride, Stan. Well enough to keep up with us all day.
Oh, you forget I was raised on a ranch back home in Oregon.
Good-o. Well, that makes one more man.
What about you, Tex?
I guess you'll have to count me out, boss. I never got around to riding no horse.
Oh, well, that makes 5 of us with the 2 colored boys. Oh, we'll want a lot more people, though. I think, Tex, you'll have to sit on the radio.
Okay, Miss Molly.
Oh, what happened to the guy who cut his throat?
Well, I'm afraid he's dead.
And the character who had to do the sewing up?
Flat out in his bed, dead to the world.
Glory be to God, I'm glad to see you, Mr. Laird. Hell, you'll not see the like of this between Dublin and the County Kerry. Or in the whole of the United States of America either, for that matter.
Stan can ride, Dad, and ride well. And Tex is going to stay with the radio.
Yeah, isn't that a great mercy now? We'll go up to the homestead now and see if we can talk to anyone on the wireless. It's 10 more men we'll be after needing with their saddles.
You were watching me just now when we were cantering.
I'm sorry, Stan. I had to see whether you really could ride, by Australian standards.
And?
You can ride all right.
Where do you suppose we ought to look for this guy?
Well, Dad said he'd probably took to the road at first, even though he was blind drunk. But that as soon as he got crazed by the heat, he'd leave it.
Well, if he used the road, we'd see his footmarks in the dust.
Oh, for his sake, I hope so.
You know, I think Chuck would have liked this country.
Well, whatever put that into your head?
I don't know, Molly. I guess the kind of things happen around here that Chuck would have been able to handle.
For your sake, Stan, I wish he was here.
Thanks.
I don't see we can do any better than go on as we're going, Stan.
You're the boss.
We must be 7 or 8 miles out, I suppose.
About that, I guess.
Well, you could have walked as far as this by night quite easily. Although we haven't seen any traces.
Yeah, this guy's good at covering his tracks, the nut.
I'd like to keep it going for another couple of hours, if that's all right by you. Say till 5 o'clock.
Fine. I just hate to think of anybody wandering about on foot in this kind of country.
Oh, I know. They come out from home and they just don't understand. It takes a long, long time before they do understand.
Hey.
What is it, Stan?
I was just wondering, that might be over there on the road. It looks like a stone.
Oh, I don't see anything.
See that first kind of wiggle?
Yeah?
Well, on past that. The tree on the left. Just a mite past that.
Oh, it's a stone.
I guess maybe it is, but it's kind of rounded for a stone in these parts. And they're mostly red anyway. I guess I'll just take a look.
What is it?
A service water bottle. And it's still wet inside.
Well, then he must have come this way. Well, now we've got to find him. Look, Stan, hang it on that branch of that tree so that we'll know this place again. Now, let's see. We must be about 12 miles out and just past the second creek.
I guess this must be his trail.
I'm certain he can't be far away.
He isn't.
What?
See that clump of spinifex down there?
Where? Oh, yes, I've got it. My goodness, what wonderful eyesight you've got. Come on. Give me a hand.
Okay.
Well, he's alive.
Only just.
Yeah. He's burrowed right into the spinifex like an animal. Well, we'll have to cut it away from on top of him. Have you got a knife?
Sure. My hunting knife from back home.
Oh, he's scratched and torn by the spinifex grass.
And it looks as though he's bitten half through his tongue.
Oh, he's still alive. That's the main thing.
Okay. Let's fix the grass.
Oh, he needs water pretty quick.
Then we better get him up into a sitting position.
Righty. Here we go.
Here, steady now. Okay. Now pour some of that water through his teeth.
Right. Oh, blast.
Oh, you'll just have to try and force him.
Oh, he's wasting a lot of water.
Hey, what about water? We're both pretty low, Molly.
We can get more from the river.
It's as dry as a rock.
Oh, it just looks dry, Stan, but there's water there, all right.
You're kidding.
Didn't you see those little holes in the sandy riverbed where the kangaroos had been digging?
You mean there's water down there in that riverbed?
Oh, yeah, where the kangaroos dug for it. Poor kitty, he didn't know that.
That makes two of us.
Look, Stan, it's only about 1/4 of a mile to the river. Do you think we could get him there?
Oh, why, sure. I could carry him that far. Or we could put him on a horse.
Oh, it's better to carry him if you can manage it. There. He swallowed a little bit then.
Yeah, things are looking up.
Now, the best idea is to make a camp down by the river.
Yeah, sounds good sense.
If we make a fire, somebody's bound to come out looking for us during the night.
This kid, Molly, he's very near to death. You know that?
Yes. It's the skin. He's so terribly burnt.
Oh, let's hope somebody sees our fire soon.
I'll throw another bush on it, will you, and give it a stir?
Okay. Well, all we can do now is wait.
And pray?
Sure. And pray.
Stan?
Uh-huh.
When When do you think you'll be back in Hazel?
Depends on the well. Right now, it doesn't look so good.
Oh, you mean you're not going to strike oil?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. But all we got so far is traces in the shale.
And if there isn't oil here, what'll you do?
Oh, I guess I'll resign my job with Top-X, go home, and help my father with his automobile business.
Yeah. Yes, I see.
That way, I'll be home around July. I'd kind of like to go home and live in Hazel. I guess I've had my fill of hot countries in the oil business.
Do you know what that means, Stan?
Me going back home?
No, not finding oil. Some of us were beginning to, well, dream dreams.
Dreams?
You know. You'll all go away and only a few concrete blocks and platforms will remain to show that you've been here.
Yes, I guess so.
But no more ice cream or Coca-Cola in the lunatic. No more American magazines. No more stories about how you live in America. There'll be no chance of a town growing up here in the lunatic with hairdressers and shops and cafes and theatres and churches.
Well, if we don't make a strike, I guess that'll be true.
We'll all be terribly sorry to see you go.
I guess I'll be sorry to go, too, in some ways.
Why do you say that? Surely you can't like living in a place like this. Not after Oregon.
Well, you get kind of used to a place. Besides, folk here have been mighty nice to us.
Oh, it's made a tremendous difference to us in the lunatic having you all here. In your shoes, I'd do the same. I'll be itching to get back to Hazel.
Sure, that's the way I feel, Molly. Yet in some ways, I just can't bear to leave.
Why ever not? What's so attractive about this place?
You.
You can't be serious.
I didn't mean to talk this way. I'm all of 8 years older than you, Molly, and that doesn't seem right. But ever since you let me tell you about Chuck, I've thought about nothing else.
Oh, Stan.
So if that oil isn't down there, I just can't bear the thought that I'll be going away soon and never see you again. I guess there's one thing above everything else a man like me wants in his wife. That she be a kind person. And that's what you've been to me, Molly. Real kind. What your dad would say, the kindest hopper this side of the black stump.
Oh, I never knew you thought of me as a hopper.
Oh, I don't really, honey. That's sort of allegorical, like the black stump itself. But if I were to tell you that you were the kindest person I'd ever met this side of the black stump, I guess that would be true.
Oh, Stan, you're such a sweet person.
I'm in love with you, Molly. I guess I'm older than I'd have liked to be, and a mite too serious for you, maybe. But I do love you very dearly.
Oh, Stan.
So, will you marry me?
Yes, of course I will.
Molly.
Oh, Stan.
What about your folks? Your dad, I mean. Do you think he's likely to be mad?
Not anymore. He didn't like Americans before you arrived, but he does now.
Well, I must say that sure does take my breath away.
A truck! What did I tell you? Here, stir up the fire.
Sure thing.
I knew they'd find us.
Hello there.
Dad, it's Molly and Stan. We got the boy here, Dad.
And how is the poor fella?
He's terribly hurt, Dad, and he can't speak, but he's taken a good bit of water, though.
What time was it that you found him?
Just before sunset, Dad. It was dark by the time we got fixed up, so we camped here till someone came to find us.
You got water from beneath?
Yes, Stan dug for
That's
it.
a good girl. There's many a man died of the thirst beside a river the like of this, and cool, clear water beneath the dry sand. You and his mother should be burning candles to the miracles of God, the way you found the lad.
Stan found him, Dad.
And may the holy saints reward you, Mr. Laird. Oh, it's the doctor will be needed for this fella. We'll have to get the stretcher fixed up.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Regan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Laird. Come and sit down on the veranda.
Thank you. Molly says she told you about us.
Aye, she did that. I told the lassie you were too good a man for her, but it all flowed off her like water off a duck's back. And now, tell me, lad, what made you go and do such a daft thing?
Well, I guess everyone goes a bit daft when he's in love. But I'd say, Mrs. Regan, that this is just about the most sensible thing I've ever done in my life.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's hope you won't live to regret the day. Now, Mr. Laird, we'd best talk practical politics.
Right.
There's one or two things to be settled before this goes any further.
I guess there might be.
When were you two thinking of getting married?
Well, I haven't talked this over with Molly yet, but I'd say the right time to get married would be before I leave here to go home.
Molly tells me you're a Presbyterian.
Yes, that's correct, Mrs. Regan.
My daughter's a Catholic. Were you thinking of having a Catholic wedding?
Well, perhaps a civil wedding would be better.
Aye, if the both of you are willing to give up your religious principles, which she's not, and I don't suppose you are. However, leave that be, and let's suppose we get Father Ryan to come here and marry you, for all the ill he thinks of Lara Station. Would your father or mother be coming to the wedding?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say so. It's quite a way to come.
What it means, then, Mr. Laird, is this. You and Molly would be married here, and then she'd go off with you to a country she's only read about, married to a foreigner, to settle down alongside relations she's never seen at all. It's a big jump you're asking of the lassie, Mr. Laird.
I guess I hadn't thought about it that way.
Many a girl's taken a big chance like that and come out of it well, but there's some that haven't.
Do you think, then, she ought to visit with us first, in Hazel? My folks would like that.
Aye, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking perhaps if she went back with you and stayed 3 months or so, and then for you to be married in Hazel. And maybe I'd come over for the wedding and see America for myself.
Well, Mrs. Regan, I'd like to talk it over with Molly first. I mean, she'll be traveling halfway around the world with me and staying in hotels and all kinds of places. Some folks might think that kind of strange behavior.
If you're thinking of her reputation, Mr. Laird, you can put your mind at rest. My daughter comes from Lara Station, so she's none to lose.
Say, Mrs. Regan...
But while we're on the subject, laddie, I tell you there's to be no funny business, or I'll see to it she never marries you at all. You needn't think you'll put a chain on her that way. We're well acquainted with bastards on Lara Station. We can always use another.
Say, you've got me all wrong, Mrs. Regan. I would never do a thing like that.
You would never do a thing like what, Stan?
Oh, never you mind.
I think I can guess.
Then you've no right to.
Glory be to God. You should have heard Clem Rogerson tearing into them at Manahill when he got back. God saves. He might have been the Lord Bishop himself, and him preaching fearfully again the drink.
What happened to the jackaroo, Dad? Is he going to be all right?
Oh, by the grace of God, yes. But he's doing fine. Oh, he sends a message to the two of you to thank you for saving him. The doctor's taking him to hospital in the aeroplane.
Will he be coming back to Manahill, Mr. Regan?
Oh, he will not. Oh, it's back home to England for that buckaroo.
Aye, there's some that's fit for working in the lunatic and many more that's not.
That's a true saying, my dear.
Pat, Mr. Laird here has been asking for our Molly.
May the saints preserves. To wed the girl, you mean?
I guess that's the way it is, Mr. Regan.
Well, now, isn't that a great wonder? That the like of you would want to wed a girl like her. Was it in the dark night you asked her now? And the two of you sitting by the wood fire under the bright stars, waiting there by the poor jackaroo while I come to find you in the truck.
Yeah, that's right, Dad. That's when it happened.
Yeah, sure, because I had me suspicions, and you with the starlight in your eyes. Here, go and get the bottle, girl.
Right.
This is one time you'll take a drink, Mr. Laird, even if it lays you flat on your back as all the boys at Manahill.
Well, maybe just a small one, Mr. Regan.
No, just a quarter of a bottle, eh? No more.
Well,
Hi there.
Hello, Ted.
I thought I'd stop by.
Oh, come on in.
Thanks. Any sign of it letting up here at Lucinda?
Not a hope. 9 weeks at least before we can expect any rain.
How's the stock holding out?
I lost about 300 last week.
Jeez. Guess you won't have many left in 9 weeks.
I think I'll probably get by with about 2,000.
Out of the 4,000 you started out with. That's quite a loss.
Well, come on in and have a drink, Ted.
No, I guess I won't stay. The guys back at the rig will be wanting their chow. Oh, you, heard the news?
What news?
Well, back at the rig, they're saying, Miss Molly and Stan Laird aim to get themselves married.
Well, I dare say it's true. Do you know when it's going to be?
Well, he's going back to stateside in June, so I guess it'll be then.
He's leaving, whether there's oil or not?
Oh, there's no oil here, brother. Oh, this is a dry hole. A busted flush.
Well, Stan Laird's a good sort of chap.
They don't come any better. Too good for me, I guess. Oh, well, so long for now. I gotta beat it, or those guys will tear me apart.
Dad, may I speak to you?
Why not? Aren't you me daughter?
It's about David Cope, Dad. Could we do anything to help him, do you think?
Glory be to God, Gil. And why would we be after helping one like that against a normal summer drought, Gil? Sure, if we help him this time, he'd be coming to us and expecting help every third year when the rain's short.
Yes, I know, Dad, but I would like to help him this time, though. You see, I had to be rather unkind to him, Dad. It's not the time to be unkind to anyone when his sheep are dying off like flies.
Was the lad wanting to wed you?
Yeah, that's right, Dad. And I had to tell him I was going to marry Stan Laird.
The blessed saints themselves preserve us. But is that a reason why we'd take 4,000 sheep upon the property, and them so starved that ate as much as bullocks?
Yes, it is, Dad, if we can do it. If somebody here was, kind to him now, it'd even things up a bit. How many sheep would we be running now?
Oh, hard to say, Gil. 34,000.
Dad, could we take his sheep and not get into trouble ourselves?
Are you still thinking of him, Gil?
No, of course not. I'm going to marry Stan. Could we help David, Dad?
Listen now, Gil. I'll drive up and have a look round number 10 board tomorrow and see how much feed we've got up there.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
You'll be bringing bankrupt ruin on the Reagans, my girl. Sure, we could all live the life of Riley himself if we had no sheep.
There it is, honey.
But it's so large. You always told me Hazel was a small town.
That isn't Hazel down there. That's Portland.
Oh, Stan, that river, it's enormous.
Yeah, it's quite a river.
I've never seen so much water.
Well, as we Americans are supposed to say, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Will they like me, do you think?
Mom and Dad? Well, they'd better.
I'm scared.
Oh, honey, you got no cause to be. They're just ordinary folk, like the folk in the lunatic.
Oh, darling, you're wrong there. In the whole wide world, I don't think there are any people like the people in the lunatic.
Well, maybe not quite so nuts. Anyway, there's no cause to worry. So relax, honey. They're going to love you, as I do.
Mom and I had quite an argument about that jacket, Miss Regan.
Mr. Laird, couldn't you call me Molly? It'd be much nicer.
Okay, Molly it is. Junior wrote us in a letter you had bronze hair, so I figured a two-tone suede jacket and a kind of brown would suit you best, but Mom here said green.
I was right, too.
Sure, honey, then you always are. Anyway, Miss Molly, you look mighty nice in it.
Oh, it's beaut. Oh, you're being so kind to me. I don't know what to say.
Shucks, why shouldn't we be? It isn't every day we have a prospective daughter-in-law to visit.
I think it's very brave of you, my dear, to come such a long way to meet us. Junior wrote to tell us about you not being engaged yet, and Dad and I think that's real sensible.
Well, I think it's a bit of nonsense, Mrs. Laird. Stan and I wanted to get married, but Ma said we weren't to be engaged until I'd stayed with you for a bit. The only difference is that I haven't got a ring.
Your Ma's right, dear. Oh, by the way, if you want to, you can call me Helen.
I shall call you Mom.
No, my dear, don't do that. Your own mother mightn't like it. Just call me Helen.
All right, Helen.
Junior, I just hated to have to write you about poor Chuck. It was dreadful.
Yeah, just one of those things, I guess. Is Ruthie back yet?
Not yet, son.
Amy and Dan Eberhardt, they haven't really got room for Ruthie and the children, so they're fixing a bungalow for her.
When's it going to be finished, Dad?
I'd say in about a month. Dan told me Ruthie'd be back here in Hazel in the fall.
Has she, got any money?
Not a lot. I guess Dan kind of worried about that, too.
Poor Ruthie. All those kids, too. I guess she sure got the rough end of the stick after all.
Lucinda Station, near Malvern Downs, Western Australia. 26th August, 1955. Dear Molly, as far as I can make out, nobody here in the lunatic seems to be writing too much, so here goes. The last of the Yanks have gone now, and there's nothing left of them except a few slabs of concrete on the ground, and the 4 3,000-gallon water tanks I bought off them with some piping and brought over to Lucinda. We had a really good wet after you left, and all the creeks are running, which sort of makes up for the rain we didn't get in the summer. The sheep are doing well, what's left of them. Thanks a lot for getting your old man to give me a hand. You've got some marvelous feed on your place out past your number 10 bore. You saved my bacon, and I'll never forget it. Thought I'd send you a wedding present with this letter. It comes to you with my love, you know that. It's a book of poems. A Shropshire Lad by A. Houseman. It may not be your first wedding present, but I hope you like it. I've marked my favourite poem in the volume with a faint cross in pencil. Oh, when I was in love with you, then I was clean and brave, and miles around the wonder grew how well did I behave. And now the fancy passes by and nothing will remain, and miles around they'll say that I am quite myself again. I've been going over to Lara quite a bit since you went away. They love getting your letters and hearing all about America. It must be quite a place. It's been pretty dull here since you went away. But your old man says he's going to find me a yellow girl or a good-looking gin, if you can imagine such a thing. So I'll be all right, I suppose. All the best, David.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, honey.
Oh, Helen, you look absolutely done in. Come in and sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Oh, I'd sooner you make it coffee, dear. I'm not exactly acclimatized to the Australian version of English tea yet.
Right. Coffee it is. Now, you just sit down and relax.
Oh, dear.
They're back, then?
Yes, Amy, Ruthie, the 4 children. All of them. Claudia and I have been there all afternoon helping them to get into the new Eberhardt bungalow. Sakes, my dear, if ever there were 2 worn, haggard women and 4 weary, fretful small fry. They're just plumb tired out, all of them.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Well, Ruthie brought back a whole sack of dirty diapers.
Oh, good.
I know Ruthie would appreciate it if someone were to put them through a washing machine and hang them out.
Right, I'll go round and get them right away.
And if you wait 5 minutes, there's a kettle of potato soup that it won't take me a moment to warm up.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Molly Regan. I'm stopping with the Lairds.
Oh, hello there. I'm Ruth Sheridan.
Yes, I know. I brought some potato soup.
Oh, thanks.
And Helen said there was some diapers that needed washing.
Oh, have you come to do the diapers?
That's right. I'll do them in our machine and bring them back in the morning.
Oh, thanks. They're all yours, sister. Wait till Pa comes back with the car and he can drop them off at the Laird house for you.
Well, I can carry them, then I wait.
What, you don't mind walking down the street with a sack of diapers?
Why should I?
Say, you wouldn't be the girl who came back with Stanton from Australia?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what do you know? Oh, I'm real glad to meet you. Chuck and Stan were mighty good friends.
I know. It was a terrible blow to Stanton when he heard the news.
Yeah, it would have been. These things just happen, I guess. Chuck always had lots of fun, whatever he was doing, but I guess when a person gets to having fun in airplanes, things are liable to happen.
Or in motor cars.
Stan told you what happened to us when we were kids?
Yes, he did, Ruth. I hope you don't mind.
No, of course not.
When I was coming over here from the Laird house, I saw your boy Tony in the street. He's an awfully nice kid, he really is.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, of course I did. He's just like Stanton, isn't he?
And you don't mind?
Well, Ruth, why ever should I?
Well, it's got to be a lot more noticeable these last few years. Oh, I guess we were real wicked in those days. Wicked and crazy.
Now listen, Ruth. You really mustn't think that I'm upset about it. I really do mean that. I come from a place that's very different to Hazel. More irregular, I suppose. Where I come from in the lunatic.
The lunatic?
Yeah, that's what it's called, honest. Anyway, there are a good few illegitimacies there, both black and white. Well, I'm one myself, for that matter.
You are?
Yes, I am.
Boy. Hey, does Helen know that?
Well, not unless Stanton's told her. Ruth, Tony is Stanton's son, isn't he?
Yes, honey, I guess he is. Oh, I kind of hoped he might be Chuck's, but... Oh, well, maybe I did wrong when I told everybody the baby was Chuck's, but I'll never be sorry I did it.
Of course you won't. Nobody's any the worse for what you did.
Maybe not. Oh, I don't know.
Ruth, I'd better take the diapers now. Anyway, the lads will be expecting me back for supper. Hazel, near Portland, Oregon, United States of America, 3rd October, 1955. My dear David, I have already written you one letter today. Well, 3/4 of a letter anyway. But I'm beginning it all over again. When I came into my room just now and read what I'd written, I realized it wasn't the sort of letter I wanted to write. So I tore it up and started again. All day I've been thinking about this letter. I don't suppose you'll understand, but I will try and explain. Hazel really is a lovely little town, and all the people here have been terribly kind to me, especially the lairds. But a number of things, small things, it's true, have begun to get me down. That's why I just felt I wanted to be alone in the privacy of my room to pour out all I wanted to say to somebody who really knows me. But it really is just marvellous here. The country's so pretty and the people are so nice and the shop's so full of everything anyone could want. The road's so good, the motor car's so lovely. Oh, it's exactly like those advertisements we used to look at in the American magazines. Do you remember when you got so angry and said that I thought the American supermen were better than anybody else at everything? Oh, it's all the opposite to Lara and the lunatic. So that it's crazy to be always thinking of home. David, I wish you'd write again sometime when you aren't too busy and tell me more of what you and everyone else is doing. I hope that now the wet has come, things are better for you and Lucinda. If only you had water there, it'd be a marvellous property. You'd be able to marry a beautiful girl from Perth and be rich and have hundreds of thousands of sheep and lots of children. But of course, Lucinda is one of the driest properties in West Australia, I'm afraid, and there just isn't anything anyone can do about it. So the beautiful girl in Perth, whoever she is, will just have to remain single. I know I'm going to be terribly happy in this lovely place. But it's going to take a little time to settle down. My love to the yellow girl, or is it girls? Yours, Molly.
Hiya, Mrs. Ladd.
Hello there.
Mom sent me over to get the diapers.
Ah, you must be Tony.
That's right. You the Australian girl that came back with Stan?
How did you guess? Oh, I've got the diapers right here.
Gee, you look just like an American. Say, what are you laughing about?
Did you think I'd be like a coloured girl?
I seen pictures of Australians in school, and they were all coloured. Long spears, and they threw things called boomerangs that come back.
Yes, that's right. But there are a lot more whites than coloureds in Australia, just like there are here.
I guess I didn't know that.
There are a lot of things you don't know, young man.
I guess so, Mrs. Ladd. Mom said to say thanks for the diapers. Bye now, see you later.
He's an awfully nice kid, isn't he, Helen?
Why, yes, I guess he is.
It's all right, Mom. Stanton told me all about him.
Oh, he did?
I'm sorry, Helen, but I can't help laughing. Stanton said he wasn't sure if Tony was his or Chuck's, and he meant it, too. As if you couldn't tell just by looking at the boy.
Tony is Chuck's son, Molly.
But, Helen, it can't possibly be. Stan must have been exactly like that at his age.
You never knew Chuck, Molly. I guess he and my son were pretty much alike.
Oh, it's all right, Mom. You mustn't cry. It's not going to make any trouble whoever his father was. Now, Stan told me all about it a long, long time ago. Not long before he heard Chuck had been killed. And I don't mind a bit. Honestly, I don't. Now, you come and sit down and I'll get you a nice cup of coffee.
He is Chuck's son. Ruthie always said so, and she ought to know.
But it doesn't matter whose son he is, Mom. He's a nice kid, and that's all that matters.
You wouldn't want him around the place if he was Stan's child, Molly. But he's not Stan's. Stan was never wild like poor Chuck.
Mom, Stan was only 16 when it happened, and he told me all about it.
I just don't understand how you young folk look at things these days. I mean, what would your own folks say if they knew?
Oh, don't you worry, Mum. We're quite used to this sort of thing at home. We live a long way out in the bush, you know, on Lara Station. And things happen there that wouldn't happen here. Why, I've got a whole family of half-caste half-brothers and sisters living with us on the property that we don't talk about too much. I don't mind about Tony. And it just wouldn't mean a thing to Dad or Ma either. They'd just laugh.
What did you say about half-caste brothers?
I've got 3 of them. And 2 half-sisters, yellow girls. You see, there weren't any white women in the district when Dad and Uncle Tom first went to Lara after the 1418 war. And they lived with gins, the black women, you know. Of course, they gave that up when Ma came along. I suppose we're really a lot worse than you are here. Honestly, you needn't worry about this any more, Mum. You just forget all about it.
Molly, let me get this straight. You don't really mean you've got colored people in your family?
Well, Dad and Ma are pure white, of course, and I'm pure white. But I've got half brothers and sisters living on the property, and they're colored.
You mean real colored? Like the colored folks here?
That's right.
Stan never told us that.
Does it make any difference?
I just don't know. It's all been so sudden. Guess a boy's folks kind of like to know before he marries into a colored family.
Helen, we don't call ourselves a colored family. Not that I'd mind very much if we did. Now, I think perhaps you ought to have a talk with Stanton, Helen. He'll be able to explain things better than I can, because he'd see them more the way you do. And he's seen the way we live.
Maybe that's right, dear. I guess I'll have to have a talk with Stan.
Come in.
Am I disturbing you, Stan?
No, of course not, honey. Come in.
Oh, you're not still working on that report of yours?
Oh, come and sit down. Afraid I am, honey. It's quite a report, you know. What is it, Molly? You look kind of worried.
Stan, tomorrow morning I want you to see about airline reservations for me.
Airline reservations? Is this some kind of a joke?
No, Stan, it's not a joke.
But you can't be serious. Oh, you're not worrying about all this talk that's going round town about you?
Oh, what are they saying?
Oh, nothing very much. But, honey, maybe you want to be a bit more careful what you say in front of folks.
What about?
Well, you know about your colored half-brothers and things like that. You know how folks talk in a small town like this?
Yes, I know.
I'm only mentioning it because, well, I don't want you to be unhappy.
Well, it doesn't matter any longer.
You're not serious about the reservations?
Yes, Stan, I really am serious.
I just don't understand.
Stan, I think I must have said what I did about my half-brothers and all that on purpose.
On purpose?
I'm not ashamed of it. It's just one of those things you can't do anything about it. So it's no good worrying.
Why couldn't you just leave things be, Molly?
It would have been deceiving your parents, and that's not the right thing to do, not when they've been so kind to me.
But
besides, it would all have to come out one day.
I don't get that. A person has some private things. He doesn't tell everyone.
If we were to get married, Stan, and my father came over here to see us, what would you do? Get in a couple of cases of overproof rum and entertain him at home? Or would you take him down to Skid Row? Stan, I've been thinking about an awful lot of things since I talked to Ruth. Before you and I could think of marrying, Stan, your people, Aunt Claudia and the Eberhards and your friends and all the people in Hazel, they'd have to know all about me.
What do you mean, all about you?
Oh, about me being illegitimate for a start, and lots of things. For instance, about Dad and Uncle Tom swapping Ma for a Mauser rifle, things like that. It's all part of it.
Well, you couldn't tell them that.
Well, why not? It all happened and it's all a part of me. And I'm not going to marry you, Stan.
But why? Why? I just don't understand.
Darling, it wouldn't work. I see that now. And you will too one day. You do now, if you're honest with yourself. There's too much between us. I like you terribly, but if I married you, we'd both be unhappy. Oh, it's no good going on and kidding yourself that it'll all come out good when it's like that.
I don't see it that way at all, Molly. Honest, I don't. Sure, there'd have to be adjustments,
Oh,
but...
it's more than that. It's much more. Look, Stan, I don't think I could stand it here, for one thing.
Well, honey, I thought you
said...
said...
it's not I don't like Hazel. It's a lovely little town, but I think it would just kill me to live here. Forever, I mean.
Tell me why. Please. I want to understand.
Well, everything's been done here, for one thing. Where I come from, everything's still to do. Oh, there's so very much to be done and built and made in the lunatic. Oh, I'd like to go back and have a hand in doing it.
Oh, sometimes, honey, I kind of feel that way myself. But you only live once. There's no call to live your life in a place like the lunatic.
Well, there's one other thing I'd like to say while we're talking like this.
Go ahead.
Stan, I think you ought to marry Ruth one day, after I've gone away and all this has died down. I think that's the right thing for you to do, and I believe you know it yourself.
Well, I guess when a guy's girl starts cracking up another woman, then it's kind of final.
I guess it is, Stan.
Maybe you'll feel better about everything in the morning, honey.
No, Stan, this is it.
All right. Now, I want to ask you something, Molly.
Well, I'll answer if I can.
You're going back to marry that English boy, David Cope?
Well, I can't answer that one. I just don't know. I shouldn't think he'd ask me.
He asked you once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, I've got a wedding present for you and David. Or perhaps it'd be better to say a kind of dowry.
Wedding present? For David and me?
Sure. Here it is.
What is it?
Here.
It's a piece of paper.
The last page of my report. Go on, read it.
On Plan 1, surface spot levels below minus 150 feet are indicated by the area hatched in brown. Within this area, bores sunk through the anhydrite rock can confidently be expected to yield an artesian flow. But I don't understand.
That's my wedding present to the two of you, Molly. Water. Scads and scads of it. Right under Lucinda Station. Clear, cool water. The clearest, coolest water this side of the Black Stump.
That was Rosemary Miller as Molly Regan, Edward Bishop as Stanton Laird, and David Spencer as David Cope in Beyond the Black Stump, the novel by Neville Shute, adapted for radio by Stephen Grenfell. The rest of the cast was as follows: Jane Regan, Dorothy Smith; Pat Regan, J.G. Devlin; the Judge, Walter Fitzgerald; Mr. Laird, Patrick Barr; Helen Laird, Brenda Dunrich; Chuck Sheraton, Jerry Stovin; Spencer, Stephen Thorne; Jerry, Bruce Beebe; Gordon, Frederick Treves; Ted, Alan Haynes; Ruth Sheraton, Mary Wimbush; Tony, Peter Bartlett. Other parts played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davies.
My name is George Nathaniel Curzon. I am a most superior person. My cheek is pink, my hair is sleek. I dine at Blenheim once a week.
Why can't they let me forget that facetious, that appalling doggerel?
George Curzon is the only man I know who could make an impassioned speech in his pajamas without looking ridiculous.
Weekend at Montacute by Michael Robson. In November 1922, Lloyd George's coalition government came to an end, and the Conservative Party under Andrew Bonar Law was given control of the country. 6 months later, Bonar Law's ill health obliged him to take a convalescent cruise. By Whitsuntide of 1923, King George and Queen Mary were at Aldershot. Stanley Baldwin, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was looking forward to a country weekend, and George Nathaniel, Lord Curzon, the Foreign Secretary, was at his London home in Carlton House Terrace. Paul Rogers as Lord Curzon, Mary Wimbush as Lady Curzon, and Alan Rowe as Stanley Baldwin in Weekend at Montacute.
How ghastly. How absolutely ghastly.
What's your address?
The dress, that hat, the shoes, the tutu, and so on.
Oh, the Vogue in Paris has shoes.
You do far better at Derry and Tom's, and at half the price.
My money, darling. My money paid for the ensemble.
Quite immaterial. You know how I abhor extravagance.
Oh, I never heard such nonsense. If these curtains are new, aren't they? Were they absolutely necessary?
I had them run up in Fulham and insisted on a discount for cash down. Saved £7, 14 and 6.
And what did you do with the old curtains?
I sent them to Montacute. They do very well in the study.
I didn't very pleased with yourself, George. Is it entirely due to a cash saving on curtains?
I'm pleased to have you back again. I miss you, Grace. I do wish your tours of the continent would be rather less extensive.
Oh, but now it's so much more interesting than London. Everyone's more tuned out that you're young.
Paris was so much more interesting. Presumably the focus has shifted. That's why you're back.
George, what are your chances?
What can you be talking about?
Oh, don't be evasive. Not at a time like this.
Why did you come back from Paris so abruptly? I can't believe it was merely to hold my hand.
George, stop it and tell me what you know.
I know that the Prime Minister is presently aboard a Dutch liner, convalescing on the advice of his physician. In his absence, I've been presiding over the cabinet meeting.
You can be so disingenuous.
I've had 30 years' experience, rather more.
The Prime Minister is dying.
He's what?
Bonalaw is dying, George. They give the poor man 6 months. Are you trying to tell me you didn't know?
What have you learned?
Rudyard Kipling met the Prime Minister at Aix-les-Bains. He was intending to entertain him, but he realized immediately that Bonalaw was in no condition for socializing. Now, I have this at first hand. The Prime Minister looked so ill that Kipling telephoned Beaverbrook, and Beaverbrook arranged for Tommy Horder to sail for France at once.
You have a remarkable intelligence network.
Someone has to safeguard your interest.
Bonalaw is a great man, a fine man. I will not have his indispositions made a subject of society gossip.
Oh, play the dissembler in Parliament by all means, but not with me.
Of course, there have been rumors.
Rumors?
The lower house has been frantic with gossip for weeks now. Eventually a moment was reached when I could not sensibly ignore them any longer. I sent a note to the Prime Minister not a fortnight ago requesting a meeting with him at Downing Street.
George? What is the urgency?
The rumors of your imminent resignation are flying thick and fast. I felt it was time to squash them.
Rumors? Where are they coming from?
From both sides of the house, Bonner.
You believe them yourself?
My one concern is to impose tranquility upon an excited cabinet. I think a statement should be made.
They need to have something to gossip about in the silly season.
You aren't prepared to take it seriously.
Well, there has to be something more than cabinet discipline at stake. You've always been a realist. What precisely is worrying you?
Are you ill? Do you intend to resign?
But if conjecture such as you mentioned had any foundation in truth, where would it leave you?
Prime Minister, 3 times recently I've publicly repudiated canards such as this. If I'm to go on repudiating it, I should like to do so with your full knowledge and approval.
Yes, do sit down, Georgie. Take a glass of Madeira.
Is this a propitiation?
It's an offer of a glass of Madeira. Winston gave me a dozen bottles recently, and I rarely touch the stuff.
Winston sees himself as the next foreign secretary.
You've come with a perfect hamper full of rumors, haven't you?
Oh, thank you. I can enjoy this. You aren't drinking?
Yeah, later, perhaps.
Winston is only one of several who claim to have their ears to the ground. I really don't believe we can dismiss it all with a glass of Malmsey.
Let me ask you this. Now, if the chair were left vacant quite suddenly, what would your attitude be?
For you to retire now would be a national calamity. I mean it, Bonner.
Yes, I respect your sincerity. Mr. Graham, would you stand? I should like to know. I should be interested in your blueprint for the future.
Is it necessary for me at this stage in my career to trot out yet another curriculum biting?
George. George, you're a senior and valued servant of the state. His contribution to post-war diplomacy has been incalculable. Why are you so on edge?
The king must know. Our colleagues must know. The nation must know. I must be allowed to know. Is there any foundation in these rumors or not? Either way, we can no longer appear to be whistling in the dark. It would be, forgive me, but it would be irresponsible to affect that no such gossip is current.
I can always trust you to draw the line whereon my toes must rest.
I hope I have your trust, as you have my loyalty.
Was your loyalty ever in doubt?
You haven't answered my question.
Nor you mine.
Very well, then. If, in the unlikely and tragic event that you were obliged to stand down, I should hope and believe that when the time came for you to recommend to the king your successor in office, your choice would be me.
Yes, but would you be willing to serve once more under another leader and give to him the diligence and devotion you've given me?
Such claims as I might have to the office of Prime Minister, I could not and would not surrender. Nor should I consent to serve under any of my present colleagues. As to this, I'm quite clear, quite resolved. I'm your senior colleague, Bonner. I'm the only member of the cabinet who has served continuously since 1915. Is it true, then? You are intending to resign?
The rumors are no more than that. Oh, as you know, I haven't held up to the mark for a month or so. But a relaxed throat and a weary body are the occupational hazards of any politician. Sir Thomas Horder has advised a short cruise, and in this instance I shall take his advice. And when the time comes for me to sail, Baldwin must lead in the Commons, and I shall expect you to preside cabinet meetings. So God knows you could do with a rest yourself.
So, I may repudiate the gossip immediately.
Repudiate? Denounce it, George. Denounce it with all the vigor at your disposal.
But you didn't believe him. You didn't entirely believe him.
It was far from well. That much was evident. But I'd no idea matters were so serious with him.
Beaverbrook certainly thought so. He shunted Bonner off to Paris where Tommy Horder examined him. He told Beaverbrook privately that the trouble in the throat was malignant. He's unlikely to see the year out.
This is a terrible thing. Terrible.
I have the greatest sympathy for him, but sympathy isn't going to produce his successor.
But Beaverbrook, what's he up to now? What candidate can he be lobbying for? It certainly won't be me.
I know this much. Beaverbrook had a private audience with Lord Crewe in Paris only yesterday.
Of what use can the ambassador be? He carries no weight in home affairs, nor would he expect to.
Oh, I appreciate that. I also know that Beaverbrook does nothing without a very good reason for it. He saw Crewe, and they discussed the situation very thoroughly.
How can you conceivably know what they discussed at a private interview?
You forget my friends at court. Lady Crewe herself told me the substance of the entire discussion.
My dear Max, what can I say? Does Sir Thomas hold out no hope whatsoever? I mean, is surgery not possible?
Sir Thomas is as anxious as I am to keep Bonner in office. But he feels now that it would be cruel to expect him to continue working any longer.
So what will the Prime Minister do?
He means to return to London, set his house in order before tendering his resignation to the King.
Yes, of course. Poor man. Poor man. But if ever we needed his courage and integrity, we need it now.
But since he's been persuaded to give up office, I want to believe he can renounce the cares of office as well. And at present, it's not feasible.
I don't follow you. Surely he can't mean to sit in the house as a backbencher.
Lord Crewe, I haven't come here to indulge in mutual commiseration over Bonner. We both know what we feel on that score. I've come about something more immediate. There still remains an intolerable burden on his shoulders. And if it's to be lifted, I need all the advice I can get.
I'm at your disposal, naturally.
It's no exaggeration to say that Bonner is obsessed with the need, as retiring Prime Minister, to recommend to the King his successor in office.
I fail to appreciate his quandary. There's only one possibility, Lord Curzon.
And that's the burden on Bonner Law's shoulders. He has no wish to recommend George Curzon to His Majesty.
But what alternative is there?
Baldwin's leading the Commons at present. He must be regarded as a serious contender by some, not by me.
Baldwin? Well, I know so little about the fellow.
He's a Johnny-come-lately to higher politics in comparison with Curzon. He completely mismanaged the American debt settlement.
Then what is the objection to Curzon? He's been leader of the Lords for 6 years. He's held high offices of state for over 30 years. He's a considerable administrator.
But no one likes him, and no one trusts him.
I take exception to that. When was Curzon ever untrustworthy?
I'm not talking about his morals. I'm talking about his political expediency. The man's a trimmer. He'll stop at nothing to gain power and keep it.
It's not my place or wish to argue Lord Curzon's merits. It's my belief he's the man for the job. But if Bonner cannot find it in his heart to recommend him, then there's nothing I can say that will alter his intention.
Curzon and Baldwin. Scylla and Charybdis. Which way is Bonner to direct his sails?
You believe there is no one, absolutely no one else, who might fill the bill?
Non-entities, mediocrities, and charlatans.
Take a poor view of our politics, Lord Beaverbrook.
The nation lacks a leader.
Curzon is a leader.
But what does he know? What can he know of the wishes of the electorate? The man's lived in marble mansions all his life. He's an autocrat and a proven megalomaniac.
You're overstating your case quite preposterously. Without Curzon's fantastic application and diplomacy during the Lausanne Conference, we might well be fighting a war in the Balkans even now. It does no credit your grasp of history to belittle his many achievements.
Crew, at this moment, it doesn't matter a tinker's damn what you and I may think of Curzon or Baldwin. Bonner Law doesn't want either of them to succeed him. So, how is he to advise King George? He needs help.
As to that, recent history has shown that the retiring Prime Minister is under no specific obligation to name his successor. When Gladstone retired, Queen Victoria chose my own father-in-law to follow him in office, even though Mr. Gladstone, had he been consulted, would most certainly have chosen someone else. And more recently, Herbert Asquith was named as Prime Minister by King Edward, without reference to Campbell Bannerman.
No. Is that so? Is that so? You've reassured me enormously. So long as Bonner knows there are precedents, he'll accept the situation more readily.
And the responsibility will rest with the king. When will he choose?
I think we may assume that His Majesty will seek informed opinion first.
And the choice must inevitably be Lord Curzon.
In politics, nothing is inevitable, except ultimate disillusion.
And you have this direct from Lady Crewe?
She is my ally, George, and therefore yours. As is Crewe himself, so far as he's able to indulge in corporate hunting. They both believe you must attempt by every means at your disposal to win Beaverbrook to your cause. It's far and away the most influential voice in Bonner-Law's ear.
Can you imagine me grovelling before Beaverbrook, that irrational colonial adventurer? How ghastly, absolutely ghastly.
For once we're in total agreement. You don't need Beaverbrook. As far as the diplomatic service is concerned, you are the only contender.
Well. And so you come back, prepared to play the active wife of a prime minister, if not of a foreign secretary.
Now, George, you must never confuse me with the First Lady Curzon, as you're sometimes in danger of doing. True, Mary was American, and so am I. True, Mary was extremely wealthy, and so am I. True, we were both by no means reluctant to marry into the British peerage. True, we both brought impressive dowries to the Curzon exchequer. But there, the resemblance ends. May I take this power with you? She was Viceroy of India at 27. I could have settled for Viceroy, but nothing less. And since to be Viceroy is now impossible, I must set my sights higher. Within the next few days, I think it more than likely that you will become Prime Minister of Great Britain. You will be, in effect, the most influential man in the world. And believe me, George, I shall be at your side every step of the way.
You've never shrunk from the blatant truth, have you? Your ambition is as naked as mine. Your determination as unyielding.
How very vice regal you can be. Did you know that?
Come here, Gracie. and give your poor old husband a kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've missed you. I've missed you. I've missed you.
And what shall we do for Whitsuntide?
Oh, Montacute. I thought Montacute. I have already made the arrangements.
Oh, well, I suppose Somerset in May should be quite relaxing.
Loveliest time of the year by far.
Oh, I'm inclined to agree. But couldn't it be dangerous?
Well, Somerset isn't renowned for breeding political assassins.
Well, careers can be assassinated as well as lives. London will be the battleground, not Somerset.
But what's going to happen? What can happen over Whitsuntide? Every politician I know will be house partying. London will be a wilderness. Even the tradesmen have a day off on Monday. I can hardly imagine that either Beaverbrook or Baldwin will attempt to lobby in an empty citadel.
No, I'm not so sure London will be entirely without activity this weekend. I hear, for example, that John Davidson is out and about and building a case for Baldwin.
Davidson, that's a smug little backbench pipsqueak.
Be careful. I know you despise Davidson, and he knows it too, and that could make him a formidable enemy.
Davidson can no more dislodge me from the path to premiership than a mouse can kick an elephant over the Hindu Kush.
If anything's to be done, Mr. Baldwin, it must be done this weekend. The King will expect constructive advice within a very few days, and we must be on hand to prepare that advice. What time is the Prime Minister expecting you?
At 6.
I'll have my man run you round there.
No, I'd rather you didn't. It would be more politic if I were to take a cab. I have the highest regard for Bonner-Law. I wouldn't want him to think his party was splitting into factions the moment he laid down office.
He knows politics. He knows perfectly well that vultures gather whenever there's a prospect of carrion. We can't allow the party to be seen to be leaderless.
I appreciate your concern, Davidson. Nevertheless, I shall take a cab to Onslow Gardens.
Very well, as you wish. But promise me one thing. Promise me two things.
Tell me what they are.
One, that you'll use your best endeavors to discover whom the Prime Minister intends to name as his successor, whether it's embarrassing or not. Two, that you'll join me at the Argentine Club immediately after your meeting with him. Whatever he says, whatever he intends, we have 3 days in which to find an acceptable leader. In any event, Sir Ronald Waterhouse is at Onslow Gardens at the moment, attempting to take some of the strain from Bonner-Law. I should pay close attention to what he has to say. He has the Prime Minister's confidence more than ever during this time of crisis.
Mr. Baldwin, come in. Here, let me help you. Thank you. Glad you arrived so promptly. Prime Minister is waiting to see you.
How is he, Sir Ronald?
He is under the weather, as you can imagine, but full of courage. He'll be pleased to see you, I know.
Yes, we've heard nothing but rumors at the house. It's been unpleasant and, unsettling.
And I think you should hear the news from Mr. Bonner-Law himself.
I see. He's in the study?
I'll take you in directly. But, Mr. Baldwin, if you can spare the time, I should be grateful for a few minutes after your interview.
You too? Suddenly I appear to be in demand. Has Lord Curzon seen the Prime Minister yet?
Lord Curzon has not been invited.
Is he expected?
I think it improbable. Come, let me take you in.
Before we go to Montacute, before we do anything, I must talk to you about money. Grace, you're living beyond my means. I lie awake at nights worrying myself half to death. Have you any idea what running this house in Hackwood alone cost last year?
No, my dear, I haven't, but I'm perfectly certain you'll enlighten me.
I have it to hand. I have the exact figure to hand. I spent a wretched weekend casting the accounts, and, Grace, they terrify me. £20,389, 15 shillings and threepence. I simply cannot sustain this level of spending. I shall be destitute by summer if we carry on like this.
George, has it ever occurred to you that one reason why you see so little of me is that when I am with you, you insist on talking of nothing but money and the state of your health?
Because money and the state of my health go hand in glove. Flowers, Grace. Look what you spent on flowers alone. Stevens' bill for the floral arrangements for 3 small luncheon parties was £75. We could buy an interest in Kew Gardens for that kind of money.
Well, Stanley, here it is. Not the easiest of situations for any of us. But I must be frank. It would be impertinent and irresolute of me to be anything less.
You're determined, then, to make no recommendation as to your successor?
I cannot undertake that responsibility.
Yet within a few days the Conservative Party must have a new leader, and the country must have a new Prime Minister. Is His Majesty to draw lot?
I appreciate your concern. I understand your dilemma.
But where is the choice to fall? I mean, we must absolutely know.
You're learning aggression, Stanley. And that's not a bad thing for a rising star in the political firmament. Yes, so you forced me against the ropes.
All I want is the truth. The simple truth.
Very well. There are no rabbits in my hat, no aces up my sleeve, no dark horses in my stable.
I admire your fund of metaphors.
I'm glad you can smile. I'm glad you can still smile. Yes, the contenders are clearly George Curzon and yourself. Now, since you press me, I must tell you that I believe you are too inexperienced for the post.
As I do. Believe me, as I do.
Ah, you acknowledge that? Yes, but on the other hand, I believe Curzon's too autocratic to command the loyalty of the Tory party. How can I, then, truthfully, recommend either of you to King George?
Well, Bonner, I asked for it and I got it. Thank you for frankness, at least.
Oh, my dear boy, time plays pranks on us all. Learn patience and fortitude. You still have a lot of years to run.
I have an insatiable curiosity. How do you imagine that the king will decide?
Well, we cannot evade the fact of George Curzon's intellectual supremacy, nor his unparalleled grasp of international affairs, nor his legendary, I must say, his fantastic industry. He is a most superior person. And it wouldn't come amiss if his lifetime's dedication to the country and to the empire were recognized. Yes, provided the recognition doesn't come from me.
Oh, I'll concede that George is a great man. He has us all in awe.
But...
Yes, but...
Set aside, if you will, your prejudices for one moment. You have a duty to the party which must outweigh all other considerations. Now, I believe the king will appoint Lord Curzon. Would you be prepared to serve under him?
You may rely on me to act correctly.
Lavery, sir.
Who?
Sir John Lavery.
How dare he come here after that travesty?
I was half expecting him. I want to talk to him alone. I want to talk finance with him alone. Would you please go upstairs and superintend the packing? My man's sure to include all manner of unlikely clothing unless you're there.
All right. Just so long as you promise to convey to Sir John in no uncertain terms my unqualified displeasure with that picture.
That is the reason for our meeting this evening. But he can cool his heels in the library for 5 minutes. It may give him time to arrive at a more reasonable attitude to his work.
Motion picture heroine in which accuracy is subordinated to glamour and reality to fantasy.
It displeases me, sir. It has mortally offended my wife. It cannot be allowed to hang in the staterooms at Chesterton along with more recognizable portraits of the Curzons and their wives.
Yet you were willing enough to allow it to appear on display at both the Glasgow and Liverpool art galleries, were you not? Bearing its full description and ownership. Or can it be possible that the likeness was altered in transit?
The flippancy is the last reaction I should have expected.
And your dissatisfaction is not what I had anticipated when I accepted the commission. The portrait has been in your possession for some time now, Lord Curzon, and I must remind you that you owe me £1,200 for it.
The discussion of that fee is the purpose of this interview.
Are you intending to revoke an already completed commission? If you do, I shall see you answer for it in a court of law.
I have no intention of paying the full fee for a portrait of my wife that I shall never display.
I see. How much am I expected to lose as a result of your displeasure?
I should find it seemly in you to make some offer yourself.
But I am not a seemly man in matters of this nature. I have a living to earn, and it isn't done by taking involuntary cuts in my feet.
Sir John, I'm leaving for Somerset directly. I want this matter settled at once.
Then tell me what you have in mind.
A 50% reduction, since the portrait is of no earthly use to me.
£600? That's an affront that I'm not prepared to tolerate.
Very well, then. A third. Reduce it by a third, and let's have done.
With extreme reluctance. And only because if I stay here a moment longer, I may offer physical injury to you, I shall accept a fee of £800, on condition that you reveal this to no one. No one! And now, good evening to you, sir. Have the portrait sent to my studio next week.
Sir John.
Yes?
I shall want the frame back.
I beg your pardon.
The frame is mine. I had it made for that specific painting, and it was costly. I shall want it back.
Damn your impertinence, cousin!
Is the fish to your liking, Mr. Baldwin? The fish may be a paragon of its kind, Davidson, but to me at the moment everything tastes of oiled spring. It's a mistake, however, to invite me to the club this evening. Nonsense. A good dinner and a few glasses of wine will send you to rights quickly enough. You're on edge, that's all. This is no mere edginess. I'm frankly appalled at the prospect before the party. And the next. It has no leader. And do try a little sauce with your fish. They prepare it particularly well here. Of course, we have a leader in you. I must make myself irrevocably clear. I am unready for the total responsibility of this kingdom and the empire. I'm inexperienced in the overall framing of national and international policy. Within cabinet, within commons, our party is divided, and I am not the person to act as coalescing force. Not yet. I never see the man so reluctant for ultimate office. Curzon must be straining in the slips now for the very prize you have no wish to compete for. But Curzon's no stranger to power, to authority, to dominion. He has no reservation about governing the entire world tomorrow morning, with a position open to him. Oh, to you it's amusing, no doubt. Can you believe I'm protesting in order to be further reassured? Well, I'll have some more wine now, waiter, if you please. Sir. Thank you. What can I say to you, Davidson? What message can I give to you and to Ronald Waterhouse and the rest of your cabal, bent so assiduously on propelling me onto that terrifying eminence, that peak of loneliness on which I have no present desire to dwell? Well, tell them this, and tell them I mean it with all my heart and soul. I would rather take a single ticket to Siberia than become Prime Minister of Great Britain.
So, Parsley, Campion, the white ash of the hawthorn.
Cuckoos and greenspanches.
Why do we stay away from Montacute so long?
Oh, look at that little thing.
Oh, yes. Yes, a white folk. Poor little beggar.
What?
He always seems to me the tatterdemalion of the hedgerows. So starved, so precarious.
I prefer you like this.
Like what?
Oh, you know, knowledgeable squire.
At times like this, on mornings like this, I truly pity he who was not born an Englishman.
You are so unbelievably pompous.
Because I love the country. My country.
Ah, thank God you can still occasionally surprise me.
Have you seen the wood? Have you looked into the wood? The mist of bluebells.
I was never really aware till now how much of a naturalist you are.
The colonel of a regiment should know the name of every soldier he commands. His face, his dialect, His hometown, his domestic situation, his military abilities, his private longings. Even so should we, as landowners, respect and know the earth we occupy. Otherwise, we're simply parvenu, and should be whipped at the cartwheel.
Why are you so demoralizingly clever?
Clever? I'm not clever at all. Merely knowledgeable. If I were clever, I should be writing a poem about this town and these birds. Those ringing cries, echoing from a green world full of shifting images, would be my benison on an antique world, whose beauty we can never fully comprehend.
Only be grateful for.
Only be grateful for.
What in heaven's name is that noise?
It must have been a stag. He's heard our approach. He's frightened.
Let's go back. Let's not disturb him. He must be terrified.
I wonder if Rutledge knows we have strayed deer on these things. He never mentioned them to me.
Perhaps he keeps them for the pot.
Rutledge has no killer's instinct.
Unlike the rest of your acquaintances.
What do you want about now?
I was thinking of Davidson and Colonel Waterhouse.
Morning, Sir Ronald.
Good to see you, Davidson. Come, sit you down. Sit you down.
Yes. Thank you.
How did
I beg your pardon.
my dear fellow. No, I was going to ask how your meeting with Baldwin went last evening.
Chap's an enigma. He absolutely wishes not to be Prime Minister.
He's going to have greatness thrust upon him, isn't he?
I'm perfectly certain he won't accept any form of dragooning. I tried to persuade him to come round here this morning and have another word with Bonner Law, but he's gone back to the country.
Curzon's at Montacute.
Extraordinary, isn't it? The contenders, far from scrapping it out in the ring, refuse even to come near the stadium. Curzon, because he acknowledges no competition at all, and Baldwin, because he has no interest in the trophy.
I think it would be extremely dangerous if the king should learn of the full extent of Baldwin's reluctance. It might just tip the scales in favor of Curzon.
Now, look, Sir Ronald, however little we care for Curzon, we cannot deliberately hoodwink His Majesty. His private secretary, Lord Stamfordham, has specifically asked me to set down my views, as I suppose a well-informed backbencher. In the circumstances, how can I possibly tell him that Baldwin is willing and eager to succeed Bonner when I know it's the last thing he wants to do?
But have you thought of the consequences if you fail to push for Baldwin?
Where's the Prime Minister now?
He's in the study, preparing his letter of resignation to the king.
Do you think he might be able to draw up any generalized advice on a number of candidates?
Oh, my dear Davidson, the one letter is taxing him sufficiently. We can't add to his anxieties.
Well, then I shall have to prepare a memorandum of my own. It can go to Lord Stamfordham along with Bonner's letter of resignation. Is King George in London today?
At Aldershot. Stamfordham's with him and waiting to hear from us.
Then I'd better begin at once.
You're absolutely clear, aren't you, as to what you're going to say?
The unquestionable facts. The resignation of the Prime Minister makes it necessary for the Crown to exercise its prerogative in the choice of Mr. Bonner Law's successor. There appear to be only two possible alternatives, Mr. Stanley Baldwin and Lord Curzon. Well, the case for each is very strong, and for this very reason the King is being presented with an extraordinarily sensitive choice, the resolution of which could radically affect the future of British democracy.
Get it done. Draw up the memorandum, and Sykes and I will take it to His Majesty and Lord Stamfordham at Aldershot directly.
Your Majesty?
This memorandum is the work of Mr. Davidson, I take it?
He submitted it at my invitation, perhaps.
And it's a very cogently argued document. It was, as I understand, prepared at Mr. Bonner Law's home.
Yes, that is correct.
Solely by Mr. Davidson?
Mr. Davidson's signature is appended.
Yes, but did he ever consult with the Prime Minister, before, or during, or even after the composition of this memorandum?
I'm afraid I've no idea, sir. All the information I have was furnished by Colonel Waterhouse this afternoon. He and Sir Frederick Sykes both assured me that the Davidson memorandum practically expressed the views of Mr. Bonnelau.
Yes, practically. I should like to have had that assurance from Mr. Bonnelau himself.
Well, shall I arrange to see him? I can leave immediately.
No, it would be wrong to exert any sort of pressure on the Prime Minister now. He's in great distress. We must shift for ourselves. Can we then abstract the chief points from the memorandum?
The case against Lord Curzon is interesting, I think, and a very significant one for the House of Commons.
The Conservative Party can't fail to be embarrassed already by the fact that of the 5 Secretaries of State, 4 are from the House of Lords.
They are beginning to regret that composition, sir.
So that if Lord Curzon were to become Prime Minister, the embarrassment would be greater than ever.
Absolutely.
Then what about the nuts and bolts of the operation as itemized by Mr. Davidson? He's suggesting that Lord Curzon would find it difficult to form a government without Mr. Baldwin's continuing as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Are we to understand by this that Mr. Baldwin would refuse to serve under Lord Curzon?
I think the wording is ambiguous.
There's an air of ambiguity about the whole provenance of this memorandum. However, Mr. Davidson sees it as quite feasible for Mr. Baldwin to form a government with or without Lord Curzon.
Well, there's clearly no doubt in Mr. Davidson's mind, despite his careful tribute for Lord Curzon's brilliance, that Mr. Baldwin can be the only satisfactory choice.
It's an intelligent yet partisan appraisal, and in that context alone is not without its uses. But we can't depend upon this entirely. We must invite further opinion. Arthur, would you mind?
Of course not, sir.
The electric telephone has never been a favorite device with me.
Yes? This is Chesterton. Yes, Colonel Waterhouse, right? Would you thank the Prime Minister on behalf of His Majesty? Good afternoon, Sir Ronald. Apparently the Prime Minister has undertaken to summon Lord Salisbury to London to add an impartial voice in the matter.
It's very civil of him to arrange this. I only hope he isn't overtaxing his resources. But Lord Salisbury, impartial?
Oh, I think he's aware of the peculiar difficulties of the situation, sir. We can count on good sense from him.
Well, that I have no doubts at all. But we can't be unaware that Lord Salisbury's father was a major architect in Lord Curzon's early political career, and that Lord Salisbury himself is, allegedly, a close friend of his.
It can't be much longer, surely, before you're here.
A day or two at most.
I suppose nothing could go wrong now, could it?
There's nobody else. There is nobody else.
Well, I'm sure you're right. I just keep just waiting, that's all.
We might both do worse in the meantime than to occupy our minds with the problem of how we intend to make use of number 10.
I've been thinking about that already. How successful the redecorations will be depends entirely on what you're prepared to spend on them.
We can't be miserly, Grace. Not in this matter.
I'm glad about that.
In any event, we could always take some of the furniture from Carlton House Terrace to Downing Street. Anything would be more acceptable than the Gothic horrors cluttering the place at present.
I think if we're going to talk seriously about this, then we should get it all down on paper. I want to be certain that you don't conveniently forget however much you're talking of spending now.
Lady Curzon, difficult little creature that you are, this is the crowning achievement of our lives. Shall we work together for once, instead of being constantly in opposition?
I'm very grateful to you, Lord Salisbury, for interrupting your weekend like this. I hope it hasn't caused too many difficulties.
My one concern is to be of assistance, Lord Stamford. I had a long talk with the Prime Minister this morning.
Ah, yes. I gather from Colonel Waterhouse that you were at Onslow Gardens by 8 o'clock.
I took the milk train.
Oh, very uncomfortable for you. How was Mr. Bonnelau?
The change since I last saw him is very apparent.
This illness of his is catastrophic.
I'm afraid it is. May
I ask, what was the substance of your conversation?
I could understand, and to a considerable extent share in, his misgivings as to a successor. But I pointed out to him that I could see no way in which Lord Curzon could be rejected in favour of Mr. Baldwin.
You did?
One needs an enormous backlog of experience on which to rely when one becomes Prime Minister. And that experience Mr. Baldwin simply does not possess.
And what was Mr. Bonnerlaw's reply to that?
We discussed the matter at length, despite his evident discomfort. Ultimately, he gave me the impression that in this very grave and complex situation, he would, on the whole, be disinclined to pass over Lord Curzon.
He gave you the impression? And forgive me, but for His Majesty's sake, I need something more reliable than that impression. Did he tell you, in those many words, on what you've just rehearsed to me?
I'm in a quandary, Stamford. In all honesty, I must report that Bonnerlaw felt about to realize that Curzon was the final choice, be he a pis-aller or not. Equally, I must say that the Prime Minister was in some distress, and his opinions were necessarily those of a very sick man. I should hesitate to have those opinions passed on to the King as Bonnerlaw's unclouded last word in the matter.
I greatly appreciate your candor, thank you. Now, how do you feel about it all?
George Curzon is a very great man. Of course, he has faults, many of them. But who in high places hasn't? Yet I'm also bound to add that George has bellowed over the years, and his work, both in cabinet and abroad, over the past 6 years in particular, has commanded a very wide respect.
Indeed it has.
He's less authoritarian now. He's better able to rally the recalcitrant to his side. For my part, he's the only acceptable Prime Minister in the present situation, and I most strongly recommend that the King should send for him.
George! Oh, George, do hurry up!
Just a moment.
Now, George, now! There's a letter for you.
Oh, Miss Monday. Where is it?
Here. I've been dying to open it for 5 minutes.
Postmark London. Typewritten. One has seen this from.
Open it and find out or I'll box your ears. Well,
It's from Bonnerlaw.
My dear George, I'm sorry to say that I find it necessary to resign. I understand that it is not customary for the King to ask the Prime Minister to recommend his successor in circumstances like the present, and I presume that he will not do so. But if, as I hope, he accepts my resignation at once, he will have to take immediate steps about my successor.
It's extraordinary.
what did I tell you? Beaverbrook's behind this. You must go back to London at once and talk to Bonnerlaw.
I shall do nothing so intemperate.
Intemperate? To fight for what's rightfully yours.
Grace, had Bonner wished to see me, he would have said so in the letter. But he quite evidently wants to be left alone.
How can he let you down like this?
He's behaving according to his lights. He has no intention of being involved in a wrangle over the succession. But he could perfectly well have put in a word for me to the king. Is that too much to expect? I'm utterly bewildered.
So what happens now?
The king will be taking advice.
But the king must surely know that you're the only candidate.
I'm perfectly certain that His Majesty will not forget my record of public service.
But he can't be swayed by personal preference in an issue of this nature.
Nor can he entrust an inexperienced politician like Baldwin with the full weight of office.
But the king has always been aware of the public temper. Eton, Balliol, and All Souls cut less ice now than they did at the start of your career. Asquith and King George between them have already curbed the power of the Lords. It seems to me, it very much seems to me, that the king has the makings of another constitutional crisis here.
I don't begin to follow you.
Oh, yes, you do, George. You're much too clever not to. I'm talking about privilege and lack of privilege. I'm talking about inherited control, and I'm talking about elected control. Sooner or later, one of these has finally to yield to the other. It could be next week. The king's choice of a new prime minister could radically affect the balance of power as between upper and lower house.
You do realize what you're implying, don't you?
I do. And it begins to frighten me. Because I think it will come to this. That if you aren't summoned to the palace next week, no member of the House of Lords will ever again serve as Prime Minister of this country. The king is in an intolerable position. Aren't you enjoying the band? Georgie?
I'm sorry, Yes, the band's excellent, quite excellent. And I shall see our thanks are conveyed to them all.
You've been very quiet all day.
I'm worried about Mr. Bonalaw.
Mm-hmm. He has the country's prayers.
His dilemma. I need further opinion, and quickly. We can't admit of any sort of hiatus before a successor is appointed. Oh, Daniel.
Your Majesty?
Would you see if you can reach Lord Stamford by telephone? I should like to speak to him immediately.
Yes, of course.
Must be nerve-wracking for Curzon and Baldwin, having to wait it out like this.
It must be dreadful, but they chose to enter public life. They're aware of its tensions, I'm sure.
In general, yes. That's not entirely appropriate in this case. They aren't competing in an open election. They are waiting to be chosen by a single judge on the results of past performance and future possibilities. That's a very different, very special situation.
Sir, I have Lord Stamford for you.
No, thank you, Daniel. I shall come at once. Arthur?
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity to talk to Lord Salisbury?
At some length. He saw the Prime Minister first, who felt disinclined to ignore Lord Curzon's claim. Though Salisbury did insist that Mr. Bonalaw is a sick man, and that the sentiment must be judged in that context.
I understand. And what of Lord Salisbury himself?
He goes strong for Curzon, sir.
I suppose that was inevitable.
He made out a persuasive case for his choice.
I'm sure he would. Lord Salisbury is nothing if not persuasive.
If it's any help, sir.
Yes, Arthur?
I'm very much inclined to favor Lord Curzon myself.
And as always, your opinion is of the highest value to me. Thank you.
Is there anything else I can do, sir? I realize how appallingly difficult the situation is becoming.
I'm inclined to think I should talk to one more conservative. Someone with considerable experience of practical government and someone beyond the pale of the present lobbying.
Lord Balfour?
I think he's our man, don't you? Would you ask him to call on you tomorrow without delay, if his health permits? Otherwise, dear old boy, I'm going to have to ask you to call on him yourself.
I'll be in touch with him directly, sir.
Thank you. As I see it now, the choice must be made within 48 hours. Lord Balfour must be our last point of reference.
I'm glad we have the fire lit. It's warm enough by day, but evenings are still damp. Oh, George, do stop prowling around and sit down.
I wish I could settle. I wish I could enjoy anything at the moment.
But you can't be worried, can't you? Not seriously.
There's no logical reason why I should be worried, but I can't help it. I've waited so long for this moment. I think I've been waiting for it ever since Oxford.
You're the only one who is worrying. No one else is.
But no one else in British history has ever pulled it off. The Grand Slam, Viceroy of India, and Prime Minister of Great Britain. It's what I've worked for all my life. A crowning achievement. I'm 64 now. And if it goes wrong this time, the opportunity will never come again. Will you pour me a brandy, darling?
Oh, yes, of course. I've never known you so apprehensive. In the past, you've accepted every new honor, every new responsibility as your right. George, there is no one else. Your place is secure.
Thank you. Oh, No. No, I suppose you're right. My only concern is this, that since Bonner has refused to name a successor, the king will have to search around for advice.
But is there anyone you know who won't come down on your side?
Beaverbrook. And Rothermere, to begin with.
But the king would never consult with newspaper men. Not in a matter as important as this.
Well, then who?
Arthur Balfour, perhaps?
My God, I hope not.
Oh, why do you say that? Arthur may be unpremeditated, but you've known him all your professional lives. He would never advise that the Tory party be controlled by a tyrant like Baldwin.
Balfour has always been, and still is, the most unreliable figure on the English political scene.
Oh, sure. Really? You're prejudiced and you know it.
Of course I'm prejudiced, and of course I know it. I've had a quarter of a century's experience of his methods, and I detest them.
Nevertheless, he has an attitude, still.
Yes, he has immense personal charm, and he's used it quite unscrupulously all his life. Of course he has a following. He has this extraordinary magnetism. But as a servant of the state, he's the most spectacular failure I know.
You're jealous, aren't you? That he made Prime Minister sooner than you might. But don't you see, whether you admire him or not, he's of your breed. Whatever differences there may have been between you, Arthur will never betray his caste. He's peerage now just as you are, and he has all the passion of the newly converted.
If only you knew him as I do. Grace, when I was appointed Viceroy of India at the age of 39, the youngest man ever to assume that responsibility, the world was totally at my feet. And so long as Salisbury remained Prime Minister, I was given virtually a free hand in India. The moment Balfour succeeded Salisbury, the pinpricks and the naggings began. When my first term of office ended and I returned to England, Balfour made it very clear to me that he did not wish me to become Viceroy a second time. He became closely involved in my struggle with Kitchener, and mine was not the side he took. Thereafter, during my second term of office, he lost no opportunity to clash with my policies, to interfere with my appointments, and to widen the rift between the army and myself.
You must clearly understand, George, that your prolonged quarrel with Kitchener over this irritating situation of the military member is becoming a matter of scandal and concern within the cabinet. Should I need to remind you that it was entirely on your insistence that Kitchener was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Army in India, against the wishes and advice of your friends and colleagues? Very well, you got him. You knew his reputation, you knew of his extraordinary influence at the highest levels in England, but you got him. And now you must come to an accommodation with it, before this bickering of yours threatens the entire administrative morale of the Indian Empire.
Kitchener appears to believe that his authority in India is as great as mine, if not greater. Would you, as Prime Minister, allow yourself to be bullied into an untenable situation by the Commander-in-Chief of the Army in Great Britain? Arthur, I must make this quite clear to you. Unless you concur with me that the military arm is subservient to the civil arm, we are heading on a direct course for anarchy.
He is Kitchener of Khartoum, and you are Curzon of Kedleston. Don't you understand the implications of those titles? Kitchener's successes in Egypt and the Sudan have made him well-nigh unassailable in the affections of the British people. He's a myth, a legend. And you, George, are a civilian administrator. Don't, I beg you, provoke a final head-on conflict, because Kitchener de facto carries all the guns.
For which you provide him with all the ammunition.
As Prime Minister, my responsibility is both to Britain and the Empire. India is part of that responsibility. How can I possibly stand by and watch with amusement the growing disaffection of the army in India?
Then I may take it that in a final show of strength, you support Kitchener.
You may take it, George, but I want tranquility in India, not turbulence.
Then allow me to observe that your dedication to the quiet life, your passion for laissez-faire, your preoccupation with compromise will threaten the very foundations of civil rule in India. And if Kitchener is allowed any further concessions, I shall have no hesitation in offering my resignation to King Edward.
That must remain a matter for your own political conscience.
And you're aware what happened, Grace. I was obliged, on principle, to tender my resignation. And the king, clearly acting on Balfour's advice, accepted it. All the effort, all the journeys, all the problems solved, and the frontier crises overcome, all the ill health that Mary suffered, and the difficulties of my own illness, all those years of selfless administration gone for nothing. A defeat, a blemish, a disgrace. And when Mary died, shortly after our return to a shoddy reception in England, I believed the time had come to put an end to my political ambition.
Oh, not for you, George, never for you. Ambition you could never escape from.
Perhaps not. But I re-entered the arena a different man. I determined that never again would I resign high office. Never again would I voluntarily surrender the power it took me so long to re-establish. I'm within days of ultimate office now, and I hope and pray that Arthur Balfour is not formally canvassed for his opinion as to the future leadership of this country, because a man more unreliable and time-serving this country has never seen.
I don't think you need have any words on that score. I understand that Arthur's far from well and far away from any politicking with the Davenants in Sheridan.
Yes, what is it? Arthur, rouse yourself, old soldier. Telegram for you.
Balfour is the worst, the most dangerous of British foreign ministers with whom I've been brought into contact in my entire public life.
It's from Stamford.
What the devil does he want?
My advice, Edgar, my advice.
Balfour may appear the most scintillating of men, but he has no depth of feeling, no profound convictions, and, strange to say, no real affection for anyone at all.
But if Bonner openly spoke in the town, then who's to follow him?
I hear what Stamford has to say, then I'll tell you what he ought to be thinking.
Surely George Curzon is the only possibility.
Is that what you believe?
The characteristics that made him a failure as a foreign minister made him a failure as prime minister. The man was and is intellectually indolent.
Have I time for a kipper before the Norwich train leaves?
I think we might rustle up a kipper for you, Arthur. Would you prefer coffee or champagne?
Balfour would drop or sacrifice anyone without a pang. And I know. He destroyed me in India.
Bye, Arthur. Honey's back, would you? Snooker tomorrow, if not today. All right, station master, I think you can go now.
Goodbye,
Arthur.
And keep away from the pond.
Were any one of his intimates to die suddenly, Arthur Balfour would dine out that night with undisguised complacency, and in the intervals of conversation or bridge, he'd be heard to murmur, "Poor old George."
So you begin to appreciate the difficulties with which the king is faced.
Indeed. And for that very reason, I think we must therefore confine ourselves to consideration of the problems that a Prime Minister, who is also a member of the House of Lords, would encounter.
Yes, of course, of the high proportion of peers already holding cabinet appointments.
Yes, that's the first of the problems, and the second naturally follows from it. Can you begin to imagine the resentment that the House of Commons would feel if a peer were also to be made Prime Minister? In effect, the Commons would be entirely controlled by the Lords. And this in 1923 is a ludicrous proposition.
These considerations have naturally been reviewed, but I'm grateful for your estimation of the Commons' likely temper in that event.
Thirdly, and I think most important of all, would be the situation vis-à-vis the Labour Party. Labour presently holds the majority of opposition seats in the Commons, but it's scarcely represented in the Lords at all. It would therefore be unable to challenge or to question a Prime Minister who sat in the Lords. And that, Stamford, would be the final affront to a supposedly democratic system of government.
Yes. And of the two gentlemen in question, have you any observations to make as to their capabilities for Prime Ministership?
I should prefer to deal solely with the constitutional situation, which I've done already. To comment on the respective merits of the individuals in question would be invidious. On the one hand,
My knowledge of Lord Curzon is based on an intimate and lifelong friendship, and a recognition of his quite exceptional qualifications. On the other hand, my knowledge of Mr. Baldwin is slight, and so far his public career has been more or less uneventful, with no signs of special gifts or outstanding ability.
It comes to this, then. You feel that Lord Curzon is the more capable candidate, but that his nomination would grossly affront the Commons.
Lord Stamfordham, I believe I've said enough already. The unpleasant dotting of I's and crossing of T's I must regretfully leave to you. In this affair, I can only act as an advisor, not as a sponsor.
Arthur, you're back! What's the gossip from London?
What I should like now, Edgar, what I should very much appreciate, would be a glass of extremely cold Chablis.
Don't be so provoking, Arthur, and tell us what happened. Will dear George be chosen?
No, my pet, dear George will not.
It's Stamfordham, Your Majesty. Lord Balfour did call on me. I'm afraid the quandary is deeper than ever.
George? I do believe there's a policeman bicycling up the path.
Policeman? Good God, you're right.
But what can he be wanting so late in the evening?
This is something I must attend to myself. The Constable, good evening.
Evening, my lord. I got a telegram for you, I have. Postmistress just wrote to my house not 10 minutes ago.
Telegram?
Lord, from London.
Thank you. Would you wait a moment? It may be necessary for me to reply.
Yes, sir.
Would it be possible for me to see you tomorrow? Stamfordham.
Pardon me, Lord?
Constable, that is a reply. That is indeed a reply, an immediate reply. Have you pencil and paper about you?
Notebook, huh? Somewhere. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. What is the reply to be?
The addressee, the person to whom I'm replying, is Lord Stamfordham at Buckingham Palace.
Buckingham Palace? We know, sir. And the message?
I will be at Carlton House Terrace at 1:20. Signed, Curzon.
I will be at Carlton House Terrace at 1:20. Signature, Curzon.
Splendid accuracy, Constable. I thank you. And will you ensure it goes off immediately?
Oh, I'll rouse them, my lord. I'll rouse them.
A florin should cover the cost. No. Look here, there's £50. And I hope you'll drink my health when your duties are completed.
What is it, George? What's happened?
The summons to London. It's come at last.
Newspapers are entirely in your favor, George.
Except for the Times, as you might expect. The Times never ceases to snipe at me, and purely because I'm a member of the House of Lords.
But the telegram on his senior editorial.
It's very comforting.
Oh, comforting. George, this is the most exciting journey of our lives. Within 6 hours at most, you'll be Prime Minister.
And you will be first hostess of the land.
I didn't mean to do it, you know. I thought the opportunity would never present itself.
The trouble is that throughout our married life, you've always had less faith in my political future than I possess.
No quarrel. Now we can begin to plan in earnest.
I think we should visit number 10 once I've been to the palace. The press will expect it, and I should like you to have a good look round.
Oh, yes, of course. It would be marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Oh, but George, we shan't live there, shall we? It's such a boring house.
I think the answer is to use number 10 for official purposes only. We shall continue to live at Carlton House Terrace and do our entertaining from there.
Oh, entertaining, can you imagine? But the food services will be very expensive. Have you thought of that?
I've thought of little else this weekend. But I've no intention of letting my term of office go down in history as a niggardly one.
If necessary, I shall sell Montacute and Atchison. So long as we have Chesterton on the Chesterton House terrace, we can manage perfectly successfully.
Well, I think there's room for discussion there, but the most immediate question is this. When shall we hold the celebratory dinner, and whom shall we invite?
Even more entertaining, Gracie. Whom shall we not invite?
Thank you for coming to town so early, Mr. Baldwin. Today is going to be enormously difficult. And His Majesty hopes you'll understand the nature of these difficulties and bear with him a little longer.
Yes, of course.
Now then, all the advice we've so far taken results in 2 points emerging. The first, that to invite a peer to become Prime Minister would impose excessive strain upon the House of Commons. Second, that Lord Curzon's experience and talent most properly fit him to the post.
I can't argue with either of those propositions, nor would I wish to.
However, I should like us to think hypothetically for a moment or two, and I stress this is hypothesis only.
If it's your need to indulge in hypothesis, then it's my pleasure to hear you out.
Thank you. So now, suppose the situation arose in which you were entrusted to carry on the government. Would you be prepared to retain Lord Curzon as Foreign Minister?
I would welcome the notion, believe me. But I've been given to understand by Mr. Bonalaw's private secretary that in the event of Lord Curzon's not being offered the premiership, he would feel unable to serve under anyone else.
But suppose Lord Curzon were persuaded to remain in office as Foreign Minister, what then?
I should be delighted to work with him. His experience would be invaluable. Hypothetically speaking, of course.
Thank you.
But I must reaffirm what I've maintained from the start. I have no ambition to become Prime Minister of this country. If Lord Curzon is offered the post, I shall gladly continue as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Lord Stamfordham, this is the work I love. This is the work I feel competent to deal with.
Today, even Paddington looks terrific.
The express has gained half a minute on the overall journey. A good omen, I fancy.
George, you have a reception committee on your hands.
The press is quick off the mark today.
This really clinches it, doesn't it?
I should have thought so. They wouldn't be wasting their time on an also-ran. Shall we meet them, Gracie? All smiles for the photogravure. Come in, Lord Stamfordham. You've met my wife, haven't you?
Good afternoon, Lady Curzon.
Lord Stamfordham, how good to see you again.
You're very kind.
You won't object if Grace remains with us. I'd like her to hear the news along with me.
Well, of course, that's entirely up to you, Lord Curzon.
Well, then do sit down, please.
Thank you so much.
I imagine you've had a busy weekend of it.
I've known quieter times, certainly.
The news is good, isn't it?
His Majesty has been faced with a situation of, well, I think I may say a situation of almost unparalleled difficulty. Let me say first that the King was most offended at not being informed of Mr. Bonalaw's hasty return to England, nor of his intention to resign, nor of his resignation itself.
I fully sympathize with His Majesty. Shortly before the Prime Minister left for his cruise, he categorically denied that he would resign. I was not made aware of it myself, officially, until yesterday morning when I received his letter at Montacute.
The King had no idea whatsoever that anything was amiss, until he read about it in the newspapers at Aldershot. What further exacerbated the situation was Mr. Bonalaw's refusal to give any advice as to his successor, despite a request from His Majesty. The upshot of all this is that I've been in London since yesterday morning seeing Lord Salisbury and other politicians.
Amongst them Lord Balfour, perhaps?
Lord Salisbury and other politicians. In any event, the King fully recognizes your preeminent claims, immeasurably superior, were his words, to those of any other candidate. These claims are such as to entitle you to expect the succession for which His Majesty regards you as in every way qualified.
I'm deeply grateful for His Majesty's kindness.
And we both are, Lord Stamford.
Nevertheless,
I beg your pardon.
Nevertheless, the largest section of opposition to the present government is the Labour opposition, and as that party is not represented in the House of Lords, it seems judicious to His Majesty that the future leader of the government must be in the House of Commons, where he may answer the Labour leader with full authority.
What are you trying to tell me?
The situation being what it is, I regret that of necessity His Majesty has decided to appoint Mr. Stanley Baldwin.
It can't be true.
Wait.
I'm sorry, but it can't be true.
Lord Stamford, I'm indebted to His Majesty for the honour he has done me in sending me a personal explanation. I presume I may be allowed to comment on it.
Of course. Yes.
Since the King has expressed such high compliments as to my career and service, surely he must realize that the slur implied in Mr. Baldwin's supersession will be all the greater. There is another factor. If His Majesty excludes me from this office, he will in effect be laying down the doctrine for the first time in British history that a peer can never again be Prime Minister. I must earnestly protest against this. It involves an additional and a perpetual and a cruel disability on the order of the House to which I belong.
Circumstances may change, Lord Curzon. They may alter.
There's a further consideration. The King's decision, if it obtains, will render my position in the government difficult, if not impossible. My retirement at this moment will not strengthen the government at home or abroad, where so many critical negotiations are in my hands.
That the King must, of course, assume full responsibility, though His Majesty has expressed a desire that your services should be retained.
But all these considerations, have they, I wonder, been present in the mind of the King when he made his decision? May I respectfully ask you to bring them to his attention before he finally acts?
Oh, I shall see that the King is informed.
It is just after 3:15. What time did His Majesty propose to send for Mr. Baldwin?
In the course of the afternoon, I imagine, before he returns to Aldershot this evening.
So, my views may still carry weight.
Your views will never go disregarded. Good afternoon, Lady Curzon. Lord Curzon.
Oh. So great. How ghastly. How absolutely ghastly.
It is at once our necessity, our prerogative, and our pleasure, Mr. Baldwin, to desire you to act as the head of the government, led until recently by Mr. Bonelaw.
I am deeply honored, Your Majesty, but still totally apprehensive. The position of leader has been offered to me when I'm inexperienced, before I'm really fitted for it, by a succession of curious chances that could never have been foreseen. I have never expected it. I am in no way trained for it.
I understand your misgivings, and I appreciate your honesty. But will you accept the post?
Oh, with respect, sir, Lord Curzon is in every way more qualified to lead them than I am.
Lord Curzon is a non-paria. But you must be aware of the problems inherent in our inviting a member of the House of Lords to become Prime Minister.
They're immense, sir, it's true, but Lord Curzon is your man. I'm sure of it.
The thing is this, Mr. Baldwin. I'm convinced that my responsibility to the country, to my people, makes it imperative that the new Prime Minister should be chosen from the House of Commons. Were Lord Curzon to be appointed, and the experiment failed, the Crown would be regarded as being completely out of touch with public feelings. And rightly. I hope you will understand my dilemma, as I understand yours.
Then I can only promise Your Majesty that I shall do all in my power to justify the privilege and the responsibility you have so graciously offered me.
You have our prayers, as well as our congratulations, Mr. Bolton.
You see, Gray, virtually every newspaper carries the same story. Utter bewilderment that Baldwin should have been chosen.
I've seen something else. The king saw Mr. Baldwin at 3:15 yesterday afternoon.
But that's impossible.
See for yourself.
And it was at 3:15 p.m. that Mr. Baldwin was received by His Majesty. So, while Stamfordham was still here.
Exactly.
While he was still assuring me that my observations would be presented to the king, Baldwin was accepting office. Oh, Grace, when Balfour and Kitchener between them destroyed my tenure as Viceroy of India, I thought my heart would break. When poor Mary died so soon afterwards, I believed that life could hold no greater misery for me. But this surpasses them all.
Georgie! Georgie! Are you there?
Yes, I'm just taking the air.
You must try to stop worrying. The decision has been made, and I'm sure it was for the best.
I hope so. Indeed, I hope so.
Come inside. Quite chilly in the garden now the sun's gone down.
In a moment. I keep thinking of those two men, May. What they must be feeling now. Mr. Baldwin, worried and bewildered. Lord Curzon, utterly wretched.
I've already said this once, darling. And I'll say it again because I'm not going to let you have any more sleepless nights. Mr. Baldwin and Lord Curzon chose to be statesmen. They knew the risks involved. They knew all about the frustrations and miseries of high office. They've known all along that this country must have a prime minister, and that we can only have one prime minister at a time. But they chose to lead this life affair. Oh, what is it that dear old Dogberry says in Much Ado? Can you remember? Yes, I've got it. God's a good man. When two men ride a horse, one must ride behind.
I'd forgotten. How right he was.
Well then, you were the one who had to decide who should sit in front, not them. You had no choice in the matter of being king. They had every choice in the matter of being politicians. Yours is the loneliest and hardest task, Georgie.
Dear May, you're a great comfort to me. Did you know that? What keeps occurring to me is irony of the situation. I've had to pass over a great man in favor of a reluctant, if capable man. And what the loss could be to the nation, I can only begin to imagine.
There's a letter from Stanley Baldwin.
Oh, what can that man possibly have to say to you?
He wants me to take luncheon with him tomorrow.
Oh, you'll refuse, of course. No, you will, won't you?
I'm intrigued to know what he has to say.
Well, it's quite obvious what he'll have to say, and it's equally obvious what you'll have to reply.
Well, there's nothing to be lost by meeting him.
Oh, there's everything that yourself suspect. You made it clear to Bonner that you could not accept office under a prime minister other than himself. That prime minister has been appointed, and he can only wish to see you to beg you to continue as foreign minister under him.
The problem is that so many negotiations are in progress under my direction that it would be dangerous to discontinue my control now.
You see what I mean? Already you're preparing to act as a subordinate again.
No use our wasting time, George. His Majesty wishes you to continue as foreign minister. And it's my wish also. We need your experience and diplomacy more than ever before.
I have every desire to stand down. I feel my work is done.
But it's scarcely started, in international affairs at any rate. We both know you should have become Prime Minister. We both know why I was chosen instead. I realize it's an absurd and cruel situation for you. I can only appeal to you as a Conservative and as a patriot. If you should choose to resign, I shall perfectly understand. But I hope it won't come to that. I hope for you. The King requests you, the nation wants you, the Empire needs you.
In the study. Hello, darling. You're looking very bright about the eyes. What have you been up to?
I'm just been down to Thomas Cook's. We can have a stateroom on the next suitable cruiser that's sailing for Buenos Aires.
But when would that be?
10 days' time.
But why so soon? Your Argentine affairs have waited for months. Couldn't they wait a few months more?
And that's what's to keep us here now.
I shall be back in Lausanne in 10 days' time.
I don't believe it.
You'd better see what I've written to Baldwin.
Baldwin? He has you dancing to his tune already.
That's very far from the case. He's dancing to mine.
Oh, George, let me see. As my retirement at this moment might be thought to involve distrust in your administration, I will for the present continue as a foreigner. And you're going to stand this?
I have no real option. Now, you must see it, surely.
You can turn him down flat and let him sort out Lausanne himself.
It's not as straightforward as that.
It's totally straightforward. You swore that if anyone else became Prime Minister, you'd never work under him. Yet only 2 days after your ultimate humiliation, you're sitting up at Baldwin's table on your hind legs begging for a bowl.
That's unjust and untrue.
It's entirely true. You've gone back on your word and everyone will know it. You're a trimmer, George. You'd rather hang on as a messenger boy than surrender office completely.
I'm not thinking of Baldwin, I'm thinking of the country.
You're thinking of yourself. You need to feel you're at the center of things. You like to believe you're running the empire. But all you're doing is to play the elderly nursemaid to an ironmaster's son.
That's enough, Grace.
It's more than enough. I could live with you in victory. I could stand by you in honorable defeat. But this cap-in-hand appeasement is more than I can take. I shall go to Hackwood tomorrow. You can reach me there if you can find any reason to.
Have you no conception of the meaning of duty?
In your vocabulary, duty is a very elastic word. The only duty you recognize is your own presence in the hierarchy of power. How you know doesn't matter so long as you're in there somewhere. You won't miss me, George. Not really. There'll be plenty to occupy you while I'm away. There always is.
Grace.
You better finish that letter, if it's to reach Baldwin in good time.
I will, for the present, continue at the Foreign Office. Yours sincerely, Curzon. Oh, Anderson.
My lord?
I'd like this letter to go to number 10. Downing Street, you understand?
My lord.
There's no need to send it through post. You can take it yourself.
Directly, sir.
On the instant. Oh, Anderson, don't take a cab. They're ruinously expensive. It's just as fast to walk from here.
Very good, my lord.
Thank you, Anderson.
My name is George Nathaniel Curzon. I am a most superior person. My cheek is pink, my hair is sleek. I dine at Blenheim's once a week.
In Weekend at Montacute, by Michael Robson, the part of Lord Curzon was played by Paul Rogers, Grace Curzon by Mary Wimbush, and Stanley Baldwin by Alan Rowe. King George V, John Westbrook, Queen Mary, Margaret Robertson, Andrew Bonner Law, Malcolm Hayes, Lord Stamfordham, Hayden Jones, Lord Balfour, William Fox, Lord Beaverbrook, Peter Marinka, Lord Crewe, Noel Eilif, Lord Salisbury, James Thomason, John Davidson, John Rowe, Colonel Sir Ronald Waterhouse, Garrard Green, Sir John Lavery, David Graham, and a police constable, William Edel. The play was produced and directed by David Spencer.
This is the BBC Home Service from Scotland.
I was told you might have a car for hire.
What was that?
I said I heard you might have a car for hire.
Whereabouts is it you're making for, sir?
Ord.
Ord? That's a bit far away, even by the coast road. Near 20 miles.
But couldn't
if
you...
If you're to stay the night here, there's a bus for Ord in the morning. You've been a bit sooner, you could have gone with a post, but he's away by the looks of it. And there's no other bus but the morning one. It's only a wee place, Ord, you see.
Yes, but what about a car? Do you have one available?
Well, there's this one. My other's out on a job. But I dare say this might get us there. Might even get me back again if I'm lucky. But it'd cost about £3.
Seems reasonable enough. Can we get away at once?
Well, if you say so. I'll just put your cases in. Is this all you have?
Yes, for the moment.
You see, it's not the usual time of year for for a stranger to be making for like of Ord. You maybe have friends in the place, say like the minister there. It's none of my business anyway. I should be fine now. Now, if you just get in, we'll...
Why the minister in particular?
Mr. Mackay. Well, if you're staying any while in Ord, you come across him. Not that it's any of my business, but I dare say he'll make sure you come across him.
We present The Devil's Minister by Alistair Mayer. The Devil's Minister.
As always, looking back, I find it impossible to fix a single point, either in time or on the map of the world, as the precise beginning to this story. In a way, that first journey to Ord was the end of the beginning, the end of the first chapter. A chapter which had begun some time before, but which I was soon to discover had unbreakable connections with Ord, connections I could never have dreamed of then. The earlier memory, like this one, was of a strange man and an even stranger death. If in relating it now I seem to regard it somewhat impersonally, it's because it wasn't as complete in itself as I imagined at the time. I see it now almost as a warning. It was some 2 years before my journey to Ord. I was on shipboard bound for Africa, where I had a job of research to do. One of the other passengers kept very much to himself. His name was John Boyd. It wasn't until the last night of the voyage that we spoke to each other. Quite unexpectedly, he made a point of seeking me out, not only willing, but anxious to talk.
What do you know about me?
Well, you've told me your name.
You know a lot more than that, though, don't you?
I don't know anything about what you are, but I think I may know a bit about how you are.
Tell me.
Whatever it is, it seems to have happened only since we've come near Africa. At least it's only since then that I've noticed it.
Noticed what exactly?
I don't know if I can be exact. It's a strange look in your eyes. Doesn't seem right in a face like yours.
Put it down to nerves.
I wouldn't say you'd be prone to nerves.
Yes, I suppose I should expect an anthropologist to use a more impressive word.
So you know a bit about me?
Yes, I know a bit. More in terms of fact, probably, than you know about me. You did a lot of work on the Kasai about 10 years ago. Then the Spaniards put you in Jug without a visa. You turned up in Kasaka a couple of years later after some cockeyed trip from the White Nile, when any sensible man would have flown.
I never claimed to be sensible.
Well, that's why I'm talking to you. Didn't you wonder why?
I suppose so. But even more, I've been wondering what has put the fear of something into you these last few days.
Something? That's good. I thought you were going to say the fear of death. But you're quite right, of course. It's not death. But I'd like you to listen.
Yes?
And believe me if you can. It's not fear of death. It's fear of annihilation. Total destruction. Body and soul. Listen, I'm not a liar and I'm not mad. You accept that?
I accept the first. Not necessarily the second.
Well, you know a bit about witchcraft, don't you?
As much as anybody, I suppose, who isn't in the business.
And you know the Orangi are pretty good at it.
None better.
Oh, the Orangi don't just talk about it. Things happen. And this time they're going to happen to me unless you can do something about it.
Me?
Yes. Mind you, without meaning to be insulting, you're a forlorn hope, but you're the only one I've got.
Well, you better tell me.
The Orangi are forest people, you know that. Well, the first time I went up there was just after the war, the first war. I was a young man. It was a survey job, and I stayed keen. There was a lot of talk about witchcraft and cannibalism and human sacrifice, but I didn't see any of it. When I went back, I was old. I could speak the language a bit, and I could understand the drums, a little. Enough, anyway. And it wasn't just talk. And then I was over in Kenya for a bit during the war. When I went back to the Orangi country in 1946, I found a missionary fellow in their territory, a Scot. But I didn't like the setup any more than I ever had done before.
What do you mean?
I got the feeling there was something going on, but I couldn't put my finger on it exactly. This missionary did the usual stuff, held services, sang hymns. As usual, the Orangi boys went along for the laughs. But I found that the Reverend Missionary was a great pal of the most senior and respected witch doctor, which was not quite usual. And there was mighty little evidence of Christianity around, apart from the Bible thumping.
You mean he was going native?
Oh, no, not as simple as that. He wore his dog collar, all right, shaved every day, kept up all the marks of civilization.
How long had he been there?
A couple of years or thereabouts. Long enough, by the way, to become a fully fledged member of the Leopard Society.
Well, that's surely not possible.
I went to search his hut one night, with no authority, of course. And I found the skin and the iron claws. When he came back, I was sitting in his chair with a gun on my knee, waiting for him. I had draped the skin on the table and laid the claws on top. He didn't even flicker. Simply said, "My work here is finished," and walked out. But I didn't even get a chance to fire. When I got to the door, he'd vanished.
What became of him?
No idea. I put my report into the D.O., but they never traced him. And I got another bit of the story from a head boy. I may say not till after we were out of the district. The reverend gentleman and the old witch doctor had been working together for quite a while, concocting new magic, the boy said, and in particular perfecting a technique for the transmutation of souls.
The what?
You heard. And incidentally, if I'm lucky, you're going to be able to observe the phenomenon at first hand, and perhaps very soon.
In spite of the normal ship noises, the night suddenly seemed incredibly silent. Silent and waiting, and full of something imminent beyond the silence. I felt this man's fear returning, intensifying, and I felt it communicating itself to me. Then something brushed my cheek. A moth, I thought, and I struck it down. Boyd stretched out his hand, picked it up from the deck, and passed it to me.
Do you know what this is?
It's not a moth.
Obviously.
It's a seed of some kind. Winged seed. I've no idea what species.
Well, how do you think it got here?
On the wind, I suppose.
What, 20 miles from land, maybe more than 20 miles, and with no wind worth speaking about.
What exactly are you getting at?
Guess that I find 2 or 3 of these every day. They land on my lap, usually. It's the seed of the white-bark mahogany tree. The first seed came on the day we sighted Africa this trip. The day you first spotted, I was scared.
There must be some kind of rational explanation.
Well, then I'd be more than grateful if you could enlighten me.
Let's get back to your transmutation of souls.
Dear Angie, believe a tree has a soul.
They're not the first people to believe that.
Well, the story I heard was that the white and the black witch doctors got the idea of trying to change the one into the other. And again, according to what I was told, they succeeded. The change takes place at the moment of a man's death. It's also the moment of a seed's germination. I didn't believe it. I don't think I do even yet.
Well?
But one day, I found what looked like a recently planted tree, very young. I dug it up. And I also dug up the body of a young boy. One of the roots had pierced his chest. He hadn't been buried all that long, but I couldn't find any obvious cause of death.
What has this to do with you?
A few months before I went on leave, I was up there again. There was trouble then. The drums were going every night. But the real trouble came just before I left. A road was to be put through, and their sacred tree was slap in the line of it. But I wanted the road to go round it, but the engineers wouldn't listen. So the tree came down. It came down the day before I left. When I got back to my hut, the boys had gone. There was a seed, like that one there, lying on my bed. Around 11 o'clock, the old witch doctor came. He was quite simple. He simply said that he would need my soul to replace the one I'd destroyed, and that he'd get it before I landed in Africa again. I left for the coast in the morning.
Well, you're all right then, aren't you?
How'd you make that out?
Because he told you. If he'd been sure he could kill you, he wouldn't have told you. He would simply have gone ahead and done it. Telling you means that he's depending on the fact that you expect it. He's counting on the fact that you'll kill yourself.
Oh, that's simple stuff. I know this man. He knows me. He knows I'm not the type.
So?
Oh, we talk in the morning. Rightly or wrongly. I don't think he can do it unless I'm alone or asleep or both. And that's why I want you to stay awake and talk to me, to be my shadow right up to the moment when we go ashore. He said, before I landed, if I get ashore alive, I'm all right.
We sat in my cabin. Strangely enough, the conversation was quite lively. We found that we had quite a number of interests in common, and even that we had one or two mutual friends. I remember looking at my watch at 2:30 and thinking how remarkably awake I felt, and again, strangely, how much I was enjoying the conversation. I have no idea what happened then. I seem to recall a sense of rapidly approaching darkness. When I regained consciousness, I was in exactly the same position that I'd been in before, sitting upright on my pillow with my back in the corner of the bunk. The time was 6 o'clock. Boyd was dead. He was in the position he had been when we were talking, but his head had fallen back. Only one thing was new. Resting on the skin in the open neck of his shirt was a winged seed. From it rose a slim stem some 6 inches long, bearing 2 young leaves. A little white root curved upwards from the seed's split shell, and where it pierced his skin, it was surrounded by a drop of uncoagulated blood. About all this, I offer no explanation. I merely record what happened. And I do so because of the connection between that death and the other story I feel compelled to tell. The reason for my going to the Highland village of Ord was part decision, part accident. I never had a permanent home. My parents had died while I was at university. Then I went from there into the army. And since the war, I'd spent nearly all of my time overseas on various projects of anthropological research. But now, for the first time, I wanted to find a home. The easy explanation was that I had a book to write about my research work. But I also had a deeper feeling than ever before of wanting to settle down.
You're looking for what, Mr. Collins?
Well, I've described it as well as I can. Not a cottage, not a castle. Somewhere northwest on the coast. Well, I suppose near a village. But the quieter the better.
You have a job. Sporting estate, yes. Wee cottages for weekends and holidays, yes.
I know all about that, but...
I couldn't tell you Glenavon Lodge, I don't suppose. 38 rooms in the usual office.
No, thank you.
No, I didn't think so. I dare say the roof will have to come off bit too, like all the rest. I'll keep your requirements in mind, of course, but it might take a while.
Well, would it be worth taking a trip further north, Inverness, perhaps?
Well, if you've time, why not? I doubt if you'll find a firm with a place of your kind in their books. You never know. And you'll maybe hear of something some other way if you keep your ears open.
Yes. Running well up to time? Grand countryside.
Oh, yes, it is, yes.
Oh, not reading, are you?
No, I've finished a chapter.
Yes, marvelous countryside. You'll the sea for one thing, and the hills. The storms you get on the coast can be pretty fantastic. But there's something else, I don't know. A sense of age and mystery somehow. You probably think I'm talking nonsense.
Oh, no, not at all. I agree with you.
Memories of the Picts and all that. Mind you, I'm a physicist, not a poet. But I can still talk about mystery, though. Well, look, you know a bit about radiation. Well, 100 years ago, no one knew anything about it. Nonsense, said it said. But it happened. Well, if that can happen, invisible rays and such like, then there's no saying what else can. Well, we have to accept the possibilities at any rate.
Naturally, I shan't quibble with that.
You've been to Caithness?
No, not too far north. Talking of mysteries, there's telepathy, for instance. A man can be made to act in a certain fashion without knowing why. He simply receives a message and acts on it without understanding it.
Well, that's magic.
Well, it's magic to you. Nuclear physics is magic to me. It all depends what you mean by magic.
Yes, I suppose it does. We're almost at Inverness. You saying that?
Overnight, possibly.
Oh, here, then I'll help you down with your case.
Oh, thanks.
You got a hotel?
No,
Well, try the Regal.
Good, is it?
Yes, pretty small, but they do quite a good breakfast. You do quite a good breakfast here, eh?
Well, the biggest one I've had for years.
Right. Not like some places I have to go to, I'm telling you. Oh, McCallum's the name. Willem McCallum.
You're, on the move all the time?
It's selling. Home just at the weekend.
Mm-hmm. Glasgow?
Yes. You know, that big place the visitors go through on the road to Loch Lomond. You've just been visiting yourself?
Well, it depends.
But you're English, aren't you?
Well, I'm not. Scots born, Scots parents. Although we all went south when I was, I think, just 2 or 3.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. You can't help it then, can you?
What?
Your English twang.
I have a notion to come home now and settle down.
Oh, good for you.
I have some work to do that I can do anywhere, and I thought this was as good a place as any.
Better. The best. Is there any place in particular you have a notion for?
Oh, West Coast. Somewhat quiet.
Oh? That's funny, you know. I was just hearing. Do you know a wee place by the name of Ord? No, I don't suppose you would. See, there's a map on the wall here. I'll show you. It's here, just at the mouth of this sea loch. I have a cousin there yet, Jean. Mackenzie's her married name, but she's a widow now. She keeps the shop in Ord. Oh, it's a grand wee place, and it so happens that... Are you interested? Would it suit you?
Well, I don't quite know yet what you're talking about, do I?
Oh, that's true. I'm getting carried away a bit, but I was just wondering if old McQueen's house would be too big for you.
Well, I still wouldn't know, would I?
McQueen was a lawyer in Glasgow, but like my father, he came from Ord originally. He retired and went back up there when his wife died. Now, Maggie, a cousin of Jean, you know, Mrs. Mackenzie, Maggie was old McQueen's housekeeper. But the old man took a shock at the new year, and he's in a nursing home here in Inverness. I doubt he'll never get back to Ord, poor man. But I wonder, is the house too big for you?
How big is it?
I suppose there'll be 3 rooms anyway, down the stair, and maybe 4 bedrooms up the stair. It's quite a big house, but...
Well, it sounds as if it might be all right. Is it for sale?
Oh, it'll not be for sale. But if you were to ask about it, they might sell it.
I don't quite understand the distinction.
You wait till you've been living in Ord a few years. You'll know the kind of thing I mean.
Do you think this house is worth going to look at?
Well, I think if you want it, you could get it. Maggie's got the keys.
How do I get that?
Good for you. Man after my own heart. Now, see you not offer more than about 1,500.
And you could well look worse than take Maggie on as a housekeeper. She's a grand cook. And tell Jean I'll be looking in when I'm round that way in May. Now, mind now, not more than about 1,500. There was a wee touch of dry rot in the place a few years back. It's all right now, but you never know. Oh, and before I go, I'll show you on the map how to get there.
We're nearly there. About another couple of miles. I was thinking, do you have anybody to stay with for the night?
Oh, no, I've never been here before, but I'll surely manage at this time of year to find a room at the hotel.
No hotel.
Well, surely there must be something.
Well, a few of the folk take visitors in the summer, but I doubt they'll not be looking for anybody just now. I should have told you before, but I was thinking you must know somebody in the place.
Well, is there nowhere at all you can think of? Well, if there isn't, I'll just have to come back with you.
Still, that would be an awful waste of a journey. Right enough, they would maybe take you in at the lodge, although by rights they don't open till Easter. That's the place they call the guest house. In the old days, it used to be a shooting lodge. Then a man called Cameron bought it.
Well, is it in the village?
Well, about a mile out, up the back road. Here enough.
Well, as I told you, Collins, we're not open for business yet, but we couldn't turn you away. Not an old Africa man, huh? In any case, we've all got to know each other already, and our door is never shut to a friend. You're welcome to stay as our guest for as long as you like. Oh, you'll forgive my making a speech about it.
Excuse me, darling. Will you have some more coffee, Mr. Collins?
Oh, thank you.
Yes, Collins, you're a very welcome guest.
Well, it's very good of you, but...
Oh, no buts. You've no idea of some of the characters we have to put up with during the time of year when we are at business.
As you gather, Mr. Collins, Hugh is now riding a favourite hobby horse.
What made you think of Ord as a place to live?
Wouldn't you find it very quiet?
No, I don't think so.
I hope you won't think that we are prying, but are you married, Mr. Collins?
No, I was for a couple of years just after the war.
Wouldn't you be lonely in Ord?
Yes, why pick on a place like this, huh?
Well, I wouldn't want to settle down in a place much bigger than this. I prefer the idea of life in a more, shall we say, intimate community.
It may surprise you if you do come to live here to find how intimate it is. Believe me, everybody knows everybody else's business. For instance, I would make a guess and say that you'll be going to look at old Mr. McQueen's house.
Yes, quite correct.
You see what I mean?
Yes, but I don't mind at all.
Have you any connections with the street?
No, except that my parents brought me here for summer holidays for a couple of years when I was a boy. I can only say I felt it might be a good idea to come back, that's all.
Yes, I know. That's exactly the same reason why we came here.
Well, mind you, it's first-class country, good shooting, the fishing's even better. But I must say, some of the local people are a bit strange.
Oh, dear, no, not really. They're just a little wary about strangers.
Well, Collins, I've been here nearly 10 years, and they still treat me as if I were a foreigner or something. Well, of course, they're very nice, very well-mannered, all that sort of thing, but it's difficult to feel any sense of real contact with them.
Well, don't let him put you off.
Oh, no, good heavens, no, I wouldn't want to do that. And I assure you, we'll be extremely glad to have you here in the district. There aren't so many people of one's own type, if you know what I mean. People one can talk to. There's Morrison, the doctor, lives on the other side of the village. He's quite sound. And there's an excellent chap called Jimison, writes about fishing and, nature, that sort of thing, Very well-educated fellow. That's about the lot.
Somebody mentioned a minister to me. What about him?
Good God, no. He's a dreadful creature.
Well, he's very strict, certainly.
Strict? Oh, preaches nothing but hellfire and brimstone. Well, I went along once. Sermon lasted an hour and a half, and nothing but hellfire all the time. Dreadful business. And, the even more dreadful thing is the man has power. We're all dead scared of him.
It's his daughter I'm really sorry for, I must say. She's such a nice girl.
If she'd any guts, she'd go away.
Darling, it's impossible for her to go away. Her mother's dead, and there's no one else to run the manse.
Why can't he get a housekeeper?
You know very well that on his stipend he couldn't possibly afford it.
His stipend's more than he's worth. I still say she should get out. Damned unhealthy business for a young girl like her, cooped up the way she is.
It would break her father's heart. He's terribly fond of her.
A strange kind of fondness. And I don't believe he's got a heart.
Well, I must admit I don't go to church very often, so I'm not likely to see much of him, which from what you say is probably just as well.
Oh, believe me, you'll see him all the same. You'll make quite sure of that.
From the Cameron's house, it was a walk downwards towards the village. A village of grey and white houses scattered along a little bay, perhaps half a mile in from the sea entrance of the loch. Next morning, there was smoke arising from the morning fires and bending away in the wind, and the smell of the peat in the air came to me, mingling with the sea smell and the aromatic odor of the moor. I stopped for a moment, because I realized suddenly that this was what had eluded me in memory. This blending of sweet and pungent odors, such as I remembered from wonderful, timeless boyhood holidays. It came to me then, and I can't express this in any other way. It came to me quite simply that I was home.
Did you say, sir, that it was William McCallum told you to come? How did you come across him?
I met him in Inverness. I had breakfast with him, in fact. And by the way, he told me to let you know that he'd be looking in to see you around about the middle of May. He can't manage to be up this way before then.
I don't know why he couldn't take a run out this time if he was as near as Inverness.
Well, he seems to be a very busy man.
Willie was never busy in his life, riding round the country in his motor car. Still, he's a decent wee man, and I dare say I don't know anything about it. What it's like to be a man of business like him.
He was telling me about Mr. McQueen.
Oh, the poor soul. It sounds as if there's to be no betterness for him. He was a fine old man, no trouble at all, as Maggie's always said. It's a shame, right enough.
Willie was saying it might be a question of the house for sale.
They'll have a job selling a place the like of that. There aren't many folk who'd want a house that size in a place like this.
I was wondering about it myself, as if you hadn't guessed.
Well, I dare say Maggie will be quite glad to show you round, if that's the way of it.
Well, there's maybe one or two corners you haven't seen, but that's most of it.
It's a great credit to you, the way you've kept it up.
Well, of course, I was always hoping he'd be back, but it's not to be, seemingly. And it's a shame about the garden, too. There wasn't much I could do about it.
Well, it could soon be put in order again.
It was always a good garden.
Oh, you'll be out of a job if Mr. McQueen doesn't come home yet.
And right enough, they're not easy to come by, but... I could be giving Jean a hand in the shop. It would be something.
If the house is for sale...
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Well, I'd like to buy it. And I'd like to ask you to stay on as housekeeper.
Oh, but... well, would you not be wanting somebody younger?
No, I'm asking you. And not just out of politeness.
Well, there's no sense in me saying it wouldn't suit me, Mr. Collins, for it would. I'd be thankful for the job, and, well, I would hope you wouldn't be sorry for asking me.
I've no fear of that. And let's both hope the sale of the house will be as easy to settle as our bargain.
The client is worried about how little he's to pay for a house. McQueen's lawyers are perfectly happy about the offer I made in your name and accept it as fair to both sides.
Well, it just seems so ridiculously low for...
I've no doubt the same house here in Edinburgh will be worth 4 or 5 times more, or in London 10 or a dozen times more. But where it is, if you don't buy it in a couple of years, it might be worth nothing at all. So content yourself. Now, when are you planning to settle in?
Well, late summer, I suppose. As soon as I can make arrangements about furniture, decoration, and such like. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, the sooner the better.
Good day, Mr. Collins.
Oh, hello there.
Is a neighbor welcome to say hello?
Yes, surely.
Jemison. I know your name, of course, because the place has been buzzing with rumors about you for months. I've contained myself for a week to give you time to settle in, but I couldn't stand it anymore.
Well, I'd have been glad to see you any time.
Oh, mind you, everybody else's curiosity about you is just as lively as mine, but mine's uninhibited and unashamed. You've a job on your hands here, haven't you?
Oh, the garden. Yes, it'll take some time, but...
Don't just chop everything down, by the way. There's some quite choice stuff in among those weeds.
Oh, yes, of course. You know about these things, don't you?
Do I?
Yes, all my neighbors have a label in my mind before I've seen them, from what I've heard. Your label is naturalist.
Oh, interested, but inexpert. Except perhaps about certain species of bird life. And about brown trout. You know, my old headmaster told me once a long time ago, the chances of your ever learning anything about anything are infinitesimal. Well, I'd like to be able to go to him now and tell him how much I've learned about brown trout. But he's 95, and he's not very clear now either about who I am or what a brown trout is, so it's not much consolation. How's Maggie looking after you?
Oh, she's a marvel.
Ah, she is, and more. If ever there was a good wife wasted.
Yes, I must say I wondered why.
Oh, usual reason.
Well, you mean a shortage of men?
No, I suppose you could say the wrong man. She had a baby a long time ago. Her father was a fisherman from Loch Boisel, but they never got married. The son's a fine young man now. Lives with Jean Mackenzie. Or at least he used to till last year. Last year there was a devil of a row he was mixed up in. No fault of his, I may say. But he was supposed to be friendly with the daughter of the manse.
Sheila.
Have you met her?
No, but I know all the names. Was she friendly with this boy?
Oh, I don't think there was very much in it. But there was too much for her father's liking, old Mackay. You haven't met him yet either, have you?
No, and from what I've heard, I'm quite willing to delay the meeting indefinitely.
Well, he went for that boy with all the holy terror he could summon up. Threatened him with whatever the Presbyterian equivalent is of bell, book, and candle. Believe me, that up there at the manse is a really choice example of possession and oppression.
So you're not one of the minister's admirers, then?
Have you met anybody here who is?
I haven't heard Maggie say anything against him.
Have you ever heard Maggie say anything against anybody?
No, that's true.
Besides, he's probably put the fear of... No, whatever it is, it's not the fear of God. The fear of himself into Maggie. It works very powerfully, even in a good soul like her.
One strange thing I have noticed, nearly every conversation I've heard here, sooner or later got around to mentioning this man. He's very much of a presence, even in my life. And I haven't even set eyes on him yet.
I shouldn't think that could be delayed much longer. But if you need an ally, remember I'm on call.
You don't mean that as flippantly as it sounds, do you?
Probably not.
But for all that, when it did happen, not long afterwards, my first meeting with Mackay was nothing very memorable. After all the introductory hints and forebodings, it seemed at first an anticlimax. I suppose I'd expected a kind of 20th century John Knox. Somebody long, lean, ascetic, with fire in his eyes. The real man was quite unexpectedly more like an Anglican bishop than a Highland minister. He was smooth, bland, and well-fed looking. His hair was smoothly brushed back, silver. There was about him an air of prosperity, almost of affluence, quite untypical of his kind. His features were softened in what I suppose was, by his own standards, an attempt at friendliness.
I have naturally been looking forward to meeting our newest resident. You seem to have settled in very comfortably. Indeed, I suppose you must be a man of comfortable means.
Sufficient to let me do the work which I most want to do.
May I ask what is the nature of your work?
I'd be surprised if you weren't already fairly well informed about that.
I have it in my mind that it could be anthropology, although no one else here has specifically mentioned the word.
Well, that may be because of all the people here, only you and I, and perhaps Mr. Jemison, have anything like a specific idea of what it means.
What would be your idea of a definition?
The study of my fellow man in relation to the societies, groups, clubs, fraternities, or if you like, tribes, within which he behaves and identifies himself. It's not an easy kind of work to define.
Obviously, a mighty labor.
Yes, but inexhaustibly fascinating.
What is the importance of religion in your studies?
So great as to be constant, inescapable.
Yes. I notice that many of your books are concerned with the study of religion.
Of course.
But I notice also that you don't practice it. I have not seen you in my church, not even yesterday, the day when, as you must have known, you could have received Holy Communion. May I ask why?
For one thing, because nominally, I'm an Episcopalian. I could even say that your orders are not really regarded by my church as valid. I refuse to believe that I'm damned simply by my unwillingness to go to, say, your church, or that if I did go to it, I'd be in some way automatically sanctified.
Your arguments are hardly original.
I'm not arguing, and I'm not claiming that what I say is original.
It is my duty to tell you that I believe you are jeopardizing your immortal soul. And I must ask you not to discuss religion with any members of my church.
You what?
I'm sure you heard quite clearly what I said.
I find it difficult to believe I could hear such a thing from a civilized, educated man.
However, since you're a guest under my roof, I'm struggling for an answer which won't offend you.
Ian doesn't like Mackay, of course, but he says I'm obsessional about him. Well, if I am, I'm not ashamed of it. I think, or at least I feel, he's an evil man. Not just bad, but evil. In the way the Bible means evil. It sickens me and frightens me when I think of Sheila living with him.
Do you see much of her?
Yes, probably more than anybody else does. He, no doubt very reluctantly, but he does allow her to come here occasionally.
Has she got over the trouble about the boy?
Oh, you heard about that? Yes, I think so. Although she never says very much. She's very loyal to her father. There's no love, I don't think. But she is loyal and dutiful. I wonder what will happen when she does really find her own man.
Well, she has a right to leave when the time comes. Her father couldn't do anything.
I hope it'll be as easy as that. But I don't believe it will. In fact, I know there's danger ahead for her.
I don't quite understand.
I don't claim to understand myself, Hugh. But I've a strong radar system about this kind of thing. That man is evil. And his daughter will somehow have to be rescued from him.
My next encounter with Mackay was, however, entirely conventional. He had invited me and the Camerons to dinner one evening. The doctor was there, too, but he spoke hardly a word all evening. It was a cold and lifeless occasion in every way. I longed for a couple of bottles of Burgundy to bring life into the drab room. But I did meet Sheila for the first time. After the meal and on impulse, I slipped through to the kitchen to help her with the coffee. When I returned to the drawing room, Mackay was warming himself at the fire. He looked up sharply.
Ah, Collins, we missed you. Where have you been?
Upstairs, powdering my nose.
Who gave you permission to go upstairs?
I wasn't aware that a guest had to seek his host's permission to seek out the bathroom.
I apologize. I am unaccustomed to playing host on such a day with two services. I trust you will forgive me.
Of course.
And you accept my apology?
Of course I do. The thing's over.
Excuse me, Father. Coffee, Ian?
Oh, thank you, Sheila.
I was telling Sheila what a wonderful library Mr. Collins has.
Yes, Father. I wondered if I might borrow some books from you, Mr. Collins. It's quiet here in the winter and I love reading. Would you mind?
Absolutely. Come over any time. Take what you want. If I'm not there, well, never mind. Maggie will be.
It's very kind of you.
I shall rely on you, of course, not to permit anything I might consider unsuitable.
Oh, but how's he to know? I mean, is there what's it called, a codex in your church?
Lovely coffee, Sheila.
Thank you.
Your daughter is an excellent cook.
And I?
You, I find difficult.
I might say the same of you. You are a disturbing influence in our peaceful village.
Then regard me as a challenge, or a cross to be borne. In any case, we must learn to live with each other. No good can come of quarreling, neither to you nor to me. Sheila did indeed come to borrow books, and from then on she became a fairly regular visitor. I used to wonder if she was choosing days when her father was away, but she never spoke of him. In the early spring, I had another long-term visitor, my young cousin, Bill, from London. Bill's a medical student, a good deal younger than myself. His mother married pretty late in life. We'd always got on well together. He was a very keen fisherman, and during his visit, he was off almost every day trying the streams for trout. But one afternoon, when I returned from a walk, I was surprised to hear his voice coming from my study. I thought at first it was Maggie he was with. But when I opened the door, I found someone else with him.
She was about to run away, Hugh, but I persuaded her to stay.
I should think so.
I must go now, though. I didn't mean to stay so long.
Nonsense. I'm sure Hugh was going to invite you to tea.
Of course. Couldn't you stay for once, Sheila?
No, I really have quite a lot to do at home.
What? What have you to do that can't wait?
Well, my father, he's rather particular about regular hours. He'll be expecting tea.
Let him have it then at precisely the regular hour. Only today, let him make it himself.
No,
I'll go and tell him.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
Bill, it's not so easy.
I would like to, but I mustn't. I can't, really.
Oh, well, I'm sure Hugh will invite you back very soon, then.
Sheila knows there's an open invitation any time.
Tomorrow, and arrange to stay for tea, all right?
Well, not tomorrow, but perhaps later in the week if
If
I'm going...
what? Bill.
I'd like to come if I can. Thank you. Thank you again, Hugh. Goodbye.
Well?
Well, what?
Why didn't you tell me? And don't say tell me what, because you know very well what I mean. Listen, why all the mystery?
Well, even the little I knew of it then was difficult to explain rationally to Bill. But he wasn't very much concerned in any case. He was much more interested in the practical question of how to make sure of seeing Sheila again before the end of his visit. Strangely enough, I'm not sure whether they did meet again at that time or not. Sheila wasn't able to come to the house, but they may have seen each other before Bill went back south. I don't know. Bill didn't say much about it. In fact, it wasn't until about a week after he left that I was made to think of it again.
I'll come straight to the point, Mr. Collins. You had a young man staying with you recently?
My cousin, yes.
He appears to have met my daughter.
Yes, he did. She came to return some books of mine, and it so happens Bill wasn't fishing that day. If you're interested to be told why he wasn't fishing, it was because the sun was too bright.
It may interest you to know that my daughter has received a letter from him. I do not approve of this clandestine meeting, but I approve even less of correspondence arising from it.
There was nothing clandestine about it. I know, because I was there too. Didn't Sheila tell you?
I haven't discussed it with her.
So, you open her letters?
I have her interests to protect. Bear in mind, she has no mother.
Obviously, it's my duty to tell Bill that his letter was never received.
It was received by me. And it will be received by Sheila in due course, along with my views on the matter. You might care to read it.
No, thank you.
Then I'll tell you. He says he is returning in the summer and looks forward to renewing her acquaintance.
Doesn't sound like a very passionate declaration.
They will not meet in the summer.
What are you going to do with her? Clap her in arms?
You choose to be facetious.
I must admit, I do think it's very funny.
You seem to miss the point, Collins. I have been tolerant of you for long enough, but I absolutely forbid you to permit this man to have anything further to do with my daughter, and I shall hold you responsible.
For what? For a friendship which maybe doesn't yet really exist between two adults? What a dirty-minded man you are.
I'm warning you. If anything comes of this, you'll regret it.
Please don't threaten me. I might be tempted to take steps to protect myself.
You're threatening me?
Precisely what I say. And don't take it out on Sheila. Don't, for example, try to forbid her coming here, as she has been doing. Oh, Maggie, would you be kind enough to show Mr. Mackay out? All this was completely instinctive bluff on my part. What I said surprised me almost as much as it did him. But it did work. That was the strange thing. The idea had come into my head that this man didn't treat me as he did others, that he was for some reason a little afraid of me. And when I had suggested that he must feel insecure, he reacted. But why this insecurity? And how could it be connected with my presence? And now the notion had taken hold of me that he actually considered me as potentially dangerous to him. If Sheila had been forbidden by him to visit my house, I don't think she would have come again. But on the following Thursday, which was her likeliest day for getting away, she did come.
Hugh, when did Bill leave?
At the beginning of last week, as he planned. He said something about possibly writing to you, did he?
No, I haven't heard.
That's strange. He seemed quite definite about it. Or perhaps his letter got lost in the post. Of course, he may have forgotten.
He must have. Hugh?
Yes?
Could you ask him not to write?
Of course, if you say so. But why?
It's just, well, Father's rather strange about that kind of thing.
On that understatement, and because she looked and sounded so wistfully lonely, I didn't comment. Nor did I give her message to Bill. If I had, I would also have had to explain the reasons for it. I didn't see Mackay again for quite some time after that. Indeed, I'd half forgotten the questions and mysteries which he stirred up in my mind when, about the end of May, the story took a quite different and unexpected turn.
Mr. Collins, I was wondering... I can't help but ask you. Could you manage without me for a week or two? It's Jean. She's been taken very badly, and I'm anxious about her.
Well, yes, of course, Maggie. What's wrong?
Well, that's the thing. I'm not just sure. If it was only what the doctor says.
What does he say?
Well, at the beginning, he said it was her heart. She was to rest, he said, for a week or two and take her medicine.
Doesn't sound too alarming.
No, it wasn't.
You think she's definitely worse?
Well, it's not only that. There's something got into her. She just lies as if she was waiting for an end.
Is there something you're not telling me?
Well, I don't know how to say it, and that's the truth.
When did the doctor last see her?
Today.
What did he say?
Well, I couldn't really get anything out of him at all. And I was wondering if... Oh, I know I shouldn't be asking you, and you've only to say no, but... Well, I was wondering if you could maybe have a word with the doctor. Oh, but please don't tell him that I asked you. Oh, I wouldn't put such a thing on you, but I'm frightened we'll lose her.
I gave her the diagnosis and prescribed treatment.
And you said that after rest and treatment she'd be all right.
That's correct.
Maggie thinks she's worse. What do you think?
She is worse.
What would you say is going to happen?
I can tell you what's going to happen. She's going to die.
How do you know that this is going to happen?
Call it experience, if you like. And I'll tell you something else which may surprise you. I'm quite sure Maggie also knows that her cousin is going to die.
Did you tell her?
No.
Then how could she know?
I suggest you ask her.
What happened to make you change your mind about this patient?
Medically speaking, nothing.
Have you thought about taking a second opinion?
It could be arranged, but it wouldn't make any difference.
Well, don't you think it's your job to arrange such a thing? And to get your patient into hospital if need be, or get a specialist to see her? I'll pay the bills, if that's what's worrying you.
I'm not a bad doctor, Collins, although I say it myself. You can get the College of Physicians out if you like, but she'll still die. Because she expects to die.
She what?
You heard what I said. Her fibrillation is controlled. Her fluid output is up. Her lung bases have cleared. But she'll die.
All right, I accept what you say. And I'm inclined to think I may owe you an apology. But perhaps I know now what to do about this.
In return for the apology... No, listen, you mustn't think me flippant about this, but... a word of advice. Leave it alone.
Maggie, will you tell me what happened on Monday night? The night Jean got worse.
There was nothing... There was nothing out of the way happened.
Maggie, for all our sakes, you must tell me. If you want to help Jean, you must tell me.
It was only that... the minister came.
Were you there, Maggie?
No.
You didn't hear what he said to her?
No.
But you know, don't you, what he put into our mind?
I think so, but how would anybody believe it? Is there anything you could do for her? Yourself, Mr. Collins.
Yes, Jean. I've been to see the doctor.
Yes.
He says you're going to get well again.
He knows better than that. At first he maybe believed it, but not now. The minister says...
Oh.
He says there's going to be no betterment for me.
Listen, Jean. You must listen. The minister's wrong. He's made a mistake.
He's never wrong. Everybody knows. He's never wrong when he says a body's going to die.
This time, Jean, he is wrong. And if you'll listen, I'm going to tell you why. You don't know much about me, do you?
They say you're a clever man, always with the books.
That's right, Jean, I am. And I'm so clever that I'm going to make you live. Feel my hand. Squeeze it. The harder you squeeze, the more power I have to make you well. The more power I have to make you live. You're not going to die. I'm a clever enough man to know that you're not going to die. Nobody dies until their time comes. I know that your time hasn't come. It hasn't, I know. It won't come for a long while yet. So you can't die. The minister doesn't know. I'm cleverer than he is. I know.
The angel of death walks at his side. Everybody knows that.
Not in this house, Jean. Death has no power to come to this house. I'm telling you that. You must trust me. You must believe me.
Right enough. They say you're a clever man.
You can't give up, Jean. Don't give up. You're not going to die. You're not going to die.
And so, repetitively, endlessly, through the long twilight, feeling my own foolishness, I went on, driven by the feeling that it was somehow necessary to force this one fact into the poor woman's brain, deliberately building up crazy fantasies about my own power, in the feeble hope that superstition in her own mind would do the rest, that she would be forced by her own superstition to live, just as previously her belief in Mackay's power had been forcing her towards death. After a long time, her eyes closed, and I fancied I saw a new composure in her features. Afterwards, a consuming weariness of mind and body almost overcame me. I managed to get home and found some refuge in sleep. But it was a sleep filled with nightmares, and soon interrupted.
Collins, come on, wake up.
What are you doing here?
You must wake up. What did you do to Jean Mackenzie last night?
Jean? How is she?
Tell me what you did to her.
I did nothing.
You went to see her, didn't you?
Yes.
Damn it, man, don't play with me. I'm her doctor, after all. What did you do?
I talked to her.
What did you say?
How is she?
She's better.
Thank God.
What did you say to her? How did you do it?
I'm sorry I'm not telling you. If that sounds insulting, I'm sorry again, but I'm still not telling you because I'm not convinced of your discretion.
What do you mean?
I mean that you might tell someone else.
How much do you know?
I can't tell you that either.
If she's still alive, and I can see she is going to live, he'll...
Let's give him his name. You mean Mackay, don't you?
What am I going to tell him?
How do you come to be under his influence?
It's not as simple as that. It's just that he seems to know.
Do you think it is only that?
What am I going to tell him?
Tell him the truth.
I don't know what the truth is.
Tell him then that I am responsible. Tell him I have my methods just as he has his. Make that quite clear to him. And listen, Morrison, please understand this has happened for the last time.
Welcome.
Yes, of course, Jefferson. Come in.
I'll not be having many visitors these days. That's the trouble about having supernatural powers. It makes ordinary mortals shy of you.
What do you mean?
You know very well what I mean. You can't go about laying on hands and raising the dead without the word going round. And, of course, these stories tend to grow. You've got quite a tally of small miracles to your credit now, you know. So, what are you going to do about it?
For a start, I'm going to try to stop you talking nonsense.
No, but seriously, Hugh.
Morrison asked me the same question, but I don't know the answer.
Listen, Hugh. None of this is news to me. I've known a bit about it for a long time. So, in a way, has everybody else in this parish.
Tell me what is known.
People become ill. They're expected to get better. Mackay visits them, tells them their time has come, offers up a pious prayer or two, and departs. Within a couple of weeks, there's another funeral, and that's that. Oh, in a way, it doesn't add up to very much. Just the odd fact that Mackay is so often right, and the doctor so often wrong. But there's still a great deal of it which is unknown to as far as I'm concerned. For instance, how is it done?
Well, that strikes me as being the easiest part of it.
Oh?
You've got superstitious people, or if you like, imaginative, sensitive people with a long tradition of belief in, let's say, pagan things with their roots away back before Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Beliefs that still survive, even if only unconsciously. Look, people live their lives on two levels. The ordinary, everyday life we know, and a deeper inner life, which is seldom mentioned.
Yes, I can see that.
Well, if you take a man like Mackay, with his physical appearance and personality, and if you give that sort of power, and then put him in a position to exercise it over people like these, well, you make it very easy for him. People are already convinced of his spiritual, even when they're well. If they're ill and thinking about the possibility of death, it wouldn't take much in the way of suggestion, like almost a kind of hypnosis, to push them over. Just an idea. The one thing I'm sure about is that somehow he removes the will to live.
Why do you think he does this? Have you any ideas about motive?
There's no motive. That makes him mad.
Well, I think there is a motive, a definable one. In fact, I'm surprised you haven't thought about it, because it's very much in your line of study.
What do you mean?
I mean, sacrifice. Oh, I know, it's not the sort of thing that bears thinking about. I don't suppose you've ever seen this before.
What do you mean? It's a book about this kind of religion we've been trying to define.
Have a look at the title and the author.
30 Years in the African Mission Field by Matthew Mackay.
That was my clue. Didn't you know he'd been in Africa?
No, but it makes sense of a few mysteries, doesn't it?
Mind you, I wouldn't put much money on his having been a missionary for 30 years, or even being a real missionary at all. But from what I've found out, he did definitely spend some time in Africa. And, by the way, one of the things that explains is his reason for being scared of you, the African expert. Oh, all right, don't be modest. Maybe you're not an expert, but the point is he thinks you are. And in any case, you could be a man from his missing years. You could have crossed his tracks at one time or another. You might know something about him. And now you've shown your hand, he knows you're against him. And he knows that you know that Jean was intended to die. I hope you realize the implications of all that.
I suppose there are really only two possible consequences.
Exactly. Either he does nothing more, now or ever again in this place, or he gets rid of you.
Hugh, can you tell me, is your cousin coming back?
He's due to arrive next week for a longer visit this time.
I wondered.
Sheila, do you remember I asked you once if you'd had a letter from Bill? I must tell you now I deceived you about that.
How?
Bill did write to you. Your father opened the letter. He brought it to me, wanted me to read it. He told me he was going to show it to you. He must have changed his mind.
Bill thinks I've got the letter, then?
Presumably.
I wonder if Bill would be frightened of my father.
He frightens you very much, doesn't he?
Yes. He's just a man, I suppose, but...
Sheila, what do you mean by that?
I don't know exactly. Do you know that he hates you?
Yes, I do.
Are you frightened?
If I am, I don't intend that you should know it, or that I'll give in to it.
That means as much as not being frightened. You've no idea how important this is to me. To know that there's someone in my life who won't give in to him.
Margaret Cameron says you would never leave your father.
I've only met Bill 2 or 3 times. But I think I have a right to get to know him better if that's what he wants too. I think if my father stopped me from doing that, I would leave him. He's spoiled so much, I don't think I'd ever forgive him if he spoiled this.
You'll certainly try to.
And I'll have to deceive him. Will you give me Bill's address? I'd like to write and thank him for his letter. I won't tell him that I haven't read it, but I'd like to say I'm looking forward to seeing him again. Do you think that's silly?
No, I think it's very sensible.
I'd better go, Hugh. Oh, but I'll take a book with me as usual, or he'll wonder what I've been doing. This time I probably won't read it, so anyone will do. Can I take this?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Hugh, where did you get this book?
You mean you've never seen it before?
No. I didn't know that he ever... Is it yours?
No, I didn't know about it until the other day. I got a copy from...
Hugh, do you know that this book, if it is by my father...
There's no doubt about that.
Do you know, then, that it's a lie? He couldn't possibly have been a missionary for 30 years.
Now, listen, Sheila, this is not very important so far as your life is concerned.
But look...
It's not a very good book in any case. But perhaps he realized that. But perhaps that's why he didn't say anything about it to you. Forget about it.
But why, Hugh? There's so much I don't understand.
You won't learn the answers by asking your father at the moment. You might know them one day if you wait. Now you better go, Sheila. You'll be late.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Hugh. I'll write to Bill tonight.
When Bill came, I didn't try to involve myself at all in their plans for seeing each other, but I presumed that they met as often as they could. Besides myself and Maggie, I think there was at that time only one other person in the place who knew about what was going on, and she was very much on their side, Margaret Cameron.
Hugh, a quick word, but it's very important.
This is all very mysterious. Would you like a sherry or something?
No, Hugh, I can't stay. It's about Bill and Sheila. I mean, it's a ridiculous situation, isn't it? It's bad for them through all this subterfuge and deception. They deserve something better than that, surely.
Yes, of course, but what can we possibly do about it?
Well, listen, this is why I wanted to see you. I think I can persuade her father to let her come to Edinburgh with me for a week to the festival. If I emphasize the mind improvement angle, I don't see how he can reasonably object.
Except that he's not a reasonable man.
I'm going to try to persuade him anyway. And I have a feeling I can.
Well, what am I supposed to do about it?
Nothing, except approve of it.
Well, I do, undoubtedly.
And, of course, tell Bill.
So he doesn't know about it yet?
He doesn't, but Sheila does. And this means a lot to her. I'm terribly fond of her, Hugh. And she deserves our help.
What about her father?
Well, if he does come around asking, you've got to persuade him that Bill's still here. I'm sure that kind of ingenuity should come easily to you.
Well, I suppose it's possible, but certainly not easy.
Well, what do you say, then?
I haven't the hope of getting away with saying no, have I?
No, you haven't. But I'm glad you have the sense to realize it so quickly. I would have told Bill about it myself, but I honestly didn't know how to without letting Sheila down somehow. You will be tactful about it, won't you?
Sorry if I'm a bit tongue-tied tonight.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. I have my problems, too.
Didn't say I had a problem.
You mean you haven't?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. Though I wasn't meaning to unload it on you. Still, I might as well tell you now. She didn't turn up tonight.
She didn't turn up where?
We'd arranged to meet up the hill there.
Presumably she couldn't come.
Why not?
Well, hasn't she told you about her father?
Not much. Except, of course, that he'll raise merry hell if I show myself around the manse. She didn't put it like that, of course. Just that Father's difficult. Father's got a thing about young men, and she has to be back by 5 o'clock at the latest to make Father's tea. And there's not a hope in hell of getting her out again because Father doesn't approve. I'm pretty sick and tired of hearing about Father.
Listen, Bill, it's maybe about time you were doing some thinking. Does it never strike you that she's got to live with him? Does it never strike you that every time she meets you, she runs the risk of a blazing family row? If she didn't turn up on this occasion, you can take it from me, it's not her fault.
All right, then. So it's time I was going to do something about it.
Going where, exactly?
Where do you think? To see Father, of course, and tell him a few home truths.
If you do go down there, Sheila's the one who'll suffer most.
How do you mean?
Can you tell me? I mean, I'm sorry to put it quite so bluntly, but what is the position between you and Sheila? To be completely blunt, are you thinking of marrying her?
Well, that's my business, isn't it?
Well, of course it's your business, but unfortunately, the way things are, it happens to be other people's business as well. So, are you?
I haven't decided.
That's fair enough. But anyway, do I take it that you haven't decided not?
Correct. I haven't decided not. I hope you agree it's fair to say we don't know each other well enough yet.
Yes, but the trouble is, it's going to take you a long time at the present rate to get to know each other at all.
That is a logical, if slightly pedestrian summary of the situation.
Don't be flippant. I'm doing my best. This isn't easy, you know.
Better than you, I know.
Well, then,
You, what is all this about? It just occurs to me that I'm being rushed.
Margaret Cameron is trying to arrange to take Sheila to Edinburgh for a week. And the idea is...
You mean I'm invited?
Yes. To leave discreetly and travel separately. As far as anyone else is concerned, you'll still be here. My job is to cover up for you. Now listen, I take it you want to go.
Why are you so concerned?
Because we think the two of you deserve it.
I don't suppose I have to answer your question, but I do very much want to go.
Right. Now we'll need to think carefully about the strategy of this. Make sure your fishing tackle is left in the right parts of the house at the right time, and that most of your luggage and clothes are still visible, in case friend Mackay comes calling.
There's just one thing. It's going to shake me a bit if she looks me over and doesn't fancy what she sees.
You're still busy, Mr. Collins. Don't you find your visitor any obstacle to your work?
Not at all. He's as obsessional about his fishing as I am about my work. What can I do for you?
Well, I called to see you.
Yes, so I gather.
My daughter is away, you possibly know.
I did hear, yes.
I'm not accustomed to being alone. It is perhaps a weakness in me that I don't like being alone.
Mr. Mackay, I don't wish to seem inhospitable, but as you can see, I'm busy.
Too busy even to entertain a visitor for an hour?
I hope I shall always be too busy to entertain you. I'm sure I have no need to tell you why.
I'm not so sure about that. There could be several reasons why you do not wish me in your house at this time. When does your cousin usually return? Shouldn't it be about now?
Do you wish to see him?
Yes, I do. Very much.
It's a pity you didn't call the other night. I had to restrain him from going to see you. He'd heard a little about how you treat your daughter. Shall I ask him to call on you tonight?
Is that intended as a threat of violence?
The only violence I could approve of for you would be hanging. After a proper trial, of course.
Collins, I intend to kill you.
I warned you before not to threaten me. Forget yourself. You would be more stupid than I think you are to attempt any such thing. You haven't even served an adequate apprenticeship. 10 or 12 years. It's nothing. Then you write this ridiculous book, 30 years in the mission field. It wasn't the mission field, of course. You know that. And it was certainly not 30 years. It's terribly indiscreet to put that sort of thing into print, you know. However, that's by the way. You should stop this talk of killing. There are many worse things than death. You've probably heard of some of them. I've no particular desire to make you experience others, but on the other hand, I've certainly no wish to involve Sheila in the kind of disagreeable publicity which may arise around your name. That's why I shall handle this personally, if any handling is needed. It's entirely up to you.
Who are you?
I'm the one man you have to fear. Now get out. But don't forget that.
I have to kill you. Before the year end, I have to kill you.
When was the visit from the Reverend Father?
Thursday afternoon, I think it was. He was suspicious, of course, but he didn't find out anything, I'm sure.
Sheila's been in a state about it all week, of course, but, well, it didn't spoil everything. Is she home?
I don't know.
She should have got here last night. Margaret fixed for Ian to pick both of them up at Inverness. I must say Margaret's been marvellous.
You had a good week?
Yes. Apart from a surfeit of chamber music, we had a wonderful week.
So?
So what?
Well, I haven't been sitting here shortening my life with strain just to let you gorge yourself on chamber music. Just tell me, what's happening?
The answer's yes, Hugh.
All right, my boy. No speeches, but if you're sure, you'll know how much it means to me.
Yes, we're sure.
I wish you well.
Thanks, Hugh, and that's for everything.
When?
Not decided yet. Next summer, I suppose, after I graduate.
Well, there's the problem of what happens in the meantime.
I'm getting a bit tired of this mystery, I must say, this mysterious heavy depression all around. Has it all to do with her father?
Yes, it has, but
I'm going to see him in the morning. I was hoping to go tonight if I'd got back a little earlier, but I suppose midnight isn't the most tactful time for a first call on one's prospective father-in-law, even if he were a lot more approachable than this one seems to be.
Bill, it's not funny.
No, I know that. But on the other hand, what's the point of exaggerating? In the end, there's nothing you can do to keep us away from each other. Can I pinch a cigarette?
Miss Sheila, sir.
Where?
She came to the back door. She didn't want to bother you, but she's been hurt.
Where is she?
It's all right.
Sheila, what's wrong?
I'm here. Oh, I'm glad you weren't in bed.
Well, what happened?
Oh, I've cut my foot a bit, but it's all right.
Hugh, where's your first aid stuff?
I think Maggie's already gone to get it.
Are you sure there's nothing else besides this foot?
No, that's all I think, and it's all right.
Let me decide that.
Are you comfortable?
Yes. If you'll just give me a minute to get used to being here.
Sheila, before we say anything else, I'm glad about what's happened. He's a very lucky man.
Oh, we're both lucky for what you've done.
Now, is this all you need? There are more bandages.
Thanks,
if you think
Maggie.
you
I
want
think
them.
everything's here.
Right.
Sheila, hold Hugh's hand for a minute. This won't really hurt, but just hold on.
Tell us what happened, but remember, none of this matters nearly as much as what happened last week. And this, the kind of thing that happened to you tonight. It's all over now.
Yes, I believe that.
You told him.
Yes, tonight. I couldn't not tell him.
And?
Or I suppose it was predictable. He shut me up in the attic. He took my clothes away. Oh, there's a bed in the attic. He told me that was the place for wicked children. I found these old clothes in a cupboard, but there weren't any shoes.
Crying out loud.
I told you, didn't I, Hugh, that I wasn't going to allow him to spoil this. I was quite calm, but quite determined, for the very first time in my life, I suppose. I waited for a bit, planning what to do. Then when I thought he was in bed, I climbed out of the skylight window. Oh, then I had to jump, and that's when I cut my foot.
He did this because you told him you were going to marry me.
I'll leave it, Bill, for the moment. The best thing for both of you is to have a good night's sleep and get away first thing in the morning. I'll arrange it with Ian tonight.
Yes, we'll go. But before I go, I have a score to settle here.
I take it you mean with me. I'm very happy to give you the opportunity.
He can't harm you, Sheila. Remember that.
Yes.
I promise you he can't harm you. I thought I made it clear that you are not welcome in this house.
Yes. But like fire and pestilence, I'm not easy to put out. We understand each other, Collins, I think. My quarrel at present is not with you. I have merely come to take my daughter home.
Calm down.
No, sir, don't you believe
Would you dare to touch me with your unclean hands? Libertine, fornicator, defiler of purity. Stand back before the wrath of God strikes you where you stand.
Mad. Maggie, take Sheila and fix her up with some clothes.
Hugh, look at his eyes. He is mad. His eyes...
Don't look at his eyes, and don't move. Stay where you are. Let me get between you. Sheila, you're going to Maggie now and phone her immediately. Tell him what's happening. Bill, did you hear me?
You see, Collins, you're wasting your time. I have him.
Bill, look away from his eyes. Look at me. Now look at me. Yes, this way. Now don't look at him again. This is the man I've told you about. He's dangerous. He's a very great danger to you. Do what I say. You know now who I am, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I know. Hugh. What happened?
Don't look at him.
Must have hypnotized me.
Yes, and be careful it doesn't happen again.
It will happen again. The only thing not yet certain is when.
Bill, you go to Sheila now. Stay with her until Ian comes.
It was something I had to do, but I can't remember.
You will later. There's plenty of time. Do as I say. Go and find her.
Can't understand what happened.
The young man is a very easy subject. Astonishing how often that is so with such people. Their very vitality would seem to be a kind of weakness. I should have no trouble with him at all.
You won't see him again. They'll be gone in a few minutes. Until they have, you'll stay with me.
Indeed. And if I wish to leave?
I'll stop you. For the moment, not with anything more subtle than brute force, but I'll stop you.
And my daughter?
Obviously, she's going too.
May I ask where?
No.
You realize, of course, that this marriage will never take place. If you think you're winning, you're very much mistaken. I shall deal with that young man at my leisure.
I should advise you not to.
And with you, too.
That would be even sillier.
I'm not sure yet, but I believe I'm changing my mind about you. I think you're bluffing.
It would be very perilous for you to try to call it.
I wonder.
Try it, if you must. But first commend your soul to God.
My soul is already disposed of. Yours, too, if all you said to me is true.
My soul is my God's. I'm not afraid for it. And any power I have is his, not mine.
White.
Yes. If you are black, then I am white.
Nevertheless, I am not afraid of you. And we haven't come to the end of what is between us. But the end, I warn you, is not far away.
Listen, Hugh, I won't waste time on chat. I've been doing a lot of hard thinking about this. By the way, have you heard from them? Have they got away all right?
Yes, they arrived at Bill's mother's place just outside London last night. I spoke to them on the phone. I put through another call for tonight, so we should hear from them again in time now. Now, tell me, what's on your mind?
Just two things. One, his threat to kill you. Two, his assertion that there'll be no marriage. These are the two things on which he's promised you action.
All right. Let's take the wedding first. Have you any ideas about exactly what he'll try to do?
I should think that the object of his attentions is likely to be the prospective bridegroom. I mean, he's not likely to want to harm his daughter, I shouldn't think.
Well, about this man, I've got beyond the stage of trying to calculate what he'll do. In any case, as I told you, I was in touch with them last night.
Oh, how were they?
Well, Bill was still feeling a bit groggy. They seem to think he's got a dose of flu or something.
But you think nothing to worry about?
Well, I must admit, I'm beginning to wonder.
You know where Mackay is?
Well, presumably in the manse, with his tongue in his cheek, writing his Sunday sermon.
The point is that he's not. And I've heard a story about a car hired from Inverness last night. Not that there's anything you or I can do about that. Whatever is going to happen, if anything is, it'll have happened by now.
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Your call to London, sir.
Oh, yes, thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Cynthia.
Oh, hello. Is that you, Hugh?
Yes. Listen, how is everybody?
They're settling down very well. It's all been a bit of a rush, of course. We don't quite know where we are yet, but I'm sure it'll all work out very well. She's really charming, Hugh. I mean, the way she lets it show.
Listen, tell me, how's Bill?
Well, to tell you the truth, he's not absolutely himself. I don't know what he caught up there on your barbaric moors, but he hasn't really got rid of it yet.
What did the doctor say?
I think he's
Doctor?
a bit puzzled. He mumbled something about a virus, but I took that as a way of saying he couldn't put a name to it. It is a bit mysterious. And of course it couldn't have happened at a worse time. Still, I expect to get over it quite soon.
Yes, I hope so. Is Sheila in the house?
Yes, of course.
Could you come to the phone for a moment?
Here she is.
What's happened? Just a minute.
Hugh?
Oh, hello, Sheila.
I'm so glad to speak to you.
Why? Is there something wrong?
No, it's just nice to hear your voice.
How's Bill?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, he's no better.
No. I suppose it's just a funny kind of flu, but it's as if he's lost interest in everything. Or I don't know, probably I'm just over-anxious. But he really doesn't seem like himself at all.
Listen, Sheila, find out the name of one of the doctors at his teaching hospital who knows him, one of the consultants, and make sure he's examined right away. And tell Cynthia I'm coming down to see him. If they'll take him into hospital, so much the better. I'll phone as soon as I get to London to find out exactly where he is.
Right you are then, Hugh.
I'm going to get off the line now to find out about flights from Inverness. But please do what I ask immediately. This could be very important. Whatever happens, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, they took him in early this morning. They've been doing various tests ever since.
Still no diagnosis?
No, not yet.
How does he seem to you?
Much the same.
Still disinterested?
Yes.
Try not to worry.
Oh, I try, but it's not easy. Is there anything you think you can do?
I'm afraid it's not possible for you to see him.
I've come a very long way.
I'm sorry,
I
but
think I may be able to help him, or at least I had hoped.
I don't quite understand.
It's very important that I see him, please believe me.
I don't see how I can make any exception.
There are matters concerned with this which I can't explain to you at the moment because there isn't time. I can only appeal to you to allow me to see him and try to speak to him.
Well, the regulations...
It so happens that I'm his only male relative. Perhaps you'll accept that as a reason for making a special exception. There are better reasons, but they are truly very difficult to explain.
Very well. I shouldn't allow this, but you may have a few moments.
The room was full of sunlight and was very quiet. Bill lay quite flat, with only one pillow. A saline drip stood beside his bed, the red rubber tube curving in behind the folded sheet to his outstretched arm. His face was shrunken, white and drawn, almost beyond recognition. But his eyes were open, his gaze wandering without purpose over the ceiling. It was almost as if he were blind. Then he spoke, unhurriedly, the words so quiet that I had to bend my head to hear them. And even then they made little sense.
This is a fellow who sounds like you. Chap I used to know. Very decent chap. That was before the headache.
It is Hugh.
That's very funny. That's very, very funny. God almighty, my head. Please take away my head.
I sat back in my chair, suddenly again aware of the hopelessness of it all, my own impotence, seeing in his poor, pain-distorted features the imminence of death. It was then, in making the empty-handed gesture of hopelessness, that my fingers touched the thing that lay on the coverlet. I didn't recognize it at once. My fingers played with it, rolling it around, until the wave of pain had passed, and he lay limp and silent. Then I looked at it. Even then it didn't dawn on me. The windows were open and there were trees below. It didn't seem strange that I should hold a seed.
Then suddenly, an enlightenment so physically apprehended that it brought me to my feet, I understood. In the palm of my hand, stirring slightly in the breeze from the window, lay something I had seen just twice before. I held a winged seed of the white-barked mahogany tree. I knew where I had to go, and I knew what I had to do. It was a long journey, and I was by no means certain that I'd succeed when I got there. But now, at last, I did have the glimmering of a kind of knowledge of what was happening, and some hope of being able to control it. The place I was making for was, of course, Mackay's manse. I can't remember now how long that return journey took. But when I arrived, it was night time, and I had to search for a few moments around the back of the house to find a way in. As I climbed the stair, I had no way of knowing yet whether he was at home. But then I saw light beneath one of the doors and heard the faint crackling of a fire from inside the room. I'd been well prepared in my mind, but still not well enough for that room. A monstrous fire heaped high in the grate had made it tropical in temperature, and the flames threw yellow light at me from gilded images, from the bright burnished weapons on the wall, from the dull metal of the iron claws which hung on the great leopard skin above the fire itself. The room was full of light, and of hot, rich color, of crimson damasks and gold brocades, of dull black velvet and the sheen of ebony, of glistening ivory and the color chaos of a score of rugs. In the very heart of this barbaric splendor stood the man I had come for, dressed in his accustomed black, and with a stiff band of white around his throat.
You are a very silent visitor. I take it you have some purpose here.
I have.
You may sit down, but say what you have to say and go. I dislike receiving visitors in this room.
That doesn't surprise me.
I find it intimidates them.
I assure you, not in the slightest. You may have heard that my cousin, whom you met, is ill. And I think you may know that he is intended to die.
You have a strange way of putting it. How is one intended to die?
I could have better said, perhaps, that I know you intend him to die.
If you know, who am I to deny it? I could perhaps tell you more. I could tell you that he is intended to die tonight, and that there is nothing you can do about it.
Do you remember a man called Boyd? John Boyd?
No.
But you do, I'm sure, remember the people of the Orangi. Well, you worked out a technique for the transmutation of souls. Do you remember that?
Who was this man, Boyd?
You found him sitting in your hut the night he discovered that you were a member of the Leopard Society, to which I see you still belong.
You're very well informed.
I told you I was. I didn't know about this room, of course.
You know too much.
Enough. Do you see this? I found it this morning on a hospital bed in London. It's a seed, as you well know, from the tree which you seem to have found most useful in your diabolical work. Tonight, I take it, you mean another soul to change.
While I live, there is no power on earth or in hell that can stop it.
That may be true, while you live. We struck together. The little knife which brushed my neck buried itself in the cushion at my back. My own blow met his chin, lifting him clear of the floor, and as he dropped, his skull cracked on the edge of the marble mantelpiece. I heard it crack and stepped clear as his body slumped inwards on the fire, scattering the burning coals across the floor, flinging embers on the chair I'd just left. I had a last vision of his head lying in the fire's heart, the hair already gone. And then I was on the dark stairs, running, bounding out into the cold, blessed purity of the night air. In the window where the light had been, there was a faint, ruddy glow. And in my nostrils was a smell which I remember to this day yet. The smell of burning flesh. 10 minutes later, I was slumped in my armchair, surrounded by waves of exhaustion. Suddenly, Maggie burst in.
It's the man!
Where's the minister?
He was there this evening in the house.
May God have mercy on his soul. Men fought the fire, of course, but it was useless. I watched with the others until my lungs were full of smoke and my skin parched by the heat. Then again I went home. The phone rang about 11. Sheila? Sheila, is it you?
Yes, but how did you know?
I hoped. How is he?
Bill? That's what I wanted to say. He's better. Much better. It's wonderful. And I don't know why. He just started getting better about an hour ago. All of a sudden. Are you there, Hugh? I still can't believe it. I just left him and he knew me. Oh, he was back to himself again and he was asking for you. Hugh?
Thank the Lord for that.
But why did you have to go, Hugh?
I can't tell you. I will someday, but I can't just now. It's not important, Sheila. Not now that Bill's getting better. There's a lot I have to tell you, but not now. Now go and get some rest.
I doubt if I could sleep.
Try. And dream sweet dreams. Good night, Sheila. I stood with my hand on the phone, wondering. I could still see in my mind's eye the manse tumbling in flames. I was aware of no sense of guilt. What mattered was their happiness. Their happiness and nothing else. And I couldn't possibly have told her then that her father was dead.
The Devil's Minister, which was recorded, was adapted by John Wilson from the novel by Alistair Mayer. Hugh Collins was played by Hamilton Dice, and the Reverend Matthew Mackay by Bryden Murdoch. The rest of the cast was Dougal, Richard Finlay, Boyd, John Badley, McCallum, Walter Carr, Mrs. Cameron, Maud Risdon, Cameron, Clem Ashby, Jean Mackenzie, Sheila Latimer, Maggie, Madeline Christie, Jimison, David Stewart, Sheila, June Andrews, Bill, David Valla, Dr. Morrison, John Young, and the hospital sister, Helena Gloag.
Great scenes from great plays with your host, Walter Hamden, and starring tonight, Cornell Wilde in Icebound. On behalf of the families of the Protestant Episcopal Church in your own community and the Episcopal Actors Guild, we welcome you to another half hour of great scenes from great plays, transcribed by famous artists of stage, screen, and radio. Now, your host, the distinguished actor-manager, Mr. Walter Hamden.
Thank you and good evening. Tonight's play is the Pulitzer Prize drama, Icebound, written by Owen Davis and adapted for radio by Alan Sloan. And here to play the part of Ben Jordan, I'm happy to present the talented young actor, Cornell Wilde. Our play is set in the chill atmosphere of way down east in the state of Maine. It's the story of a New England family and the way the hard, bleak life up there can creep into people's souls. More, it's the story of one member of that family. It's Ben Jordan's story.
Coming down the road towards the Jordan house seemed like
Like I'd never been away, like I still belonged. First in 8 years I'd walked this road, turned this path, passed this gate. Long time. Same old place like when I left. Was thrown out, that is. Disgraced the family, Ma said. Shamed the Jordan name, running wild, troublemaking, just no good. So it was get up and get out. But now Ma was upstairs dying, and I'd come back to see her just once more. And downstairs, the family, sitting and waiting her out in the parlor. Family. I could nearly hear them, know what they'd be saying. First, my brother Henry.
Doctor says she's pretty low. Wonder if I could just run down to the store for a minute and then hurry back.
And Henry's wife, Emma.
A body'd think you'd be ashamed, Henry Jordan. But you don't suppose she'd go and leave no will, do you?
And Sadie'd be there, widow woman.
Equal shares is only fair. Nobody'll get more. Not if I have to go to law over it.
I was the only Jordan missing. And they weren't counting on me turning up. There was none of them told me about Ma either. It was Jane Crosby. And that was kind of odd. Both her coming to stay with Ma after I'd burned her dad's barn and her sending after me now. Well, I knew what they thought of her.
You're the eldest, Henry. Go up and get out of there. Jane Crosby's no Jordan. She's got no right up with Ma.
Put up with her 8 years, Emma, so another day or so. Besides, I'll send her packing as soon as... Well, we'll see.
It's my place she took in my own mother's house. I ain't going to forget that. You send her packing, Henry.
We'll see, Sadie. Grandma lived till 84. Ma's only 76. Nothing lasts like it used to.
Yeah, they were waiting. But not for me to turn up. Oh, no. I knew what they thought of me.
Ben. Only Jordan ever disgraced the name in more than 100 years. Drunken devilman. Why, if he hadn't run away like the criminal he was, carrying on and burning barns, he'd be in state prison today. Don't talk Ben to me. After he broke my ma's heart. Yeah, and hurt my credit.
I come up the walk and peeked in the window. Everybody there, handkerchiefs and all. Only time the Jordans gathered was when somebody died or it was a question of money. The judge was there, too, for the will, I figured. I almost turned and run. There was a warrant out for me. He'd signed it. Then I seen Jane coming down into the parlor. She looked the same. Pretty. She'd been crying. Everybody stood up and gathered around her. I thought first I'd ring the pull bell, and then I just walked in.
Who's that out there?
Me. Ben.
Ben! I never.
Oh, Ben.
It's me, Jane.
You got no right here, Ben.
I'm as Jordan as you, Henry. I want to see Ma.
It's too late, Ben.
Too late? Ma's gone.
Yes, she's gone. She was the last of the old stock. The Jordans won't ever be the same.
Looks like they haven't changed. Go on, Judge. Why don't you read the will so they can go home and gloat over their gettings? That's all they're waiting for.
Notice you got here quick enough.
To see Ma, that's all, and she sent for me. Go ahead, Judge. Who gets the money?
Now, wait, Judge. Before it's out and known, Jane.
Yes, Henry?
Well, we want you to know you can stay on while you find a place. I don't want it said we're mean, but...
You ain't needed here, no wanted.
No, wait just a minute.
Now, what's the trouble, Judge?
Jane isn't going anywhere.
How's that now?
Of course she's going. She don't belong in this house.
Yes, she does. Because the house is hers and the whole place.
What?
You were worried if there was a will. Well, there was. That's it. Everything goes to Jane.
I just stood there drinking it in. It was like they'd all been hit with their own tombstones. They opened their mouths and shut them again, and then they just left. The judge, too. Except for Ma lying upstairs, I'd have busted laughing. Well, there was no place for me there, so I decided to go.
Ben, where are you going?
Back away again before the judge gets arresting ideas.
Oh, stay here, Ben. Stay.
And go to jail? Besides, it's your place. I don't belong.
Oh, Ben.
That's gone. That's 8 years gone. You don't want me.
You've got to stay.
How got to?
I fixed it with the judge. When I knew I'd get the place, I fixed it to go your bail.
What for?
I wanted you to stay.
As what? How stay?
Why, you'll work the farm. I can't alone.
I wondered why you sent for me. I thought it was so I could see Ma before she went. You just wanted a hired hand. I have to stay, huh? Have to or go to jail.
That isn't it, Ben. It wasn't even your mother sent for you. It was me.
Why?
I thought she'd be happier seeing you. I hated to think of her there in the churchyard, hungry for you.
Sounds nice. But I don't believe you. I believe you wanted me back just for one thing.
Ben. Oh, Ben.
Just one thing. I was the Jordan burned your dad's barn. I was the Jordan ruined the Crosbys. So you had to go out for a servant, and in my house. And now you got it fixed, so I'll be your hired man, your slave.
What do you think I've been for 8 years?
The only Jordan you can get square with, that's all. I'm going up to Ma, but listen. I'll stay, I'll work, but only because I'm staying with you. I'll stay because it ain't as bad as going to jail. Jordans ain't used to feeling and saying out what they feel. Ma dead and everything turned topsy-turvy. I hurt and I couldn't say it. So it took off on Jane. And I didn't mean it, but I couldn't say it. Would have been different if she'd looked different, but she was just the same, so slim and pretty like the willow trees down by the river. But say those things out, not the Jordans. Yeah, I stayed and I worked. Right on through the winter, I worked.
You got the house banked against snow?
Yeah.
Got enough fodder to carry the stock this spring?
Yeah.
Wood all in?
Yeah. I wasn't liking it, taking orders, much less from a woman and lesser from her. And that I showed. I kept on working, though. Got so I could read that Jane Crosby's mind. And all it spelled out was W-O-R-K. That's all. Nope, I didn't like it. But I got used to it, that I'll say. And once I got the hang of the work, it wasn't like I was taking orders. It got to be a little like I was home, belonging. I had my old room, and the food was good. And Jane Crosby wasn't too bad to talk to. But mostly I liked working with the stock in the barn. The way it smelled, warm, felt like I was a sprout again, before all the trouble. And there was one time she'd come in the barn.
Ben, you there?
Yep, and Ellie stalled.
Is she gonna be all right?
Yeah, she'll come through. I'm glad. I kind of feel for a critter that's sick. They can't say where it hurts like we can. And just kind of look at you. Hey there, Nellie.
You're good with animals, Ben. Kind. Your mother was, too, you know.
I didn't know. Guess I didn't know her much anyhow.
Guess you don't know women much anyhow.
Well, she didn't know me. She always thought it was pure spite made me. Well...
Made you what?
Nothing.
We're in my dad's barn? Do you think I hold that against you? I don't, Ben. Believe me.
Well, it was my fault you had to go for a servant.
You're wrong. I didn't ask to come here. Your ma sent for me.
Oh, I didn't hear that either.
And not in a charity way, if you were thinking that. It was just because she was lonely for you.
Never showed it by word nor writing.
Pride.
Yeah.
And you're like her.
Did she ever know what the fight was about between me and your dad?
No.
Did you?
Me, I guess.
Nope. Well, He was always against us marrying, so that night I put it right up to him, asked him what was wrong with it. Nothing, he said, except you're a Jordan. What was wrong with being a Jordan, I wanted to know. He laughed at me and said Jordan meant being hard, caring more for money than for men, getting and grasping. I got so mad. Him being older, I couldn't hit him, but...
You burned the bar.
Well, I was drunk and furious, but in a way I was standing up for the family. Ma never knew that. She died thinking I disgraced her.
You kind of care about that, Ben?
Yeah, I kind of do. Her passing without knowing I was standing up for Jordans.
Why didn't you write and tell her? Pride?
Well...
You don't ever tell much. You don't let anything out.
Nope.
Even how you've been thinking these months you've been here. Ben, what do you think of when you're working?
About when I was with the army in France. And they got little bitty farms there. I got to one after I was wounded. Nicest folks ever. They laugh over there. They laugh and sing right at the table. Gave me lumps in my throat looking at them and remembering us, the Jordans.
Guess there wasn't much laughing at the Jordans table.
No time for it summers with the work. And winters, well, look out there. Look out the window. Know what's wrong with Jordans? It gets into them from the country around. It's like that half the whole year. Froze up everything.
Yes.
Everything froze up, most of all the people. Icebound, that's what we get to be. That's what we are, icebound, inside and out.
Just now, talking about the family in France, you weren't.
Oh, them. They were the nicest family. Time I was to leave, they had a party for me. Me in my dirty old uniform. And them all dressed up best they could. And a girl in a blue dress.
A girl in a blue dress?
Yeah. Pretty as a willow tree by the river.
Oh.
I never did see her again. Never did see anything like her till... you don't see blue dresses here. No, they got 3 colors for dresses here. Black, black, and black. Black for weekdays, blacker for Sundays, and blackest for funerals.
Ben, there's more than one blue dress in the world.
Huh?
If I was to dress different, would you like me more?
Oh, I like you, Jane.
You don't show much.
I didn't think you wanted much shown. I figured the way you're working me and working the place, I thought you were getting to be pure Jordan yourself.
Oh, no. Ben, listen. Come have supper with me inside. Nellie'll be all right. She said so. Come in and have supper with me, and we'll talk more. All right?
Well, sure.
Then good. Family's coming for a while, but when they're gone...
Family?
Henry and Emma and Sadie. They got something to talk to me about, but it won't take long. And then we'll talk.
Good. Just let me know when they're gone, that's all. When Jane Crosby left the barn, the darndest thing happened. I heard myself singing. Of course, it was only a hymn, but it was still singing. I tried to figure what the Jordans was after, but I was feeling so good, why, I put unpleasant things out of my mind. And then Sadie's little boy, Orrin, come in the barn.
What you doing, Uncle Ben?
Oh, just working, son. Got old Nellie all cured.
Is it fun working here?
Well, I never looked for fun working, but, well, yeah, there's pleasure to it. Why'd you ask?
'Cause everybody says you're just Jane Crosby's slave.
Well, they do, eh? Who's everybody?
Mama and Uncle Henry and Aunt Emma and practically everybody.
Uh-huh. Let him talk. It's good work, and I ain't ashamed of it. What kind of work you going to do, son?
I'm going to have a store like my Uncle Henry's.
Store work? Well, that's no work. You want to get next to the crops and the critters. That's work for a man.
I don't want to dig in the dirt.
Dirt? Well, dirt's what they got in the town and the streets. Nothing grows in dirt. I'm talking earth, Orrin, boy. You see, Orrin, earth's what you plant a crop in, and she gives it right back to you if you work it right. Earth, that's clean. Don't you keep a store, son. Come on out and work this land.
Nope. I'm going to have a store like my Uncle Henry.
And debts like your Uncle Henry. By the way, Aaron, what's the family gathered for?
They sent me out when they got to talking.
Oh.
But I listened at the door.
Oh?
Yep. It's a council light. My ma wants some money to go into dressmaking. Uncle Henry wants some money for a note. And Aunt Emma wants some money for dresses for Cousin Nettie, who's going to school.
Mm-hmm. What do you want?
Nothing. Just some fun, maybe.
You're no Jordan. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's go into the house and see how the council's making out, huh?
All right, Uncle Ben, let's go.
And I want to see the family that calls me Jane Crosby slave begging for table crumbs. Really wanted to see it, too. I didn't feel like a Jordan anymore. And funny, I felt like I belonged to the Jordan place all the more. I guess it was because I'd put a man's work into it. And all of a sudden, I wanted to see Jane Crosby again. I wanted to stand next to her when she shamed the family by giving them what they asked. But when I walked in on them all...
No, Henry, I'm sorry. I can't do it.
But we need it, Jane. We need help bad, and it's only money. You've got the whole property. All we're asking is just a little money.
I said no, Henry, and it's no.
It's hard to make out, Jane. We were expecting more from Ma.
And it ain't like you was a Jordan, Jane, and had it coming. You got a duty to help us. I said no, and it's no.
Oh, Jane, you can't
Come on,
go.
Henry. Don't beg. Jordans don't beg. You are, and you stop scratching. Come on. And the next time we come to this house, Jane Crosby, you'll have to send for us.
I heard all that, and I got all cold and tight inside all over again. I kept hearing Emma saying, "You're no Jordan, Jane." But she was wrong. All of Jane's soft talk in the barn, I knew what it was for, just to keep me a slave to her. Well, I packed. I walked into the kitchen, and I said, "Jane, I'm going."
What do you mean, Ben? Well, what do you mean you're going?
Just that. You said I could, and I am. So goodbye now.
Why, Ben? Why?
Because you're a Jordan.
What?
You're pure Jordan. You've turned Jordan. Maybe having this place done it, maybe having someone to boss over done it. Maybe it's the country's got into you and bound you up in ice. But you're Jordan through and through.
I don't know why you're saying all that, Ben.
I heard you telling the family no. I know they're a pack of begging bodies, but they are Jordans, and this was Jordan property. I don't know why Ma left the place to you and not to them. Maybe it was because she knew you'd turn out to be more Jordan than any of them. Talk about holding the place together. You sure did fine. Yeah, got one Jordan a slave for you so you could refuse the other Jordans where they come needing. Well, this Jordan is gone.
Where, Ben? Where?
I don't know, but if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Because if I did, you'd call the judge and have him haul me back. The last I saw, she was standing by the stove in a blue dress she'd put on for our supper. I was mad pure through, but just the same, my heart almost turned me back. She looked so small-like and all alone. Well, let her be alone then. I started off, down the path, through the gate, up the road, and then I turned back. I wanted her, enough to go back and eat all my words. When I got to the door, she was turning the crank on the phone. I knew that ring. Too long, too short. It was the judge's number. She hadn't wasted time having the law on me, so I turned and went, and she never saw me. I walked the road, clear to town. I knew where I was going and what I was going to do if I met the judge on the way. But he never did come along the road, so I knew she hadn't reached him. I went straight into town and straight into his office and walked right in on him. And 5 minutes later, we went back to her together. Judge and me, both.
Oh, Judge, I've been calling you to... Ben!
Yep, it's me. Can we come in?
Why...
She means come in, Judge.
Good evening, Miss Jane.
Good evening, Judge. Ben Jordan?
Now, wait a minute. I got 2 questions, Jane. I was too hasty before to be fair and ask you the first one. Why'd you turn the Jordans down?
Because.
Now, there's a woman for you. Why, Jane?
Same reason I made you work. To make 'em get up and do something for themselves.
That ain't all, Miss Jane.
No.
Now, what more?
Because your ma said to keep the Jordan property together. For you.
She said that.
Yes.
Well, it's worked out, Jane. That is, if you got the right answer to my second question.
Oh, Ben.
Now, wait up, both of you. Miss Jane, before Ben asks you and before you say what you look like you're fair dying to get said, I want to tell you that Ben came
I don't care. I don't care if he goes to jail. I called to tell you he was gone, so you'd arrest him. And we could have all that behind us, so now I'm glad you arrested him.
That's just it, Jane. I didn't.
Then I don't understand how...
How come we're here together? Well, 'cause he come into the office and give up. 'Cause he came in hollering for a trial right now.
He did?
Well, ask him.
Oh, Ben.
I did, and I still do. I want to get my trial and win or lose. I want to marry you, and... Well,
What's the matter?
Well, I was going to ask you nice, Jane. I didn't mean to holler it out like that.
Well...
Huh?
Well, ask me.
Well, I'm asking.
Ask me nicer, Ben.
Oh. Well, Jane, even if I go to trial in jail, will you marry me?
Even if everything, Ben, I will.
Hey, Judge, you're going to be awful busy. First trying me, then marrying me.
It'll be a pleasure.
You're wrong, Ben. First marry, then trial.
Well, why so?
Because I want to marry you before and stand by you during your trial so folks will know I'm doing it out of pride. And that's good pride, Ben.
Proud of me?
Oh, I am.
Why?
Well, don't you know?
Well, I...
Look, you two don't need me yet. So, goodbye now.
Now tell me why. How can you be proud of me, and why?
'Cause you learn to work. 'Cause you learn to put yourself into work. 'Cause I love you.
Oh, took a long time for you to say so.
And you've never even said so.
Well, I do.
You still haven't said so.
Well, just the same, I do.
You do what?
Oh, I love you. Oh, Jane, I love you. Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Look. Look out the window. Winter's near over. It's coming on spring soon. Snow's pulling back from the ground. There'll be little blue flowers. Like your dress. Blue. The things will thaw out. Hey, yeah. Everything will thaw out fine.
Just like Ben Jordan in tonight's play, many people are destroying their own real happiness and the happiness of those around them by letting old grudges and old grievances remain frozen up, icebound, inside their hearts. Like Ben Jordan, too, most of these unhappy men and women can't thaw out their icy inner burdens without the help of God's grace. And many never give themselves a chance to find this help, to discover, as Ben did, how the warmth of love and companionship can bring an end to such inner conflicts which destroy personal peace. The Church, from its beginnings, has offered this help, has recognized how vital it is that men and women find the way to rid themselves of harbored grudges and grievances. Its religion calls men to self-examination, to the spirit of contrition, to real humility. The beautiful service of Holy Communion emphasizes the necessity to be in love and charity with your neighbors. And it is this blessed spirit of Christian love and charity that has enabled millions to find in the Church and through the sympathetic guidance of an experienced clergyman a way to a full and happy life. If you're already a member of some church, you know how much the church and a clergyman can do to help you live in happiness. If you're not a member of any church, you owe it to yourself and to your family to find out how much richer and more rewarding church membership may help you to make your life, too. You're always welcome at your nearest Episcopal church, and you'll find its clergyman ready to meet you and talk with you, ready to tell you what the Episcopal Church stands for and how it offers you a faith to live by. Why not decide right now, you and your family together, to visit your nearest Episcopal church at morning service next Sunday?
Walter Hamden. I would like to thank our cast, and especially you, Cornell Wilde, for a splendid performance. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the families of the Protestant Episcopal Church in your own community and the Episcopal Actors Guild will present a charming play that has remained a staunch favorite for many years. It was first produced on Broadway in January 1924, and a year later, as a movie, it endeared itself to families all over the country. It's The Goose Hangs High by Lewis Beach. Our guest will be the popular star of stage and screen, Mr. Walter Abel. I hope you will join us.
Cornell Wilde's appearance was through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of The Snake Pit, starring Olivia de Havilland. Music on tonight's program was composed and conducted by Nathan Kroll.
Now an invitation from the church.
The Episcopal Church welcomes men and women alike to share in the opportunities for service represented by the church's wide variety of activities. There is important work to do for those less fortunate than ourselves, work that in the true spirit of the church makes better citizens of us all. So after services this Sunday, why not have a talk with your rector about it? He'll be happy and grateful to let you know how you can help.
We present Paul Kermack and Robert Trotter in The Taste of Proof, adapted for radio from his novel of the same name by Bill Knox. The Taste of Proof.
Here he is, Chief Inspector Thane. Frank Humby.
Thanks, officer.
I'll be outside when you want me, sir.
Thank you. Cigarette, Frank.
I'll take that from anybody. Well, what is it now? Glasgow cops started making social calls on untried prisoners?
Not yet, no. How are you getting on?
Barlin is all right if you know the ropes.
And you do, eh? I was beginning to think you'd learned some sense. It's 4 years since the last time.
Now, steady, I haven't admitted doing anything.
This time, that's a formality. And with a record like yours, robbing your employers was just damn stupid.
You're pretty sure of yourself. Look, even if you are the CID boss at Millside Division...
Stop fooling about. You know the charge. Early this morning, along with a person or persons unknown, having broken into premises occupied by the Glenalt Whisky Liqueur Company at Wood Street, Millside, forced open a lock-fast safe and stolen £3,000...
Belonging to the said company. Look, I was in court, remember? So what?
The evidence. A beat cop saw a car with 2 men aboard leaving Wood Street at 1 a.m. Now, cars are scarce around Wood Street at that time, so he noted the number. Then went looking for trouble.
Clever of him.
The Glen Alt office had been raided. The back of the safe jemmied open.
Oh, you know, these firms with old safes, they should know better.
No fingerprints around, Frank. Everything wiped, except one thing. The cap of a whiskey bottle we found in the wastebasket. A whiskey bottle that had been in the manager's cupboard. The bottle cap had one fingerprint. Yours.
I don't mind listening, Chief Inspector.
Then we found the car, a stolen car, abandoned. Again, wiped clean of prints. But the Glenalt cash box was in it, forced open and empty. There was a penknife halfway down the back of the seat. A penknife with a broken blade. A break that matched the mark on the cash box lock.
Not my knife.
No. The initials D.D. were on the handle.
D.D.? You have been busy.
D.D., Douglas D.L., a young clerk in the main office, who wasn't home at all last night and didn't show up for work this morning.
Is that a fact?
Oh, Humby, let's save time. It was meant to look like an outside job, but it wasn't. Now, you drive a van for the Glenalt Company.
A truck. There is a difference.
Yesterday evening, you were almost 2 hours late on your last delivery run. So late that the night watchman was the only one around to let you into the warehouse parking lot beside the office.
The truck's feed pump seized. It took time to fix.
That feed pump hasn't been touched in weeks. Humby, you had somebody hidden aboard that van. Somebody who had a key to the door that leads into the office block. Later, well, he opened that window and helped you in from the street.
Did you think that all up by yourself, Chief Inspector? I've got a wife who'll swear I was at home before 11 o'clock last night. And I didn't go out again till your mob grabbed me at breakfast time.
Your wife's loyal that way. But I've got you, Humby. Now I want young D.L. And the 3,000 that was stolen.
Well, it's not at my place.
We looked. Maybe D.L. has it.
You better find him, eh?
Well, it's your hard luck if we don't, Frank. A first-time amateur. And he skips off with £3,000 while you get a possible 5 years.
I'll take my chance. Nothing to say, Chief Inspector. Nothing at all.
Afternoon, sir.
Hello, Mac. All quiet?
Well, I'm doing my expenses, sir.
Oh, then, Sergeant McLeod, it's really quiet. Where's Inspector Moss?
Here I am, Colin. I've been out for a haircut.
Looks like they used a lawnmower.
Well, it'll last this way.
Till next year. Come on through.
Aye, right.
Well, thanks very much, then. Goodbye.
Sarge.
All right, Beach. What is it this time?
Shut the door, Phil, will you?
Okay. Well, how'd you get on at Berlini?
So Frank Humby. No dice. He won't talk.
Yeah. His wife's different. You were lucky you missed her.
Here?
Uh-huh.
Sit down. Tell me about it.
Aye. Well, you know Jean Humby.
Red-headed and with a temper to match. But she's fond of Humby. Women can be funny that way.
That's why I'm a bachelor.
Aye, the kind of bachelor who picks up free meals at my place. And I've a wife and 2 kids to support.
Oh, don't you start. Anyway, Jean Humby has changed her idea about times.
Has she? That's unusual.
Yeah, she said Frank was home by 11:30 last night, remember?
Uh-huh.
Now she says it was 12:30.
And the Glenalt raid was about 1 a.m. What's her story now?
Oh, that she laid it on a bit thick the first time, to protect Humby. She thought the break-in had been around midnight.
Right. What else does she say?
That Frank told her he had met a pal called Douglas D.L. and they had a few drinks.
Did he now? Well, that's more than he told me. Then what?
Well, she gives Humby hell if he comes home tight. So he'd walked round for a spell to sober up, or so he said.
Oh, Phil, I don't care what anybody says. We've got Humby over a barrel. That fingerprint.
That you tell her.
You mean she's coming back?
Tomorrow, she says, with proof.
Proof? Proof of what?
How the hell should I know? She just went storming out.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Ah.
Something wrong?
Yeah, it's just my guts again.
That damned ulcer. Well, why the hell don't you let some surgeon carve it out?
I wouldn't be seen dead in an operating theatre.
Now, what do you want, then? A plumber?
Ah, no, here. These'll do it.
Pills. Hey, that's a new kind.
Aye, aluminium glycinate. A chemist told me about them. Well, down the hatch.
Cheers. So, Humby told his wife he'd been drinking with Douglas D.L.
Sounds like a stage 1 alibi.
A pretty stupid one.
Ah, D.L. will turn up.
What have we got on him?
Nothing much. Age 26. Works with the Glenalt outfit as a clerk. Single. Rents a room with a family over in Sharon Street.
He comes from up north, doesn't he?
Aberdeen. His parents still live there. I've teleprinted the Aberdeen force to keep an eye open for them.
We could use a photograph of D.L.
We've got one. He dated one of the Glenalt typists a few times. She let us have a snapshot we can enlarge.
And that's about all we can do for now. Jean Humby. I'm not looking forward to her tomorrow.
Well, it's your turn, and you're welcome.
Colin. Oh, blast that radio.
Oh. Were you saying something, Mary?
Are you reading that book or just sleeping in that chair?
A bit of both, I suppose.
Would you like some coffee?
What time is it?
Past 11. If you want to sleep, you've a bed.
All right. Coffee, then bed. I'm ready for both. Oh, damn.
I'll get it.
No, don't bother. It'll be for me. Another quiet night at home, shot to hell. Thane?
Colin, Phil Moss.
Oh, Phil, what's it this time?
Jean Humby's dead.
Dead?
It's murder. I'm at her house now. It's that block of multi-storey flats in Gradient Terrace.
I'll be right over, Phil. Damn.
I suppose I can forget the coffee.
Coffee? Oh, I'll be lucky if I see breakfast. I've got a feeling about this one, Mary. Just a feeling. And you, Colin. Right, Phil. Hello, Doc.
Colin, give me a minute. I'm nearly through.
Well,
there she is.
So is he.
That's how she was found. Lying in front of that damned great stereo record player. Same clothes she was wearing this afternoon. Doc Williams reckons she's been dead maybe a couple of hours.
That's a rough estimate. I'm a police surgeon, not a genius.
Well, somebody really turned this place over. Drawers ripped out, things upended.
The rest of the place is the same. No prizes for guessing what someone was looking for.
3,000 quid. But did he find it?
It seems that way. Superintendent Lawrence better tell you about that one. Scientific Bureau style. He's in the kitchen.
All right. But I thought we searched this place.
We did.
Colin, I'm ready now.
All right, Doc. Cause of death.
Oh, this one's worth a paper in any forensic journal.
Glad for you, Doc. Really we are.
No, I mean it. All we've got at first glance is a bluish tinge around the lips. Though the fingertips and toes have the same signs. But, look closer, Colin. Her face. See anything there?
Well, a small scratch to one side of her nose.
One or two marks around the chin, plus a large bruise on the back of her head. It's a birking, eh? I've only read about them till now.
Doc, I'm just a simple ignorant cop.
Oh, agreed. Birking. Burke and Hare.
The old-time body snatchers, I remember. That's how they operated when they gave up digging in graveyards and went after fresher business. One held the victim down, sitting on his chest. The partner squeezed his left hand over the mouth and nostrils and used the right to keep the chin jammed up.
3 minutes or so, and they'd a corpse. But the refinement here is she was coursed first. If she was unconscious, that would make it a one-man job.
Thanks, Doc. Who found her, Phil?
An uncle named Joe O'Brien. He's waiting in the next flat. We've already checked the neighbours. They don't know anything.
Do they ever? Anywhere?
Right.
Phil, she told you she'd come back with proof.
I know. I've been thinking about that, believe me. It'll keep. Here's Dan Lawrence.
Hello, Colin. Didn't hear you arrive.
Oh, I'm just catching up. What's the Scientific Bureau side, Dan?
Well, not a hell of a lot, but a few things. Starting with this stereo. That's not strictly my territory. But see the way the back's been unscrewed?
Yes.
Take a look. That wee space to the right of the amplifier.
All right. Over here, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
One blue canvas money bag empty, and that book of bank withdrawal slips.
Stamped Glen Alt Limited. Phil, who was supposed to search this place?
Sergeant McLeod.
Well, I'll talk to him later.
You want to see the rest of it?
Please.
I'll come through to the kitchen.
Colin, I'll pack in now, but I'll be in touch about the autopsy report.
Thanks, Doc.
See you.
In here. Don't worry about fingerprints. This character wore gloves.
That tray. 2 cups and saucers, sugar and milk.
And electric kettle ready to be switched on.
Her uncle says she knew he was coming.
So she'd opened the door, eh?
And maybe found Douglas Dial,
Who's he?
Oh, someone we're looking for.
And if you find him, what then?
Well, right now, I'd let Frank Humby have him for half an hour. But if there was any kind of scuffle here,
in a multi-storey block, TVs and radios going. You could have a private war to yourself and no one would know.
I suppose so. Get her body moved, Phil. Then we'll see this Uncle Joe who found her.
She was a good girl, Mr. Thane. A rare wee girl. Could I have a taste more of that whiskey? I mean, Jean wouldn't grudge me it if she was here.
Phil, here you are, Joe. Water?
God, no. Oh, that's better.
Good. You say you got here about 10:30, but the door was locked.
Aye, so when nobody answered the door, well, you see, there's this wee bit of celluloid I carry for emergencies, like.
Did you learn to open a lock that way?
In jail, mister. I used to be pretty good at the housebreaking, but you get too old for that caper. I've led the upright life for years now.
So you went in and found her dead?
Aye.
Did you touch anything?
Do you mean steal? Look, what do you take me for, eh?
Only asked. What did you do?
I telephoned the police, of course. Then I waited a hell of a time till they got here.
3 minutes. Control had a patrol car practically round the corner.
O'Brien, why did you come here tonight?
Well, Jean wanted me to help prove Frank was innocent, that you had the wrong man for that robbery job.
How?
Well, I manage this wee billiard hall now, and, well, I've some good pals there.
That I'll believe.
Is he always like this?
He's got an ulcer.
Oh, should be in hospital then, no harassing mourning relatives. Is there any more of that whiskey?
No. Look, how were you going to help Jean?
Well, she had her own ideas. Something to do with this lad DL that was supposed to be on the raid with Frank.
DL? What about him?
Well, that was what I was coming to find out. You see, she came to the billiard hall, and then this evening she phoned and asked me to come round here. She said she'd remembered something Frank had told her about DL. And if it meant what she thought, she had you cops with the short hairs.
If what meant what she thought?
That's what I was coming here to find out. Yeah, but I can tell you one thing. Frank was drinking with this lad DL the evening before the robbery.
Where?
A pub called the Wyvern. About 6 o'clock that night. I put the word out I was interested, and that's what came back.
6 o'clock? That's when Humby was still supposed to be repairing his truck.
Well, I don't know about that, mister. But where you've got him, he couldn't have killed Jean, could he?
No, he couldn't. Phil,
Uh-huh.
take over here.
Aye, right.
I've a job to do.
Here we are, Chief Inspector. Will you want me?
No.
Right. We'll keep an eye on him afterwards.
Frank. Frank, wake up.
Yeah, what the hell? Oh, no. Look, can't I even get some kip in peace?
Sit up, Frank.
Well, what is it this time?
It's about your wife, Frank.
Jean? What about her? She ill or something?
I'm sorry, Frank. She's dead.
Dead? Jean? Dead?
Murdered, Frank. Then the house was searched.
Well, look, can I get out of here? To see her, I mean.
We'll fix it. I'll also have you taken out to the flat. We've got to know if anything else is missing.
What?
The money's gone. Frank, DL was your partner on the Glen Holt job, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Did he know you had the money hidden at home?
Yeah. Look, let it wait, eh? Please?
All right. I'm sorry, Frank. I'm really sorry.
Morning, Colin.
Hello, Phil.
How much sleep did you get last night?
No more than you.
I heard Frank Humby took it badly.
Badly, but... Oh, I don't know. Headquarters wants an explanation about why we didn't find the money on that first search.
Well...
That's my problem.
Chief Superintendent Ilford will want someone's head.
Well, not before I find out what happened. This is my division. What else have we got, Phil?
Well, that story about Humby and Dale being in the pub together checks out. We got hold of a couple of the pub regulars, thanks to Joe O'Brien. Humby and Dale were talking in a corner for a spell, and Humby had his Glen Holt truck outside.
Right. Phil, I'm dumping a load of work on you.
As usual. Well...
Search young Dale's lodgings again, just in case. Then head out to Bellini Prison and collect Humby. I've fixed a release into our custody. Bring him to the flat and have him look around.
How about you?
Well, Sergeant McLeod first, then the Glen Holt place. Who's the boss there?
George Greenlaw. He's managing director.
Right, I'll be at headquarters after that.
Give my love to Buddha Ilford.
Oh, that'll help.
I'll get started.
Right, Phil. Now, Sergeant MacLeod.
Sir?
In here, please. Pronto.
Yes, sir.
This I could do without.
You wanted me, sir?
Yes, Mac. Close the door.
Sir.
Mac, who was with you when you searched Humby's place yesterday?
D.C. Edwards, sir.
2 of you. Yet neither of you checked inside the stereo set.
No, sir. I'm sorry. Mrs. Humby was being difficult. Things were, well, awkward.
You were in charge, Sergeant. Chief Superintendent Ilford is going to want to know what went wrong.
I know, sir. If we'd found that money, she wouldn't have been killed.
Maybe. All right, Mac, let's have it. You said she was difficult. How difficult?
She took a swipe at me with a milk bottle, sir. Or that's how she started. But, well, we just picked up her husband.
So you let her away with it?
Sir, am I still on full duty?
You are, and I have a job for you. Call it penance if you want. Jean Humby was contacting people, trying to find out what her husband had been doing. And we know she was at her uncle's billiard hall. After that, it's a shoe leather job. Friends, anyone you can think of.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Well?
Frank Humby's daughter is on her way over from Belfast by plane. Do you want her met at the airport?
His daughter? Never mentioned a daughter.
Joe O'Brien phoned in. He thought we should know.
More like he wanted to save himself the price of a taxi. All right, fix it. How old is she?
Oh, early 20s, sir.
Right. If you need me urgently, I'll be at the Glen Alt offices. It's about time we had a closer look at that end.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
I'm Chief Inspector Thane, Millside Division. Is Mr. Greenlaw in?
Oh, yes. He said the police might be round. We read about Mrs. Humby in the papers. Just a moment.
Thanks.
Yes, Barbara?
Chief Inspector Thane to see you, Mr. Greenlaw.
Right. Bring him through, will you?
Yes, Mr. Greenlaw. If you'll come this way, Chief Inspector.
Fine.
Chief Inspector, do you mind if I ask a question?
Go on.
It's about Douglas.
Douglas Dio?
Yes. Have you found him yet?
No. Are you the girl who gave us the photograph?
That's right. I'm Barbara MacPhail. We're friends.
Close friends?
I like him. He's just not the type, Chief Inspector.
For what?
Mrs. Humby's dead. People here are, putting 2 and 2 together.
But you don't believe it.
I know him, Chief Inspector. Well, this is Mr. Greenlaw's office.
Chief Inspector. Thanks, Barbara, that's all.
Yes, sir.
It's good of you to see me, Mr. Greenlaw.
Murder apart, I can think of 3,000 good reasons, Chief Inspector. Sit down.
Thanks.
We have met before, about a year ago, just for a moment or two. You gave a talk on office security to the local business club.
I remember the talk.
Well, how can I help?
Can you identify these?
Oh, well, yes, that's one of our bank bags. Empty now. And these withdrawal slips are ours. Where'd you get them?
In Frank Humby's flat.
I see. Did young DL kill Mrs. Humby?
Well, let's say he's on the list of starters. What can you tell me about DL?
He's been here about 4 months. An invoice clerk on the export side. Sometimes he helped out the cashier, Mr. Odell.
Do you do much export business?
Do we? Chief Inspector. Ever tried Glen Alt whiskey liqueur?
A couple of times. It's pricey.
Not by American standards. We can't ship enough of it. Of course, we're one of the small names in the whiskey liqueur trade, but we're growing all right.
You're not distillers?
No. Look, we're compounders. We buy in straight, ordinary whiskey in bulk. Then we add our own syrups, things like citronella and aniseed, mint, juniper. There's a long list. Each compounder has his own recipe.
Which he keeps secret.
You guard it everywhere you know.
But your liqueur whiskey recipe wasn't in the safe.
You've got the term wrong, Chief Inspector. Liqueur whiskey is a trade name for very old, mature whiskey. Nothing added. It could be 20 years old. You don't want it too much older. I once tasted a bottle of 100-year-old. It was like paint thinner. Whiskey liqueur, that's our business.
Yeah, I'll remember that. Let's get back to DL. Did he have a key to the door between your warehouse and the office?
Yes. There's only the one door, and only people who have to work between the two places have keys. I got the idea from your talk at the business club.
Would he know about the money?
Wages drawn every week from the bank, plus some money I needed for a cash transaction. He knew all right. I sent him along with Mr. Odell to the bank to collect it. Excuse me. Yes, Barbara?
Mr. Kelso to see you, Mr. Greenlaw.
Oh, all right. I'll ask him to come through. Chief Inspector, I'm sorry. It's a Customs and Excise man I've just got to see. Is there anything else you need?
Well, if I could talk to your cashier and maybe have a look over your warehouse.
No problem. Greta Odell's in the office now. Come in, John.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. John Kelso, Customs and Excise. Chief Inspector Thane, Police.
Mr. Kelso?
Glad to meet you, Chief Inspector. But I can come back.
Oh, I'm just going, Mr. Kelso. I'm getting the guided tour. That's the compounding vats, right, Miss Riddell?
Right. Each holds 1,000 gallons. We don't pretend to be a big firm, but we're doing all right. Chief Inspector, you said you had some questions.
Yes, I have. Douglas DL first. When he went with you to the bank, did he seem nervous or excited in any way?
No, but he wasn't the talkative type.
Now, how long did you know there would be more money than usual to collect?
Several days.
And you-
And before you ask, yes, I did make a joke about it to him. It was damn stupid looking back.
Looking back's always easy. Did Mrs. Humby ever come here?
Just once, I think. Frank, her husband was off sick. She came to collect his wages.
Did people here know Humby had a record?
Yes. At least George Greenlaw and I did, but he was a good worker. We trusted him. Wait a moment. Ed, over here. Can you spare a moment?
Right, Miss Riddell.
Ed Yule's our foreman. Frank Humby worked directly under him.
There's something wrong, Miss Riddell.
Ed, the chief inspector wants to know about Frank Humby.
Well, I didn't hire him.
What was he like to work with?
Stubborn. He did his work, but he wasn't exactly friendly.
Except perhaps with Douglas DL.
Well, they talked now and again. I'm kept too damn busy to watch all that goes on.
What about Humby's last delivery run? Did he complete that?
Oh, first thing I checked when I heard he'd been arrested. He did. 100 cases of bottles consigned to Hamburg, delivered to Leith Docks. Anything else?
Not for now. I'm due at Frank Humby's flat. But I may be back.
Oh, any time, Chief Inspector. You've got Humby. Now I'd like to see you get this little murdering basket DL. All of us would.
Oh, it's just you, Colin. I thought it might be someone important.
Like the milkman. Is Humby still here?
DC Beach is going around the flat with him. Well, anything fresh with you?
Nothing spectacular, Phil. I looked in at headquarters on my way here.
And?
Oh, I was lucky. Buddha Ilford had been called to see the chief constable.
That'll be another time.
Unfortunately. But the PM results through. No surprises. Jean Humby was coshed, then manually suffocated. Approximate time of death, 10:15 p.m.
Well, no. That's interesting.
Oh, why?
Wait till I close the ruddy door. Right. While I was bringing Humby here from prison, Beach took another prowl around the neighbours. He dug up something that ties in.
Go on.
A girl. 17 in the world's shortest miniskirt.
Well, that's Beach, all right.
No, I'm serious. This girl and her boyfriend were up on the roof of this block last night. There's a sort of balcony bit, private, for a necking session.
There's always somewhere. And?
Well, they were in a dark corner and busy at it.
Look.
Then they realised they weren't alone. Another couple had come up.
Phil,
She says a woman with dark hair, a white raincoat and a good figure. The man was, well, she can't remember. But she'd never seen them before. She says they weren't local and they left the balcony just before 10. She doesn't think they noticed there was anyone else on the balcony.
Just before 10? Well, it's possible. If they found Jean Humby was out and wanted to wait for her without being seen...
Aye, that's what I thought.
Okay, Humby.
Oh, here's Humby.
All right, Humby. Oh, hello, sir.
Beach. Hello, Frank.
Hi. He says nothing seems to be missing, sir.
You sure, Frank?
I'm sure.
Except the money. Frank, how many people knew about the Glen Oak robbery?
My wife didn't, if that's what you mean.
Not even where you'd hid the money?
No, damn you.
Well, who else, Frank? Your wife's dead and, well, you've seen the rest. Who else?
Just DL. You haven't got him yet, have you?
Can you tell us where to look?
No. Do you think I'd stand here and keep my mouth shut now?
I don't know, Frank. Oh, your daughter's on her way to Glasgow. Joe O'Brien contacted her.
Agnes? Look, I don't want to see her.
But she's your daughter.
She's not to get involved. She's just a kid. If you want to do me any kind of favour, keep her out of this.
We'll try, if that's what you want.
It is.
All right, Beach. Take him back to Berlin.
And get a receipt. 1 prisoner returned. If we don't stick to the routine, then headquarters start moaning.
All right, sir. Okay, come on, Humby.
Serial message number 22, timed 1245 hours. Special search requested for a red...
Constable Beach.
Sir?
Registration...
Turn that damn thing down.
Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't know you were back, sir.
I could have crept in and stolen the flaming office from under here. Any messages for me?
Yes, sir. Sergeant MacLeod phoned in.
Well?
He said to tell you that Joe O'Brien seems to have vanished.
Damn.
And, here's the rest of it, sir. I typed it out for you.
Thanks. Look, find some tea and sandwiches for 2. Inspector Moss himself.
Yes, sir. What kind of sandwiches, sir?
Oh, anything short of old boots. I'll be in my office.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Phil.
Yes?
Come on through.
Right you are. Well, what's up now?
Uncle Joe O'Brien. MacLeod says he's scuppered.
O'Brien?
Somebody phoned that billiard saloon he runs, and he just took off.
What else does Mac say?
Wait a minute, I haven't read this through. Well, most of it's Jean Humby. He's still raking round. So far, he's found a taxi driver who drove her out from the city last night.
Home?
No, she paid him off a couple of streets short of Gradient Terrace, about 9:30.
She was killed in the flat less than an hour later. After phoning O'Brien and telling him to come round.
Now it looks as though a man and a woman were waiting for her.
Why didn't she take the taxi all the way home?
Well, that's what Mac's trying to find out now. Phil, we're going to have to find Joe O'Brien.
Aye, but how?
Oh, I'll get it. Thane?
Chief Inspector, it's George Greenlaw here, Glenholt.
Yes, Mr. Greenlaw. Something wrong?
No, but I've just seen our night watchman. He tells me Mrs. Humby turned up at our warehouse about 9 last night.
Oh, we didn't know that. What did she want?
Barbara MacPhail's home address. The watchman refused, of course.
Barbara MacPhail. Does she know about this?
Not yet.
Keep it that way.
If you say so, though, well, I can't see her really being involved, can you?
Anything's possible, I suppose. Mr. Greenlaw, while we're talking, tell me, how much pilfering goes on at your plant?
Petty stuff. A few bottles now and again, I suppose. Dale and Humby weren't robbing us by installments, if that's what you're wondering.
Well, thanks for calling.
Anytime, Chief Inspector.
Bye.
What was that about?
George Greenlaw, the Glenholt boss. Jean Humby was out looking for DL's girlfriend.
Oh. Any chance DL and his girlfriend were out looking for Jean Humby?
She's a nice kid, Phil.
I know the worst.
Phil, the sandwiches. Spoil yourself. Have them all.
What?
Well, I'm going out for lunch after all, and I'm inviting a certain customs man to join me.
A customs man? Why?
Just a notion. I think I'd like to know more about this Glenholt outfit.
A nice place you picked, Chief Inspector. I've never eaten here before.
Well, believe me, I only use it when I want a favor from someone. Here, salt.
Thanks. A favor from me?
Well, let's say from Customs and Excise. For our mutual benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kelso, you're a Customs and Excise surveyor, which means, in some ways, you've more powers than a plain, ordinary cop.
Oh, it's nice of you to say so.
For instance, you can demand or force entry into a house or building and search it without having to worry about a warrant.
In the course of duty, yes, but without adequate reason, no.
Oh, I wouldn't ask you without giving you adequate reason.
I see. Pass the butter, will you?
Oh, yeah, here. This Glenholt whiskey liqueur outfit, I'm interested in them.
Well, I'll tell you what whiskey means to Customs and Excise. Over £300 million a year in collected duty. Buy a bottle in Britain and at least 3/4 of what you pay is tax.
I know, it's a crime.
It's one of the biggest single sources of internal revenue in this country. So, you take distilleries. There's a customs man at every one. Living on the premises, he holds all the keys, and he has to know what happens to every drop of whiskey produced.
You're thorough. So, what about Glenholt?
Safe breaking? Murder? Not my territory, sorry. Glenholt's an old firm. It had to be sold for death duties a couple of years back. And that's when Greenlaw's company took over. Before that, Greenlaw managed a distillery. He's done quite well.
How close an eye do you keep on the firm?
Well, not particularly close. The rules say duty has to be paid before whiskey is used in compounding. Duty's what we're interested in.
Then the secret recipe takes over.
Secret? Oh, no, that's publicity stuff. Any laboratory can crack a recipe. We know what's in Glenalt whiskey liqueur. So do their competitors, and vice versa.
This duty business, I thought export sales were duty-free.
They are, but we refund only after we've seen the shipments leave. And we carry out warehouse inspections all the time to make sure everything's in order.
And is everything in order?
At Glenalt? I'd stake my pension on it against this excellent meal, Chief Inspector.
Afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Sergeant. Chief Superintendent Ilford's expecting me.
He mentioned it, sir. He felt you must have been delayed.
Thanks for the warning.
He's free now.
Thanks.
Come. Thane. Enjoy your lunch?
Yes, sir.
It seems to have been a lengthy one. Well, close the door and sit down.
Sir?
A safe breaking and a murder. Thane, without your Millside division, my job as head of CID would be a damned sight easier.
I know what you mean, sir.
I wonder. Look at this desk. I'm not a policeman anymore. However, I've read your reports. There's a certain reticence about them, unlike your usual positive style.
Well, that's how I feel about it, sir.
1 dead, 2 missing. Well, 2 unavailable, at any rate. DL, your chief suspect, and this, Uncle Joe. Any chance of a link between them?
I doubt it, sir.
And this mention of the McPhail girl.
Well, I don't know, sir.
What are you doing about that?
Well, just in case she and DL were the couple seen on the balcony before Mrs. Humby was killed.
That's what I had in mind.
This local girl and boyfriend. We'll have them in an observation van outside the Glenalt offices when Barbara McPhail leaves this evening.
Good. How's Humby himself reacting to it?
Shocked. And something else, too. Well, I'd say deeper.
Remorse? Probably blames himself for his wife's death, with reason. Well, don't look for any help from the Scientific Bureau. Dan Lawrence says they've drawn a blank so far. And, keep me in the picture, Thane.
Of course, sir, of course, sir.
Millside Division strikes again. Why couldn't they have built Millside in Edinburgh? Or anywhere but here?
Well, here you are again. The Glenalt offices. Want me to come with you, Colin?
No, just give me that again.
Register of Scottish companies. Glenalt is listed with a nominal share capital of £20,000. Only 3 director shareholders, George Greenlaw, Greta Adele, and a chartered accountant called Jimison Roth.
Aye, most of them have one, sir.
What's that, Erickson?
An accountant, sir.
Oh. I forgot we'd a driver who's moving into the legal profession.
The accountant usually is a front man for some bank or outside interests. He just does what they tell him.
You're a little mine of information, aren't you?
Anytime I can help the Inspector.
Look, Phil, organise the observation van routine.
On Barbara McPhail?
On the lot of them here. And stay with it. Then call me back at Millside.
Right. Observation. Well, it's time I had a rest.
Oh, back again, Chief Inspector. Oh, Mr. Greenlaw's out, I'm afraid.
That's all right, Barbara. I wanted a word with you.
Oh? What about?
Did you ever meet Mrs. Humby?
Oh, yes. Oh, just once, though. She came to the office to collect Frank Humby's wages. He was off sick.
How well did you know Frank Humby?
Oh, he was just one of the drivers. I spoke to him now and again.
I see. Barbara, do you mind telling me your movements after work for the last couple of nights?
Oh, Barbara, I'd ask him why first.
Hello, Miss Riddell.
I thought I heard someone out here. Barbara?
Yes, Miss Riddell?
There are some questions you don't answer without a lawyer in your handbag.
Thanks, but I don't mind.
Well?
Well, I share a flat with a girlfriend, and we were there together all Wednesday evening. That's our wash and iron night.
And last night?
I was out. Alone. I was looking for Douglas.
Douglas dear? Where?
Oh, places we'd been, just in case he'd show up. But he didn't.
What time did you get home?
After 11. I can't be sure. But my flatmate was in when I got back.
Well...
Thanks, Barbara. We'll want to check, but that's all for now.
Better go while you've got the chance, girl. There are some invoices waiting to be filed on my desk.
I'll do that. Goodbye, Chief Inspector.
Goodbye, Barbara.
You practically scared her to death.
But not you.
I've been around a little longer than she has.
And now you're a company director, Miss Riddell.
So, you've been checking on me, too?
On everyone but the office cat. It's routine.
Famous last words. Anything else you want while you're here?
I'd like to see your foreman again.
Ed Yule? Oh, sorry. He's out on a delivery run. He won't be back till late.
Well, there's no hurry. How long has he been with you?
Since we started. He worked with George when George managed a distillery. He joined us when we set up.
And you, Miss Riddell?
Simple. George is an old friend. We got together and decided to buy this business, then floated the extra money we needed from a finance house. Anything else?
No, nothing.
A pity. I'd have liked to hear something about you for a change, Chief Inspector. You interest me. You really do.
Millside 4456.
Oh, Mary. Your loving absent husband.
Hello, Colin. Dare I ask when you're coming home?
I don't know, Mary. Not till later.
Maybe not at all. The papers say there should be an early arrest.
I wish they were right. How are things?
Oh, I'm leading my usual riotous life.
Uh-huh.
Baking. It was meant to be a layer cake, but it turned out a disaster.
A new recipe.
No, it was the same damn baking powder. A new brand. Well, it was the same, but... Oh, well, it must have been different, if you know what I mean.
Vaguely. Anyway, I'll try and call back.
All right, Colin. Bye.
Bye, Mary. Layer cake. What now? Yep.
There's a Miss Humby out here, sir. Miss Agnes Humby. She'd like to see you.
Oh, yes, of course. Show her in, please.
Right, sir.
Humby's daughter. Oh, well, let's get it over with. Come.
Miss Humby, sir.
Thanks, Beach.
Sir.
Miss Humby, I'm Chief Inspector Thing.
Chief Inspector?
I'm sorry we have to meet under these circumstances.
It's not your fault, is it?
No. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. Thane, one of your police cars met me at the airport and took me out to the prison.
I thought that might make it easier.
It did. But my father wouldn't see me. Just wouldn't. Why not?
Well, if he doesn't want to, we can't make him.
That's not what I asked.
He said he just didn't want you to get involved, Agnes.
You should have thought about that for my mother, too.
I know how you feel, Agnes. Did your mother let you know he'd been arrested?
No. She hadn't much time, had she? Do you know who killed her?
Not yet.
Well, my father deserves all he gets. That's why I want to see him. To tell him he can rot in jail as far as I'm concerned. I loved my mother.
Agnes, your mother stuck by him.
And ended up dead. Well, if you need me, I'll be staying with my Uncle Joe.
Oh, well, he's gone out of town, Agnes. In fact, we're looking for him.
You mean he's keeping out of the way? That's my Uncle Joe. Well, I can still use his place. I've got a key. Chief Inspector.
Yes?
I want to ask you about the funeral.
Of course. Goodbye, Miss Humby.
Goodbye.
That's over. Oh, damn, what now? Thane?
It's Sergeant McLeod, sir.
Oh, Mac. I'd almost forgotten you existed. You got anything?
Aye, I think so, sir. You know how I've been trying to find out what Mrs. Humby was doing that night?
Yes, go on.
Well, I think the answer might be an old rascal called Peaky Rafferty. He sells papers just about where Mrs. Humby left that taxi.
And what about him?
Well, he just hasn't shown up at his stands today, sir. I thought...
You thought right. Where does he live?
Cannon Street, sir. Number 142.
Get straight round there, Mac. Now, I'll get a car and come straight up.
Right, sir.
Right. 142 Cannon Street.
142 Cannon Street, sir.
Thanks, Erickson. Keep an ear on that radio.
Right, sir.
What?
Hello, son. What are you doing here?
Playing.
Playing at what?
Just playing.
There's a Mr. Rafferty stay here.
You mean Peaky Rafferty? Aye. One up left, mister.
Thanks.
Mister!
What?
You from the Fuzz?
Yes. Suppose I am. Why?
Who else comes to see Peaky?
wouldn't know. One up left. Here we are. Anyone in? Sergeant McLeod? Mac, where are you?
In here, sir.
Mac, what the hell happened?
Sorry.
Look, I'll give you a hand up.
No, just give me a minute, sir.
Of course. Take it easy.
Oh, my head. I walked in here and somebody thumped me.
Hey, mister. What's wrong, Will?
What are you doing in here?
I came to see. Is he no well?
It's something like that. Look, son, run downstairs. Tell the man in the police car to get up here.
Who says?
You'll know. Now move.
All right, mister.
Now, Mac, tell it again. You got here. What about the door?
Well, it was closed, but it wasn't locked. Anyway, the lock, it's the kind you could open with a strip of celluloid and a deep breath.
And I know someone who could do just that. Then?
Oh, that's about it, sir. I came in and thump.
How long ago?
Oh, I don't know, sir. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe more.
You worry me, sir?
Sarge. He's all right. Give me a hand up with him.
Right, sir. Come on, Sarge.
Is he all right now, mister?
Yes. Are you back again?
I might be a flush when I grow up, but a real one, in uniform.
Wait a minute, son. When you were playing down there, did you see anyone leave here? Come down the stairs, I mean.
No, I was playing down the street, mister. That big boy's chased me.
I wonder where Rafferty is now.
I know.
Eh? Where?
My ma says he's in the Central Police pokey. He got arrested for being drunk last night. She says Peaky drinks too much.
Thanks, son. Here. Take this and buy yourself some sweets, eh?
Here, thanks, mister. Cheer, mister.
£2 or 20 days. That's what I got, Mr. Thane. Just for a wee bit of singing and shouting.
The police report says you were stoned.
Me? A wee bit, maybe. What brings a CID big shot visiting me in a cell, eh?
Do you know Frank Humby?
Aye, sure.
Did you see Mrs. Humby last night?
Aye, twice. She'll have told you.
She's dead, Peaky. She was murdered last night.
God save us. Oh, she was a decent woman, that one. Nobody told me. You don't get the newspapers in here, you know. Not that often, anyway.
Peaky, I'm in a hurry. When did you see
her? She come up to my house about 6 last night. Murdered.
And the second time?
Well, I was at my paper's pitch in Stanford Avenue. She passed me in a taxi, and then the taxi stopped, and she walked back to talk to me again. Said she wanted to make sure she had everything right.
Everything about what?
About me seeing Frank the night before he was lifted for the robbery job, Mr. Thane.
And when was that?
A wee bit after midnight. He walked up and bought a paper from an early edition with the Doug results.
Did he say where he'd been?
No, and I didn't ask. Not Frank, but...
Well?
Well, I heard a car draw up just before he appeared. Then it drove past, a wee black car with a woman driving it. If Frank had been out with some woman his wife didn't know about, that was none of my business.
But you told Mrs. Humby?
Well, she gave me a couple of quid. She said it was important, might get him out of the jail.
Can you describe the woman in the car?
Not very well. She had dark hair, kind of long, I think it was.
All right, Peaky. And the last question. Why did Jean Humby come to see you?
Well, she remembered Frank coming in with the newspaper and telling her he'd got it from me.
I see.
Mr. Thane, any chance you paying my fine? It's only a couple of quid.
Peaky, you're safer where you are. Believe me.
Well, I suppose the meals are regular.
Millside CID, Chief Inspector Thane's office. No, this is Inspector Moss. Look, call back, will you? We're busy right now.
Anything?
Oh, nothing that matters, Colin. Headquarters wanting some statistics.
Statistics. We cops are computers.
Well, they can wait for them. All right, Dan. what's so important you came out here?
The Scientific Bureau triumphs again. Wee bit late, maybe, but...
Better late than never, we know.
Yeah, you're also to stay quiet, Joe. Now listen, both of you. Remember how the back was off that stereo at Humby's flat?
Well, we found the empty bank bag.
Right. Well, look at these. These are the screws that were removed from it. Fair enough.
Right. So?
That's a rented stereo. The rental firms don't like customers poking around inside the guts of their equipment. So a good few of them always put a wee dab of red paint on each screw head at the back, like a seal. If the paint's disturbed, they know someone's been at it.
I don't follow you, Dad.
You will. These screws have only one set of markings. Even under an ordinary jeweller's glass, there's no mistake. It was a small bladed screwdriver badly worn on one shoulder. Find me that screwdriver, it's as good as a fingerprint.
I see.
Do you? Can you tell me how the devil the money got inside the set in the first place, when the back was only taken off once?
Once.
Once. Well, Colin, you don't look too surprised.
I don't think I am, Dan. See, it ties in. Another fake.
A fake?
Humby framed himself for robbery, and we fell for it.
He framed himself?
To cover up something bigger. And the only thing that went wrong was that Gene Humby got in the way after he was arrested.
Well, I've done my wee bit. Time I got back.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks a lot.
Any time. Miracles performed twice daily.
Aye, that'll be right.
Colin, what the hell's going on?
Well, I'm beginning to get an idea. It's just a beginning, Phil.
Well, I can tell you this much. These two youngsters I had in the observation van didn't identify anyone. And Barbara MacPhail walked straight past us.
But there's been a dark-haired woman turning up all through this, Phil.
Greta Rodel's a blonde.
Whoever she is, that woman remembered seeing Peaky Rafferty. If he hadn't got drunk and been arrested...
We could have another body in our hands, eh?
Yeah, well, we nearly did. Mac took a real clout. Yes.
Yes, sir. Agnes Humby's back. She's got Joe O'Brien with her, sir.
O'Brien? Send them right in.
Right, sir.
Uncle Joe. First he vanishes, then he pops back up. Where the hell has he been?
Come in.
In here, please, Miss Humby. You too, O'Brien.
Thanks, Beach.
That's up.
Well, now, this is a surprise.
For me too, Chief Inspector.
I brought him, Mr. Thane. He's got something to tell you, haven't you, Uncle Joe?
Now, look, lass, I
Uncle
don't...
Joe.
Sit down, both of you. Phil?
Sure. Cheers. Here you are.
Thanks.
O'Brien, do you know there are police looking for you over half the country?
I never thought
He never
there'd be
does.
any-
But he turned up about half an hour ago, and when I found out where he's been...
I should have kept my mouth shut.
That would have made you an even bigger fool. My mother was your sister, wasn't she?
Yes, but...
Where were you, O'Brien? And I want it straight.
Well, Aberfoyle. It's out in the country. About 30 miles from here.
We know where it is. Tourist land. But what were you doing there?
He was at a bank, making sure my loving father's money was safe.
O'Brien?
Look, I've done nothing wrong, Mr. Thane.
Just tell it. What kind of racket is Frank Humby involved in?
I don't know. I just know about the money he's been making, and that's just because he wanted to be sure there was always someone on the outside who could look after Jean and wee Agnes here.
I wouldn't touch his money. My mother's dead.
Easy, Miss Humby.
How much money is there, Joe?
About 7,000 quid. It's in a bank at Aberfoyle. Frank opened an account there about a year back. He said he was a salesman and gave my address. He made it so I was authorised to draw cash at any time.
How much did you get paid?
I did it for free, Mr. Thane. Well, I mean, nearly for free.
And why the disappearing act?
Well, I phoned the bank to make sure there'd be no snags about drawing the money, I mean. And I didn't tell them Frank was inside, of course. The manager phoned back to say it was okay, but I'd need to sign a couple more forms and get a checkbook. And that's why I nipped up there.
Agnes, I'm glad you got him here.
Oh, I'm almost past caring. But where did my father get £7,000?
Good question. Well, Uncle Joe?
No all at once, but it came steady, I know that.
Why Aberfoyle?
Well, he said it was handy. He was out there a lot, and it was well clear of the city.
When he went to Aberfoyle, what did he do, apart from put money in the bank?
I don't know. Well, except, once when he had a bucket in him, he told me about a place there, a sort of big swamp. Oh, nasty by the sound of it. Flanders Moss, I think he called it. He said every time he had to go there, it gave him the shivers.
Flanders Moss.
All right, Agnes.
Yes?
Take him home and keep him there.
Wait a minute.
There'll be a cop outside to make sure you don't leave, O'Brien.
All right.
Come on, Uncle Joe.
I don't know all the fuss is about.
I wish I did too, Colin. Know what it's all about, I mean, but I'm beginning to get a good idea, and I don't like it.
We've a fake robbery. A man in jail waiting trial for that robbery who has a cast-iron alibi but won't use it. His wife finds out...
And tells someone, so she gets killed. But Humby...
There's only one reason I can think of strong enough to keep him quiet. Murder. Another murder.
Douglas DL.
Well, that's how I see it, Phil. Humby daren't talk because that robbery charge is his alibi for something else.
And this Flanders Moss place.
Named after you. Phil, get the car out front.
Aye, right.
I'll phone the county police. We'll need some kind of a guide. Then I've 2 other calls to make to headquarters and to customs and excise. We're going to need help on this. Help all round.
Good evening, sir. Sergeant Davis, County Police.
Sergeant?
And this is Alistair McSorn.
Aye.
You wanted someone who knows this bogland. Well, there's none better.
Aye, well, I hope you're right. Is that it?
Aye, that's it. One big peat bog. Thousands of acres of it.
How well do you know it, Alistair?
Oh, I earn my living in there. I'm a vermin trapper for the Forestry Commission. They're reclaiming a lot of the land.
Are there many paths across the bogland?
Aye, a few.
And if you go off them?
Oh, then you're in trouble. I've seen a deer sucked under before now.
You've been told what we're after.
Aye. And I think I maybe know where to look. You see, I tend to my traps at night, Chief Inspector. Now, there was a car out along the Kelpie path a couple of nights back. Only a damned fool or somebody who knows his place would drive there.
You'll take us?
Aye. We walk for here. There's a shortcut way.
Wait till we get these welly boots on.
Aye, and both of you, you stay close, you understand?
We'll be breathing down your neck, believe me.
Is it much further, Alistair?
No. Careful now.
What?
Damn!
Get up!
I've got you! Here. I warned you.
Thanks. You're calling that stuff's like porridge.
Alistair.
There's the Kelpie path. See where that high myrtle shows a break. I will be there in a moment. Chief Inspector.
Yes?
Look. Tire marks. Here on the soft shoulder. No. Stay where you are. The tire marks stop here. Well, if there's any searching to be done off the path, I'll do it.
Oh, he's right, sir. May look the same, but it's different just a yard or so off this path. Different and dangerous.
Yes, Sergeant.
Aye, Alistair.
Let's have these probing rods you're carrying.
Here we are.
Well, this could take a wee while, I'll warn you.
How long did it take, then?
About an hour, sir. And it's DL, all right. We'll have to wait for the post-mortem, but it looks like he was killed the same way as Jean Humby.
And now it's over to Customs and Excise, Mr. Kelso.
We're ready, Thane. Chief Superintendent Ilford didn't waste time getting things organized.
That's what our scientific bureau is for, Mr. Kelso. Superintendent Lawrence has all you asked for waiting. This way.
Now, is everybody here now?
Yes, you can go ahead, Dan.
Mr. Kelso, you'd better do the explaining.
In a moment. Just let me check. Yes, that's fine. Well?
Keep it simple, will you, Mr. Kelso?
I'll try. Gentlemen, what we have here is a gas chromatography unit. Briefly, it gives an infinitely fine detailed analysis of any substance we can convert to liquid form. The readings tell us in graph form the chemical ingredients and the quantities present. You follow me?
So far, I think.
Good. We compare the readings against known standards, and we can tell exactly what is in anything.
You should try it on the canteen sausages. Sorry, Mr. Kelso.
Quite. Now, take whiskey. Superintendent Lawrence and I tried a little party trick before you got here, Thane. He drank a glass of whiskey. I took a sample of his breath afterwards.
And he damn well identified the brand from the fumes.
I'll volunteer for that one any time.
You mean it's positive? Absolutely positive.
Whiskey is quite simple, Chief Inspector. What makes one whiskey different from another is the tiny aromatics and chemical traces from the water, the grain, the distiller's plant, any number of things.
Yes, we understand all that.
The first sample, then. Bulk whiskey from the Branagh distillery. According to our records, all whiskey used by the Glen Old Company to make their whiskey liqueur is bought from Branagh distillery. This is a customs and excise sample. Superintendent?
Going through now. Right.
There's your graph. Branagh distillery. Now, Glen Old whiskey liqueur. The graph will be different, I warn you, because of the essences they use. But even so... Superintendent.
Glen Old, going through now. And there's your second graph.
Now, side by side. Thane, and you, Inspector Moss, look at them closely.
They're different, all right.
Two sets of wiggly lines. Sorry, that's all I see.
Ah, yes, but notice this high peak in the Branagh sample.
Uh-huh.
It should be in the Glen Old sample, but it isn't.
Maybe it just got lost.
No. Another whiskey was used. One customs don't know about, and legally that is impossible.
Then your hunch was right, Thane. Stolen whiskey.
Well, that's how I see it, sir.
What gave you the idea?
Well, my wife baked a cake, sir. She used the wrong baking powder. It was the same, but different. Then, well, someone said pretty much the same thing about the bogland.
I won't claim to follow you, but stolen whiskey. Now we're getting somewhere.
But from the customs viewpoint, it's impossible. We take every precaution. We check their export shipments. I know the Glen Old Company are still buying their usual supplies from the Branagh distillery.
Customs check their export shipments, yes, because you've got to refund them any duty paid. But what's to stop them operating a legitimate export trade with legitimate stock, but boosting their home market sales with stolen liquor?
Is it possible, Mr. Kelso?
Well, with some clever bookkeeping, yes, I suppose so.
Robbery, fraud, and tax evasion. But would it be worth murder? 2 murders.
Mr. Kelso, suppose I stole a lorry load of whiskey. How much money would be involved?
Well, let me see. Say 30 casks, each 100 gallons. And I'd have to work it out. Say a duty-paid value of around £40,000.
For just one lorry load. Satisfied, Phil?
How many big whiskey thefts have there been recently?
Quite a number. I'm having a full list prepared. But we've looked for one. The one you suggested, Thane.
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago, a lorry load of whiskey was hijacked and never found. The driver wasn't suspected at the time. His name was Edward Yule.
And the distillery, sir?
The one George Greenlaw was managing. And Yule is now foreman with Greenlaw at Glen Old.
So that's how they got their stake to set up in business, eh?
Chief Superintendent, I think there's something I'd better tell you.
Yes?
Well, I was expecting a visitor this afternoon. A man telephoned a few days ago. He wouldn't give his name, but he said he could give me information about an evasion of excise duty on whiskey. He wanted to know if there would be a reward, and he wanted a guarantee we wouldn't reveal where the information came from.
Can you do that?
Yes, on both counts. He said he needed another day or two, and then he'd bring the proof. And that was to be this afternoon. Well, he didn't show up. It could have been a hoax, I suppose, but...
It could have been Douglas Deal. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, it was a young man's voice.
Well, now we can guess why he was killed, eh?
Thane, I want you to have another try at Frank Humby in the morning.
I don't see us getting much there, sir.
Agreed, but do it anyway. Then, this dark-haired woman we've heard about. You rule out Barbara MacPhail.
Absolutely, sir.
And the Riddell woman is a blonde.
Probably out of a bottle. Hey, what about a wig?
Why not? Does she own a car?
I think so. We've some other checking to do. That bank at Aberfoyle, for instance.
There's a way I can help, too. I could find out quite easily about stocks of bottles, materials like essences, how much they've bought in. Then compare it with how much legitimate production the Glen Old plant should have had.
You can help more than that, Mr. Kelso.
How?
Well, first, like the rest of us, you'll say nothing about Dale's body being found.
Well, of course. Anything else I can do?
Yes. But it means you're going to be staying up late.
Thane, I still don't know I like this.
It's simple. The Glenholt warehouse is round the corner. Customs and Excise have the power to force entry and search any building without a warrant. We haven't.
I know,
Mr. Kelso, don't you want to find if they've a damn great pile of stolen whiskey in there?
Of course.
Then let's get on with it.
Erickson, switch off. Sir. Kelso, did you bring that sampling kit?
Yes, I've everything here.
Erickson, you know your part.
Walk round to the main gate, chat up the watchman. I'm just a wandering uniform cop who'd like a cup of tea somewhere and doesn't care if there's a war going on down the road.
Just act natural. You'll do.
But keep him occupied. We'll give you a couple of minutes, then we'll go in through the office door.
How?
These, Mr. Kelso. Skeleton keys. We fell heir to them after an arrest last month.
Right, Phil, we're in. Now lock it again. Aye. Kelso.
Yes.
Wait till I get this torch going.
That's her locked, Colin.
Right, Kelso, lead the way. And the door from here into the compounding plant.
Along this corridor. What the hell are we all whispering for? This is legal, isn't it?
Look, just move, Phil. Come on. And keep those keys handy.
Here we are. It's locked.
Here we go again. Open sesame.
And there are your casks, Kelso.
Let me check them. Yes. Yes, these are the Brannock Distillery casks. Legitimate enough.
Depends what's in them, doesn't it?
Oh, you mean they could have refilled them?
Well, it would make sense. Oh, I'm not suggesting the whole staff here are on the crook.
Well, I'll draw samples.
Then can you check those vats for me? I want to know how much liqueur is ready for bottling.
Yes, but I don't...
Phil and I want to take a look around.
All right. Just remember to come back, will you?
What are we looking for?
Another store, Phil. It should be somewhere near.
Yeah, there's a sort of grill here, low down in the wall. It's just the size of an air vent.
But from where? That's the outside wall. Unless...
Let's try it. There's another door along here.
All right, but go quietly. Erickson better be keeping that watchman busy.
Nothing this side, Colin.
Wait a minute. Yes, here, Phil.
What is it? Oh, that hatch.
Marked maintenance only.
It's pretty rusty.
Yes, but this padlock's well greased. See what you can do, Phil.
Okay. This one, I think. Yes. Lift it now.
Torch, Phil. Keep it shady.
Torch.
Well,
this is it, all right.
8 casks. Hold this hatch lid, Phil. Right. I'll take a look at them.
Hey, don't get stuck down there. Any names on them?
Hold on. Yes. This one's Special Cruachan. And the others, well, I think they're the same. Look, I'm coming back up.
Yeah?
Oh, right.
What's that you got?
Mud, Phil. They're covered in dried mud.
Like they've been in a bog, you mean?
Like they've been in a bog. There's some rubber tube and a hand pump down there, Phil. They can tap these casks from here and refill the legitimate casks through that grill.
A little bit of weekend work while the staff are away, eh? Neat. Now what?
Get Kelso over here. He can draw more of his samples. And then we'll get the hell out of it.
It's fantastic. Once I've checked out these samples...
There's something more important right now. You checked those vats, or whatever they're called, and you saw the casks. Now, this is Friday night. Have they enough whiskey in stock for normal production on Monday?
Well, not really. Both vats are practically empty, and most of the casks are the same. They'll need a delivery from...
From somewhere. Legitimate or on the crook.
Or both, eh?
Does the Glenholt plant operate on Saturdays?
No, but the office is usually open.
Good. I think I'll make a little call on them.
You have to see Frank Humby too, remember?
Afterwards, Phil. He'll keep where he is. All right, Erickson.
Sir?
We're all going home for some sleep. Tomorrow could be a busy day.
Good morning. Glenalt Distilleries. Yes? Hold on a moment, please, will you? Hello, Chief Inspector. I won't be a moment.
No rush, Barbara.
Hello, Paula. Yes, just a moment and I'll connect you. There. Sorry about that.
Busy?
Oh, not on a Saturday. The office staff are only in for a couple of hours. Chief Inspector, have you any news of Douglas yet?
No, we haven't, Barbara, not yet.
Oh.
Are you on your own, Barbara?
Yes, everybody else is having their coffee break just now. Except, well, I think Mr. Greenlaw may be back in a couple of minutes.
Barbara, we need your help.
Oh?
There's a chance you could help us prove young DL innocent. Will you do it?
Oh, whatever you want, yes.
For a start, how well do you get on with Greenlaw and Greta Riddell?
All right, I suppose.
And how have they been these last few days?
Well, it's difficult. They both seemed edgy, I suppose is the word.
Barbara, you're going to have to trust me on this, and I've got to trust you.
Yes?
That office switchboard. For the rest of this morning, I want you to make a note of any calls made by Greenlaw, Greta Riddell, or Ed Yule.
But, Chief Inspector,
Don't take any risks, but if you can listen into their calls, do it. When you stop work, come straight to me.
You mean you think they're involved? But then why did Douglas run away?
There are some things I can't answer yet, Barbara. Did Douglas ever talk to you about the firm's account books?
He never got near them. Greta Riddell does that side all on her own.
Always?
Well, even when she was off ill with flu a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Greenlaw said he wasn't to touch them.
But Douglas would still be left on his own.
Oh, yes, more or less, anyway.
Who's Greta Riddell's hairdresser?
A hairdresser?
Yes.
I don't know, but I could try to find out.
I'd be obliged. Hello, Phil. What are you doing here?
Get in and I'll tell you.
Oh, like that. Well?
You were going out to the prison to see Frank Humby next.
That's right.
Don't bother. They found him dead in his cell this morning. He hanged himself.
Yes. Hanged himself, then. Well, there's no doubt why.
No, I suppose there isn't, sir.
But that's not the only reason I came over to Millside Division. The whole situation is in a, well, delicate stage. I want to be sure of what's happening.
Here's the post-mortem report on Douglas Dale, Cop.
Oh, thanks.
Exactly the same as for the Humby woman.
Yes, here's the summary. Death due to asphyxia, small surface bruising, minute underskin hemorrhage around the mouth and nostrils.
And a blow on the back of the head first. Another burking.
I just hope we can trust this MacPhail girl. She still doesn't know.
That was my decision, sir.
I'm glad it wasn't mine. Now, the bank at Aberfoyle.
Aye, the county police took care of that, sir. Joe O'Brien's right. Humby's account with them has a cash balance of £7,000, plus a parcel Humby handed in late on Thursday afternoon.
Well?
Another 3,000 in banknotes, sir.
The money from the Glenalt safe.
We'll assume it was his fee for his part in taking care of DL.
Paid in advance.
What sort of watch are you keeping on these people, Fane?
They're all under surveillance, sir. But if Kelso's calculations are right, they'll need to bring in fresh whiskey stocks this weekend.
And that's when we clinch it, eh?
Excuse me, sir. Yep.
Mr. Kelso from Customs and Excise, sir.
All right, Mac. Ask him to come in.
Sir.
Talk of the devil.
Lawrence.
Sir?
The deal's a war with the excise man.
Kelso would want to check his tax returns first.
Morning, Mr. Kelso. Come in.
Morning. Good morning, Chief Superintendent.
Morning, Mr. Kelso. Thanks for your help last night.
Well, less said about that.
But it worked out.
Yes, that's not why I came, Thane. I contacted the trade outlets I mentioned, bottle suppliers and essence suppliers. I thought you'd be interested in the results.
We are.
Balance them against the duty-paid whiskey stocks they're supposed to hold, and it looks as though Glenalt has been producing at least one extra bottle of liqueur for every 3 we've known about. And that's being suitably conservative, of course.
Of course.
In cash terms?
Well, calculating the whiskey at its duty-paid value and subtracting the probable cost of essence and manufacturing...
Quite. How much profit?
£220,000 a year. Well, what happens now?
We wait, Mr. Kelso, till I hear from someone who's helping us. And this time, I think I'd better be here on my own.
Well, I did what you wanted, Mr. Thane, though I felt a bit like Mata Hari, you know, spying.
What did you find out?
Well, about half an hour after you left, Mr. Greenlaw had a private meeting in his office with Mr. Adele. Then he made a telephone call. Here's the number. It was one of those truck rental firms. He talked to them about a lorry that has to be ready for this evening.
Good. This matters, Barbara. It matters a lot.
He made another call after that to Ed Yule. The warehouse people don't work on Saturdays.
Can you remember exactly what he said?
Oh, that's easy enough. He just said, Ed, we'll go ahead with the run as usual. He wanted to be at some place he called the Drove Track before dark.
The Drove Track. Just a minute, Barbara.
Sir?
Mac, tell Inspector Moss it's on for tonight. Some place called the Drove Track at dusk. He'll know what to do.
Right, sir.
Oh, and I found out about Greta Rodell's hairdresser, Mr. Thane. His name is Bellini. It's a shop in the High Street. One of the other girls knew.
You've done well, Barbara.
But what's it all about? I mean, how does all this help Douglas?
Barbara, I think you've earned the right to be told.
Told what?
The truth, Barbara.
The truth? Chief Inspector, something wrong.
We know where Douglas is, Barbara. We found him last night.
Found?
He's dead, Barbara.
Dead?
Murdered. Like Jean Humby.
Oh, no.
Barbara, I said you could help him. I meant it. But this was the only way. You couldn't have done what you did this morning if you'd known the truth.
Do you think Mr. Greenlaw and the others...
Yes. Barbara, the best way people can help Douglas now is to put his killers where they belong, in a dock before a jury.
I think I'd better go home, Mr. Thane. I liked him a lot.
Of course. There's a car waiting for you. A policewoman will go back with you just in case you need her. For anything, Barbara. Anything at all.
You organize everything, don't you, Mr. Thane? Absolutely everything.
Don't be in your usual flaming hurry, Erickson. You've time to spare.
Right, sir. You had it rough from the sound of it.
She had it rough, you mean? It was a hell of a way to repair, Phil.
It goes with a job. Come on, checklist time.
Aye, right. The county police are waiting for us.
I know this Drove Track place. It's right in the heart of that damned bogland.
We know Greenlaw and Yule have collected that rental truck.
Early.
Oh, killing time, Phil. They won't want to be out there before dusk.
Which leaves Greta Rodell.
McLeod and Beach will collect her on schedule. And their car. They know what to do.
Collecting a woman. Well, we've got to go back into that damn bogland again. Oh, here, I nearly forgot.
What?
Kelso, your customs pal, he'd phoned making noises about some spare whiskey samples. Said he couldn't find them.
They're in my desk. Left them in the car last night.
Well, he says he's enough for the checks, but he thinks the spares are lost.
Does he?
Well, we've arranged everything like you asked, Chief Inspector.
I was relying on that, Sergeant.
we reckon to be upsides with most forces, sir. And, of course, Alistair McSorn came along.
I'm grateful, Mr. McSorn. I wouldn't like to head into that stuff out there without a guide.
Now, you could head in, Chief Inspector. It's the getting out again that might be difficult.
Where's Inspector Moss, sir?
Back at our car.
Oh, the radio, of course. Where's that map of yours, Alistair?
Oh, here, I'll spread it out in this boulder.
Good.
Yep.
Good. Now, sir, here's what's called the Drove Road. It just it comes to an end. There's one or two like it through Flanders Moss where somebody tried to build a new road but had to give up. It's not wide, mostly overgrown, and it's joined by a footpath. Here.
I see. So it's somewhere along that road.
Track's a better word for it, Chief Inspector. And I wouldn't worry about any other traffic.
So once they're in, we've got them bottled.
That's how we see it, sir.
Aye, they'll stop somewhere along that distance. Is there anywhere they could load a truck without being seen?
Aye, the far end. At this time of the year, the reeds and weeds are thick enough to make you think you were in the jungle.
And high enough, too. Well, sir?
Right. We let them get in, and then we block the track. But we go in to get them on foot.
But why not just drive up? I mean, they can't get away, except into the peat. And only a damned fool would try that.
Or a desperate one. I don't want to risk a manhunt. Will you take us in, Alistair?
Oh, aye. It'll be easier than the last time.
Most of the way, we'll use the footpath.
Colin?
Over here, Phil.
The truck's on its way, all right. The car trailing them just radioed. They've passed Aberfoyle, heading straight for here.
Then we'd better move.
Back in there again. Where's my welly boots?
It's got its attraction, Inspector Moss. When you know it.
I don't want to know it. Right now, I just want home.
Damn. Midges are eating me alive. The city blood's a sort of treat for them, sir.
County comics we can do without, Sergeant. Hey, your clever pal has stopped.
Aye, but he's waving us to come on.
There's the Drove Road, Chief Inspector. Now stay quiet and listen. Aye, we're near them. Whatever they're doing.
Right, we'll get closer. Now, as silent as you can. All of you.
Drown quietly.
There. Just ahead.
Aye, there's the truck. Tailboard down. Planks like a bridge up to it.
Greenlaw on that winch. Hey, where's his pal, you?
The pulley chain goes into the scrub. Look, we'll get closer. Sergeant, you and McSorran ease round to the left.
Aye, sir.
Come on, Alistair.
All right, Sergeant.
Come on, Ed. Hurry us up.
I'll work here as fast as I can, damn you.
We need another 6 of these cars.
I know. Right, start winding.
That's how they load, Phil. The casks are hidden in the scrub and they winch them out and up.
Neat. Hey, how much do these things hold?
Kelso said 100 gallons each.
Then they need that winch. No?
Now, wait. Yeah. While they're getting it up to the tailboard. Now, Phil!
Nearly there, George. Keep winding.
Okay, steady your head. That's it.
All right, Greenlaw, leave it at that.
My God, it's thin.
You two, you. Run for it, Ed. Sergeant.
The winch, Greenlaw. Watch that winch.
The cask slipped.
Look out,
you.
God, it took him with it. The thing's gone. Gone into that damned peat mud.
Sergeant McLeod.
Sarge, they're here.
Right. You're going to have company, Miss Rodell.
Better than yours, I hope.
Don't get too close to those claws of hers, Beach.
Oh, no, Sarge. Not after what she did to you.
Next time I'll do it better.
In you go, Greenlaw.
Thanks very much.
And now we're all together. Good.
I thought you'd be here, Greta.
You can even sit beside her.
Thanks.
If you're looking for Yule, Greta, don't. He had an accident.
What kind of accident?
A cask took him into the peat bog.
How did you make out at Miss Riddell's flat, Sergeant?
Reasonable, sir. Show him, Beach.
There's this lot, sir. Some business ledgers, so on. She had a safe built in behind the bathroom cabinet.
Bank books, passports, money. The emergency fund, eh?
This one, sir.
I see. So it's Mr. and Mrs. Greenlaw.
It kept things in the family.
Quiet, George.
What happened to your face, Mac?
She went for me when we were opening the bathroom cabinet.
Well, this lot clinches it. You three and Frank Humby. You had a good run while it lasted.
While what lasted?
Oh, theft, fraud, evasion of duty.
Words. What about proof?
Greta, I have a feeling that after tonight, that's a formality. Theft, fraud, and evasion of duty. Well, what happens now, Chief Inspector?
Last night we got young DL's body out of Flanders Moss.
Last night? But
was it suicide?
You know better. He was murdered. The same way as Jean Humby.
Now, wait a minute.
With that kind of nonsense, we've a right to ask for a lawyer.
Oh, you'll get one soon. Phil.
Yes?
Just wait till I scribble this. Right. Phone Doc Williams and see if he says yes, will you?
Aye, on my way.
Trying to worry us, Chief Inspector.
Just checking. There were 4 of you in this at the start. Now, well, there's only 2.
2?
Frank Humby hanged himself this morning. He couldn't take any more. You know why.
Do we? Chief Inspector, you'd better remember a husband and wife can't be forced to give evidence against one another. I suppose, well, maybe Humby killed DL. Then suppose it happened that Ed Yule killed Humby's wife. Just don't try to involve us in murder. Remember, it was Humby and DL who broke into our office.
We proved that was a phony a long time back.
Greta.
George, they're bumbling around, nothing more.
Then how would you explain Frank Humby getting home half an hour before your safe raiders were seen making their getaway?
So, he went off early.
We've checked several things. Yule lived in a boarding house. On the night of the robbery, he came in around 1:30 a.m. But on the night Jean Humby died, he was back by 10 p.m. So he couldn't have killed her.
Greta and I have our own alibi. We were together.
Convenient for you.
Go on, Colin. Doc Williams says yes.
Thanks, Phil. You got that knife we found in Greenlaw's pocket?
Uh-huh. Here it is.
Uh-huh. An ordinary penknife. One blade, a screwdriver.
It's mine, so what?
Well, one side of the screwdriver tip is worn. Now, I'm going to tell you what I think happened.
Don't mind if I yawn.
Young DL was going to contact Customs and Excise. He stumbled across what you were doing. Foolishly, he confided in Frank Humby. Humby told you to. So you planned for DL to be killed, with Humby being paid to take a robbery rap which would cover things up.
Nonsense. Just nonsense.
Be quiet.
Somebody was hidden in the back of Humby's delivery van when he got back late to the warehouse. But DL was already dead by then. You gave Humby the robbery alibi. And while that was supposed to be going on, he was dumping DL's body out in Flanders Moss. Only your timing went wrong.
I'm not answering any of this crazy story.
All right. Let's talk about Jean Humby. She wanted to prove the police were wrong. And we were. She came to you for help, didn't she?
You heard my wife. We're not answering. We want a lawyer.
But Jean had it wrong. She thought Barbara MacPhail had been with her husband. But when Jean Humby got home, 2 people were waiting to kill her.
One, a woman with dark hair. I'm blonde, Chief Inspector.
And your hairdresser says you bought a dark wig a couple of months back for a party. Then this penknife, Greenlaw. I'll gamble the Scientific Bureau confirmed the screwdriver blade is the one used to take the back off that stereo set in Humby's flat. Now put your hands on the table. On the table, palms down. You too, Greta.
Why?
Do what you're told.
Oh, right.
I'll keep them there. I saw Yule's hands once we got him out of that bog. And now I've seen yours. Both DL and Jean Humby had small bruises round their faces. Bruises caused by fingers gripping hard as they were killed.
I don't
He said keep them there.
Now, almost every one of those little bruises had a tiny, close to microscopic skin hemorrhage at one end. Sharp nails. And not Ed Yule's. His were broken and chewed. And yours are short, Greenlaw. Too short. They could have been cuts instead, of course.
No.
Fingernails are what's called keratin tissue. They grow at a steady rate. Now, what I asked Moss to find out was whether a forensic expert can look at someone's nails and say how long it is since they were last cut. Well, you heard the answer. Yes. But we don't need more than a glance at your nails, Greta, do we?
Prove it. Prove any of it.
Oh, we will in court. You used Humby to lure young DL and dump his body. You left Greenlaw and Yule to fake the break-in. You took Greenlaw with you to Humby's flat. Oh, yes. You're the one I want, Greta. You killed 2 people with your bare hands. What kind of a woman does that make you?
I've nothing to say. Nothing.
Sergeant MacLeod.
Sir?
You and Beach take them away. Formal caution and charge.
Yes, sir. All right, both of you.
This way. Thane?
Well?
No, nothing.
Move up.
That's it then.
That's it, Phil. Like a fact.
No, it's light.
Aye.
You'd better see this. It was telephoned in.
What is it?
A message from Kelso, your customs pal. He's getting worried about those whiskey samples he thinks you lost. He wants formal confirmation they weren't found.
Well, we'll send him a letter. Get a couple of glasses, Phil.
Eh? But that's his samples.
Aye, but we're due a taste of proof, Phil, aren't we?
2 glasses coming up.
That was The Taste of Proof by Bill Knox. with Paul Kermack as Chief Inspector Thane and Robert Trotter as Inspector Moss. The part of Frank Humby was played by Arthur Boland. Constable Beach, Michael Bruce. Sergeant MacLeod, Robert Docherty. Mary Thane, Mary Riggins. Doc Williams, Michael Elder. Dan Lawrence, Willie Joss. Joe O'Brien, Ian Ireland. Barbara MacPhail, Rose McBain. Greenlaw, Ian Dewar. Kelso, John Shetton. Greta Riddell, Claire Richards. Superintendent Ilford, John Young. And Agnes Humby, Jennifer Angus. The play was produced by Gordon Emsley.
When the Snow Lay Round About by James Forsyth, with David Buck as King Wenceslas, Mary Wimbush as Queen Drahomira, Philip Sully as Prince Boleslav, and Rosalind Adams as Samuel. On a summer evening of 1968, 1 hour before midnight, Warsaw-packed troops, moving with the coordination of an imperial army of the empires of the past, crossed the mountainous frontiers of what was once Bohemia. By breakfast of the following day, the whole of Czechoslovakia was under Russian control. In Prague, the ancient capital of the Bohemian kings, the bronze statue of Wenceslas looked down on stunned citizens and rumbling Russian tanks. Wenceslas looked down. Once again, the foreign hordes had come. This time it was the crusaders of the new righteousness, riding their armored steeds against the infidels of the West and the heretics of contemporary Bohemia, Czechoslovakia. 1,040 years before, in the year 928, the imperial army of the Franco-Germanic Empire crossed the mountainous frontiers of little independent Bohemia. Under the command of Henry of Saxony, they also advanced at a slower, but no less ruthless pace, upon Prague. Once there, Henry the German faced King Wenceslas. Down below the royal castle, and in the forest edge beyond the great river which skirts its rocky base, a peasant is gathering firewood of winter windfalls. With him, his young nephew, Samo. At least, that's what Yanni thought.
Samo! Samo! Where could the young devil... Where's here?
Up here! Up in the tree! The branch above your head!
What the devil do you think you are, a squirrel? Now come down out of there.
I'm coming. Oh!
Samo, back up towards the trunk. Oh, holy monsieur! Jump! Samo? Samo?
Oh! Ouch, that hurt.
It was meant to. You could have broken your leg, your arm. And look at that mud that's on you now.
I couldn't know the branch was rotten, could I?
You could know that this was no day to take idiot chances.
These clothes weren't going with me anyway. Oh, it's torn your green cape. Sorry, Uncle Yanni.
No thanks to you, the branch didn't crack my skull. Now, where's the wood you gathered?
Over there.
Right, add some of this dead stuff you brought down with you and bundle it all up. The light's going.
Oh, look, Uncle. Little stack of loggins all ready, and they're old and dry.
Put that down. If you don't want another clip round the ear, do as you're told. That's King's wood for castle fires, not ours.
They're on your patch of the forest.
I know my patch. I cut them last year. And they're for up there. Look, see, the lamps are being lit up now. Just think, Santa. By tomorrow's sundown, it could be you that's lighting the castle lantern.
We need firewood more than the king.
Wrong, Patch, wrong. The king has 20 hungry fires to feed, if he's to keep his castle half as snug as our hut. I hope his wood fires are helping now to take away some of the chill that's in the heart of his holy Saxon guest.
You mean the Emperor?
Saxon king. No emperor yet. Henry the Fowler, they call him. And he's got some of the hawk in him.
I saw some of his knights today. They were looking into the forest chapel. Are they Christians too?
Supposed to be. Here, help me get this on me back. I don't trust that imperial hawk, and he don't trust us. Or why has he kept hundreds of armoured knights round the castle and up the river by the ford?
Shall I tell you something, Uncle Yanni?
Probably, so make it short.
I'm really scared about going up there.
Well, as his page, you'll be close to the king, and you don't have to be scared of him. Everybody's scared of a new job. Well, I'd be worried if you wasn't.
You're not scared of anything, are you, Uncle Yanni?
Of course I get scared. We all do.
What scares you, Uncle Yanni?
Oh, I don't know. Lightning and the lone tree. The grip of a fire on a forest that's dry. And, females. And that female Drahomira right now.
Who's she?
Who's Drahomira, boy? Going up to be page to the king, and you don't even know the name of his mother?
But I thought her name was Dromedary. Well, that's what Tata and Igor call her.
That's the nickname the forest folk give her. Because she drinks no water, keeps going forever, and gives us all the hump.
And is it true what Tata says about her?
What's that?
That Dromedary killed off King Wenceslas' grandma because...
One thing remember when you get up there. Give ear to every tale you're told, but don't repeat any. All I know is that she's like a witch with a war horse for a broomstick. You never know when or where she'll swoop on you.
How could such a nice man as Wenceslas have such a witch of a mother? Hey, Uncle Yanni?
How could you have had such a devil of a father, God rest his roasted soul? Because your mother was an angel. So was the father of Wenceslas. An angel with a flaming sword, standing at the gates of Bohemia, protecting the Garden of Eden this country was to become, can still become now, if only Wenceslas can be let alone. We have peace here, the king's peace, the sort of peace that will let a promising young sapling like you grow as great and as strong as that great tree standing there in the clearing. Jesu, a lantern. Who could be coming this way through the forest now? Oh, no! Talk of the devil. I know that voice. Boy, it's her. It's your dromedary. And on foot. Get down. Down behind our bundles. Down.
Who's with her?
The Boleslav, brother of Wenceslas.
Oh, now, look, my cape is torn. And my best riding boots...
Clothes can be sewn and boots don't bleed.
A complete folly to come this way. And on foot. By carriage.
By carriage we could have been stopped.
We're stopped now. And not by Saxon knights, but by Bohemian mud. We'll be up to our knees in it if we go on.
Not my old knees. Get your breath back, boy. Well, I hitch up my skirts.
Mother, are we peasants?
Yes, and we'll be royal peasants till the day we die. Hey, look. Castle's aswarm with torches. The Emperor must still be there.
And were I the King of Bohemia, he'd never leave it.
And we'd never survive your folly. There is to be no bloodshed. Not yet. But Boleslav, get this clear. If your brother treats with the Emperor so that Bohemia is brought within the imperial sway for our so-called protection, then nothing must be allowed to protect him. And his fate you must leave to me.
What do you mean?
Oh, boy. I'm not unaware of the love that continues between you two, nor should you think my love for him dead. But if Wenceslas signs away the independence of Bohemia, then he is a traitor, and as a traitor he has to die. But you, Boleslav, nothing is now so precious to me as the independent survival of this country.
Nothing?
Not even your life, my dear one. Certainly not mine. One thing I do respect in the Christians is that they see human sacrifice as a necessity, and it sometimes is. We go.
Ploughing through mud like peasants.
We began with the plough and the horse, so we will plough on now, and you will be horse. Now, take me up.
Oh, Jesus Christus.
When you swear, boy, swear by something really sacred to you. Now, take me up.
How you enjoy degrading me.
The truly degrading thing would be that one son proved too weak to make a good king, and the other too spineless to make a good horse. Now, stoop.
What a woman. Who's the dromedary now?
Oh, what was that?
Shut it, boy. On your knees. On your hands and knees, quick.
Mother, get down.
Someone laughed. That was no animal sound.
There. You.
Run. No, don't run too late.
You. Stand where you are.
Oh, dear God, help us. Samuel, leave this to me. Kneel down. Your Majesty.
Who is it?
Who the devil are you?
Yanni, Excellency. King's forester, and my brother's son.
And what are you doing here at this hour?
Gathering wood for our fire. I live by St. Agnes'
You were
fountain,
hiding.
sir.
Why?
Stealing the king's wood.
Oh, no, sir. No, only Windfall would. Show their excellencies some.
Then why were you going to run?
We were afraid that...
That what?
Afraid that having heard what we said...
No, I would never repeat.
So you did overhear what we said, did you? Answer me.
Answer the Queen Mother. Or with this hunting knife, pig?
Please, your majesty. We're faithful people. We're forest folk who know how and when to hold our tongues. The boy's trustworthy too. Ask the king. Why else would he have chosen this boy to be his own page?
Whose page?
King Wenceslas.
Chose this boy for his page?
This wood was for a fire to make the boy's farewell supper. Tomorrow he goes up to the castle to start work.
Well, I think you'd better start work tonight, boy. What's your name? Samo. Good name. A great saviour of Bohemia, Samo was. Would you like to help save Bohemia, too, from the invaders? Of course. The boy will come with us.
Oh, your majesty, his clothes and his...
And you, old forester. You go back to your hut. Yes, I remember you. Well, Yanni, if you breathe a word of what you heard me say this night...
I understand, your majesty.
Say goodbye, boy. Uncle!
Oh, Samo, God is good. Remember that tree? We are the roots. Yes. And don't forget us down here in the forest.
Go off with you, old root.
Uncle Yanni, tell Teta
Home, old dog, and take your bundle of wood with you.
I'll miss you, Samo.
Uncle.
Come here, boy. You see this Scythian dagger at my hip?
Excellency?
It slit the throat of a red stag today. And it will slit your throat. If you don't prove to my mother and me that what your uncle said was true, that the forest folk know how to hold their tongues...
Oh, we do.
Then prove it right now. Put out your tongue. Out. Right out. Now, hold it. Right.
Oh, was that necessary?
Yes.
You could have severed the boy's tongue.
Only a chuck under the chin. But, boy, taste the blood, do you?
Yes.
Your blood. So, taste it. And never forget when you get up into that castle there to hold your tongue whenever you are tempted to say anything about what happened down here. Or else all your blood is going to do what the blood of that stag did today. Stain the earth. Now, on through this mud. Up, Mother, and on.
Get out, idiot. I'm going to bed.
Mother, I have to know what you told the boy to do.
I only told him to repeat to me what Wenceslas says in private. Have you left them together?
I'm taking him in now.
It was foolish to delay. The Emperor may go tomorrow. There's bound to be more talking tonight.
He was obviously suspicious of our sudden arrival. What did Wenceslas say to you?
Nothing. Nothing. He would never turn away the traveller at his door. Oh, go now. Take the boy in to Wenceslas.
Ah, Boleslav.
Boy, there is your king.
And who is this?
By a strange coincidence, we met your new page at the forest edge. And his uncle, the forester, old Yanni.
Welcome, boy. Yes, I know your Uncle Yanni. When he worked at the castle and I was a boy, it was he who taught me how to split wood, how to think the axe right through to the chopping block. Samo is your name, isn't it?
Yes, Majesty.
Well, Samo, this can only be a very brief welcome. Go, stand by the fire while I see Prince Boleslav out. Brother, you must forgive me if I cannot talk to you till tomorrow when I
know, but brother, as you talk with your imperial guest, please remember that though he speaks for an empire, you speak for a people who will never pay for peace by servitude.
There is, brother, service and servitude. King Henry and I serve the same God, as do my people.
But that's not true. Well, not all your people. Half of Bohemia.
Brother, please, not now.
But if you're proceeding on that assumption...
Boleslav, I am king. You're king, too. You must trust me, not our mother.
Oh, Wenceslas, if I argue passionately, believe me, It's not only to save beloved Bohemia from shame, but to save you from destruction. For, brother, I love both passionately. Oh, that you should know.
I do. And respect the fact. Good night.
Good night.
Well, Samo, come closer to the fire. For either you are frightened or cold, and no servant of mine should tremble for either. But as you can see, we have family squabbles up here, just as you have them down there in the forest, eh?
Yes, sir.
And if anything does frighten you while I'm otherwise busy, then you go to the Castellan's wife, the Lady Beatrix. She is the most compassionate creature in the whole castle. Yet, if anything very deeply troubles you, then, busy or not, you are to come to me. You are my page. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Samo,
Sir?
you did not always talk with a lisp, did you?
No, sir. I hurt my tongue.
Yes. There's blood at the corner of your mouth. How did you do that?
I bit it, eating my food.
Samo, your face is saying rather a different thing to me than your tongue is. Your family had a reputation for honesty.
Sir?
You cannot be in my service, you know, if you do not tell the truth. This is not the truth, is it?
No,
Then why are you afraid to tell me it?
because I fell out of a tree and struck my chin and I bit my tongue falling.
I see. All right, boy. Run along now. Go to the Lady Beatrix and let her put some salve on that after you've eaten.
Sir?
And, Samo, your tabard is on inside out. Put it right, or in the kitchen they'll laugh at you, and to be laughed at on a first day in a new place is not very nice, is it?
No, sir. No,
Oh! Look out, boy!
I'm sorry.
Goat. But it's all right. What we've dropped is not breakable, at least when it's signed. The Articles of Agreement, Your Majesty. Pick them up, boy.
Pick up the papers, Samo.
Majesty,
Samo is my new page.
Ah.
Cheer up, boy. This is Machi, the Castellan.
Pleased to meet you. Well, almost, for you nearly winded me.
Now, off you go to the Lady Beatrix. She will dry your tears.
Come now. Samo's the name of a hero. This isn't very heroic.
Sorry, Lady Beatrix.
Cry so over a little hurt.
Oh, it's not my tongue. It's that I told him a lie, and I've never...
Shh. Here comes Prince Boleslav.
What's that? Why is the boy weeping? Why are you crying, boy?
Oh, because he says he told the king a little lie.
Did he? Leave the boy to me, Beatrix. Leave him.
Very well. Don't keep him long from his bed. The boy's tired out.
So we are a liar, are we?
No, Excellency. No, the lie I told the king was about my tongue. I said I'd heard it falling out of a tree.
And how'd I know that isn't a lie to me now?
No, please, it's true.
It had better be. It's a much longer drop from here down to the river rocks than from the limb of any tree. What has the king said to you so far?
Not very much.
Then come and tell not very much to the Queen Mother and me before you sleep.
Boy! Oh, Beatrix, what was the page's,
Samo.
Samo!
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
She must remain within call.
Queen Drahomir.
She's not queen. She is Queen Mother.
Wenceslas has no queen.
Queen Mother Drahomira wanted to speak to me.
So did the king. And he, not Drahomira, is the ruler of Bohemia. You are not her servant. Is that clear?
Yes, Baron Matchy.
Not Baron, Castellan.
Oh, Castellan.
Poor lad. With so many new things, his head's a swim like a swilled cup.
Yeah. The wine and the other silver cups, Samo, are in there by the great fire.
And King Henry of Saxony is astir, and you and I have to usher him in. And don't hold the royal cup as if it was a peasant mug.
No.
You're on duty. Follow me. Your Majesty, His Highness King Henry.
Come, friend, to the fire. Thank you, Machi. Leave the boy. I'll send him for you when we need you.
Your Majesty. Your Highness.
Always a very welcome blaze, the morning fire.
Yes, the sun may be up and clear, but the chill of these nights at this time of year lingers till noon. And this morning we had the benefit of a specially skilled firemaker, eh, Samo? It was your kindling, wasn't it?
Majesty.
My new page is a forest boy. Bring the cups here. Steady.
Yes, you'll need a steadier hand than that, boy. Practice falconry. Nothing like a falcon on the wrist to create a steady hand.
The visitor first.
Thank you, boy.
Now, sit aside, Samo. That's your stool. Keep an eye on the fire. This cup, shall we say, is to the keeping of peace.
I drink to that. Wenceslas, last night you said something troubling to me, so that I am still uncertain that you are clear about what we offer, and, of course, the price. Should the boy be here?
Nothing we may now say should be secret from my people.
That, too, worries me. Your degree of trust.
Henry, my brother in Christ, by any agreement to be reached about Bohemia, you were not to be my ruler.
Forgive me. With personal concern for you.
Last night, what troubled you?
Oh, only words to the effect that the tree of state, seen as a great tree, can only be strong if it stands quite free and its roots are respected.
And with that you disagree?
No. It is that in making that statement you seem to imply that we, of the Empire, and that I personally, did not want Bohemia to stand free.
But protected. I was only stressing the point that a plant protected can be overprotected. Come to this window. Boy, come. I want you to see two trees. That one, standing within the protection of the castle walls, my grandmother, Ludmilla, planted. As a sapling, it was taken from the river forest down there. It has sun, it has air, but it has never been buffeted by any great wind, and by the wall its roots are limited. It has never thrived. In fact, next year it will probably be a dead thing. But down there, and over the river by the forest edge, is a great tree that has always been an entire delight to me. It stands free of the forest, but is neighbour to the whole empire of trees beyond. It enjoys the freedom of a tree in good native soil, open not only to the sun and the rain, but to the buffet of healthy winds also. It thrives. It will survive.
Even storms?
Even storms.
But not uprooting tempests?
Not tempests, no.
And from tempests, we would protect Bohemia. Tempests which will come to you from beyond the giant mountains, beyond your forest lands.
The Magyar hordes.
And the sword of Silesia. And all the barbarian threat now building against Bohemia. Against these you simply cannot stand alone, now can you?
Close the shutters, boy.
Wenceslas, why won't you give me your decision? Why won't you trust me? You who are so trustful of others.
It offends you, I know.
Oh, no. This is a matter above persons and the personal. But I must now begin my journey back, and if I do not go carrying your agreement, well...
Please, dear brother in majesty, sit.
Thank you.
Samo, pass that wooden casket to me. Thank you. Here, in the fire, is warmth. Here we have wine and bread. And here, for the moment, we have that peace within which can be nourished by these. This is all we need for life to be sustained in us, and God to give that life wonder. All the rest is greed and ambitious illusions. My desire is simply that every man, woman, and child within our little Bohemia should have that peace and the provision to enjoy these needs. And if the general achievement of this were to reduce me and my own household to the same peasant simplicity, I'd praise God for it. I've tasted its joy. And the sooner we reach this simplicity, the sooner life lived as praise can be every man's privilege, and peace not be the mere negation of strife, but a positive joy.
Oh, a dream, Wenceslas, a sentimental though a lovely dream.
Neither sentimental nor a dream.
In this world, a dream, yes. Well, you cannot live your life as though you were an anonymous monk. And it is the dreamer in you that worries me. To be regal is to face the reality that crowns bring crosses.
I am talking of reality. It was not dreaming to have tended the vines and pressed the grapes which made this wine. I did so. It was not dreaming to scythe the standing wheat, thrash the chaff from the true grain, and see this bread into the oven and out again. I did so. And is it not a reality that you have come here and have honored me with these deep deliberations, and peacefully, not because you fear me, not because I hold immense forces as you do, or the rich resources of empire? You could so easily have overrun all Bohemia. And if you have held off, is it not because that deep in you, as in any man truly alerted to the goodness of God, you do realize, and not just at the altar, symbolically, that the bread, the wine, the warmth is enough, and his peace praised abundantly is the fulfillment of man?
Oh, the world. This wide world, what will it do to you, dear Wenceslas? I came alone, yes, because of you and what you are. And having come, I am more than ever determined to be your protector, and so the protector of your Bohemia. Therefore, do you accept our protection? Do you?
There is still one thing.
I need an answer now.
But this thing is crucial to what we would agree and to the whole success of that agreement. Because for my people to accept, it is the most difficult condition of all.
What condition?
The presence on Bohemian soil of foreign soldiery.
Foreign soldiery? Christian knights and Christian fighting men who would defend to the death all you so dearly believe in.
But who to our peasants are foreigners. It is I who am now being the realist, because I know my proud people. Why need any force be stationed on our soil when on any sign of invasion we can call upon your...
You have not admitted one blatant reality. That you have a house divided. There therefore has to be a force left here. If only sufficient to support you in any castle revolution.
What have you been told?
Oh, Wenceslas, I don't have to be told. I have eyes, I have ears, so have you. You are a house divided. And you know it. Your mother, your brother, the senior baron who would command all the royal levies, Baron Krock, and half the barons too are heathens. They don't act as you do. They cannot tolerate your belief. Do you deny it?
No, I do not.
Ah, your own mother. When Ludmilla stood in her way, bravely teaching you the love of Christ, poisoned.
I know. The boy.
No, you need me. Bohemia needs me. And our protection. But I thought that under the one God we had agreed. Boy, these documents.
Majesty.
Wenceslas, I cannot wait. I will not make this offer again. Now, do you now accept our protection? These are, we agree, the only points at issue. Do you accept them? That, as a token tribute, you render annually 120 head of cattle and 600 marks. That also there shall remain within your immediate royal domain. At your call, though under our command, 40 mounted knights, and 100 armed men, that upon these acceptances Bohemia becomes tributary to the empire, yet ruled by you, and that rule to be under the letters of the law now native to her. That this is done in the spirit of the laws of God, as we jointly do reverence them within the revelations of Christ. There. Now do you, beloved Wenceslas, accept this? And now, do you? Do you?
I do.
Then sign these, and let us drain our cups, and let me clasp you to my heart. Oh, I'm not unmindful of your anguish, and of the personal strain.
Samo.
Sir?
Fetch Castellan Maci. Let my royal seal be brought.
Mother, the boy's been sent to fetch the royal seal, and that can mean only one thing.
Agreement.
This may be him. Ah, good boy. Here he is, Mother.
Bring him close to the window.
The better to see if you are lying, Samo.
Boleslav, leave this to me. Now, Samo, the only reason for my asking you questions is that you may help me to save Bohemia.
Yes, Majesty.
I don't think you're too young to understand that my own sad son, your king, has been misled by lies told to him by foreign priests. Now, their only aim is to lead us all in chains into their so-called Holy Empire. Now, Samo, what did the king, our Wenceslas, say to Henry of Germany?
He said so many things, ma'am. How can I remember them all?
Samo, did you hear either king speak of Bohemia and its protection?
Wenceslas only wants peace. He said so.
But did he say anything to the Saxon king about accepting the empire's protection?
Well, did he?
Oh, boy, it's a simple question.
Wenceslas is a good man, ma'am.
And Henry the Fowler is a bad man. Now, surely you could see that.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Samo, did Wenceslas say yes to Henry's offer of protection?
Yes, ma'am, but...
So, my God, it's done.
And in agreeing, did Wenceslas talk of any conditions about tribute of goods, cattle?
Or men? Fighting men?
Fighting men? Oh!
What do you mean? Oh.
Well, only a few soldiers, mounted knights, Christian knights.
Christian knights?
What to do?
Well, just stay here when his armies go.
Frankish soldiery on our soil. Why?
If you do not fully tell us the truth...
But I couldn't hear it all.
You could hear enough.
He must have given a reason to Wenceslas for leaving any soldiery here.
And some of the words I didn't understand.
You don't have to understand.
We shall understand.
He said the knights were to stop a castle revolution.
Ah. Oh, then let his lovely knights stay. For it will take all of the Imperial Army now to stop Croc and the barons and me.
Be quiet, fool. The seal must be set.
And there go our protectors. Samo, for being a better servant of Bohemia than my beloved fool of a brother, take this. It's my hunting dagger. Take it, I've others. Take it. Now go.
Samo.
Majesty.
Before supper, come back here. There is something I need you to do for me.
Majesty.
This is a day of shame for me, as a mother and as a Bohemian.
Now at last the issue's clear. Oh, need we be so solemn, Mamma?
Tomorrow is his birthday. The day I gave him birth.
What's this? Samo, this won't do. Hush now. Oh, surely you don't want to shame yourself before the whole kitchen. No. Straighten up, boy. What's this dagger? God, boy, you haven't done something foolish, have you?
I want to go home. I just want to go home.
Oh, dear me. Listen, Samo, I want to go home too. My home's far away, beyond the western forest, in the hills where the Rotava rises, and I love it. And when I first came here as my dear Matchie's bride, I cried. Yes, I cried every day for a month. Even though I love Matchie, even though Wenceslas was kindness itself. Homesickness is as natural a thing as seasickness is on the sea. Now, where'd you get this dagger?
Prince Boleslav gave it to me.
Why? Samo, what has Boleslav been saying to you?
I want to go home.
Now, just stop it, Samo. You're not a baby. You're royal page to the King of Bohemia. Take my handkerchief.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you should be. Now, stand up. Straighten your tabard. You're going to walk with me right through the great kitchen, just as though nothing had happened. Then, in Matchie's private chamber, you and I will write a letter home. A nice letter.
I can't write very much.
Then I'll write it for you. Now, follow me and no tearful nonsense. All right?
Castellan! Castellan!
Your Majesty. A moment, Baron Croc. No. Sire.
Castellan, this is Prince Vasily Voronov, who will be my knight commander remaining in command of our Bohemian detachment.
Your Bohemian...
I mean the fighting men of the Imperial force whom I now leave with you on Bohemian soil. Prince Voronov, this is the King's Castellan Matchie.
Welcome.
Allow the welcome to come from me. This is Baron Croc, who, in any emergency, has all the baronial levies brought under his command.
Your Majesty's servant, sir. Baron?
Before your Majesty's departure, may Baron Croc and I see the Prince's knights and their men on their way to their encampment?
Certainly. The Prince Vasily himself will follow. He and I have to take our farewells. Vasily?
Sir.
Vasily, this Baron Croc, he is Drahomira's man, comes of her tribe, the heathen Luteces. He is not to be trusted. In any emergency, only obey orders from Wenceslas or from me.
From you, but Highness...
As we withdraw through the country, certain sick knights falling by the way will create a chain of mounted men as far as the border. Understand?
Understood. Is King Wenceslas informed of this?
No. This is a secret between myself and you, and the Almighty. For when the blood flows and these baronial vultures tear at the king, we, the falcons, must be ready to fly. 100 hooded and ready-mounted will be kept over the border.
Majesty, I understand.
But while here, do everything in your power to create, Christian friendship between your knights and these people. Matchie, the Castellan, is to be trusted. Adieu.
Sire, adieu. And may God protect us. Though protect us.
Beatrix is being very kind to me.
Not unpleasant for me to write down. Thank you, Samuel.
And please, Uncle. Oh.
What's wrong?
My Uncle Yanni can't read.
Isn't there somebody who could...
Oh, Teta. Yes, she can read.
And who's Teta?
My cousin. Can I say something more?
Yes. In any case, you must finish it properly.
Please, Uncle Yanni, give my love to Teta. I so miss her.
Now.
Sorry.
Let's just say I so miss her company and all my friends of the forest, your affectionate nephew. Can you sign your name?
Oh, yes, Teta taught me.
The men now bringing the winter wood in can take you down to the ferryman. Your name here.
Yeah.
And Samo.
Yes, my lady.
All love for you isn't just down there in your old home. If you went from here now, I'd miss you. Now go.
Yes, my lady.
Oh, now steady, boy.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, don't make a habit of butting into me every time I open a door.
Sorry, Castellan Matchie.
Oh, Matchie, the child doesn't understand your fun.
Homesickness?
Yes, I think so.
What's this?
Oh, it's a letter home I wrote for the boy.
Don't spoil him. I must try what weeping can do for me.
Idiot. But, Matchie, dearest, I think Boleslav's trying to make use of that boy.
For what purpose?
Spying on the king.
Oh, he's a good boy. Trustworthy, isn't he?
I think so, but he's very frightened. In the letter here, he says to his uncle, but it's Prince Boleslav I'm scared of, and I don't want to have to do anything bad for the king. He's so good to me.
Didn't you question the boy about that?
Oh, the least precious. You could see he burst into tears. But Boleslav's given him a present of a hunting knife.
Devil, to make use of a frightened child. Well, I'll tackle him in the morning. Oh, what a day. but one, I believe, that is going to be the start of another peaceful chapter in our history. Unless...
Yes, Croc. Dear Croc. A strange sunset.
End to a strange day.
An end much more for me.
I don't think you've seen the end of Henry the Fowler. They're all birds of a feather, your imperialists, righteous to a degree and rascals in pursuit of what they see as right. It's going to be hard to see hundreds still roosting here and eating our grain while we pay in beef, all for the privilege of holy protection. But I must not trouble your Majesty's rest.
Oh, that's trouble beyond sleeping now.
Yet a good night to my beloved Queen.
Beloved Queen? Setting the clock back, old warhorse?
Would that I could. Sleep as you can. The night watch is still Bohemian, and it's watching the watchers.
When Wenceslas was too young to reign and I ruled, were you happier then?
Good God, need you ask?
And if Boleslav ruled?
Well, again, need you ask? Still too hot-headed.
I had to ask. Oh, open the door, Croc. I know who it is.
Come in, boy.
Samo, come here.
Yes, Majesty.
Samo, the king will be wanting his supper. Here's the wine in his silver cup, and here's the wheaten bread, and with it this cheese, which is an old favourite with him. Take them up, and take them in, and don't spill any on the way.
Majesty.
And Samo, this you must say to my dear son, the king, that I have not forgotten his birthday and all the hope born with him upon that day, and that my love for him remains as deep and as true as it is for Bohemia, and that is an end of it.
Boy, you're late. The king's been asking for you. Where have you been?
To your mother, sir, to fetch the king's supper.
And why aren't you wearing the dagger I gave you? Oh, watch out, you'll spill the wine. Wait. You say you fetched this bread and wine from my mother, not from the cook in the kitchens?
Yes.
She prepared it with her own hands?
It was for his birthday. Something special. Something... Oh.
Now, sit there. I won't be long.
But...
Don't talk to anyone. You hear?
Sir?
Wenceslas.
Yes. I knew there were bound to be questions from Mother and you before the sky lost all its gold.
Aye. And if the question for me were not desperate, I would not interrupt you at your prayers.
Oh, I wasn't praying. I was simply kneeling by the window to see along the river to the ford.
Aye. King Henry has left a rear guard there, which was intended for a vanguard one day.
No. These are men of peace. Peace, Boleslav, is King Henry's aim, as mine.
Wenceslas, you know that whatever our differences may be, however violent our arguments, there is, and will always be in me, a real love of you.
Oh, I've never had any difficulty, Boleslav, in believing that you, in your hot heart, loved me.
Then in that love now, let me plead with you to make me a promise. It can be a private promise between us, that as soon as his army is beyond Bohemia, you will tear up this treaty with Henry, which I know he'll never on his side honour.
Are you asking me, the King of Bohemia, to break my solemn pledge to a great Christian king made after painful and full consideration? Where then would be the contract between princes and nations?
Look at me, brother. Look. I know my reputation for hot-headedness, but now, clearly and calmly, seeing more than you see and caring for Bohemia even more deeply than you...
Yes, for Bohemia. An idea, a pride, a principle, but not for its people.
Its people? Its land, its history, us, you. I tell you that if tonight, if now, you will not solemnly promise me that you will revoke this treaty, which takes away our ancient independence, then I will not answer for your life. In fact, I cannot.
Are you threatening me with death?
No. I am pleading with you for your life. Oh, Wenceslas, we know that we both came crying from the one woman's womb, I and me probably screaming. For it is I who have inherited the violence native in her. But now, if you will not be our passionate father's son and fight the invaders, then I cannot save you. Wenceslas, for God's sake...
My life is not in human hands alone. And I do fight. And the passion of our parents is in me. I fight. But the enemy I fight is deep in you, in me, and in all of us. A dragon of destruction who, if not fought off, will inevitably see the destruction of family, castle, land, and all the people, whoever they may be, of Bohemia, Moravia, Gaul, Saxony. Oh, certainly I am no hooded bird of prey tied to an emperor's wrist, nor am I the eagle on the battle banners of our heroic father, but neither am I the passionless dove you take me to be. For the dove of life, as my Christ knew, has all the passion of creation in it. For the rage of creation ran through the Creator in the making of man. I will create peace for this people, because their need is 7 more years of creative peace. 7 years to grow to the grace and strength where we may truly say, in our Bohemia is the new Eden, where men live to tend the garden that was God's and is ours, and where we take joy in the fruits of it.
If you so love, as so obviously you do, the peasant life, why not go and be a peasant? Let me, not Henry the Fowler, protect you. Keep your Christ, renounce your crown. Live like a monk in the woods you love.
And Bohemia?
Leave her to me. Or else.
Or else.
Or else, kill me and imprison our mother. Because neither of us will ever allow this subjection to the Empire to happen. This is despair, not hate of you. The coming day's your birthday. Make it a new beginning. Promise me to stand aside, as I know in your heart you would love to do. Be your man of peace. And appoint me, not our mother, to be your successor. Wenceslas.
Brother, no. God bless you for the love in this. But no. And good night.
Boy, why are you sitting here staring at the King's Cup?
Prince Boleslav told me to wait here.
Boleslav?
Castellan Machi. When they say that Drahomira killed Ludmila...
Samo!
Yes, what about Drahomira? Samo!
Matty, the boy's wanted in there with the King's supper. Move, boy.
But Boleslav, the King's page comes under my orders.
And you may come under mine sooner than you think. So, go in, boy.
Oh, Samo, it's you. Samo, give me the... Thank you. Oh, it is a cold cup. Ha! Take the poker here, push it in where the red embers are. That's it. I will show you how to mull a good cup of wine. Why are you so silent, Samo? You're not happy here, are you? Don't hold on to the poker so or it'll burn you. When the other end is red hot, we take it up with this leather glove and then we plunge it into this cup of wine to mull it. I have spices here in this little casket, see? Boy, have you nothing to say to me?
Majesty, your mother...
What of her?
She said to tell you that she'd not forgotten your birthday and the hopes... She said the hopes born with you.
Yes. I know her hopes, Sam. Did she say anything more?
That she loves you.
Not something you believe, boy, is it?
No.
Well, that's honest. Yet it is true. My terrible mother terribly loves me. Now, take my cup in your hands again. In goes the spice. Hold it still. Now, see. The poker's red hot. Hold out the cup. Head back for the fizz. Smell the spice. Now, hand me the cup. Samo, I said, give me the cup. What's the matter with you, boy? Samo, in God's name!
Your Majesty. Samo, I want to die.
The boy gulped my wine. When I tried to wrest the cup from him, he threw the contents onto the fire.
I want to die.
Quick, Beatrice, take the boy with you. Make him sick, make him vomit. Quickly. Sam, come. And keep him with you. Let no others know. Beatrix tells me it was your mother prepared the cup tonight.
Oh, dear God, no.
And the food.
Who's there?
Mother.
Boleslav, is that you? Wait. Wenceslas.
Mother. You had not expected to see me again, had you?
I was startled to see you standing there, like the ghost of your father.
The boy drank the wine. Yes, the boy. He will live. A pig ate the food. It is dead.
Why, Mother? Why ask when you know the answer? To save Bohemia.
By murder of your own son? At the risk of damnation to your own soul?
Better far that I, still loving you, should kill you now, than that later the people in panic and hate should tear you to pieces.
That my people will never do.
They are not your people, they are Bohemia's people. Only yours through my folly in ceding the crown to you because of age and the advice of idiots.
They are mine, Mother, only through a love which our crown has begun to mean and must go on meaning.
By selling their freedom, by crippling their native spirit through concessions to the creeping priests of Rome.
No.
Yes. I wished you dead. I wish you dead now if nothing will change your course. So, put me in chains, kill me, for I will not change, and I will not wait to see here in life what so clearly I've seen in my dreadful dreams. I've seen Bohemians in screaming despair swarming in their thousands from our forests out there and on up here to kill their king. Kill me now, for I want to be our king's killer. Wenceslas.
Oh, you will not die. Not at my hands. Nor will Boleslav.
Boleslav did not know.
Oh, he knew. Or he guessed.
Where are you going? Wenceslas! Wenceslas!
Samo, it's all right. You'll be all right now. That was a brave thing to do. The king came in and he kissed your head as you slept. Archie, what is it?
My sword. My sword.
What's wrong?
My cloak. The king. He's walked out into the night going God knows where. How are you, boy?
I'm all right.
But, Archie, the king...
I'll come back as soon as I know where he's gone. Good boy, Samo. You've saved the king's life.
Has the king gone from the castle, eh?
Archie says so.
He'll come back, won't he?
Oh, of course. Now lie still. Boleslav, how dare you come in here without permission?
I want the boy.
No, he's sick.
I'm not sick now. And if you touch Lady Beatrix or me, I'll plunge this dagger into you.
So my own dagger is to dispatch me like a pig, huh? Spirit, eh? Well, young Bohemian, with the way things are moving, we'll need a few spirited Bohemians about, but...
Oh, Samo!
Oh! Young devil, quick, bind this up. If he's run off, I'll set the dogs on him.
No, Croc, no. Nor as much he found which way he went.
And the boy?
Oh, Boleslav will start a full hunt for him in the morning. He's lost a lot of blood.
Do Boleslav good. But did Wenceslas give you no idea why or where?
Croc, we know why.
Yes, and so does Machi. Beatrix and the boy, too. Oh, this was ill-planned, Your Majesty. They'll have to be somehow silenced or word will get out. And his knights will get to Henry in Saxony. Any attack on the king and the excuse for that invasion is there. Too soon, Drahomira, too soon. Ah, Boleslav, no news?
Mother, his monk's garb's gone.
Ah, then once again he'll be walking among his people like an unknown monk in the stupid belief that he can get to know the will of the people. And he's gone because he couldn't bear the truth, I told him.
What matters now is what we will do while he's gone, which is to prepare for war.
Yes. Listen to them. Listen. The Saxon fowlers, sweet Christian knights, encamped by the ford, and singing what? What song, mother, eh?
Our harvest festival song.
The sickle and the sheaf? Yes, it is.
But how would they know it?
Probably schooled in the song before they ever left Saxon.
Ah, sly.
Sickening. So, while my holy brother is out of the way, let's get rid of these sly invaders.
No.
What? Have you weakened too?
No, let the big battle come, but I need more time to prepare.
Great God, man, you're in Bohemia now. Split these singing throats tonight. Sound your war horns at dawn, and by noon there will be hundreds of men pouring forth from the forests, the meadows, the mountains.
Aye, men on foot, and mostly armed at best with dagger and spear. But those Saxons singing now are mostly mounted men and armoured. The horses we have bred, but we are still breeding men who are able to ride to the sword and the lance. It needs training, it needs time, which, thank God, Wenceslas has given us.
Yes. Till word gets back to Henry that Bohemia has no king.
All that Henry's Voronov need know is that Wenceslas has gone on a holy pilgrimage to various local shrines within the kingdom.
You, Boleslav, you will hunt down the boy and bring him here.
You will not, old woman. Now order me. I will do what I will do.
Boleslav! Prince Boleslav! If you defy the orders of our queen, I will be obliged to imprison you for treason. Your mother, our queen, voluntarily vacated the throne for your brother. He has gone, deserted the throne and the crown, and the throne reverts to...
God's mother. It is not only the Saxons who are sly, not just Henry the German who seeks a power that I am entitled to. An old devil who seeks it stands behind you now.
No, let him go. All his rage will be vented on the boy, if he finds him.
Uncle Yanni! Uncle Yanni!
Well, Cletter. Why, all that's marvellous. What have you dragged out here?
A surprise, Yanni, eh?
It's your own little donkey cart decorated for the Harvest Festival.
And we're the donkeys to have dragged it right out here through the wood.
I wanted you, Uncle Yanni, to see how well Igor and I had decorated it.
Lord, Cletter, I didn't know there were that many wild roses left in the forest.
There are.
She made most of them out of cloth.
A clever girl, isn't she? And I suppose this flower of the flowers of the forest, Igor, will be all petalled up in a fancy dress and sitting on the cart the great day, waiting, shall we say expecting, to be crowned Queen of the Harvest.
Don't be silly, Uncle Yanni.
It might be silly to expect anyone else to win.
Oh, don't be a donkey.
Well, I will be, more or less, for I'm to be the front part of the festival horse pulling this.
Well, stop the horseplay and let's have the food.
There's Samuel's letter. You said you wanted it, didn't you?
All right, read it over to me. All morning my old brain's been sawing and sawing away at the edges of what the boy meant by that bit about Prince Boleslav.
But it's Prince Boleslav I'm afraid of, and I do not want to have to do...
that's it.
Anything bad for the king.
Anything bad for the king. See, it worries you too, doesn't it?
Do you think you should go up to the castle?
Dear God!
What is it?
That's Samuel, look! He's coming through the trees.
Peter! Uncle Yanni! Uncle Yanni!
Boy, what in the great God's name are you doing down here?
I've run away last night.
You've run away from the castle?
Oh, Samuel.
You young idiot. What do you want to do? Shame your family and bring the king's anger down upon me?
No, you don't understand.
I'll understand all right, and so will you when I get you up there.
No!
What did you say?
You don't understand. I can't go back. Samuel.
Why not, Samuel?
They'd kill me.
Who?
Drahomira, Boleslav, Baron Krok.
The king wouldn't...
The king's gone.
Gone?
Gone? Dear God, he's not...
Oh, no, he's not dead. But Drahomira tried to...
Hush, boy. Hold your tongue and come with us back to the hut. Come, boy.
Uncle Yanni, where can I go?
All right. Just let's get you out of sight.
I didn't mean to come here and bring trouble to you, Uncle Yanni. But when I swam the river, I was so cold.
All right.
I left my tabard by the river shore so they'd think I drowned.
All right, we'll work on that. Now just be quiet, boy, and do as you've been told.
It is understood by me, Baron Crock, yet it is a long duration of the king to be from the castle, no?
We have a king well enough who does not know discipline, as you and I do as soldiers. Oh, a good king. Too good a man, perhaps, for this world.
As was our saviour?
Yes. But when your Christus told his faithful band that he would be crucified and rise on the third day, he at least kept his appointments.
A strange sense of humour you have in Bohemia.
Ah, but good tunes. You Christians sing well.
Thank you. And in the castle, all is peace?
Why not?
And the castellan, Mathieu, he is well, because he has ceased visiting our camp.
No, he went out after the king and hasn't yet come back.
Boleslav, if you drink less, I'd get more sense out of you. Where is Machi now?
The dungeon's still in chains.
Beatrix, too?
Beatrix, too.
And still no sight of the boy?
The boy's drowned. They fished out more of his clothes.
But no body.
Not yet. But I've seen the man of straw at the spring festival swept right down to Rotislavi before it surfaced again. Even I wouldn't have swum the river that night. He had spirit. I could have made a fighting man out of him.
Oh, don't fill that goblet again unless you want to drown in wine.
It's Harvest Festival. It's time for drinking, and it's more than time for fighting. Isn't King Croc ready yet?
King Croc?
Oh, make up your mind, Mother. That old war horse is not after a crock of gold. He wants the crown of Bohemia on his thick skull, and our skulls in his hairy hands. Well, you wait and see. But beyond the harvest, I'm not waiting.
Boleslav! You must.
Why must I?
Because I cannot. God will not let me.
What are you talking about?
Let me put it simply in order to get through your thick skull. I am dying, boy.
Dying?
None of the doctors will give me more than a matter of weeks.
Mother.
Croc must not know, but you must not challenge him.
Not for the crown.
The crown will be yours in time.
In time?
The great conflict is coming soon, which will sweep away Wenceslas and all weakness, but Bohemia must be united in the fight, and the barons will obey Croc, not you.
Am I no longer prince?
Great God! Why was I given sons who will not see that the crown is hollow until men with majesty invest it with brain and brawn? Croc has the experience and cunning in the field to lead the barons to battle, but you must be seen bearing the banner of the eagles.
Ah, the banner boy, Mother. What am I?
Why did God give me two such sons? Oh, Bohemia, Bohemia!
Samo, I'm here.
Well, you didn't answer.
Oh, Tedda, why can't I be up in the hayloft where there's space to stand up? And oh, what's that?
It's meal porridge and cream.
I don't want any. I'm not hungry.
Would you rather die? Would you rather, like Machi, spend the rest of your days in the castle dungeon? They say Lady Beatrix is there too.
Beatrix? Oh, Tedda, when will the king come back?
Only the king knows that. Take a sip of this, please. Just to please me.
You don't suppose that in the dark of that first night they killed Wenceslas and threw him in the river?
Oh, no.
Well, just as we were pretending I was dead, they might be pretending he's alive, so that the Emperor's knights won't kill him.
No, he's been seen.
What?
The man who saw him could have been mistaken, of course. He said this person was unshaven and was dressed like a begging monk, but he swore it was him. And I'm sure the king is alive.
What day is it?
Don't you know?
All the days seem the same to me.
It's Harvest Festival Eve.
Oh, I'm going to miss all that. I'll even miss seeing you all dressed up as Harvest Queen.
Poor Samo.
Please, Tedda, can't you get them to let me be up in Igor's hayloft just for that? I could peep down through the floorboards and see it all.
It will be a risk, Samo, but I'll ask. There's going to be some very special singing, too. The soldier choir of the Knights of the Empire are taking part. They've challenged Uncle Yanni's Foresters Choir that they can sing the Sheaf and Sickle song better than we can.
Is Igor playing Harvest King again?
No. Marriage to me in real life is going to be enough for him. He's playing the front end of the comic horse who pulls the festival cart in. Oh, Samo!
What is it?
I've just thought of a place where you could be part of the festival and nobody would know.
What?
You might play the tail end of the horse.
Oh, Tedda, if only I could.
Young man!
Down, rear end. Samo, down. There's a monk with a beard of a goat coming our way. Not so much of a man, Holy Father, as half a horse.
Well, such a splendid festival cart deserves an intelligent horse. So, may I ask you, what is this singing in there in the barn?
Oh, Father, you're not just a stranger to these parts, but a stranger to Bohemia if you don't know that song.
Oh, I know the song. It is the singers I would know.
Oh, and you should too. They're Christian fighting men of the unholy Holy Empire. Good God. Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
Why? What is it?
Well, it's the judge for the singing coming this way, Baron Croc.
Croc? Son, may I go into your barn and watch?
Oh, certainly, Father. Anyone can go in.
Thank you, my son.
Samo, get back in. Head down. There's Croc. Oh, I was mad to risk this for you. Stand still. Pray.
Ah.
Excellency.
The winning cart, is it? Very pretty.
Thank you, Excellency.
You're the farmer's son, aren't you?
Well, in fact, Excellency, I'm only half a festival horse today.
And the hindermost half?
Inside there.
Well, hindquarters, it'll soon be over, so bear up.
When he thwacked you on the rump just now, I
Igor,
thought...
the voice of that monk was the voice of Wenceslas.
Quiet, quiet, please. All ready, Excellency?
When you are, Forester.
Ready, Prince Voronov, sire?
Ready? Yes.
Our honoured guests from Saxony will be allowed to sing first. Give them a welcome, boys.
Seen him, I would have known.
But I know that voice. And you said he was dressed as a monk when that other man saw him. Oh, if only you'd let me look at him, Igor.
Well, he's in there now. When we go in... Oh, shh, listen.
Is it time?
No, we don't go in till the winning choir has been chosen and they sing the victory repeat. No.
What is it?
Over by the old pigsty, where Samo hid. Look, there's that Baron Felix.
Boleslav.
Quick, help me on with the horse's head. Samo, we're going to draw the cart now. Right up to the big barn door where we're going. Don't hurry.
No.
Right. Here we go. Go in step, Samo. Don't hurry.
Hold on, mother, at the drawing door. Give thanks to Mother Earth, who light and hear.
Well, Your Excellency, quiet if you please. Well, Baron Croc.
An impossible choice. Both choirs a joy to hear. Congratulations, Saxon. So, in consideration of the fact that harmony is the aim, I declare this song contest to be a draw. And quiet. In consideration of the fact that festivals are for fun, let us have both choirs sing together to bring in your young harvest queen.
Tell Igor to stand ready, and here we go. Open the doors, Jan. Both doors, boy.
Silence, Prince Boleslav.
Boleslav?
My lady.
It's Boleslav. He's come in.
Samo, stay still.
My profuse apologies to all at this time of harvest festival.
In God's name, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, King Croc. King Cock the Cautious. The meaning of this crock is that festival wine has loosened the tongues of a few faithful peasants. And by the wagging of tongues, we are once again hot on the scent of a certain young buck, past page to the missing monarch. So,
Prince Voronov, you and your men may care to go.
Yes, Baron, I think so.
Oh, I think so, too. I've always said that our Christian competitors should go, and well beyond our borders.
Fool! Thank you, Baron Croc. Come, people, foresters.
Baron Felix, let the holy horseman go, but watch the peasant.
Boleslav, this is drunken folly. To make the hunting down of a mere boy damage what I was doing now in lulling the enemy before me.
Lulling? There's been enough lull and lullaby, old war. Out of my way.
Prince Boleslav.
Yes, please.
Not in the loft. It's empty.
I'm not in here, Excellency. Barn's cleared.
Oh, well, let them all go along with the Saxon songsters. Wait. No. The horse, the comic horse. There are two ends to that, both human, eh? Both peasant flesh. Dig out the demi-horseman.
Samo!
Run, Samo! You're stopped them!
Nanny! Wenceslas!
Sorry?
No!
Got the boy! Ah!
For sake,
No!
A wine sweet.
Boleslav! Brother!
Wenceslas!
Samo! Come here, boy.
Bring on Felix. She's the king. She's the traitor, Wenceslas.
No!
Prince, follow off your knight. The doors. Not the doors. Actions. Leave this devil to us. Igor, Yen,
Fire, hold him. Fools, take your filthy hands off him.
Your Majesty, Baron Croc's got away.
Prince Volanov, your mounted scouts, pursue and hold the Baron Croc, but no injury. We have yet to know what his guilt is.
By heaven, brother, we know yours.
Rope his wrists. And your Majesty, sit here.
On the harvest throne.
I, mock king of the harvest. You may have sown the seed, but the harvest is going to be reaped by the imperial sickle. And the sheaves will yield the bitterest meat this nation ever made.
No, brother. No bitterness, but peace in plenty. And may God keep me fit to be a king worthy to sit in this harvest throne among this people, among a people whose will I now know is for a peace intolerable to you and a faith with a future.
Bring him closer.
You'll never get me now to kneel before him.
No, Boleslav, I do not ask you to kneel to me. I only ask you to face me, and in facing me to face these facts, that this people wants peace, needs peace to grow, and that peace is possible through Christ, through me, and without shame.
Is it without shame that you use the powers of the Empire now to protect your throne and punish me, your own flesh and blood?
I have not yet punished you. And the power holding you now is no foreign force, but the native muscle of foresters entirely faithful to Bohemia. It is you that are now foreign to them and their way of life. That is the shame. Unbind him.
Majesty.
Boleslav, you are free to go from here to your own lands, but not to come back this side of my forests till God has changed you. For think, brother, what you would have done. Brutally and treacherously shed Christian blood and justified the Holy Empire in marching in to make this country run with the blood of a whole generation of men. You cannot kill evil with the sword. Those who live by it, in living so, die, and the dead bury the dead. Take you and your evil hopes away, and for Christ's sake, my brother, kill them in you, so that once again we may love one another. Our mother will be joining you in this banishment. Go now, freely.
I remember this as the day when disgust of weakness made me want to spit upon our king. You are the Judas of Bohemia. Out of my way!
Oh, Majesty?
No,
I don't think so.
It was not wise. But when worldly wisdom would surely have been to kill one's own brother, who then is in the generation of Cain? He was drunk. He was hurt. He is proud. He will be brought to the truth.
Wenceslas?
Beatrix!
Wenceslas, Drahomira, your mother, is dead.
Dead. Dear God.
But fear died with her too, for the jailers released Machi and me, though he is crippled.
Samuel.
Majesty?
You and I have much work to do up in the castle.
St. Stephen's feast and a crackling bright fire. The king will be pleased. Your Uncle Yanni will be almost snowed up down there now. Have you seen the depth of it?
Yes. It was still falling when the king and me were giving out the gifts to the poor people.
It stopped falling now. Oh, Samo, the doctor's given me the best Christmas present I ever had. He says we can burn Match's crutches. Oh, I want to watch them burning away all these nightmare nights and days.
But would the king not
complain? They're good ashwood. And you know the old rhyme, ashwood green or ashwood brown is fit for a king with a golden crown.
Well, Samo, are you enjoying your first Christmas in the castle?
Yes. Well, of course, Your Majesty.
You don't sound very convincing.
My candle blew out at the first blow. My Christmas Eve candle in the great kitchen, when in the great tub we all floated our little candles. You know, in the walnut shells.
Oh, that's just fun. Shed no tears about that, Samo.
But don't they say that if your candle blows out at the first blow, it means bad luck for you?
Superstition, Samo, which feeds on fear. Anyway, on Christmas Eve, when we all sliced our apples in half, and according to custom, we all looked to see if the cut through the core gave us a star, meaning sorrow, mine seemed to me quite clearly to be a cross. Yet Beatrix, looking at it, saw that it was a star. The same apple, two persons, two images. Often what we want to see is all that we do see. I see little crosses wherever I go. Crossed sticks on the ground, crossed straws today, frozen into the ice. A bird on a branch stretching its wings is to me a black cross against the sky. But we must not wish ourselves into sorrow. How will your own people be celebrating St. Stephen's feast? Oh, but of course, on St. Stephen's Eve there is to be this special choral mass in the forest chapel.
It would disappoint Uncle Yanni if the knights don't go.
It would disappoint me. For with every such occasion, the enemy grows less and less our enemy.
Lord, Teta, it's chill out there, but clear. Those wolves have come uncommon close, and the moon's up. Igor and you shouldn't have come. And I'm going to see that he sees you safe home.
Igor said he heard shouting and horsemen earlier on.
They would have come early to practice.
But the shouting sounded too warlike.
They're a proud lot with their Saxon war cry always on their lips. Lay out my festival costume while I call Igor in and talk him out of going. Anyway, he seems like a sick wolf. Is that...
Prince Boleslav.
Yes, we have your husband outside. As a trussed pig, he's grunting well. But I wouldn't count on him now to sing bass at your St. Stephen's Mass.
Igor.
Is this your costume for the holy performance, old Forester?
Yes, Excellency.
Now get out of your peasant rags and get into it. Strip, I said. Oh, Felix, take this girl and truss her up like a swineherd swain.
Please, Excellency, she's expecting.
And then don't truss her so tight she'll litter on you.
All's gone according to plan. We're ahead of time, so if only you're sure of the king.
I know my brother. God bless the goddess moon for being so alluring.
What was that?
A wolf, I think, sir.
Ah, yes. The full moon is bound to bring them out on the prowl. Go here to the window, Summer.
Coming, sir.
How crystal clear the air is.
You can almost see to the mountains.
Yes. What was that?
A wolf howling again.
No, I don't mean the sound. See, moving along the forest edge on the far side of where the river would be. Is it an animal?
Majesty, it's a man, struggling through the... Oh, he's fallen down. No, he's up again.
What could he be doing out there at this time?
But he's fallen again. He's in a drift, struggling. Is something wrong with him?
Then come. We must help him. Oh. Close the shutter.
You mean go out down there now?
This is St. Stephen's feast, when my ritual is service to the poor. He is one of the poor, and he is in need. My cloak! Samo!
Here. I'm here, sir.
At least this snow is dry. Dry as flour.
But it's lying deeper the more we go down.
Step in my footsteps. And thank heaven for such a brilliant moon.
Oh.
What is it? Can you still see the man?
No, it's the old green woolen cape, Majesty. It must be my uncle, Uncle Yanni. He's fallen again, quick.
No. Slow, boy, slow. Or you'll bring an avalanche down on our backs. Shout to your uncle that we are coming on.
Uncle Yanni! Uncle Yanni! He's got up. He's stumbling away and on into the woods. Uncle Yanni!
Surely he heard you. Try again.
Uncle Yanni! Uncle Yanni! He's going farther in.
Well, it can't be your uncle. It's a stranger who perhaps thought us to be robbers.
No, Majesty. This could be a trap. The way that man dragged the cape, dragging his leg after him, do you know what it reminded me of? Lapwings that I have seen when they try to lure Teta and me away from their nests.
A trap?
Well, why else does he keep going away? Oh, let's go back, Your Majesty.
Samo, you're beginning to talk out of fear. Samo! Samo! Where are you going?
To my uncle's hut. I won't be a moment. Stay in the shadows of the trees and out of the moonlight.
But Samo! Oh, dear God. Dear God, why must all our missions of mercy be like this struggle through a forest, where every tree whispers some chill suspicion?
I couldn't find anybody. Nobody was in the hut, and the fire was burned down, and I was afraid to leave you long. But something is wrong.
But surely they would have gone to the chapel anyway. Listen. I can just hear singing now. The Mass has begun. Having come thus far, let us go in and join them. Samo, don't keep stopping and starting, or we shall be too late to add our voices to theirs. An animal cry?
I don't know, but look!
Samo! Majesty!
It's him, it's my uncle, Uncle Yanni!
Samo! Oh, Samo, we heard you calling us by the hut, but Majesty, we were all tied up. You must get back to the castle right away.
What has happened?
In our chapel, it's Boleslav. He's there now.
But whose voices are those?
I tell you, Boleslav, Baron Grigor, Felix, and all their men. My forest choir are only just now gathering at my hut.
And here's wolves, too. We must go back now, Majesty.
If these knights of the Empire are murdered...
They are, Majesty. Look, over there, the wolves smelt the blood in the snow. The black horse dead. That's theirs.
God, forgive him. Well, now nothing can stop the fighting we have all dreaded most. Nothing. Unless... Yanni, take the boy with you.
No, they'll kill you.
Samo, it is a trap. And it is sex for me, not you. Do as I say. Give me the lamp. Go with your uncle, retrace our footsteps in the snow. Warn Machi, but do nothing to alarm the Saxon camp.
No!
Dear God, Samo! Did I not command you to go back?
You know that if you go across there and you go into the chapel, he'll murder you.
No. That's neither you nor I know, boy. Nor does Boleslav. God's is the universe. Only I, if anyone can save my brother now from the destruction of Bohemia. For there is no way I can move and live now, except through my brother.
But what good can it do?
Good. There are times in our lives when suddenly every living moment of that time can be what our life is all about. At such times, Samo, we see that motive, cause, consequence have no meaning at all. That God's will is eternal, and eternity we may only measure in moments. If I die, what will live on may infinitely be more important than my life. Oh, I shall try to live, but the purpose of life is for me that the spirit survives. Go back. For you must not, dear boy, saddle me with your life. Samo, until you go, you deny me mine. For this is my way to live.
Oh, Majesty.
Boleslav.
Wenceslas.
Brother. Beloved brother.
Beloved Bohemia.
Go. Oh, Christ Jesus.
Leave him. Let him lie. To the castle.
Bohemia! To the castle!
And so the imperial invaders came flooding back, and with them came years of devastating war, which ended in an impoverished country and a king, Boleslav, who in defeat had to agree to the same terms of tribute offered to Wenceslas in the beginning. And whether in conviction or for convenience, Boleslav embraced his brother's faith, and that faith became native to Bohemia.
In When the Snow Lay Round About, King Wenceslas was played by David Buck, Queen Drahomira, Mary Wimbush, Prince Boleslav, Philip Sully, and Samo, Rosalind Adams. Yanni, Fred Bryant, Beatrix, Diana Olsen, Baron Krock, John Westbrook, Henry of Saxony, Stephen Thorne, Prince Voronov, Roy Spencer, Teta Christine Absalom and Igor, Anthony Daniels. The music was specially composed by David Kane, and the play was directed by David Spencer.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Sacred Flame, a gripping drama by W. Somerset Maugham. When crippled Maurice Tablet dies suddenly, no one questions the doctor's statement that he died of heart failure. No one, that is, except Nurse Wayland, who insists that he has been murdered. But who would want to kill Maurice? His devoted wife, Stella? His mother, who adored him? His brother, Colin? Listen in a few moments to the devastating consequences of Nurse Wayland's bitter accusation in The Sacred Flame. Produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of the game of chess, old fellow.
Don't let your son bully me, Mrs. Tablet.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor.
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me.
Morris, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Mother, is that the way respectable general practitioners talk to their patients in the days of your far-distant youth?
How on earth do you expect poor Nurse Wayland to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself knitting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tablet.
Don't worry about me.
After listening to my lively conversation and wheeling me around for nearly 5 years, Nurse Wayland pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Who can blame her?
I know, it's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate.
If you please, ma'am, Major Leconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in to have a drink.
Of course not.
Ask him to come in, Alice.
Very good, ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No, I've never met him. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, we knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
Is he a soldier?
No, he was a policeman. He's retired now.
Oh.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers.
Morris.
Nice chap. And I believe he's a rather good golfer. Colin has played with him once or twice.
I asked him to dine tonight so that Morris could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Leconda?
Oh, good evening, John.
Hello.
How nice of you to come in.
I was on my way home and I saw your lights on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Doc and Doris.
Oh, help yourself. The whiskey's on the table.
Thanks, Millie. How are you, nurse?
Fine, thanks.
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits, I see.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How do you do, Major?
Don't let me disturb your game.
It's finished.
Have you beaten him?
Hollow.
I haven't come to stay, only to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off.
There's no hurry. I'm not going to bed for hours.
We're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera. Morris, why don't you let Nurse Wayland get you ready? Then you'll only have to slip into bed and Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say, Nurse?
It's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in and put you to bed after you've said goodnight to her.
No, come on. You look tired. Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes. She's extremely competent, and her patience is really wonderful.
She's a jolly good nurse, and you're very lucky to have her.
Oh, I'm sure we were. It's a pity she's so tactless. It never seems to occur to her that Morris wants to be alone with his wife. He likes to say goodnight to Stella last thing, and he likes to say it without anyone looking on. That's why he's staying up now.
Poor boy. I suppose he's absolutely dependent on a nurse?
Absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear. And he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Is there really no chance of his getting better, Dr. Harvester?
No, I'm afraid not. He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and he was badly burned when the plane caught fire.
What a shocking thing to happen.
Yes, indeed.
When you think that he was flying all through the war and never had a mishap. It's so silly that this should happen just when he was trying out a new machine. It was so unexpected.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
Never. His spirits are wonderful. It's heartbreaking to watch him in dreadful pain and still forcing a joke from his lips.
You know, I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Debrett. I think his being here has done Morris a lot of good.
Yes. As boys, they were great friends, which isn't always the case with brothers. Colin's been away so long. He went to Central America just before Morris crashed, you know.
Does he have to go back?
Well, he put his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation. Oh, it's doing very well. He loves the life out there. And it seems cruel to ask him to give it all up to help look after his crippled brother.
I think it would be most unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life, you know?
Here we are again. I'm fixed up and ready for any excitement. Aren't I, Nurse? But what's that?
What?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, I did. It's Stella. She's in her new evening dress tonight, Doctor. Just wait till you see her.
Which opera was on tonight?
Tristan. That's why I insisted on Stella going. It was after seeing Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Oh, of course I do. It was a wonderful evening. Oh, here she is.
Stella!
Hello, my darling. Have you missed me?
Why are you back so early, you bad girl? You promised me to go and have supper. Why didn't you take her, Colin?
Well, good evening, Doctor.
Well, darling, I was so thrilled and excited by the opera, I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Hang it all.
Hello, Doctor. Hello, Major.
You might have gone to Lucian's and had some supper. What's the good of my spending the earth buying you a magnificent new dress when you won't let anyone see it?
But, darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but it seemed so grand that I hadn't the nerve. I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, you are a bully, Morris. Oh, there you are, then. Oh, you've made me feel shy now.
Stand up so we can all see.
Ah, it's lovely.
Oh,
Stella, what's the matter? Catch her, Colin. She's going to fall. There you are. Come on. Sit down.
No, I'm all right. Nothing, just a little faintness.
Stella. It's all right, Morris. Don't fuss. Put your head between your knees, Stella.
Let me help you.
No, I'll be all right in a minute. Oh, silly of me.
My belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. Nurse, would you mind going into the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young people to eat?
Of course not. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin can get a bottle of champagne from the cellar.
All right, Mother. Is there any ice in ours? I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
Oh, Mother's right. All I need is a large sandwich, preferably ham.
You're looking better now. For a few moments, you were as white as a sheet.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye,
John.
Goodbye. It was nice of you to look in.
Don't worry, I'll see myself out.
If you're not in a hurry, Doctor, wait and have a sandwich with us. And in the meantime, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we? It's so lovely and warm.
Good idea. And for ham sandwiches, I hope Nurse Whalen has the sense to use plenty of mustard.
Stella, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, my darling. I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
You scared the life out of me. Why didn't you go on and have supper before coming home?
Oh, I didn't want to. I wanted to get back.
But Stella, you go out so seldom. Oh, this is no life for you. Tied up to a cripple. You're young.
Oh, darling, don't. Please. I'm not missing anything, I promise you.
The fact is, you've lost the habit of going out and having fun.
Nothing is fun if you can't share it.
Now, don't be idiotic, my poor darling. I wish Colin weren't going away so soon. At least you've been able to get out and around with him.
He only came home for 6 months, and he stayed nearly a year.
You promised you'd try to persuade him to stay on a bit.
No, but he must get back to his work.
I suppose so. I was thinking of you.
Oh, now, Morris, darling, you must stop fussing because you think I'm having a thin time. I'm not. You never try to prevent me from doing anything I want to. I don't know what it is to be bored. Why, I haven't time for half the things I want to do.
Yes, you're wonderful, Stella. You always have been. You've made the best of a bad job, all right. I've had to, but why should you?
Oh, my darling. Don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. It would be unspeakable if I stopped loving you now that you need my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear. We can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and we can none of us help ourselves.
Morris, what do you mean? Have I done anything to make you think I wasn't the same as I'd always been?
Of course not, darling. You've been an angel. Always. What's the matter? You suddenly went quite pale. You're not feeling faint again.
No, I'm all right.
Perhaps I seem to take for granted all that you do for me, but don't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
But I've done nothing for you.
I've never let you nurse me. Well, I couldn't bear that you should have anything to do with the sordid side of my illness. You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that, but I'm absolutely convinced you'll get much better.
No. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. But I know I'm on this invalid bed for life, Stella.
Then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another, in the days when you were well and strong. I shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me and for your love.
Do you think that's changed? I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. You're everything in the world to me, Stella. I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you, but I'm not. Because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, with every little feeling and every pain, how good you are to me.
Oh, darling, why are you saying all this to me tonight?
Because I owe you so much. You know, Stella, when you're an invalid, you find out all sorts of interesting things. People are sympathetic, but you mustn't abuse their sympathy. You soon discover it bores them if you talk about yourself. You must make jokes, make them laugh, so they feel they needn't be sorry for you. Then they go away feeling relieved and kindly disposed towards you.
Oh, my darling, you break my heart. It's so cruel that you should have had to learn such bitter truths.
My dear, they're not as bitter as all that. I shouldn't have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I can stand anything as long as I know I shall see you tomorrow and the next day and the day after and always.
Oh, Morris, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm selfish, thoughtless.
Never. And you're so beautiful. You've never looked more beautiful than you do tonight. What is it that gives you this sudden new radiance?
Well, I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a strained look, but now, lately, you've had an air that is strangely peaceful. You gained a sort of lovely serenity. Oh, Stella, if only we'd had a child. Someone I could see as part of you and me. And you would have had something to console you. You wouldn't have felt you'd entirely wasted your life.
But, Morris, darling, I don't feel I've wasted my life. Oh, look, you're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired.
I love you, Stella. I want to take you in my arms, as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body. Still, I can't bear it.
Oh, hush now, my darling, please. Darling, don't.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed.
Darling.
I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
No, darling, don't, please, darling.
Forgive me, Stella. Oh, what a complete fool I am.
Oh, my dear. You frightened me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's a good thing Nurse Wayland didn't see me like that. Give me my handkerchief.
Oh, yes, here you are. Whiskey and soda is what you want. I'll get you one.
No. I'll have one later. In bed.
Yes. Sorry I've been so long. There wasn't any ham, so I made toasted bacon sandwiches.
Oh, they look delicious. I'll call the others. Oh, Dr. Harvester, come and have a sandwich before it gets cold.
Stella.
Yes, darling.
Darling, if you don't mind, I think I'll turn in. I suddenly feel very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris.
Did I hear you calling me?
Yes, you did. Morris doesn't want anything to eat. He's going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's very late. Good night, my boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you.
Here, let me give you a hand, nurse.
I can manage perfectly. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him.
Look in on your way to bed, Stella.
Yes, of course, darling. Oh, don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold. Morris is rather nervy tonight. I'm sorry I went to the opera.
Oh, my dear, you go out so seldom.
I haven't the inclination, really.
You're tired. Why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait for the others.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you've done for Morris.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's getting worse?
No, I think he's just the same. I just wanted you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him. After all, you didn't marry Morris to be the wife of a helpless cripple.
Wow, one must take the rough with the smooth.
You're a young and beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as anyone else has. For 5 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who was your husband, only because a legal ceremony had joined you together.
Oh, no, because love had joined us together.
My poor child. I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
But I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you? Well, let us suppose that it is the anniversary of my wedding day, and my thoughts have been much occupied with the ups and downs of marriage. Ah, here you are at last, Colin. You'd better pour us some wine.
Right. Where's Dr. Harvester?
Here I am. I've been with Morris. I'll just have a sandwich and swallow my wine and then be off.
Is Morris all right?
Oh, fairly. He's a bit down tonight for some reason. I don't know why. He was in great spirits earlier in the evening.
I expect he's tired. He insisted on staying up.
Well, I've left a sleeping draught that he can take later if he wants it.
And I'll go up and see him before I go to bed. If he can get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self in the morning.
Well, I must get home. Good night, Mrs. Stavret, and thanks for a very pleasant evening.
I'll see you to the door, and I'll go straight to bed. Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Mother. Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Doctor. Stella, darling.
Oh, Colin.
Poor darling.
Oh, Colin, what have we done? Morris was so strange tonight. I couldn't make him out. It was almost as though he suspected.
No, impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it. Why did you ever love me? Oh, why did I ever love you?
Stella, come here. My darling.
No. Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Excuse me, my dear. Could you pass me a packet of Radion?
Why, of course. Here.
Never use anything else to get my wash really white, do you? You know, whoops, mind the trolley. Radion is a wash out, a white in.
What?
Radion, an absolute white in, a clean up, a fresh in, and Radion's so good in washing machines. My wash is whiter to the last sock. Pow! Radion with Sunflakes. Pure white power. Remember that. Now I'll be on with my shopping. Mind the trolley.
Well, I never. A white in. Radion it is, then. Pure white power. Pow!
Shield brings you the dry look. Shield brings you the dry look with Stay Dry, a formulation unique to the newest Shield aerosol deodorant. It keeps you cool, confident, and feeling poised even in the sheerest of fashions. And Shield's extra dry spray never stings or burns your skin, even if you use Shield right after a bath. Stay dry with Shield, the only deodorant with Stay Dry.
My dear Colin, I've only just heard. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
It was nice of you to come.
I was at the golf club and old Blake came to me and said, I say, have you heard that poor Morris Tabrit died last night? I couldn't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
Morris seemed comparatively well last night and in such good spirits. Was he taken worse in the night?
No.
He just died in his sleep.
I suppose so. He can't have felt ill or would have rung for Nurse Wayland.
When did you find out then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he had had a bad night, he slept late in the morning. Stella insisted that no one should go in to him until he rang. It was the only matter in which there'd been any friction between her and Nurse Wayland.
She was quite right. At least the poor chap was happy when he was asleep.
We were just finishing breakfast when Nurse Wayland came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she had just been in to Morris. Stella was furious. I've never seen her so angry. Nurse Wayland was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. I had the feeling something was wrong. Is anything the matter, nurse? I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands and said, he's dead.
How terrible.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and went into a dead faint.
And your mother?
Oh, Mother was wonderful. I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother just sitting at the table. She was awfully white. And then she began to tremble. She never made a sound. Just shrank back into her chair and suddenly became an old woman. She just said, you'd better go for Dr. Harvester. I shall never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Oh, hold on, old man. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing more to tell. Mother and Nurse Wayland attended Stella, and I went for the doctor. He said Morris had been dead for a good 2 hours. And probably heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right now.
And your mother?
Harvester's with her. Oh, here he is.
How is Mrs. Tabrit?
Very upset. Trying not to show it. She has wonderful self-control.
Do you think she'd like to see me?
I'm sure she would. Oh, Nurse Wayland, is my mother asleep?
No, only resting, Mr. Collin.
Then I'll go and ask her, Major. I won't be a moment.
I told you to go and lie down, nurse.
I couldn't. I'm too restless.
Oh, it's been a shock no less for you than the family.
Yes, a great shock. He was always so brave and cheerful.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Morris's death a good deal more to heart than his wife.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
What, in your opinion, Doctor, did Morris Tabrit actually die of?
Heart failure.
Are you going to put that on the death certificate?
Certainly.
You've told me half a dozen times that Morris might have lived for years.
He might have. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everyone concerned that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Morris Tabrit was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Morris Tabrit was murdered.
Do you mean that you intended that statement to be taken quite literally?
Quite.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Morris?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, nurse. You know perfectly well that everyone connected with him was devoted to Morris. No one was ever more surrounded by love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I'm at liberty to keep to myself.
Oh, come now. You know as well as I do that Morris died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it. And then I shall have nothing more to say.
I am not going to have a post-mortem. It's quite unnecessary.
I must warn you. If you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and protest.
I should have thought the tablets have enough to put up with without your forcing such an ordeal on them.
Major Laconda, you were in the police, weren't you? Tell me, what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe her patient has died by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be sure that her reasons are valid before she exposed to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
Yes, you're right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do at least owe it to them to make no charges behind their back.
Does that mean you want them sent for?
Yes. In point of fact, I think I hear Mrs. Tablet coming now.
I'll go and fetch Stella.
My dear Major, how kind of you to come.
Oh, I felt I must come and see you for a moment. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. If there's any way I can be of service.
Thank you. I'm trying to put my own feelings out of sight and mind and think only that my son's martyrdom has ended. I won't weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Good morning, Major Laconda. Dr. Harvester told me you were here.
I came to say how much I feel for you and your great loss.
Thank you. You know, Morris and I often talked of death. He was never afraid of it. He didn't even attach much importance to it. He asked me not to wear mourning for him, but to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
Nurse Wayland, you'll be leaving us now, I suppose. I want to thank you for everything you did for Morris and to tell you how deeply grateful I am to you.
I don't need gratitude. I only did my duty.
What's the matter?
Stella, I've got something unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have to add to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
Well, what is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Morris's death was due to his illness. She thinks there was some other cause.
But I don't understand. What other cause could there be?
She says he was murdered.
Oh, murdered? You must be mad, nurse.
It's preposterous. However, I presume she has some grounds for her statement. What are they?
Well, nurse?
You all know that Mr. Morris suffered from sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed a sedative, chlorolin. Will you repeat the instructions you gave me last night, Doctor?
Morris was excited and overwrought. I asked Nurse Wayland to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it.
I dissolved the tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. There were 5 tablets left. This morning, the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
Would 5 tablets have been a fatal dose, Doctor?
6, including the one I left for him.
Yes, there's no doubt the effect would have been fatal.
It's incredible. Well, it's much more likely that someone took them for his own use.
If so, they must have been taken after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say good night to him. You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken those 5 tablets at midnight, you wouldn't be sitting here now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chloral poisoning?
I've told you that I was satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course, it's possible. But I don't for an instant believe it.
But I'm so confused. It's come as such a terrible shock. Nurse Wayland, do you really think that Morris died of an overdose of his sleeping tablets?
I do.
No, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Morris? It's out of the question.
Oh, no. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone would deliberately give Morris an overdose. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
Well, he wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so upset.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
What did he say?
Well, really, Nurse Wayland, there are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself concerned only ourselves.
I beg your pardon. I only thought it would be better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding anything back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
My dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful to answer, but there's this. If there is anything in what Nurse Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
Well, he said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself, he was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Nurse Wayland, if poor Morris did take an overdose of something, can't you square your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you let him go in peace and spare us the distress of a post-mortem and inquest?
But you see, I don't believe your husband committed suicide.
Why not?
He was sometimes very depressed, and for that reason I didn't think it wise to leave within his reach the means of putting an end to himself. I always kept the tablets well out of his reach.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you speak to me like that? Your face is twisted with hate. I don't understand.
Don't you?
Oh. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of woman have we had in our house for 5 years?
There's nothing to be frightened of, darling. Don't give way to your nerves.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there, did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed by black despair?
But why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you should never have the distress of being sorry for him.
How can you say such dreadful things?
Everything he had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done anything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I should not concern myself with that side of his illness.
That's true, Nurse. I'm sorry you don't think Stella did all she could for Morris. As his mother, I'm perhaps no less competent than you to judge. I have only admiration for her unselfishness.
Oh, Mother.
I always think we do the best by people when we help them in the way they want to be helped.
There's a lot in that.
I'm sure Stella did Morris most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed her, and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing. Only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend with me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose and know I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and know he couldn't hurt me.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
What a strange truth it is.
But, Nurse, what you've been saying suggests that in one of his moments of despair, he must have thought of suicide.
It was just one of those moments that I was on guard against. The sleeping tablets were kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach them.
Was it impossible, Dr. Harvester, for Morris to have crossed the room into the bathroom and stood up on a chair?
Quite impossible. He had no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken in the accident and his spinal cord was injured.
Well, the matter can't be left like this. I'm afraid, Harvester, there'll have to be an inquest.
But confound it, man. No one commits murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Morris dead.
How do you know?
Everyone was devoted to him.
Did you know his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend.
Stella. I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning I knew for certain.
Are you accusing me of murdering my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
Shall I keep luncheon back, madam?
Is it 1 o'clock? No. You can serve it.
We can't have lunch now, Mother.
Why not? Lay for 2 extra, Alice. Major Laconda and Dr. Harvester will be lunching.
Very good, madam.
Mother, it's impossible. How can we all sit down as though nothing had happened?
I think it's just as well. We have a great deal more to say to one another. It will do none of us harm to talk of other things for half an hour.
No, I couldn't. Please let me stay here.
I insist on your coming, my dear.
I must go home, Mrs. Tablett. I'll have a bite there and come back immediately.
Very well. Will you come, Nurse Wayland?
No.
I'll have something sent up to your room.
I don't want anything.
You may when it comes.
Lunch is served, madam.
Come, Stella.
You know the Pepsodent you've been using? Pretty good toothpaste, wasn't it? But now there's all new Pepsodent. It's a toothpaste revolution. Get your teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel. All new Pepsodent made with Earlium actually polishes teeth dazzle white. It doesn't scratch.
All new Pepsodent, the greatest toothpaste discovery in your lifetime.
But you don't have to believe that just because we say so. Extensive laboratory tests prove that it's true.
If you'd like to see the results of those tests for yourself, write to Pepsodent, Box 909, Durban, and we'll send you documentary proof
that all new Pepsodent gets teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel.
All new Pepsodent gives you the smile that dazzleizes.
From the fertile fields of the eastern Transvaal come new Flavor Royco's farm fresh vegetable. Plump chickens come from lush Natal. Our beefsteaks are the beefiest, our herbs and spices subtle and delicate. So come home to Royco, made from the freshest and youngest. That's why Royco soups taste the best and cook the quickest in only 7 minutes. New Flavor Royco, warm, friendly, satisfying, made with the good things you would choose.
Stella.
Oh, have you finished lunch already?
More or less. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm sorry I couldn't stay in the dining room.
It was awful sitting there as though nothing had happened. I don't know what induced Mother to make us go through that farce.
I dare say it was sensible. With the servants there, it was obvious that we had to hold our tongues. It gave us all a chance to collect ourselves.
Stella, is it true?
About the baby? Yes, it's true.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to.
You were going to let me go away without knowing.
I didn't want to spoil your last weeks here. Because I was worried, didn't seem to be any reason why you should be worried, too.
But what were you going to do?
I didn't know. I was desperately trying to find a way out. I thought it would be easier when you were gone. Whatever happened, I wanted to keep you out of it.
But, darling, this is something I must share with you. Surely you realize that.
When a woman tells a man she's going to have his baby, it's important to her. She wants to be made a fuss of. I couldn't expect you to feel joy or pride, only consternation.
Stella, you do realize, don't you, how much I love you?
Don't, Colin. Don't say anything that's going to upset me. I don't want to get emotional. If we've got to talk about it, let's do so as calmly as we can.
What's that dreadful woman going to do now?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm frightened to death. Oh, Colin, what's going to happen to us?
You do love me, Stella, don't you?
Oh, yes. I wish I didn't, but I do.
Oh, lunch hour already?
Yes.
Forgive me for coming through the French doors, but I walked through the garden.
Mother and Major Laconda will be here in a moment. They're still having coffee.
Nurse Welland had lunch in her room. Perhaps you'd better fetch her, Colin.
Righto. Won't be a moment.
I hope, my dear, this is going to come out all right.
Doesn't look much like it, does it? Dr. Harvester, will you tell me something?
Yes?
Do you think it possible that Morris could have guessed about the child?
I shouldn't think so.
Oh, I hope not. I couldn't have borne the thought that he died rather than expose me to shame and disgrace. He was capable of that, you know.
My dear, I'm afraid that if Morris died of an overdose, he can't have taken it himself.
But who could have given it to him?
That is the question, isn't it?
Yes, Nurse Wayland.
Oh, yeah, I can hear Mother and the Major.
Oh, you're back quickly, Doctor. Have we kept you waiting? I hope you had everything you wanted in your room, Nurse.
Everything, thank you, Mrs. Tabrett.
Well, sit down, everyone. Now, we are in your hands, Nurse Wayland. Have you decided what to do?
Major Leconda asked your daughter-in-law a question before luncheon. She didn't answer it.
I'm afraid you must have thought me very impertinent, Stella. Nurse Wayland said you were going to have a baby, and I asked you if it was true.
It's quite true.
And then another question inevitably rises in one's mind. It's difficult for me to ask it.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Morris should have been the father of the child I'm expecting. Since his accident, he's been my husband in name only.
I am the father, Major Leconda.
You? Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, Nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with each other?
Oh, did you know?
Nowadays, I find the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. But I must be honest. I could no more stop falling in love with Colin than I could help the rain falling.
You're shameless.
But you have every right to think that I treated Morris shamefully, Mother. He's beyond the reach of pain, but I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all you'd done for Morris. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby, and that Colin was the father.
I blame myself. Not for loving Stella, but for not going away as soon as I'd find out.
Whatever you think of me, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I love him with all my heart.
I know, dear.
I struggled against it. I told myself that the only return I could make Morris for all the devotion he gave me was by remaining faithful to him. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. And Morris was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, I understand.
I don't understand you, Mrs. Tabrett. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
I'm afraid I shall shock you, Nurse Wayland. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. When Morris's accident made it impossible for him and Stella to ever live again as man and wife, I asked myself how long she'd be able to support such a false relationship.
No one could say that you had much trust in human nature.
I have a great deal. I knew that Stella's pity was infinite. I knew that she meant everything in the world to Morris. Everything. But I feared the time would come when she could no longer be content with a miserable life that was all that Morris had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we had no right to prevent her. And I knew that if she went, Morris would die.
I would never have left him, never.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything, as long as she stayed with Morris. I found myself wishing she'd take a lover.
Mrs. Tabrett!
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella are in love, I was glad. I felt that this would make things right for Morris. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I thought only of Morris. When they were children, I think I loved both my sons equally. that since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Morris. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella. I hope they'll forgive me. As if there were anything to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. But I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
Well, with a baby on the way, you must admit that Morris's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
What a cruel and heartless thing to say. Are you sure your motive for causing all this trouble is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise you.
You hate me because you were in love with Morris.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away constantly. I could see that you were fonder of Morris than a nurse generally is of her patient. But it didn't strike me as serious until this morning. I know now that you were madly in love with him.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing. Except that it's my turn to be shocked. In the circumstances, I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes, I loved him. My love grew as yours faded. I loved him because he was so helpless, so dependent on me. I never showed my love. It would have meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for anyone but you. You think you were kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I did, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, but they would have meant nothing to him. And you, whom he loved, could think of none of them.
Nurse Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me and unkind. I suppose there is something beautiful in love, of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No! It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that.
All you had for him was pity. But I loved him with all my heart. I never asked anything but to be allowed to help and serve him. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my life. And you killed him.
That's a lie.
Come, Nurse Wayland, you have no right to say that.
How dare you stand there and insult Stella? The situation is preposterous.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you're saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Morris than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me? I could have gone away with Colin.
Yes, and heaven knows I wanted you.
You'd have been afraid of the scandal. And you knew that your treachery would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
After knowing me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland, how can you think me capable of such wickedness?
Your husband loved and trusted you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into a rather vulgar error, my dear? Chastity is a very excellent thing, but it isn't the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her. I know she gave Morris all she could, and the rest was not within her power.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and wise.
No, darling, I'm only so old.
Stella, I'm sorry, but Nurse Wayland has made a definite accusation. It must be met. If Morris died of an overdose of sleeping tablets, it was administered by somebody.
It was not given to him by me.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him last night. You said he was upset earlier in the evening. Why?
Oh, must I tell you? It was very private.
No, I've no right to ask you anything, but if there's an inquest, you'll be asked.
But he broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He said he would have so liked us to have a child.
But when you went in to say goodnight to him, he made no further reference to that.
No, none. He seemed quite recovered.
Did he ask you for anything before you went? The sleeping draught, for instance?
No, Major Leconda. Morris did not ask me for the sleeping draught, and I did not give it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
I was angry with you for going in before he called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone in too soon? Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've made up your mind that I murdered Morris, haven't you?
I know you did.
You have done what you thought was your duty, Nurse Wayland. Well and good. It's obvious the matter cannot rest here, and the responsibility is now mine. There is no need for us to take up any more of your time.
I'll go. I'm just as anxious to leave you as you all are to get rid of me. But I can't go, Mrs. Tablet, without saying how sorry I am to have repaid your kindness by bringing this unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Before we part, my dear, I should like, if I could, to release your spirit from the bitterness that's making you so unhappy. Bless you for the kindness you showed by poor Morris, and for the unselfish love you bore him.
Oh, I'm so desperately unhappy.
Please leave your address, Nurse Wayland. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. If you don't mind, Mrs. Tablet, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Stella is mistaken in thinking that she was the last person who saw Morris alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Morris's room, but I had a strange feeling that he was lying awake too. I opened his door quietly, but he heard me and called me in.
What time was this?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you left. He told me he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it hadn't had any effect. Then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt for once, and I do want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't enough.
Very early after his accident, I promised Morris that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it.
Oh, Mother, no.
I said that if his suffering was so great that he couldn't bear them any longer, and he solemnly asked me to help him, I wouldn't shirk the responsibility. And sometimes he'd say, "Does that promise still hold?" And I'd answer, "Yes, dear, it does."
But did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew Stella's love meant everything to Morris, and I knew that she no longer had any to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. Poor Morris could not stand losing her. But Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worthwhile.
Oh, why didn't you give me the chance?
It was a lovely, lovely dream he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever wake from it. For I loved Morris. He was everything to me. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tablet, it's impossible. Oh, how dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorolin. I took the 5 tablets and dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it in to Morris, and he drank it at a gulp. Then I sat by the side of his bed, holding his hand until he fell asleep. When I withdrew my hand, I knew it was sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother. Oh, what will be the end of this? I'm so frightened.
Oh, my dear, don't worry about me. What I did deliberately. And I'm quite ready to face the consequences.
It's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself?
No, you mustn't be silly. You mustn't think about me or distress yourselves at what happens to me. You and Colin must go away, marry, and have your child. And you must forget the past. You're young, and you have a right to life and happiness.
Oh, Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me feel so ashamed.
My son, I love you too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Oh, my dear, dear Millie, what can I say?
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there are ever any questions, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Morris's table by his bed.
Oh, Nurse Wayland.
We're very grateful to you, Nurse Wayland. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tablet, I've been so petty and revengeful. I never realized how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let us get emotional. We're both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Morris alive in our hearts, he's not really dead.
Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window.
We present Patricia Gallimore, Stephen Murray, and Noel Johnson in Somewhere Lies Land by Philip Barker. The story of an adventurous voyage under sail to Australia in the year 1854. Somewhere Lies Land.
Miss Caroline, wake up.
What is it? Oh, Mrs. Tully, what's the matter?
Footsteps at the door. There's someone outside the cabin door.
Mrs. Tully, you should be in your bunk. You're not strong enough.
No, I've heard them plain.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Here, let me take your arm.
Lying there. I was just lying there. Their noise. We must be ready. They told us not to undress. They warned us. The dangers. The breakers, they said.
We're clear of the breakers now, Mrs. Tully. Heaven be praised. Please, let me help you to your...
Then I heard them outside the door, trying it, muttering and laughing. I could hear them breathing.
Pray calm yourself, Mom. No one intends to harm us.
How can you be so blind? Those drunken seamen, like animals, sodden with drink, all of them. If it had not been for Mr. Pelham...
But that was many weeks ago, Mom. The day we crossed the equator. You remember? There is no one there now.
What are you doing?
I will prove it to you.
For pity's sake, girl, do not open the door.
Ease your fears.
In heaven's name, leave it locked. Locked, I beg you.
See? There is no one here.
No one?
The alleyway's deserted.
Oh, I could not be mistaken. They would hear you. They are in hiding.
You are distressed, overwrought. Little wonder after all we've experienced.
But I heard, I swear.
Perhaps the wind in the rigging, the sea. Perhaps you slept and did not realize.
Sleep? I'll not sleep. Not again, except in death.
Mrs. Tully.
And death does flirt with us so. In truth, she would be welcome enough.
Do not talk so, Mom. You've been so brave throughout these hazardous months.
It is a judgment. All this drunkenness, this envy and disharmony, this blaspheming. I tell you, God will not be mocked.
Come, Mum, lie down. You're sick and weak from hunger. There. If you lie quietly, sleep will come.
The seas have tried so many times to take us. Mrs. Murphy knew. No one fit to command. It's a judgment. They have brought us to this.
Calm yourself. Rest quietly.
In Australia, it's many weeks at sea, you know. A long voyage, and sometimes as much as 3 months, my husband writes. But he will be waiting at Port Adelaide to greet us. My dear husband, waiting. Waiting. All those weeks ago. Waiting.
Peace. Try not to dwell on such things. You will see your husband. He will still be there to greet you.
Do you think so? That God in his infinite mercy... Do you truly think so?
I do. Now try and rest. I shall keep watch until daylight. Forget your fears.
You are a dear child. And so very considerate for one so young.
I am 25, and as for being considerate...
And I nearly twice your age. I have been a great tribulation to you.
On the contrary, Mum, it has been of immense comfort to me sharing your cabin.
Not always, I suspect. Fear often clouds one's judgment. I pray you to forgive me.
Hush, Mum. Try and sleep. See, I shall turn the lamp a little lower so that it does not distract you. Then consider my journal. That will keep me awake and watchful.
You will harm your eyes in too dim a light.
This is more than adequate. And it will conserve the oil. There is little enough.
Even so, one must take care in such matters. You have kept your journal diligently.
It has been a means of passing the hours, recording our happenings and my thoughts. Have you kept any such record for your husband's interest? Mrs. Tully? Thank God. Poor soul. The oblivion of sleep. Would that I... But you, journal, are too tangible and sure. August the 18th, 1854. Day 153. Over 5 months at sea now without once touching land. 5 months? So long? Over 20 long weeks since... March the 19th, 1854. From this cabin, as I write, I can hear the sea. Around me is the creaking ship, rising and falling at anchor. I imagine I hear the freshening breeze in the high rigging, men running in answer to deck commands. And yet, even so, I find it difficult to believe that I am actually here, that tomorrow we leave England for the far-off new continent of Australia, crossing great oceans and witnessing those things which until now have been to me only romantic words on a page. The master of this fair sailing vessel is a Captain William Crispin, a large, bluff, merry man, or so he would seem, who was quick to sense our wariness when we gathered at table for the first time in the saloon.
Just leave it to the sea. I promise you the sea has an uncanny way of bringing those who traverse her closely together in comradeship.
Yes.
Is that not so, mister?
Aye, sir. That is so.
Mr. Booth, ladies and gentlemen, the first officer.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Mate to all, except perhaps the crew. They at times find a less delicate name for him, but only when they think he's not within hearing.
I see.
Jackson?
Aye, sir.
The glasses are empty.
Aye, sir.
Well, jump to it, man. Now, I wonder if you might be persuaded into humouring me a little.
In what manner, sir?
It's only a trifle, to be sure, on your suggestion, but as we're to spend so much time closely associated, how would it be if we were each to take turn around the table introducing ourselves?
No objection.
Would we then not all be better acquainted from the outset?
Yes.
That's right. Suppose you were to start us off, sir.
Gladly. Wade. Jocelyn Wade. I returned to Australia after business in England.
Returning? Then this passage will hold no qualms for you, at any rate, Mr.
I shipped
Wade.
originally to Manila, and from there to Australia. I returned via America, so that I am not familiar with the crossing this way.
But a seasoned traveler, nevertheless. Excellent. No, I guarantee you'll have sailed on no fairer vessel than the Prince Regent. Hey, Mr. Booth.
I doubt it, Captain. She certainly is an elegant ship.
In my experienced opinion, sir, the fairest three-masted bark ever to carry sail. Indeed, almost as fair in their own way as the ladies we are privileged to have in our company. You're exceedingly welcome aboard, ladies. You bring luster and charm to what would otherwise be a tedious and colourless voyage.
Here.
Thank you.
We met earlier, ma'am. Miss Collins.
Yes, when I first came on board.
Before the activities of getting underway claimed my attention, I recall our discourse with pleasure. You're ultimately bound somewhere north of Adelaide, I remember.
I'm not sure precisely where I'm to be met. My late father's brother owns land there. A sheep station, I believe.
I read that only 4 years ago, in 1850, there were more than 16 million sheep in Australia. 16 times more sheep than people. If for that reason alone, and not for others I might catalogue, your arrival will be a most welcome advent.
Thank you. I certainly hope so.
I'm most certain of it. And you say, is your interest in sheep?
No, sir. Copper.
Then you're probably for the Kapunda mine.
I go to manage it. You know it.
I know of it. I once carried Mr. Francis Dutton as passenger. He discovered it, I believe.
He and Captain Baggett. I am Thomas Murphy. This is my wife, Mrs. Alice Murphy.
How'd you do?
We are from the West Country.
Oh, yes, Mr. and Mrs. Murphy, I recall now. Before we left Gravesend, before my wife left the ship, did she not enthuse to me of a third Murphy? A tiny Murphy, perhaps?
Our baby daughter, Victoria. She's not quite a year old.
Not yet a year. Our youngest passenger ever, I do believe. It's a venturesome voyage for one so tender in years. I'm sure had she been sailing with us, Mrs. Crispin would have played you to assist with the child.
Oh, she's a good, contented baby. And already both Miss Collins and Mrs. Tully have been most kind with their offers of help.
I should be happy to be of service.
So, Mrs. Murphy, you have the ladies' hearts and hands to your bidding.
I'm most grateful.
But Mrs. Tully is ungracious that we should reach you last in this manner. This is your first sea passage?
I have never even been on a ship. Even now. But it is my husband's wish that I should join him in the new colony of Victoria.
Victoria? Where the gold lies for the taking, or so it seems.
Oh, Mr. Tully is on government business in Melbourne.
And we can imagine with what pleasure he anticipates your arrival there, Mum.
Captain, my husband writes that the voyage could take possibly as long as 12 weeks. Are you able to tell us just how long we shall be?
That depends entirely upon the elements, Mum. Excepting, of course, for your officers and crew, on which score you need have no doubts.
Oh, I'm sure.
We leave this anchorage off New Reach tomorrow, and if it is our fortune to be favoured by fair winds, well, then the clipper Lightning recently made landfall in Melbourne from Liverpool in 76 days. Oh. Why not the Prince Regent?
The Lightning?
But that, I understand, was a light weather trip most of the way. Is that right, mister?
Aye, sir. I do hear she never even learned her togallants, not once.
You'll soon become accustomed to our sailors' terms.
But the Lightning, isn't that an American ship, a much bigger vessel? Surely she carries a vast spread of canvas. Around 13,000 yards of sail.
You appear to know your ships, Mr. Wade. But to be American and bigger is not necessarily to be the best, despite what they say.
No, I meant only that with our, 500-600 tons against the Lightning's 1,400.
It's in the way she's handled. Give me a lime juicer any day against
gentlemen, I'm sure you have ample time ahead to continue this technical discussion without boring the ladies.
Very well.
May I ask, what is a lime juicer?
A British ship. A British crew, Mr. Murphy. British ships are known as lime juicers because we're considerate enough to issue lime juice daily to every seaman against the scurvy.
Scurvy?
Nothing to worry you, ma'am, believe me. A disease which attacks seamen long at sea without fresh vegetables and such luxuries.
Oh.
But not on British ships, thanks to Captain Cook's lime juice.
Do we have it, this lime juice?
Not necessary, Mrs. Murphy. Your menu will differ somewhat to that of the forecastle, I assure you. But I hear 8 bells. The ship's clock, ma'am. For myself and the mate, that spells duty this night, I fear. The ship is at your disposal, all but the forecastle, that is, and we are at your service. Always remembering that our duty is to the ship and your safe arrival.
A pleasant enough encounter, except perhaps for Captain Crispin's seeming displeasure with Mr. Wade's expertise and assertion. But one thing puzzles me. The captain made no mention to us of any 6th passenger. And yet later that night, when too excited to sleep, I stood taking the air on deck, I saw the captain standing in the shadows away from me, and did hear a bump against the side of the vessel. Then a voice.
Oi there! Oi, Prince Regent!
Who hails the Prince Regent?
Package! When you been expecting?
Acknowledge yourself, sir. Pelham. For